We're live with PGL Masters Bucharest, and you know, we can complain about VRS as much as we want. The one thing that it has made sure is that every event is so important to the teams playing. The stakes are so damn high, and nothing changes here in Bucharest. It's going to be much of the same. We're kicking off day number 1. I'm your host, and I'm joined with Yanko and Dust. Dust, you're our North American representation, but at this point, I'm surprised you don't have an apartment in Bucharest.
Yeah, I've been here quite a lot this year. It has kind of been a second home, but always a good time. And yeah.
Yeah, great to be back in Bucharest. Sam, I have to say, despite missing all your belongings, you still dress better than Dust, so that's always impressive.
Thank you. I mean, I've been wearing the same thing for 4 days, but there you go. Dust probably smells better than me, but whatever. Let's get into the good times here, because obviously we're here for the Counter-Strike. We've got some interesting teams coming into the mix. This is, I use the term interesting because maybe, I mean, Yanko, some people might say, oh, well, it's not the big teams, but it's teams that can really kind of shake up the ranking and cause some chaos as well, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's a lot on the line for these teams. It's a great opportunity for a lot of them, right? Because you go to some of these events, you're the lowest seed, you go up against someone like Vitality, you're not going to have an opportunity really to showcase what you're capable of. Well, here it really is an open field, right? And I think we saw previously, even at Bucharest last time, it being a bouncing board for some teams, right? Falcons lifting the trophy with Dexter and MVP, rest in peace. But so for some of these teams that don't get that opportunity that often, like this really is a chance for them to prove themselves.
To prove themselves, and also a chance for us to see what we can expect for the major, because obviously those major invites have gone out. Some of these teams are going to be in the mix. We see some of them weekend after weekend after weekend, but there is a couple of teams that this is kind of our test to see what level they're sitting on, right?
Yeah, and I think also it's getting a bit tiring listening about the major all the time, right? And I liked what Gentlemates were talking about around Pro League. Was like, listen, it would have been great to qualify for the major, but we're really excited to be back at Tier 1 LAN, and they're going to be in Bucharest too, playing today. So it's more about getting in that invite bubble, so you get the opportunities to play on LAN, and that's what's at stake for a lot of these teams. And you can see the schedule's been pretty busy for some of them.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, a lot of these teams, 9 of them, in fact, were participating in CAC in Shanghai just about 5 or 6 days ago with some kind of mixed results. Whereas some of these other teams have been kind of sitting out a little bit, right? Like we haven't seen an IP play. They're kind of like a dark horse candidate, I think, for a lot of people. So this is an opportunity to get a little bit of, LAN fitness, I guess you could say, going into the major cycle.
And people are talking about Aurora and 3D Max for this tournament. I wouldn't be surprised if both of them flopped, because they've been, especially 3D Max, they've been on the road for, I don't know, 2 months. That's the feeling you have. They've been to China twice and back without getting a proper break. So, the fatigue really gets at you at that point in time. Aurora as well, I think they have a lot of issues and they didn't have any time to fix it. From Malta to now, it's been, 5 days for them or something along those lines. So, yeah, I think it's going to be pretty exciting when it comes to who's going to come out on top here.
Dust, I mean, arguably, and Yanko said it, Aurora is a fan favorite for this. There is an expectation that they need to make the deep run, but there is an expectation almost every event, and they let us down.
Yeah, I mean, this is the quote-unquote highest-ranked team in the tournament, tied with 3D Max when you look at like HLTV and VRS rankings. And this was a team that was hot at the beginning of the year, right? I mean, second at Blast Bounty, it looked like Joda was one of the best moves of the offseason, really kind of propelled them to kind of consistently placing in the top 8. And it felt like for a while there, they were kind of battling with Mongols for like kind of a bottom of the top 5 spot, as, Vitality, Mouse, Spirit, they were all kind of consistently top 4. But what we've really seen Aurora, kind of particularly in the second season, is that while we have watched teams like Furia go and win a tournament, we've watched G2 go and win a tournament, we've watched some of these other squads solidify themselves, at the top end of the top 10, Aurora has found themselves slipping down the rankings and really disappointing. And this is very damning because, this is a team that before was a contender, and now it's just like, I don't know what to expect from them anymore.
Why is Aurora struggling, do you think, Yanko?
I think it's a lot of different things. Performance of some individuals, sure, but team-wise as well, it's not looking great. And they're losing so many advantageous rounds, whether it's just mid-round situations or post-plans, where it's, at that point, it's serious communication breakdowns, and you get the feeling watching them a bit, it's just some lazy CS too, which points to deeper underlying issues within the team, which is something you never want to, have. Really, especially in a team like Aurora, where it's very limited in terms of what changes they could be making.
Yeah, just to tag along to that, I mean, I feel like they have one of the worst T-side win rates of any team in the top 10 now. Like their T-sides, particularly ever since Anubis came out of the map pool, have really plummeted. They've never really found another home map, in my opinion, since then. And Xantares has been like kind of their only, constant star level player. Like I think he's still one of the best entries in the world, but, Joda's really cooled off. Woxic's very hit or miss. You can just kind of see their map pool crumbling. Like there's so many different things, as Yanko kind of indicated, that it's hard to like pinpoint one thing that, hey, if they could just address this, maybe they could get back in the mix. Like, no, there's a lot of different things that have to kind of come together.
Communication, aim, utility,
Everything.
usage, movement, right?
Everything,
map
basically.
pool.
Okay, Aurora needs to fix everything. So we'll watch them during the course of this tournament and find out if they can do that. Let's move on to 3D Max because Dust, you had a chance to see them at CAC. It's a team that maybe no one really was talking about a couple of months ago. Now there is a little bit more of a focus on them and potential one of the favorites, I'd argue, outside of Aurora and Liquid coming into this as well.
Yeah, they're kind of like joint tied for the highest rank with Aurora in this tournament. And this is a team that really throughout the majority of this year was kind of just like hovering just outside the playoff picture in a lot of tournaments. Like you'd see a lot of, 9th to 11th, 9th to 12th place finishes. Obviously the Austin Major was kind of a similar boat. And so not really able to break into the top 10 themselves, but we're kind of a gatekeeper team from other opponents to find themselves in that position. But what we've really kind of seen in the second half of the season after the Blast Austin Major is now they've had a couple of like legitimate runs. Like I would say their EPL top 8 finish was actually pretty solid considering some of the teams that they beat to get there. They obviously won a smaller tournament against Tyloo and Linvision out in China. And then at CAC, made it to the grand final. Were not able to outlast Legacy, but all in all, like you're starting to see them put together a little bit more than what they were doing earlier in the year.
I'm a hate maxer when it comes to 3D Max. I'm going to be honest. Like first half of the year, you could see there, like they would just win a game at a tournament or maybe 2 games sometimes, and that's it. Never make the playoffs. Just do enough to stay in the invite bubble. And you're constantly seeing them, and they're never going to do anything special, right? And they're still there. They're one of those teams that you would really like for someone else to be in the tournament instead of them, like just to give them a chance. But this year it has been, this season it has been a little bit different. Like Dust pointed out, right? They made the in-game leader change over to Gravity, which was just like kind of not that great individually. So might as well be the IGL, so you get some more responsibility, and Maka can put hopefully frag some more. So they've had a couple of better results. I'm not necessarily sure that that's off of them playing much better CS. They feel a bit less gimmicky than they were, but I still don't see them really breaking into, top 5. I think this is where they'll stay for the foreseeable future.
Is it a little bit unreasonable for me to say, well, I think that if you take a look at the events that they've started playing towards the end of the year, the level of competition isn't necessarily there. So we talk about, we've seen like an improvement, but have we really? Or is it just a matter of kind of dropping the level you're competing against?
I mean, the one thing I will say is that prior to this season, I felt like kind of what Yanko was indicating, they were a little bit more reliant on like set plays out of spawn, gimmicky utility usage to kind of get themselves some map control and kind of just try to beat teams tactically as opposed to being able to match them in firepower. But what I have seen with Gravity in the IGL slot now is they have a little bit more mid-rounding capability than they had before. Like they're able to react a little bit quicker to things when they do get some map control, or if they kind of notice a player's out of position, they can kind of come together and punish them a little bit better with, trading or utility. So I've seen a little bit more to their mid-rounding game, which kind of makes them a more well-rounded team tactically. But I think the big issue for 3D Max, which has been the case for a while now, is like they just don't have enough firepower to contend with some of these elite level teams in the world. Like, yeah, Body's an okay entry fragger, but you put him below pretty much anyone else in the top 10. Some of these other guys, they're just not quite at the same level as the competition they're up against, and that's always going to be what holds them back, in my opinion.
We're basically having a little bit of an opportunity here as we get ready to start the day to look at the different teams and see what stakes are on the line for them here at PGL Masters. And seeing as we're on the Yanko hate train, let's continue and feel some pain. We're going to talk about your favorite.
Not my hate. Why are you hating on me?
I've seen your tweets,
Oh
Yanko.
my God, this team, man, as well. Yeah, I mean, listen, we talked about the format here. It's full best of 3s, right, all the way, Swiss format, no best of 1, so you won't see Pain make top 4. Right, and it's just been, it's one of the more overrated teams out there when you talk about it, and especially when people talk about making the dream Brazilian lineup and they put Biguzera as the IGL. I'm like, based off of what? Like, sure, he's a slightly better fragger than your average IGL, and he plays some better positions, like he's all right, but when you watch Pain play, there's nothing that excites you really about them. They're just another team out there that, similar, doesn't have good enough players to really play in the way that they're playing.
Yeah, I mean, painful is really kind of the word to describe this team. It's one of those things where, like, you brought up Biguzera. He was like a solid fragging IGL last year. This year, complete drop-off and being able to have that similar level of impact. You kind of look across the board, and I feel like some of their signings, at first glance, seem like, okay, this could be a good idea. Like, in a world where Brazilian buyouts are so high, and you can't go get like an Insani, or you can't go get like a Dumal. I thought bringing in Davideus looked like an okay move. Didn't pan out. Bringing in DGT, he's solid, but again, still not really a true star level player. And while these other Brazilian teams have, gone international, Legacy's been kind of the only one to hold out with the full Brazilian team. These moves have just not panned out for Pain, and they obviously dealt with a lot of instability throughout the year. A couple of tournaments they had to use stand-ins. I think that kind of gave people an excuse to maybe give them a little bit more slack. But now this season, you have no excuse. You've had this 5 for a while now. You showed you could perform to some level at the major, but that looks more and more like a fluke.
Bro, you look at the teams that they beat in best of threes. They beat like Lin Vision twice in Virtus Pro. And yes, Furia in the quarterfinal, of course, granted to them. But, in hindsight, it's not like this. That's the benefit of the major format and the best of ones. I think just on a, larger scale, there's a lack of creativity for a lot of these teams, right? I mean, you look at, for example, Liquid at Fissure, their last event with Twists, and, things were bad for that lineup, but they changed their style, and they were just playing really fast on T side. The entire event, they were just playing together, playing fast. When they even played the Mongols and they got smashed the first map doing that, they did the same on the second map and they won the second map. So they understood with that team and where they were at as a lineup, they had to change the way they played the game. They knew it wasn't the best way to play CS, but it was the best way for that team to play CS, and they made semifinal and they got their major slot thanks to the performance there. That's what teams like Pain should be doing. Like, they should not try to play CS the way Vitality plays it, or the way Mouse plays it, or whoever you want to pick out of the top teams, Like, they should figure out a way to approach the game that suits the players that they have, or get the players that would fit a certain style, and then try to, take a bite off of some of these bigger teams until they can put a team together that can play the game the proper way, so to speak.
I think what this all kind of comes down to is all these teams that we've kind of highlighted are kind of in a do or die situation, in my opinion. And this is the type of tournament where you could hopefully try to rewrite the narrative a little bit about your second season of the year.
Pain is a stage 3 team, man. Like, give me a break.
Ooh.
Like, that's the VRS and everything. Like, just off of that one, I don't even know how it's possible, to be honest. Like, yes, they're top 4 at the major. They've lost like 57 games out of 60 games or something. Striker crunched the numbers I saw, right? But just whenever you see them, it's like, all right, they lost again. At CAC, they lost to Navi Academy, and to Fnatic. They just beat Fluxo, which is...
Yeah, that's rough.
Really, that's the bare minimum. That's the floor.
If you're a Pain fan, you may want to leave now. I'm sure you're feeling a little bit sad and blue. Don't worry, you don't have to watch them play just yet. We'll show you some other teams. Yango mentioned it, of course. This is a best of 3. This is a true test. There's no best of 1s here. The format of PGL Masters makes sure that the best teams do have to rise to the top. It's something we've seen many times with these group stages.
Yeah, absolutely. And more prominent in this VRS era because of the extra land games for some of these teams. It's really important. We saw it towards the end of the major invite cycle, but 3 wins and you're through to the playoffs, 3 losses and you're eliminated. You cannot play the same team twice, and into the playoffs it's single elimination, no second chances there. I think 3 chances is enough for these teams, and quarters, semis, into a best of 5 grand final, and got that 3rd place decider on the final day as well.
And of course, PGL making sure that we put the teams first. There is another tournament that they need to get to, so our playoffs are going to be compressed into 2 days. Dust, do you think that adds a lot of pressure for teams that are looking at that prize pool, wanting to grab the top spot, but also knowing they've got... It's not even a marathon. That is going to be a sprint on that Friday to get through quarters and semis.
Yeah, as you said, I mean, a lot up on the line, money to be earned to move up the VRS, to kind of make sure you stay at the invite window going into next year for all the tier 1 tournaments. And yeah, it's going to be a tough day when you play a quarterfinals match and then you don't really have as much time as usual to prepare for your next opponent in the semifinals as far as, anti-stratting or whatever adjustments you want to make. So it's really going to, kind of make people rely a little bit more on instinct and being able to make things happen on the fly. So that'll be an interesting day for sure, but kind of a necessary evil with the tournament schedule.
And you could see for a moment there, also the prize pool. I mean, 1.25 million. And what's important about that isn't just the first place and how much is that, it's also how much you get for 10th place, right? Because this truly is the Super Bowl for a lot of these teams, like especially the ones that are not at the major. Like, this is their major. For someone like Gentlemates, this is your major. You make the playoffs here, you might get into the invite bubble for next season. That's all they're trying to achieve. Like, that's their main mission right now is to break into that, if possible, top 16, top 20, right? So if some teams decline invites to certain tournaments, you're the next one up, and they don't get as many opportunities, so that's why you need to make the most out of it when you get one.
Lots on the line here at Masters in Bucharest. And of course, there's lots of games coming up today. So let's take a look at the schedule. We got 2 streams running over on the B stream. These are the games that you can watch. The gents are hanging out in their cribs in Malta. I believe it's Henry, Harry, Machine, and Sponge. They'll be covering the B stream. And then if we move on to the main stream, which is the one you're watching right now, these are the games you can expect. Obviously, if you are a Pain fan, you won't be seeing them here, but you will get to see Aurora later, one of the teams we spoke about. But we are starting the day with the game that I'm the most excited to see today, which is, of course, Legacy up against Liquid. Dust, you saw them just last week at CAC. You saw them sort of face off, and I think in that particular matchup, Liquid taking the victory, even if Legacy won the tournament in the end.
Yeah, that was kind of the interesting interaction, as Legacy wins the whole event, but the only team to get a win against them was indeed Team Liquid, who ultimately came 3rd place at that tournament, showing a little bit better than Birchland, where they looked, obviously horrible, but they were just trying to get the 5 matches they needed to make Elige eligible for the major. So now they've gotten past that. Hopefully they've had more time to get some practice in, but you saw some bright spots from looking at the tournament, but that was also a big event for Legacy. I mean, that's the first title that team has ever won for 3 of their players. It was their first trophy, period, at any level of event. And so that's a nice, little confidence booster, I think, for them, because they made some noise at the major, getting some upset wins here and there. But if we're honest, their follow-up, in this second season hasn't been the best. But a win at CAC, beating 3D Max multiple times, beating Heroic, finally kind of putting themselves in a little bit better light, I think, in my opinion.
Honestly, when I saw them last time in Bucharest was when I got on the Legacy train, because they only won 1 game. I think it was against Liquid.
Yep.
But they played good CS, right? And they just couldn't close out some games, and they lost some crucial rounds. But I liked the way they were going, and that sort of showed itself at the major, but absolutely didn't follow up on that as much. So to win a tournament last week, right? It's a massive fit. And for people saying it's a smaller tournament, I mean, Casey Rato and Yuri have been on Furia for years before getting to lift a trophy. So these don't come every day, and don't underestimate how much winning a tournament can help lift the confidence of the players as well, to sort of have that belief, all right, we can actually beat any of the teams that are, for example, here in Bucharest too.
Yeah, I mean, they have a talented lineup. I mean, I think it's been cool to see Lux kind of reinvent himself as an in-game leader after leaving Pain and coming to this unit. Dumao continuing to be one of the more aggressive, explosive, flashy riflers to scene. But I think really the big thing for them has been the kind of evolution of Lotto and Nissim. Lotto has become an incredibly versatile rifler who wound up winning the MVP for CAC and brings a lot to the table with his trade fragging and CT roles. And, Nissim just being a great supportive element. But you're up against a Liquid team that I fear we've been talking about Liquid looks so good on paper for so long that it eventually has to materialize, right? And I think that this is kind of their big hope now with this lineup, with Elige coming in, bringing them a star fragger in the entry role, something they haven't had in a very, very long time. And, some, again, bright spots, you could say, at CAC, but still a lot to prove at a tournament like this, in my opinion.
I think also there's an immediate uptick in Nav's performance. I mean, he's their highest rated player in this lineup, too, whether that's from just a change, a roster change, or Elige being as aggressive as he is, opening up some more opportunities. I'm not 100% sure, but that was definitely missing for Liquid this year.
Do you like Elige on this lineup?
I think yes, for Elige, I think, no one is questioning his capabilities as a player, right? It's just he needs to be in the right situation, and I think time will tell whether Liquid is that. I don't think he would, make the move or accept to go to the team if he didn't feel that, especially after the FaZe experience, it leaves a bitter taste in your mouth. So you want to make sure the next place you go to fits you and you don't have the same issues that you've had over on FaZe.
Do you think Liquid's better without Twist? Because obviously, I mean, we can't beat around the bush. For a long time, there was a lot of talk around the fact that Twist was controlling that team. He was technically, in charge of certain decisions, making it difficult for IGLs. They were constantly facing problems. I mean, do you think that maybe that was a little bit too hyped up and there was other issues that we needed to look at?
I don't know, man. Look, in an ideal world, it would be great to, like, if you could just take social elements out, you could take out behind the scenes situations. I mean, Twist and Elish were such a great complementary rifle combo back in the day for like when they went on their Grand Slam run. It's because you had Elish, who was very much a star entry rifler, super aggressive, and Twist kind of slotted somewhere in the middle, and they bounced off each other well. So to answer your question, yeah, losing Twist is a big talent. That's a lot of fragging power gone, but Elish is like a star in a role that they haven't had in a very long time as an entry rifler. And I think it also will help someone like Nertz hopefully be able to kind of settle in somewhere in the middle a little bit more, make things a bit better here as we get into the map pick ban, where so far, no surprises. I mean, these are the bans that we kind of expected, I think.
I think Liquid's definitely better off without Twist because he didn't want to be there, and that's it. Like, you cannot have a lineup where a player wants to leave, and I think they perhaps have had a case of too many cooks to some extent. Not saying Elish isn't someone who has input, but definitely something they would have addressed with him coming into the team. As the week 2 pops up, I think this is where you see the benefit of having a 7-map map pool, no matter how weak it is, right? For the side of Legacy, they don't necessarily want to play Ancient. It's one of their worst maps statistically, but they played Overpass once, close game against Astralis, and it's Liquid's permaban, and they can't risk letting it through, right? Just off of that one performance gives Legacy the ability to ban Ancient, which was actually been going pretty well for Team Liquid, and we see similar map pool. We see Legacy picking Mirage, which was Liquid's pick last. No, Liquid picked Mirage, Legacy picked CT. So it's interesting to see Liquid pick it, because last time they were 5-0 up and then they lost 13-5 on the map, but I guess that's brave for them.
I was a little bit surprised to see Legacy ban Dust 2-second rotation. I mean, that's been kind of their go-to, so that was a little bit, of a curveball. But all in all, it's a similar map pool to what they had last time, And with Mirage coming up, like, aside from the fact that Legacy did indeed blow out Liquid, at CAC on this map, I would say, like, if you look at the track record of both teams on Mirage, the last, 3 months or so with the cores of each team, they've both been pretty solid on Mirage. So I think it could be somewhat common ground, but it is one where Legacy have probably looked a little bit tighter. I think for Liquid, it's more about just answering the questions of, can Ultimate find some sort of consistency? Can the leadership of Shuhei and Flashy get this team operating appropriately? Because right now you have all the tools you should ever need to be a successful team. It's about just making it all work together now against a Legacy squad that shows that they can definitely put up a good fight.
The problem for Liquid is they haven't had a lot of time to just practice.
That's
true. Ever since Elish joined, you're going to Birch Cup to get the LAN games in, right? They also had to travel to China, come back. It's not easy to make that adjustment, so quickly. And I think they just need to deepen their playbook. At the moment, it can be predictable to some extent, not too difficult for teams to read because they just don't have enough variations yet in their game.
I think the good thing about Mirage, though, at the Leash coming in is it allows Nertz to kind of fit into a more natural position that he played on Heroic in last year, where he can kind of not have to be the main guy. He can kind of call his own shots, be like that underpass mid-lurk type figure, kind of just be a playmaker where he sees the timings at. Elish comes in as the entryman that you expect. Naf and company kind of remain in their position. So what I'm getting at is they didn't really have to change a whole lot role-wise, which would keep people like somewhat comfortable as a foundation. But as Yanko alluded to, like, this map is all about all these different side executes and split variations and figuring out the timings and utility and exactly when you want to call each thing. And, it's about Liquid trying to iron out those protocols, with this lineup coming into this tournament.
I think this is a huge event for Legacy, though, because I think at the bare minimum, they have to make playoffs, right? And probably even go deeper into that, depending on who they go up against, if it comes to that. But you can't just have your best moment ever and then flop immediately. We saw that to some extent with Fury after winning Fisher. They talked about Molodot and he won MVP, and he was maybe a bit overconfident at the next one. So for Legacy, they just need to stay focused on the task at hand, right? And really build on this, because we talked about the major, it was their breakout performance and not much follow-up up until now. So you can't have the same thing happen again.
So on one side, we obviously have Liquid, who are trying to find their feet and figure themselves out. On the other side, we have Legacy coming off the back of that win. We've also got our casters standing by to tell us what's going to happen here.
Hello.
Scrawny Lawners, I am so surprised to see you in a casting booth. Cluj and not on the golf course? What is happening?
Whoa.
Yeah, I wish they should put some turf down in here for us.
We could use some.
Feel comfortable
In the green room here. But yeah, I dragged Mo off of the course here for this one because we got to figure out whether NAF can top frag this series again in the head-to-head.
That's interesting with NAF because, yeah, with Twist, it felt like NAF was like, I just don't want to play CS anymore. And now he's playing with Liege, he's playing some of his best CS. And even in some of these games where they're losing, he's kind of the shining light. So I think for Liquid, we're talking about a team who, now that Legacy have won, you look back at when the last time Liquid have won. Was it CS Summit still? Was that their last sort of win?
Wow.
This is a must-win event for Liquid. For Legacy, ironically, the ones building Legacy today, outclassing teams like FaZe who haven't won in forever, Liquid who haven't won in forever. This might be one of the best teams at the event for them to take down. They should be able to do it just like they did already.
That North American sort of hype that we always see from all the commentators and our analysts, I have to ask, boys, is Liquid the new North American hope, or are you still sort of holding back and waiting to see?
I think that whenever you have NAF in the server, you've got us on their side. And when will America stop cheering for a Liege? Never. So yeah, 100%. This has got to be the NA Renaissance, perhaps.
The NA Renaissance.
Yeah, I think Elish definitely seems like he's good for NAF, at least right now. I had questions about whether or not this would work, but I think between Flashy, it feels like improving their structure. I think Shuhei's ability as an IGL is there, but I kind of question whether or not he can handle star players. That's kind of what I felt like with Twist, and now with Elish, how's that going to be any easier? If he can prove he can wrangle them in, I think there's some hope here for Liquid.
I mean, my one concern about Shuhei is his individual decision making, because I feel like sometimes he tries to be a little bit too much of a hero. Like he tries to maybe jump a smoke or catch a timing or maybe try to do a little bit too much. And it's like your job is to facilitate the star players that you have in front of you, like Elish, like Nerds. And it's always good to have another guy who's willing to go for something and willing to create space for his team. But sometimes I feel like he tries to call his own shots a little bit too much. It can be maybe more focused on facilitating the stars, as kind of Lawrence is alluding to. So that's something I'm going to keep an eye on long term for sure.
Anyone else want to jump in? We got a 4-man analyst desk now. So, like, where's the opinions?
Well, I would say that, growing off of what Dustin just said here, I would hope now with a guy like Elish, who is going to be the embodiment of going first at times, that like maybe that's what was lacking with the last Team Liquid. And maybe this time, Dust, he'll let Elish go first, and he has that piece that he needs to maybe survive a bit longer. Because you're not wrong, Dustin. You're not wrong.
I appreciate that. I think at CAC was kind of a mix.
Do you like Dustin, by the way?
Is it Dustin or Dust? Let's
Either
vote.
way,
We
I'm
can
not
vote.
picky.
We've got 4 people here. What do we want to call him? Is it Dust or Dustin?
I love the Dust Bowl. That was my favorite.
The Dust Bowl.
Mr. Murray.
Mr. Murray.
Yeah, I'm going to keep it official. It is Dustin Dust Murray.
There you go. Well done.
We got lots of
Just the
different
full
names for
length.
you.
He likes it both ways.
Yes, sir.
Did you just say he likes it both ways?
That's what he said.
Okay, I'm just gonna move on out. Let's chat now about sort of predictions. I'll throw this to Yanko and Dust. When you take a look at Liquid coming up against Legacy in this first matchup, do you think this is one that Legacy's got in the bag?
On paper, no, because first of all, they lost to Liquid already last time they played, even though it's a seeding game and people played from their hotel room. Second of all, the trophy hangover is kind of a thing, even though I said it shouldn't be, especially for Legacy, but you feel like if they were going to stumble, it was going to be here, that it made sense to some extent, even though I'm wrong. I'm rooting for him.
I was thinking about that.
I'm doing it.
Championship hangover thing. It's so real. It happened to even just Fury at G2, Furia, who just won. Obviously, Furia bounced back, but it takes a whole tournament sometimes. For Legacy, though, this might just feel like one long event.
Right?
I know this is misguided, but I'm doing it. Liquid's so back. They're so back. This is NA fans. Look, I know that you've been hurt many, many times before, and you've had hope in Liquid whenever they have like a cool group stage game or they have like a okay run at a tournament. But this is a time where NA fans can get excited again. Look, Elish is back. He's back home. He's playing good Counter-Strike. He's still a star. You got a lot of great players on paper. Just got to make it all work. Liquid's back. They're so back.
This is getting like a pair for the first time of the night at playing poker, and you're just all in. It's like,
I am all
yeah, I got it, right? Like I think it's way too.
I mean, look, if this doesn't work, I don't know what will, and that's why you kind of have to go all in on this, because at this point, you basically have
Doubling
everything
down
you can
there,
hope for, and you have to make it happen now. It's now or never.
Okay, so we're obviously getting ready to jump into game, but you did possibly see while we were chatting on your screens, obviously you can get tickets for Cluj. We're already prepping for next year. This is a studio event. Everyone's here in Bucharest. It's nice and cozy. The players can take their shoes off and chill. Cluj, though, in front of fans, an opportunity for you to come check it out. Dust, you were there this year. What was the vibe like?
It was awesome because it was obviously returned to Cluj for the first time since, 2015 when we had the major there. So there was a lot of hunger for Counter-Strike at that event, and the crowd showed up in a big, big way. And as Scrawny said, they made them roar. I believe it was. Was that the line, Scrawny?
It usually
Like
is,
that
Dust.
one, yeah.
Yeah, that's the go-to. Everyone needs a catchphrase.
I think Cluj became one of my favorite cities in Europe just after our first time going there.
Sure.
I wasn't there back in 2015, but I think what a place. I guess seeing some of the nostalgia, the fan bringing his mouse pad with Scream's signature on it was really cool. But there was definitely a lot of Counter-Strike there, so I really loved it.
I think also, Janko, we spoke about the importance that every CS tournament now has because of VRS, because of the setup that it has for the teams. But Cluj is pretty important because it is at the start of the year as well, right? That's a really good foundation to build off for 2026.
Yeah, definitely one of the big early lands, right? We talk about that major cutoff, and right now it's going to play a huge role with the prize pool that it has. So we'll see what the approach of the team is at the start of the year, because we have a couple of events that are predominantly online too, so not as much travel. So hopefully we see some more of the big names also choose to attend this time around. I think for Legacy also one of the things that's a bit underrated or flying under the radar is they're like the last full Brazilian team.
Yeah,
a lot of the, you have Fury and MIBR who went intercontinental even, right? We're bringing in CIS imports, and then you have Pain, who's international, right? Imperial has Try on the roster as well, Argentinian. So, that's the team now that sort of the Brazilian community can really rally behind, and cheer for. And it's an exciting team to watch, right? I think also not to be forgotten, we talk about Dumao and Lato and these prospects or whatever. They played at the top PGL Stockholm major 4 years ago, right? It's been a while that they've been on the scene. So I don't think we can really call them, prospects anymore and talk about their potential. Now it's about just getting it done and sort of rising to the occasion and being able to do it on the biggest stage.
Were you surprised? Sorry, Lornas, jump on in.
I was going to say that you were talking about, Janko was talking about Pain earlier, and, after the major and everything, and you compare it to Legacy, and they just played so much.
Yes.
They put a lot more sort of on the line throughout the season after the major. They grinded out a lot of losses too, but they got in a lot of good experience. I can only help but think that that's what led them to a LAN victory recently, is just believing that they're not here to farm qualifications to majors. They're here to actually grind to become a top-ranked team consistently throughout the year.
I think the thing is if you look at the results on paper, the flashy Pain top four at the major is going to poke out. But as we've already kind of indicated, they had some lucky draws to some of the teams they got to play against on that run. If we're being honest, their only real quality win, in my opinion, was Furia win in the quarterfinals. But even if Legacy weren't getting necessarily the same deep finishes, if you were to pay attention to the type of Counter-Strike that they were playing, it seemed more repeatable. It seemed like it was a type of Counter-Strike that you could actually use consistently to put up good results. A very oppressive play style, very aggressive, but controlled chaos, not just loose and scrappy. They're very well connected, and they have the right players to play that type of system. You have a lot of aggressive prone players on that team. Lux was an entry fragger for Pain at one point. Now the IGL. Dubao's always been kind of an aggressive guy. Lotto's kind of showing more and more of his capability of being able to be assertive, and yeah, they just have a really good thing going for them. I think the one question mark for me is Sadzen, because honestly, there was a lot of games they lost in CAC because he missed key shots in critical moments. And so that is something I'm going to have to keep an eye on, because I think that is maybe the one, weak point I saw from them at CAC.
So we're obviously just waiting from the admins to get the go-ahead. It's early in the morning, everyone's got to wake up, get their coffee, make sure everything's working. So I kind of want to jump off the back of something Launders mentioned there about the grind that we've seen Legacy on. And I'm curious if any of you have paid attention to this, but there seems to be two fields of thought. We've seen teams that are grinding every event they possibly can, but then there's also a lot of these sort of tier 2 teams that are choosing not to do events because of VRS. I think Bait was one of them. There was an interview where they said well, we're not playing as much because the organization doesn't want us to lose points. How do you feel about that as a strategy? Because for me, I worry about that if you're an up-and-coming team, if you're not in the grind constantly playing.
Well, I think you have to be smart about it, right? And there's still a ton of teams out there that have no idea how VRS works and what's the best thing to do, what's the best event for them to attend or not to attend. right? And they make mistakes along the way that might end up costing them, whether it's a major spot or just a tournament spot. But the problem is also practice is hard. It's hard to get good quality practice because people just don't approach it the same, right? That was the thing about Overpass, problem with Overpass and playing it as your map and being good on it, it's like what you see in practice is never what you see in games. In practice, on Overpass, everyone is aggressive on CT side, on A, everyone's playing Fountain, flashing over, doing everything. You get to, and you never get to in practice sort of have a late round 5v5 or you do an A execute or some sort of a fake, and then you come to a game and, guys jumping dice in a bomb site, right? Just spotting for info, and you have all this space available. So point being, like, just having a lot of officials, if you are just not losing all the time and dropping down in the rankings, it's kind of the reps are the most important thing, right, to get. And that experience through official games, because that's where your theory really gets tested, and that's where you see sort of, okay, this is what works for us. This is what doesn't work. Some of the concept from practice maybe look great in practice. You come to an official game, it's like, actually, this isn't as strong as we thought. So I think there's a balance to be found, honestly, mostly when it comes to travel. Like, as long as you're not too wrecked from going to different continents, I think playing more tournaments is the way to go.
You got to be picky, right? I think when you're making a big roster move, for instance, like being able to facilitate like a proper like onboarding of that new player and kind of building a system around your new lineup, I think is something that does merit a lot of time to work out. Liquid, unfortunately, haven't had a whole lot of it. Like, they immediately went to that Birch land, they immediately went to CAC, now they're immediately here. So I think they're still kind of figuring things out. He's still trying to figure out how to hydrate, I think. Maybe picked the wrong one there. But I think the other big thing is like, for example, a team like Aurora, it's like, you've been playing a ton and you've now been found out. Like, teams in that situation do probably need to maybe take a step back to kind of readdress, hey, we've been figured out, we need to come up with something new.
I think the problem is also how you structure your team, right? Like, you need to, if you do it on a way where it's relatively easy for you to switch things up at tournaments, right? If you just have a lot of options in your game, well, then that benefits you. And teams are in different situations, right? Like, when you make a big change, you definitely, or you bring in Flashy, for example, for the side of Team Liquid. Like, you need time to practice for him to instill his system and his structure. Once that's instilled and people know the main principles and everything, like, then you need less time to practice and you need more reps, right, for people to get used to it and see, okay, so these are the different things that happen, on different maps based off of the situations that we're facing. And I guess talk a little bit about Team Liquid, and they finally, it feels like, made this decision or switch where they're taking authority away from the players, and they have a proper top-down structure within the team, which I think if you're going to be a contender, that has to be the way you go about it, right? Like, you see a team like Mouse, for example, their success comes from having a great system and a great foundation and the staff around the team. Who would have thought that Mouse was going to have the year they had after they benched Shui, after the season started, and thrust Brolan into the role where now, they were scrounging through the internet, through the archives, right, to find one time he said he wanted to be an IGL, right? It was like, you see, he wanted to do it the whole time, right? We're not pushing him into this role, but that comes from it. And you had teams like Quicklit who, no matter what the changes they made in the past 5 years, they struggled to find the success, to put it nicely.
I think timing is really important, and different teams are going to peak at different periods, and you can't really pick. You've got like Aurora and Mel's getting good while Vitality are having the best season ever. So that kind of sucks for them. And then you get burnt out as a result of that. And now you don't know if those teams will come back. You have Legacy. I think they picked a good time to grind. For me, it sort of feels more like a Monty or a Copenhagen Flames, where they need to put in lots of reps. None of the players in their team have won a lot yet. So I don't expect them to get tired from putting in a lot of effort. And if there's teams parallel to them like Pain, who are sort of equivalently as good, but also haven't won a lot, I think they're the teams that are going to fall behind in the long run. And I think you see the stories like Monty and Copenhagen Flames, to repeat the two most recent ones, where those are the most sort of proven ways to do it. So put in way more reps than the Tier 1 teams, grind a lot through Tier 2, play a ton, put some VRS points on the line for now, but benefit from a really strong roster that can make deep runs later. And if you're not going to win now, there's no guaranteeing that you're going to keep winning later as well. I think you always risk a lot if you're a team like Pain and you're just hoping that, you know, you do well at the very few events you want to attend.
I think if you're also one of these teams like Legacy, you want to, you know, like you're saying, peak at the right time, grind at the right time. I think this is a good moment too, where at the end of 2025, we're looking in like the top 25 teams in the world, and you could pick out 5 rosters that are clearly on a downtrend. You know, to me, it's like Virtus Pro, for example, are one of the key elements that let Fnatic sneak in. If you can see that somebody is leaving a door open here before 2026's schedule gets started, and you could maybe steal some of those invites, it is that perfect moment where if you're a Legacy, grind out the rest of this year, grab every single thing you can, put it on the line. A team like Bait, I think, would be a Legacy target in that sense. So I can understand why Bait, to bring this back to how the conversation started, Sam, is like, they want to protect what they have because Bait are almost cursed in the way that they lose these close games and the important matches. You know, they're just still getting by. And Legacy on the opposite side of that are just full steam ahead at the moment.
Thank you so much for tuning in to the PGL Masters podcast. We will continue as we wait to get into game, but we'll focus a little bit in on Mirage now, and obviously this matchup that we have with Legacy and Liquid. Yanko, you brought up the Liquid coaching staff and some of the changes they've made. Do you think that the building blocks are now there for them to rise next year? Considering how many times we've seen changes happen this year and it's worked out in a surprising way.
Yeah, I'm not so sure about that, because the question about, you know, you looking at the roster is a little bit about their ceiling. I think their floor in theory should be high because you have, you know, veteran players in there, good individuals, right? You have a coach that's bringing in structure, you have a good staff behind them, but it's like, what can the ceiling be for that team? What's going to be their identity, right? You bring Flash in, who was the assistant coach for Blade for a while. So, okay, let's say they're trying to do it the Na'Vi way and be a system-based team. You look at Navi's year last year with the players they had, Liquid arguably has a better roster on paper, right? So if you can instill that system, if you can make the team be more than the sum of their parts, then yeah, you could see them becoming a contender. But whether they'll be able to do that and sort of fit in that system is something that we have to wait and see.
Yeah, I mean, like in theory, there's a lot of things to be excited about. Like I think, you know, the direction of Liquid for a time, people really critique their management for good reason, but picking up Nerch, I think, was a great move. You know, going and getting an in-game leader in Shuhei obviously made a lot of sense. Bringing in new coaching staff. Now you brought in a Liege, you know, who's not only a star player, but in a role that's very hard to find a consistent star in, the entry fragger role. So it's like you're building a lot of really good things there. But the big question marks for me will always be, can they get Nerch back online? Can Ultimate really live up to expectations? Those are the 2 questions for me.
Obviously, you can see everyone getting ready. We are finally getting a chance to get into game and kickstart PGL Masters Bucharest. Scrawny, Launders, you've had a nice warm-up with your voices in our podcast. Now we can go into game.
Yeah, thank you, Sam. And well done. It's not easy to wrangle 4 clowns at the same time. So shall we, Launders? Legacy and Team Liquid kicking it off on Mirage. We've got a recent head-to-head as well. So whether or not NAF top frags again, that's the big question on my mind, because you can't forget that after the last major, NAF even said, I don't think I deserve to keep this spot on this team. And so newfound success. It's all about the consistency. Over towards A, we've got Lotto from Down Under Palace, and he's the first casualty of this one. Lux shaving a player off with the smoke peek, just gets in enough to keep it even. Over towards Ticket. Player still tucked in, loses support. He's got more where the first one came from. Dumao goes down with nothing. In fact, Legacy go down with only that first kill on Nerds. And so bomb to be planted. Damage on half of the remaining Liquid players, and a clutch attempt for Lux that would need to be the ace to boot. A Liege low, though. A couple of these players primed to be popped, but with him confirming his position, he knows now 4 sets of eyes trained on him. Team Liquid gonna go ahead, win pistol, and as Yanko alluded to, a 5-0 start last time they played Mirage, only to lose the map. This is another chance for Liquid to start off on the right foot.
You see immediately when Lux sees Liege and CT spawn, everyone from Team Liquid moves. And that's going to kind of tell us what kind of game Liquid want to play. And I actually think that could be bad or good because, you know, maybe they shy away from situations that are easily handled. If they're a bit more aggressive, maybe they punish more exits in a game where they needed to do more damage to the economy. But on the good side, maybe they stop losing a lot of their 5v4 rounds and some of the damning stats we've seen from Liquid recently where they're blowing huge advantages. But I don't think the solution to blowing huge advantages is necessarily turtling up as soon as there's any little bit of danger, right? Because you're never going to see the best teams in the world do that. But it might be a nice reaction for now to make sure that they win their 80% rounds consistently.
Flashes through with MP9s. You're going to be expecting aggression with Legacy. And they try to take over the top of middle, but denied.
Feels like this is going to be a perfect chance for Liquid to sort of win again versus a team who just won the whole event.
Sure.
Liquid are the ones who are probably a little bit more angry. They've actually done it pretty well in a lot of their recent games, except they lose one series and they're out of an event because they make it to playoffs. They're not even losing in the groups, right? So, oh, Sadzin. Very interesting spot, but spotted here by Shuhei.
Yeah, well held there by Shuhei from inside door. You're going to have a Liege on the chase.
That's nice, too. Just guaranteeing some info back right away.
You know, I think it's one of these things that's funny about Team Liquid is we kind of say as Liquid fans that the curse is every roster move they've made has made so much sense on paper.
Agreed.
When it gets announced, there's no real anger at Team Liquid as an organization for the decisions they make in that regard. But how many players get added to this roster only for the team to fail? To never, you know, accomplish what the project feels like it could? Is Liquid just going back to Elige going to be the key to avoid that now? All the changes they've made since the last time he was here, is it all just better with Elige? That's the question. Sitting in the middle as they convert pistol, making sure not to die to the double MP9s.
Well, some people wanted Elige to go to Na'Vi, right?
Yeah,
but
true.
Instead, they just brought Flashy to Liquid. So this might be a new element that helps make this formula just different enough. We also know that Shuhei, obviously, worked so well with Cyclone. That was a big factor in his Mouse NXT days. He also worked with Ash when he played on GamerLegion. That was very successful. But it seems like him and a good coach can be a strong relationship. Flashy is still sort of carving out a place for himself in the landscape of strong coaches at the moment. But I feel like he's actually doing a good job.
Always helps when your impact's immediately felt since he's joined the team.
Yeah, you can see the structure improving over time.
So trying again with less towards ramp as opposed to top middle in that moment. Team Liquid going through their protocols with util towards connector. But that A site is dangerously occupied by Legacy at the moment. And a lot to lose here. We're talking about 5 rifles in play for Team Liquid. So a couple of critical kills if the site can hold. Interesting bit of damage here for Naf to make his job all the harder. We've got that bomb towards Catwalk, though. So with the kill on Nafly, you'd think they could just avoid this. Lotto getting one with the P250. Now Legacy are going to feel a bit more frisky. You've still got Nertz to control the gun. And again, the emergency protocol over towards Catwalk should take the life out of this one. 5-7 for the triple. Nertz going to make sure that nothing gets grabbed here by Legacy, but still good damage done. And I'm wrong, excuse me. Dumao, hands on an AK, floating around in middle, but bomb planted in the 3-0 conversion in full effect.
Looks like you can hang on to this small victory. Getting the 2 kills certainly could have been an extra on Nertz, and there's still hope that he gets found out, but he's obviously picked quite a safe angle, and Dumao might just walk into him. We'll see how shrewd he is about turning these corners. Like ships in the night. Will pass by. Ultimate goes down. Another for Dumao. That's actually 4 kills in this round for Legacy.
And no ace for Nertz, Mo. 1 shy, but 7-1 start for Nertz. Always love to see it. We know he's well hydrated. He's well relaxed.
It looked like he had lychee in that bottle.
Lychee. Now that's a fruit not everybody eats.
It is a very Asian fruit.
I think it's a fruit. You know, that'd be one of those ones that ends up being a nut or something.
No, it's definitely not.
Are you sure?
Yeah, as an Asian, yes.
All right. Well, op in play towards... Oh, cinematic mode. Dust highlighting that we're looking for a bit more consistency from Sadzin. No critical shots to be missed today is objective number 1 as far as Sadzin's concerned.
It's actually Jackie Chan's favorite fruit.
Lychee.
Yeah.
Really? There's a joke here. I feel like I'm walking into a trap. As Elige does the same, takes a nade down to 66. But again, I like the tempo that Team Liquid are bringing in. Same with even when pistols were stacked on site. Just moving through middle, regardless of any kind of threats posed by Legacy. Trying to keep that pace up. Dumao onto the window hold, catches Elige jumping up. Very awkward here for Elige, trying to just jump and keep himself alive. Not going to happen. We get man advantage Legacy in their first gun round, and now Sadzin's op placed perfectly. Gets a sliver of vision on both players. Can't land either of those chances. And so now Shuhei looking to recover off of stairs. And well done here by Dumao. Emerging on the edge of the smoke, pushing ultimate to a 30-second clutch. Sadzin won't open up with that op, but he will indeed close out the round with it. And Legacy's rebuttal starts fast.
It's like this very messy situation throughout the round where Legacy don't pretend that Liquid are just hanging out and being passive. Like, they look for information. They're very aggressive through these smokes. I think this is actually signature to Legacy's playstyle, something they're very good at, and trusting their instincts, I think, shows here. So this wins them the round. Liquid try to crawl through it, and because of those 4 deaths in the previous, Liquid are now not in a position to buy again.
So those 4 deaths that were also versus rifles. No SMG farming was going on to try to save face. Elige down, and the Desert Eagle comes up with nothing. Nissim swapping over to the pistol. They know they've got him on the back foot, but support inbound already. And where there's one, there's more. It's the beauty of Legacy. A lethal pack. And a clean conversion, unlike that of Team Liquid's. Looking for the 5 alive as Dumao goes hunting and makes sure that this pistol round doesn't come up for much. A little bit of damage for Elige, all they end up finding.
This event is where we see if we're going to get used to Legacy, making top placings, and if they're just, they're going to build some stars out of Brazil in this lineup. And I mean, we know, as people who have watched them play for some time now, they're here to stay in some form or fashion, right? I feel like their style's going to stay similar, their core is going to stay similar. They're going to grind a lot. They're probably going to pick up some good wins. But I think, as Yanku pointed out, they're also now one of the only full Brazilian lineups.
Yeah.
Like, I think there's a lot of fandom to be won there just on that merit alone. They can hold it together and actually be a standout roster.
Twofold because of the fact of the way they came into this success. I think that Brazil really latches on to the underdog story. It's one that they really championed, as they burst into the Counter-Strike's scene. And so to do it as Legacy, who, if not for that Bestia situation in Austin, would we really have been talking about, right? So talking about seizing the life by the horns, making sure you get to grab the opportunity to follow through. Legacy not just making that one Cinderella story event run, but now making a season of it. Well,
unfortunate.
Flashy won't be happy about that one. Sadzin takes to the top rope of middle.
Well, it was Naflack who said all smokes are on purpose.
Of course.
And he's on Liquid, so he's got some explaining to do.
Exposed top middle, but getting across. That flash just saving him, and Lux caught out bottom mid. So Shuhei keeps the pressure up. Ultimate's op supporting the first 2 in front of him. No control of A-site for Liquid whatsoever. So just again, keeping up with their tempo and trying to get a gun into Elige's hands. He knows it's down there. He'll find it. Thing is, we've got Legacy not too far off. Despite losing bodies out mid, they will expose it perfectly. 2 headshots come through between Lotto and Dumao, and that's going to take a lot of momentum out of Liquid's sails.
That was beautiful. They were half prepared for it, but he who breaks the smokes, I think, is in the better spot.
Always on your terms. Nissim slips down through underpass. This is a great recovery from a 4 versus 5 down to now just the 4 versus 1.
It's again another round where Legacy, they're not sitting around pretending Liquid aren't there. They know Liquid are going to try to do something. They pick the timing so beautifully. there's another situation with another team where they let everyone get into ladder room, turn the corner on Cat, and then suddenly it's not possible to stop them anymore. But Legacy, they don't doubt themselves. It feels very in tune with the timing here with Team Liquid.
Another one of those moments. Strong start for Liquid. Now tied up. Legacy CT side looking rock solid.
Yeah, you see where all the deaths are, and this is the before it's too late zone on Cat. This is when the CTs are technically the most vulnerable, and because connectors smoke, that's when it's very scary. You're blocked out of vision, but when you break a smoke, the lines that you have inside of connector versus Cat, even from the outside of default on the A site, you can really see from a lot of different vantage points and make it difficult for the Ts who are there, worried about Mirage window being the smoke being broken, worried about someone turning the corner on Cat bricks. They have a lot more paranoia than you do as a CT. Legacy have found some stability now in this game. They look pretty solid right now. I don't mind the way that Liquid are playing. Absolutely not. I think they're moving with a good tempo. They weren't running out of time. They didn't look confused or anything.
Right.
They're just getting interrupted on Legacy's terms.
That's how Legacy plays, on their terms and in your face. And swinging top middle with the rifle they saved. A lot of bodies behind it. Dumao, Sadzin, and Lux gonna tear them apart. So Team Liquid right back into the meat grinder that is middle. And now you're just giving Sadzin and Legacy all they need, right? You see the confidence of Sadzin to run up top mid. You're letting Legacy start to take control of the tempo. To hell with your 5v4s in the round previous. To hell with your single AKs top middle. It is not enough to deter Legacy from taking control on their terms. And so they'll take a lead off of the back of that.
It's the one team they want revenge versus, and it was Nafly who kind of stood in their way solo, it feels like, in that series. So I think they're proving a lot to themselves right now. Another buy-up coming in. Ooh, oh, an excellent kill with the nade to boot to complement that molly. And a lot of space being taken, but countered as well.
Here we go. Shuhei kicking it off again. Last time he did so, they still recovered.
Oh,
Legacy.
they're watching it. Oh!
Yes. Triple kill from Shuhei here in the 8th round of play.
Why did they turn around? Did someone see him from inside a middle?
I don't think so. They felt like they were very fixated on Catwalk. There was 3 players in con, so maybe it's just, you know, Shuhei keeping his head on a swivel. Well done, if so. I think the thing with playing against Legacy and having recent tape on top of that, it's like, you know somebody's going to test a play like that. It's exactly why they lost the last 5 versus 4, right? Dumao opening smokes, this time Dumao trying to play through smokes. So Team Liquid off of the same pathing, out top middle, entry frag found. It's just the follow through that's faster. They're not afraid to stomp. They're not afraid to just instantly pounce on that first kill. Check out the radar, 3 X's inside connector, A site just run down.
Man, I like the way these rounds are playing out from the perspective of both teams because it's the counterplay that's working. I mean, this round, Legacy starting an opper and connector is just something you do once every couple of rounds. And this round is also the one where Liquid put the perfect utility combo in. If they just passively threw a molly down, push that opper back, they can't take the same level of space as getting this kill right away. And you see that the mollies come in. Oh, is there even an HE? Or was it just 2? There must have been. Or some kind of spam to pair with it. He died too quickly. But making sure that off the first peak, he can't even escape. It's like the exact counter that Legacy have been doing to them inside of middle for these previous couple of rounds.
So there's that flashy impact, perhaps. Just fine-tuning the timings. Off of the tack pause, we also come into now a double op setup for Legacy, so trying to make change-ups of their own. But another fast move. You've already got a player to test you through connector. Lotto and Lux with 1 a pop. It's Nertz's chance to shine, as he's got players in front of him. Cautious about jungle, though, as it remains unsmoked. That timing's afforded Dumao a chance to move over towards Ticket, and that push out from him
Unreal.
with a double kill. Again, give them an inch and they will take a mile. Dumao forcing the fight onto Team Liquid as they tried to flash their way into the connector fights. Legacy right back to the lead.
It looks like it's just all Legacy, but everything just rests on the finest margins in that moment. Legacy are on the same page. They come in together, but I think that one comes down to the first kill. They had that lurk in connector. There was immense pressure on the players on A site. They weren't actually in connector control. And there's a wide swing that Legacy used to get the kill in a 50-50. Without that, I feel that the entire A site would collapse. So again, I don't mind it from Liquid, but I love it from Legacy.
Ooh, flashed in the corner. Sadzin, good cover. And Elige, Nerds at ultimate, just instant answer back. Throw bodies at the problem. And they'll find their trade frags in middle.
Every single round has ended in one zone of the map.
Yep, and quickly. It's a fast sweep for Liquid in this one. They immediately slow things down. No movement here for Legacy. Just anticipating somebody coming up, and sure enough, Nissim still in the right spot. But
here's a moment, right?
Two ops.
It's 2v4, but like getting stringy is the only way that you could potentially lose. However, Ultimate takes out Nissim. Now the odds shoot way down.
Sadzin's gotten a kill previously from this position, so Nat will approach him with caution. And Team Liquid gonna get this game going back and forth now. Couple of rounds unanswered either way. Tied up at 5 a pop. That double op setup ends up catching the underpass player off guard as he moves towards B, but it's all too little too late.
It's actually been such a fun game to watch. Every round has had a different flavor, to be honest. And with it being tied, I think that makes sense to me. It's hard to say who the better team is right now. 2 ops come into this round again for Legacy. 2 rounds to go in the half.
Nissim sitting in the open, needs to hit it. Goes back in and misses his second chance as well. It's gonna draw Dumao over, Wild Blind and his flank exposed. No need though, it is Nerds, tearing it up on the entry. Single-handedly getting them through this one. And Ultimate's bomb plant's gonna confirm it. Team Liquid will take a lead back in this half. It felt like Legacy had the game in their hands.
Man, repeaking is really back, eh?
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
It used to be this thing where if you repeaked, it was just a sign that you were a terrible player. Like everyone used to get bullied for it, especially in NA at the pro level. And now like there's Molodoi repeaks. You have like people fight back for space. They find moments where they don't just fall back to the next natural opposition. It sort of come back into flavor. It's like skinny jeans.
Yeah. Ask Henry G all about it. I was gonna say it feels like everybody wants to be Molodoi, and then I'm glad you dropped it.
Yeah, true.
Because I think that's why it's back.
Yeah, somebody does it where it works.
You know, it's like
but it's like Bogdan's Law where Steel's like, but you're not simple.
Yeah, it's like when, Donk had his Katowice performance and everybody instantly started stealing his settings. Yeah. And everybody wanted to be Donk and they just thought, oh, it's easy, just wide swing. I get it.
But if you're going to wide swing, hit your shot and then we won't talk about it. He couldn't do that, and that put the round in jeopardy.
Speaking of hitting shots, Nerds headhunting out towards that B site. 11-5 on the half at the moment. Final round of play as well for Liquid's T side. 6 is certainly enough. And playing for a 7th. It's the one map they lost in this previous head-to-head. That was despite Naf's one-man army attempts. Sadzin going wider inside of the B apartments and doing so on his own as Nissim doesn't have that secondary op. And it looks like we're going to get a Legacy taking a look towards top mid. Lux and Dumao tethered towards the top of it. Shuhei has been operating with a lot of support towards top mid. This time there's nobody with him. Instead going for the double underpass play. And they will find their trade frag. Lux up above them, trying to jump over. Wild!
What in the world?
But he just takes that jump up. Insanity out of Lux to get back control and to go tied on the half if they close, which they will versus Ultimate. Easy trade out. Lux taking mid by storm.
That's something you only get from a Legacy player, to be honest.
Oh my god.
It's very fun to watch. Second guy was low, but his angle, they just wouldn't have. There was not a bone in their body that expected him to go for that fight, to jump up on top of a cat and shoot down at them. That's nasty.
Wasn't even the climb up onto
They all thought he was just gonna walk around on cat, headshot angle as you normally would.
Try to find a duel, slow them down a little. No, and he doesn't even just jump up onto the brick. It's that extra jump onto the far right side of the railing that is more so wild. Just flowing to get the trade frags going. So tied 6-all.
Yeah.
Damn.
I think in the desk talked about sustainability in the play styles. I think that definitely carries over to the conversations about Legacy. They have a signature style. It's very aggressive. They like it. They're good at it. I think they do a lot of adapting on the fly. I think they play a style that they can grind. If you do compare it to Liquid style, it feels like a lot more structured, a lot more thought, a lot more anti-strat. And when you think about Legacy style, it's a lot more personality-based. And I think I like that in a landscape where there's tournaments every single week.
Sure.
Personally.
Okay.
I think both can work, but the structure, I think that's what burns you out more quickly.
It's definitely not as fun.
Yeah, that's you.
And it always feels to me like Legacy are having fun, win or lose. It's because they celebrate every round win. It's because Dumao's the loudest guy in the building. But this one's actually been a bit tempered in that regard. We'll see if a second pistol going the way of Legacy instead of Liquid will get them riled up, but Lux jumping around through middle, no resistance just yet. I mean, look at the tempo to this dude, just straight up into Shuhei's face. It's gonna cost him, and Shuhei into the corner, traded out by Dumao. A site now held by Nertz, and Nertz alone. With Berettas, and a bomb spotted on the cross, no challenge can be had towards Catwalk. And so this is looking like a very locked-in post-plant when you consider the low health of Elige and Naf as well. Shuhei had to go above and beyond to stop it, and his one kill towards window may not be enough. Low health, no kits, and Nertz tucked in. Now the last man up, but again, it's that cat play. Long range hold with the USP, slowly whittling away what's left of Nertz, who will go down with a fight indeed, but it's Legacy to split the pistols and take that lead right back.
He was pulling his recoil down to the floor by the end of that fight. Surprised he even got one more kill, but that'll be split pistols in a game where two might make the difference. Mirage is definitely a question for me. So I don't know who is actually going to take this today. First game of the event, rematch. Team
Recent
who lost
rematch,
was actually better at the event. It's like a lot of things where I'm like, who wins again? And now Legacy have a lead.
Gonna make mincemeat of the SMGs out connector. So if Liquid had a plan here for the 14th round of play, that plan is in shambles. And the setup set ablaze. Wide swing out for Elige denied. Shuhei gets away with a better gun. And he has dropped the bomb in front of the ramp. He had a locked-in duel there versus Lotto 1v1. Unfortunately, Nertz working with a measly 10 points of health is not going to be enough, and it still stands as a majority alive with rifles. Good on Dumao, really now setting himself apart from the rest of the pack. He is sitting 17-8. He makes sure that that force buy out from Team Liquid doesn't rob away their early momentum either, and it's time for the lead to build. 2 rounds the gap for Legacy. Dumao just churning through the mid-play.
Maybe this is a point for a bit later on, but it's just on my mind now.
Say it.
This GSP, I remember this GSP quote where he said a person with a fighter without confidence is like a guy who's rich but has no access to his bank account.
Okay.
And I think that you see that with Liquid. They have the ability to basically beat anybody, and now they're building towards getting the confidence back. Maybe Liquid have a higher ceiling than Legacy, but Legacy are always more sure of themselves.
Sure.
And I think that might be the difference in the short term, and maybe the difference today if they can keep it up.
Locked in with what they know works, and what they know works is working. Following through over top of it. You know, I thought the Death did a good point of just saying that, like, immediately out of the gate with this new Team Liquid project, they kept things simple. They played fast and aggressive CS, enough to clinch that major spot, enough for in the short term to get success so that they can have more runway, as you said, to maybe then get into that ceiling we think they have, the ceiling we've thought that Team Liquid in all its iterations has had for what feels like years now. A tale that's become all too common for this organization. Well, Legacy...
This is a great lane here for Legacy. I mean,
Yeah.
look at the map. There is no one in the back of the B side at the moment. Doubled up on Cat. This first kill is everything.
Naf holds, and with Lotto having that grenade in hand, he wasn't ready for the trade, so good on Naf to make the most of that. Lux is going to try to recover this. It's a 3v5 turn 3v4 with damage still on that B anchor, but Nertz is here to support it if need be.
That was so key. I think the big reason this worked is because the B players thought they were sneaking out on Nertz, who was fighting mid. So they didn't know that Naf would be playing on Get Right, and then took a fight on that pillar.
Oh, awkward for Nertz to crawl through the cubby, but he gets away with his frag. Untraded. Nissim's nade goes deep. Nertz, it's a bit more damage on him.
I like that they're peeking, to be honest, but let's see.
And Nertz keeps that pressure up. But you'd hate to jump the gun, so you'll let Ultimate shave him down. And that 3-round lead immediately cut down to 2. Much like Legacy on their CT side, it's the first gun round for Liquid that they use to try to get this defensive half going.
That's the kind of setup you love to see, to punish a walkout like that. It's such a feather in your cap. It's not your typical B setup. What's really important for Nertz to realize is that if he comes off of the wall, then he's exposed to the windows. But as long as he doesn't, and he's just in between those, you know, the turning the cat corner and staying on the wall and staying close to it, making sure he can't be spotted, then all he's doing is encouraging Legacy to try to sneak out on him. And they had to be extremely prepared to be ready for Naf, who's there in basically a position you don't normally double up in. So nicely done. And there's going to be a lot of stuff where they're playing against, you know, each other from their last match that they remember. I think the only difference in the map pools, we had Dust 2 instead of Nuke last time.
Yeah. Correct. A 13-6 win for Team Liquid on that Dust 2 map as well, so... Nuke the change-up if we get to the decider. That one Galil for Lux. With pistols in front of it. Gonna be charging down the B play. Naf. Oh, he ends up recovering nicely, because for a second things got sketchy. And while Ultimate deals with the players that do get past Nafly, at least he still ends up finding himself that double kill. And Liquid are ready to sign up for that fight.
Yep. I mean, that's so key. Like the rushes, the sneaky contact plays.
Yes, sir.
Shutting those down is like half the battle with Legacy, because they will play fast if you let them. So it's kind of like stage 1 of this small comeback, and stabilization on CT side is complete here for Liquid. No matter how messy it gets for Nafly, he always gets his in the end, right?
More recently, yes. It's
More
nice to see
recently,
him
yeah.
get back to that, because there was a time where Naf was at his literal career low.
Yeah.
This very same year, for the record. 2025 has not been kind.
What's wild, though, is that period is the only blip in his entire career.
Sure. And we thought because of that blip, it was over. You know, what happens when the king of consistency
I didn't think it was over, but Nafly did.
He did. He truly thought. He thought that he did no longer deserve this position on Team Liquid. Yeesh, Elige, speaking of positions, trying to fall back, ends up getting clipped by Dumao. Good chase here from Shuhei. A matter of trying to make it happen himself.
I don't mind that. I mean, if he didn't get the kill, it would have been really messy. But instead, Liquid, look, they can actually cut off the underpass play. This covers both the B guy and the cat guy at the same time. So a lot comes down to Nafly, and it really comes down to if they clear it. It's a minute timing. I think they are going to be somewhat ready, but we'll see if they look.
His arrival.
Yeah.
His arrival costs him.
He was
Naf.
a touch early.
Yep.
Don't mind the play, though.
No, sir. You know, Dust was a bit of a critic of Shuhei and in terms of trying to make plays happen himself and maybe sometimes throwing back over, but I think the way that set up the last 2 CTs, as you alluded to, could have damn well paid off.
Yeah, because there's like your material advantage, but there's also positioning. And
Yes.
if he didn't get that kill, well, suddenly the map control is so much in favor of Legacy, whereas what we saw in that last situation was that Legacy were having to sneak back into a play. I think it's also a Liquid or a man down. That's when you make a move like that. Obviously, he's not planning to get traded, but still, Legacy find a way out. And I think if it was versus another team, Nafly would have slowed that down. But Legacy were quick to make that walking move over to B.
Yep. Shall we throw that round onto the pile of rounds in this opening map where it's come down to some what feels like pretty close duels? Matter of a few seconds. Like that first half had some that back and forth nature we had in that 4 or 5 round streak.
That's what it's the art quote of dragging you into the mud. That's what Legacy they do. They force you to play faster than you're comfortable with, and then when you do, that's where they're best. So I think that's kind of what we saw.
Yeah, you can't make a guy like Naf play fast.
Yeah,
That's what's going to cost him.
I've never seen him walk that fast in my life.
Never.
He was scurrying through underpass.
And yet now we get this pull out of the double op, so Naf is going to anchor himself, cement his feet to the ground as Ultimate has allowed a player into Sandwich, luckily covered off by Shuhei. They still don't know about Elige, and Shuhei yet again in these critical moments is putting forward some good multi-frags.
The reads are so good right now. They have 3A to start.
Eesh, he's not able to get himself that third one, but again, you've maybe set up Elige to catch the remnants of Legacy off guard. You've still got a player over towards the climb up, and Elige gets into the duel but goes down empty-handed. He is the one that had to come up with something as Legacy remain nearby.
It's so important that Liquid put this away. They had a 3A start. They have barely any money left over. They're still right that the T's are here waiting. They've got an op in position. Now it's a 2v3. It was a 4v3 for a second in favor of Liquid. Let's see if they can recover.
They've yet to second guess it, but you can see it starting to creep into the back of their minds. Oh, and the patient op setup of Sadzin is going to topple Nerds, so Naf into another critical moment. Has the op to hold off on Ticket. If Legacy skip a step, if Nafly finds timing, if he interrupts that bomb plant, we'll see what comes of it. You'd think it'd be wild for him to leave towards B at this point, so it feels like he's locked in with Legacy on this A site. A chance to play heroically. Right here, right now.
Oh my goodness.
But the angle's being held by Sadzin, so tough walkout if he wants to go wide, and the bomb obviously not going to plant for him. And sure enough, Sadzin locked in, gets 2 critical closing kills in this one, and Legacy back to where the T side started with this 3-round lead.
And they show some range here. You know, again, they make you comfortable with the idea that they're going to move fast on everything, and then here they pause for 30 straight seconds on the A ramp, no noise at all, and eventually like Liquid bite. I mean, they didn't have to, but they were really uncomfortable with the idea of, well, maybe it is a retake B that we have to worry about. Legacy, they like to move fast, and in this situation, they don't. So a very good round here for Legacy. A 4v3 situation blown for Liquid, and it isn't one where they have all M4s and tons of utility. They had 2 FAMASes, so it's not one of their worst sort of losses in a winning situation, but at the same time, it was one that might come with the game. They have no money now. They had a great read as well on the setup versus the A site. They've had great reads the CT side, and knowing when the B walkout was going to happen, tricking them on lurks and everything. So putting players in the right spot, that's half the game. Hitting your shots is the other.
Elige getting caught out by that Tetris jiggle. That's what ends up opening the A-bomb site. And like you said, it's the round that could come with the game. We see the pistols here for Team Liquid. Gonna be trying to play for overtime. And oh, what could have been. Unfortunately, Elige, this is back-to-back in the series versus Legacy, having a rough Mirage. Oof. He was still able to find his impact on that Dust 2 map that we spoke of. Not a feature of this best of 3 today. But he'll be beating himself up that he wasn't able to get that FAMAS going like Shuhei did. Bit of a wasted opportunity as Shuhei got his multi-frag last round. Nothing came of it after the fact, and now making quick work of a couple of pistols, looking for their moment to shine here in the 20th round of play. But spread across the map, Legacy, we've seen them act fast, we've seen them slow down, and this is going to be one of those rounds where they just pause out because they know they've got their foot on Liquid's neck right now.
Yeah, Yeah, you don't see them make too many mistakes in these situations lately.
Which
Can't
is
help but feel like that comes with the reps.
Yeah, it's such a nice evolution to their gameplay. Forward moving into the A site, clearing out everything, and it is flawless here for Legacy. So certainly looking like they are playing to close out Mirage yet again.
Yeah, I mean, it could be a championship hangover, but for them, it's just more like an afterglow. And again, it's a team that are entering every event, and then they win one finally. I don't think their thirst has been quenched yet. Plus, I think also the closer you get to Budapest, the more energy they have because they know what they did was so special back at Austin under the craziest circumstances. And so I think they're just hoping for a chance where they can get extremely loud again.
We always talk about peaking at the right time. Legacy are peaking before the major because this is the best we've ever seen them. Can they carry it forward? That's the question. From CAC to Bucharest Masters, it's looking good for Legacy, but Ultimate is gonna catch it. So maybe we get a little more game tape here on Mirage. Nertz making the most of it as well with that top mid control off of the op pick. It's one thing to lose the 5v4s, the 4v3s, but a 5 versus 3 on top of it would be damning for Team Liquid. Legacy gonna take a swing at this A site, and they're gonna find Shuhei underneath Palace for free. Dumao down with his 21st frag. To only 45 health, he'll stand, and Ultimate, this is awkward, just floating out by the bench, eating a flashbang. They are still trying to make this happen. Dumao now 3 kills here in round 21. Bomb down behind him. It's another clutch attempt for Nafly, and finally a just simple 1v1.
He's walking connector. Dumao has good info in general where he's going to come from. With the amount of time he will have... Oh, here it is. Oh, the taps. He's low on ammo. Nafly picks a good timing, and I mean, Liquid survive, but this actually gives them a chance to come back. This is overall a good setup. They almost blew a 5v3 advantage.
Almost.
Very close. And after a 4v3, that wasn't so bad. Then a 5v3, that is quite bad. So nice recovery.
Good on Dumao to try to take control of that site. Flying through the smokes that were in front of him, letting the site go down to the ticket oppression. He'll be wielding that MAC-10 and leave it to Legacy to seemingly go all in B. Off of the back of some back and forth rounds, it is going to be NAF tested. No cat support this time. It is late to the party because they go for the underpass play instead. Nertz is going to catch Dumao and already announcing themselves on this flank with 1. But there is a second player in position behind a leash, doesn't clear the kitchen corner, and Ultimate still finds that kill through the smoke. It's bomb planted Legacy. It's 2 players towards bench. And it is Nertz to try to be traded out by Shuhei. This smoke gives them room to work around. Shuhei's gonna clip Lotto's wings, and so now it's gotta be the bench position. Nissim takes attention. Nissim takes 2 kills. Nertz going wide into the corner, trying to keep Liquid alive.
Come on.
Will do exactly that. It is a retake out from Marketplace with 3, and Liquid to double digits.
Now that's using your ammo carefully. In a clutch situation, Nertz saves it. He's the only guy with a positive scoreline right now on Liquid. Saves the day and puts Liquid in a chance again for a come. It's 2 1v1s in these last couple of rounds, but wow, that was very close and not an easy retake at all.
Love the adaptation for Legacy, just barreling into the B site. It's going to keep Liquid on their toes for sure now.
Yeah, that was awesome. I mean, the flashes were excellent. Nafly was definitely terrified. It was Liquid with 3 players starting in middle, very peeled off of Cat, not ready for a fast B at all.
We don't get to see it from his POV, but if Ultimate doesn't get that trade into the apartments as the smoke is coming back up, like Elige had popped it open, gets caught with his back turned, but before the smoke could fully block off vision, he seemingly gets that clip on Sadzin. And luckily for Legacy, they've still got all the money in the world to play out this round, but it comes to a close economically. If Liquid can push this to round 24, they may just get that OT going.
Legion Naf, there's a lot of time being bought for them, but they haven't really gotten into the game yet. Ultimate the same. Nice shot.
Leash doesn't gamble his life too much, just a couple of bullets through that smoke. But they know mid control is going to be contested. Leash on the other side of his fire, locking horns with Lux and coming out on top with still a quarter health left over. And they're going to try to press into the ramp. But what if Nissim ends up getting both here? That's going to pop A-Site wide open. He's not ready. And so Team Liquid making quick work of the economy that was left over with Legacy's streak of rounds. They will find nothing in the 23rd, and Team Liquid can feel this OT coming.
I love that. I mean, you could see the energy coming out of Elish right now. He takes that fight he knows is coming inside of the window, and for Legacy, they think, well, we're still favored here, but that's Elish. He's believing in himself. He's not caught the most kills, but that's a duel he needs to win as a jungle player. That's honestly like the spot he's played probably the longest in his whole career, just so good at handling that much responsibility. You can get pressured from Palace, connector, inside window, lurks, different timings, util damage, and you still have to win your duels. He's talked about that A, B, and C game, but that's a spot where you really just have to be on your A game or it's over.
Legacy looking to make it happen with less. You've got Elish occupied in underpass. He's got the support to get him out of here. Both players bailing out towards Khan. It's an op and Elish. And they're going to go rapidly into the window. Dumau's timing ahead of ultimate. Still the Opera prepared, and Nertz tethered to the other side of the window hold. 5v3 for Liquid versus Tech9s now. A Deagle in the mix. Sadzin behind inside Khan. Elish to try and disengage as Nertz looks to get into the action, keeping that mid pressure up, but it opens a door for Sadzin, potentially to grab a gun.
Uh-oh.
They closed the last 5v3. This 5v3 was only pistols.
Should be fine. Nafly's in a great spot. He can hang out by himself. Lado's going to walk up, maybe into his crosshair. Feels like the CTs have an inkling that it's coming this way. Oh, man.
Oh, no. Leave it to this one. Round 24.
Oh, no.
Oh,
the bomb. Wait, that Molly's got to do it. Molly's got to do it.
Yeah.
He got it down.
Just by the skin of his teeth.
No.
Sadzin out from the corner. It was Tech9s and a Deagle in a 3 versus 5. Ultimate, this one AK spray could have been enough, but leave it to Liquid to lose like this.
No way.
Just when they started to believe, just when they bottomed out the economy, Legacy down by 2 players, still pull out the win on Mirage.
North American Counter-Strike. I love what you do, Dust, and Liquid did it there in that towards that last round. The comeback starts. We start believing in OT. Elish looks like he's believing in himself. Scrawny and Launders are starting to hype it up, and then they lose that last round just like that.
That is about the most Liquid way to lose you could. I mean, that's all.
That's what you get, Dust, for saying they're back and like
they were back.
That whole bit at the start is like trying to sell it to people, and I think you can't know how it feels like to be obviously from NA and cheer for Team Liquid and all of that stuff. But I think I got a pretty good glimpse into it from Launders' reaction in that last round. I think that was like legitimate pain in his voice that you could hear. But yeah, another close but no cigar sort of an affair for Team Liquid.
Which is kind of the story of Liquid time and time again. It looked like they were trying, but it's never quite enough to get them over the line.
Yeah, I mean, really, if you just look at the first half on their T side, 3-0 start. But when you kind of play out the rest of the half, it's one of those situations where it felt like they had a game plan of like these aggressive executes they were looking to accomplish and just try to keep things simple. And I think that's a great game plan with the talent that they have. But I think the big issue that you really saw throughout that first half is that they just don't handle disruption very well. And Legacy is a very disruptive defensive team. Like, they're going to pop smokes with nades and peek you. They're going to get aggressive. They're going to get in your face. They're going to try to deny you space. And it just felt like Liquid didn't really have those well-polished protocols to handle, those mid-round aggressions that Legacy were throwing at them throughout the half.
I think they just struggle with playing slow at the moment. It's not quite there when someone does go for a play in the mid-round like Legacy did on their CT side. It's like, what's covered, what's not covered, being for other players on the other side of the map to be able to react as well. It's not quite there yet for Team Liquid. That's why they sped it up in some rounds on T side, not even, you know, an execute, just a fast mid take, a fast default, and that's when they were actually able to get some entries, when they were able to win gun rounds, right? So in the end, it was still a respectable sort of the first half, all things considered, better than last time, but they just couldn't in the second half. You know, it felt destined for overtime, but they just let it slip. A couple of, there was 2 5v3s that they lost in the second half.
Do you think that that is a bit of time in the server together, Janko? Is that the excuse we can give them?
Absolutely. And I hate that people are also, you know, we shouldn't be calling it excuses, right? A team cannot click immediately when you change too much. Now they say, yeah, what about Vitality? Vitality has the same core for, like, you know, Apex and Zybo have been on the same team for 7 years, right? Like two of your most important pieces. The coach has been around for a long time, you know, and once you change you change a coach in IGL, I mean, you probably need a full season before you can get on the same page where this is how we want to play, all right, this is what works, what doesn't work. Where are we going to put our pieces when you can really start sort of improving and knowing where you're at?
Yeah, I mean, he's exactly right. It's one of those situations where, like, you can kind of understand, like, what base roles you want to have, what, you know, maps you want to kind of prioritize. You can have some set plays in mind of, like, hey, you know, we kind of want to run these sorts of executes. We kind of want to position people in these certain areas. We want to look for these timings. And, you know, I'm sure you'll scout your opponents and maybe you'll come up with a couple of counters like, if they do this, that's kind of a tell. Maybe we can do this. But at the end of the day, where you're going to hurt the most is, A, when teams disrupt you, when teams decide that they want to kind of, you know, rattle you and not let you just kind of build your platform and launch off of. They want to cut you at the knees before you can even roll out and execute. How do you handle those situations? Only reps will give you that. You're not going to see it all the time in practice. You're not going to be able to account for every single protocol that you need when you're prepping some of these openers to rounds. And so, yeah, that does just come down to, you know, the team understanding, you know, how to cover each other, how to communicate better, and how to handle those disruptive moments.
So obviously we're talking a lot about what Liquid still needs to do. Adaptability and communication, that comes with time, new team. On the other side, though, the juxtaposition is that Legacy seems to be nailing that now. They are very quick to adapt in certain situations and ensure that what may not be their round, they can turn around.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think they've also shown that they're playing with a lot of confidence, right? And then they're playing to win, not playing not to lose. We were talking a bit about how will they look like after lifting a trophy. Will there be some hangover from that or not? But they look pretty good out the gate here in Bucharest.
That first half, obviously, there is a round, Janko, that I know that you wanted to point out, and it kind of shows a lot of what Legacy's been doing. Do you want to walk us through this?
Yeah, absolutely, and what the struggle is for Team Liquid. At the start, Legacy's trying to fight for mid, but Lux a bit left hanging here in the middle of the map, gets punished, but then the smoke break comes in, you know, 20 seconds later, they get a double kill. Nissim at the same time jumps through window, gets into our underpass. There was the flash play from Doomau to then get another kill on Elige. Nissim would get an extra on that underpass push, and it turns in a matter of, you know, 20, 30 seconds from Liquid having a 5v4 and things looking okay in the round to Legacy saying, all right, we're going to refight for mid, we're going to re-aggress. They find, you know, 2 kills, push a player into a forward position, then Doomau checks mid again, right, with a flash. So it keeps coming, it keeps happening. It was really relentless from the side of Legacy, and they bring back a 4v5, you know, at a crucial moment in the first half.
Yeah, I mean, Legacy kind of epitomizes the idea of organized chaos, in my opinion. Like, they create a lot of messy moments, but there's a lot of thought behind what their intentions are in those situations. The communication, you know, to peek off of each other when the utility is coming, how they space, how they scale together as a team. Again, we kind of discussed it. On the T side, they're very oppressive and very pacey. And then on the T side, they're just super disruptive. But they do so in a way that's very controlled and very well planned. You know, it's not like they leave anything to chance. They have, you know, a game plan in mind, and they execute it very effectively. And that's a very hard team to deal with whenever you're trying to come up with your own, you know, sorts of plays that you want to go for, and then they just keep throwing a wrench in it time and time again, forcing you to have to react very quickly.
I think also, I mean, the 5v3 round for Liquid in the second half, it's like, Shui gets 2 great kills when Legacy tried to change the pace and go away. Elige is even the sort of a joker playing Shadow. So you're in a 5v3, then Ultimate starts peeking bench, right, to see what's there on ramp. Sadzin was just holding that one angle, kills him. Shui sort of with a flash, feeling they already know where he is, also dies, taking a duel with the FAMAS, and all of a sudden now it's a 3v3, becomes a 2v3 for Liquid, and Legacy is able to win that round. So it's like those details. There's re-peaking, the guys were talking about it in the cast, you know, with Molodot and everything. Like, there's a time and place for re-peaking. 5v3 ain't it. 5v3,
Fair.
you just sit there, right? Like, you just wait, and the pressure is on them. Like, they shown their cards, they want to do a fast take hit. You stopped it. Now they have to adjust with no map control, no info, right? Like, I always used to say to my players when it came to those situations, just put yourself in there. Imagine you were them at this moment in time. You have no idea what to do. You feel like you're in a terrible spot, and you're gifting them an answer by going for this push, right? And giving them an easy way out, sort of in a tough situation.
So obviously Legacy now takes Liquid's map pick. We move on to Inferno. How do we think that this one plays out?
Yeah, I mean, Legacy have a pretty good Inferno resume this year. I mean, the big winning over Vitality and snapping that streak, so to speak, was probably their most famous win. But they've consistently shown that they can play Inferno at a high level. But to Liquid's credit, after a rough patch, they've been pretty successful on Inferno lately. They beat Legacy at CAC. So, you know, both these teams come into this map with a pretty good understanding of how they want to approach it. But again, I think that the same things are going to potentially replay themselves on Inferno, where it's like, you know, they're not going to let up. Legacy is going to continue to play a very high-paced style. They're going to play very in your face. And I think one of the biggest mismatches that we kind of saw, despite Liquid winning the game, is that Dumao is just going to abuse B so often. And I think Nertz has really struggled to take that position. You know, he didn't play Inferno on Heroic. That was their permaban. Since he's taken over Banana on Liquid,
Also Nans before that.
What's that?
Also Nans before that.
Yeah.
They didn't play the map.
And I just don't think he's taken to Banana very well. Like, I think he's very hit or miss. And I think Dumao has a lot of comfort there. And I think that's a matchup that's been exposed quite a lot, I think.
Yeah, I think that's, in a way, the problem for Liquid. They don't have a signature aggressive B player, right? Like, Naf is more of a passive player. He's not the guy you would expect to take point on that side of the map. It might have to be Shu. And, you know, something that perhaps you're not thrilled to see is, I think at the end of the first half, you know, out of the 12 rounds, Shu was involved in 7 of the opening fights and Elysian only 2, right? Like, it's obviously a bit of a different setup, but perhaps something to keep an eye out moving forward if they're going to try to put more of that on Elish, because he was really successful at those opening fights this year.
Yeah, they're going to be very reliant on overstacking Elish at Banana if they want to make that their intention, but he can hopefully be a playmaker for them in middle. I mean, I think that's one of the biggest things for them. And I think the other big thing for them is that as Naf has kind of had a little bit of recovery and form this season, you kind of see him being able to call his shots a little bit more on the apartments and A-anchor positions, like being able to find timings and have a little bit more confidence to help create plays. But I think their bigger problem is that Legacy's become more versatile too. Like, you see Lotto and Nissim a lot more comfortable moving away from being more passive guys to being playmakers. And so just Legacy a lot of options. They have a deep playbook on Inferno. It's probably one of their deepest playbooks of their whole map pool, honestly.
Yes or no, Dust? No explanation. Is Liquid so back?
Not in this series.
He's changed his tune. If you're watching,
One map is all it took.
It's like
one map.
I think it was one round at the end there, and he was like, "Nah, I'm giving up." Have you given up on them? You can let us know. We're gonna take a quick reset, and when we return, we'll move on to map number 2.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
we are locked in the building with Nerds from Team Liquid. Excited to talk to you, man. It's good to have you here. How you feeling, bro?
I'm feeling good. How are you?
Yeah, looking forward to it. It's always nice to get a chance to chat to you. But I wanted to ask as well then, more so from sort of the other teams we've got here, the 15 other squads, is there anyone personally you'd enjoy playing against and want to go up against in the Swiss?
I think 3D Max in this tournament, yeah. I feel like the last tournament we played, they beat us. I don't think it was about pressure in a way. I feel like it was in-game things that we know that we should not do. We took, now I'm saying about some of the players, but as a team we took responsibility, what cost to it, and we will not let it happen again. And this is something that is important. And if you said about something that I want to face, again, there is Legacy just won a tournament and we're gonna play against them. So for me, it's also like enjoyable to play against this kind of team that they have good form right now.
Yeah, get the best practice from it as well, especially.
From the start.
Yeah, no, it's a great way to do it, like you say, round one game, so it's a nice way to get a benchmark for the event. Let's talk a little bit here about if sort of things are starting to go wrong, either mid-round or at an event, right, in a hypothetical. How does Team Liquid approach that to be able to sort of reset mentally and not let it bleed over, affect other rounds or the event? So
this thing is what you're saying right now. Since I joined and that moment, we change a lot. We are trying to figure it out, our identity as a team. And now we know when to talk about it, because sometimes it's just useless to talk about the things. And I feel like we address the things that it's not working for us. If it's the first map, second map, third map, after the game, between the maps, and it's something that helps for us. And I feel like the players we have knows how to take responsibility, give the space to each other, they take the space from others also. So this is something that help for us during that rough spots that we end up being.
So it sounds like then literally it is that matter of communication now is far more open. Everyone's willing to kind of admit mistakes or be able to adapt things, come to the table.
Exactly.
It's easier to fix.
Exactly.
Okay.
No, not everything is easy to fix, but there are some things that you have to address. If you're playing super fast, you're not feeling the game, etc. It's like, for me, is something that we should talk about it, because, okay, the first map we end up in the scenario that we don't have a chance, we need to talk about it. And we end up in, when we talked about it, we figured out a lot of things during the second and third map that helped for us. So this is something that for every team needs to have these dynamics, in my opinion.
Be able to sort of reset even throughout that series.
Yeah, because think about it, when you have best of three, you're losing first map, for example, it's, all the feelings, it's like all the pressure. For example, I can tell you something that if you are in practice, it will annoy you a little bit. If after the official, you will take it in another way. So it's something that you need to be very professional to take it as a man and face it and say, yeah, my bad, let's move on.
Yeah, thank you so much, bro. Good luck with the run. Excited to see you dealing some damage.
Thank you.
Jackie sit down with Nerds, whereby they wanted to see some damage, and damage was done by Nerds. Unfortunately, not enough, Mohan. Across the board for Team Liquid, coming up short by way of the most liquid possible loss. 3 versus 5 versus Pistols.
What's really worrying about that is that it was 3 versus 5 in the end versus the weakest buy that we saw, but it was also a barely recovered 5v3 the round before, barely recovered 4v3 the round before that. So there were already signs that it wasn't Liquid in the most comfortable spot. Split Pistols back on Mirage. They'll try to do it again.
Elige, unfortunately, just with the one, still keeping man advantage up. So we'll see if Shuhei just buying time, back sight with Util inbound. Good on Liquid's support, but Legacy see that as an invitation to leave.
maybe they can get a bomb plant in if they're lucky. There's no one up in halls, no one. Let's see if they slow down too, and if they split up towards Arch and lane at the same time. This is playing to win the round. And Nafly's in the best spot, I think, to punish this. If Nissim isn't careful.
Which he won't be. Stomps his way around it, and Sadzin picking off ultimate's one thing, but Naf walks right into the tall box. And Sadzin gets whittled down. Dual Berettas in Naf's hands bode well. It is Team Liquid winning another opening pistol round.
Yeah, it's always welcome, always a good start. I think Legacy are going to be pretty amped after that last victory. I think again, we saw in that very first round that it was a 4v1 retake. Almost no chance. Yeah, Sadzin could have won on the pistol back on Mirage, and Liquid turtled up instantly. And they were so scared of blowing that situation. And then towards the end of the game, they kind of did what they were terrified of, and they lost like numerous man advantage spots. So I think, you know, you've got to kind of prove it all over again.
That's not the that's not part of the plan. Shuhei eats the flash as they try to get set up for it. Trying to be disruptive at the very least. Gotta love that if you're Liquid. Trying to still keep advantage up with guns and nades. But it's Legacy to play the waiting game.
You know how dangerous they are with these mixed buys.
Oh yeah. A very, very recent example of just how deadly the Tech-9s can be. And you've let Legacy get close to this A site as well. It's going to be a brackets test. Oh, Lotto with that picked up FAMAS.
Oh, Shuhei, don't peek too late.
The rifle that couldn't be protected. Now they're going to try to smoke Shuhei off, and he loses his vision. Does he find the right time? Goes for the spam, catches Dumao with damage. But still, it's going to be on Nerds. He's able to slip down into the site. Nice kill from Shuhei while blind. It's a test over towards the Arch side. Nerds down to 6 bullets in the gun. And you've got Sadzin with the FAMAS still just trying to pepper him. Shuhei's cover is good. Nerds on the recovery. Now Sadzin to the Tech-9. And a USP here for Liquid. Oh, they're going to let it get close, but they're going to maintain the pistol round into the second round win.
I mean, I love the way that Nerds fought that. You just never got a commitment out of him. He just, entire time it felt like he was going to go for one final wide swing. They were waiting for it. If they believed that he was going to jiggle the entire time, they would have ran up in the site into him. So, you know, he got in their heads mentally. That was really, really strong. Very low ammo, but still threatened them with his presence.
Shuhei going to make Dumao sit for this one. Reflect on his 0-3 start. And Legacy's 0-3 start as well in terms of rounds, because these pistols are not getting the ball rolling towards brackets. We'll find out how confident Team Liquid can be coming off of the close Mirage loss. This is a map that went the distance back at CAC. 13-11 win, squeezed out by Liquid.
Yeah, that's what's always going to make it hard about predicting the series. Legacy built their brand on Inferno, but they were very self-aware about how everyone was catching up to them on this map, and they weren't going to be able to hold a Vitality-esque streak forever.
Ooh. But a reminder of what can be.
Come on, man. They're just so good on the angles.
But Naf's here towards Pit with the FAMAS to close out. So with the little time that was left, they start charging towards it. No bomb plant with him. No kill on Naf. Majority alive here for Liquid. But it is a tale that we've seen so far all day long. 3-0 starts with pistol wins into first gun rounds being picked up by both teams back on Mirage. So let's see if the solution is now for Legacy. AKs across the board. All the bells and whistles. And a chance to justify their map pick in the series right now. Ooh, Shuhei feeling frisky enough to go between the two smokes. And he's going to hear that stomp towards brackets, so this should be A players on high alert, and a deep commitment from Shuhei already. Ultimate's going to catch Lux with no support on that arch side. And you know this is Liquid, who is damn well ready for this hit. It's a matter of delivering on the kills. And as Ultimate gets killed over top of Naf, he is now inside of that smoke on short side. 3 backs turn to Naf. They're going to go towards Nerds instead. And that opens a door for Naf to escape with a kill. But Lotto's got the trade back. 2v2, edge taken, single point of health to make the difference. Add this to that pile of rounds that comes down close. Moments of activation there in the middle of the Legacy play. And Lotto gonna get swept under the rug. Here we have it, 4-0 start for Liquid off of the back of a Naf flank through the short smoke.
Pulls off that flank as well because he sees someone from Legacy, who was playing on Arch, spotted someone jumping up on top of the porch roof. Nafly goes into the smoke. The guy up there can clear pit and know that there's no one on the site peeking from the site box. So I think Nafly uses this information against them, sort of hiding in plain sight. He's got this ephemeral cover in the smoke, but that 15 seconds is enough. You know, no T's can hang out there for like 30 plus seconds with so many threats on the board. So it's another good try from Legacy. Actually, even like their previous rounds, they get good damage with Tech 9s and lower guns, but it's just another one of those situations. It's a 1 round here for Liquid, and they don't allow Legacy to get back into the game.
Legacy were clawing for that arch control as well, but it's all that focus that opened the door for Nafly. Tech 9s and nades, baby. The Legacy special. And nobody too frisky for Liquid in the bracket setup. Just Ultimate on the angle. He got his 1 last round, ended up dying deep inside of the A site as Naf moved it forward. This time falls back as well. Elige gonna be the front man.
Come on.
Okay, of course. Doom out flying Tech 9 to the head of Elige, and it is a miss spray down for Naf. A little bit of combat opping as the nade from Ultimate alley-oops himself for the double into the AK. 3 frags with 3 different tools. It's a quad! And with the top rope from Nissim trade back, finally this A-site gets cleared. He's got no idea where Nerds could be, but caught! Over top of balcony, Nissim's clutch comes up big.
Woo, what a moment for Nissim, and unfortunately for Ultimate, he needed every single kill. That was a show-stopping performance from within the site. Kicked off with a no-scope. Almost had all the fix-ins. Nice try, Ultimate, but in the end, Legacy, all that hard work, it seems like it's paid off. They've done so much damage. They brought these close situations together. The round before this was a 1v2. And now Liquid, although they buy, it's with a 5-7, an MP9, and a Scout.
Whew. They're going to go down middle. Op shot missed by Sadzin. But they're going to be well aware of the threat looming near in mid. They're going to try to throw bodies at the fallback from that Opper. Ooh, and Shuhei gets just smashed. See, that's one of those moments. Did he need to?
Oh, that was disconnected, it looks like, because he would only make that push, surely, if they're still pressuring mid. So that Scout falls back. The other Rifler who's peeking mid falls back, and it doesn't seem like Shuhei got the message. That's definitely a communication problem, but it's hard to say whose fault it was. I think bad rounds look good when everyone's on the same page.
Sure.
And right there you had...
Whew. Okay, hold on. Rounds live. We've got Nerds that picked up AK. Ooh, Sadzin thinking he would have been still tucked in. Instead, we get a triple kill from Nerds. Shuhei's death, not in vain, as it opened up at least a bit of timing for Nerds to follow down with that bottom B control bomb to be scooped up by Lotto uncontested. He could just grab it.
Yeah, he can grab it. It looks like it's not in their view.
I think it fell into the tunnel.
That's fine for him.
Yeah, he's trying to scoop it up without looking away. And he'll make that sprint towards an open A site, or will he?
It would just be wise for him to go here. Like, they're assuming, you know, seconds ago they would definitely doubled up on B. So he's taking a lot of time, but they aren't here. Looks like the plant can come down, even as a moto smoke if you'd like to throw that first.
Yeah, full belt of util, but decides to go for the plant. Now gun in hand, Nertz already spotted him. He is locked into it. He's going to try to volley off for the forward move, and it is Naf from behind. Nertz, huge triple kill from the base of Banana to rob a round back. It was all the money on the line here for Liquid, and they're not going to let those consecutive rounds go Legacy's way.
I think the order of operations may be a little bit off. If he dropped the moto smoke first, he could have tested them to see if they want to come through one at a time. When they respect it, then he plants, then he has the molly. But either way, it's a situation that's won because of Nertz, essentially, at the bottom of B, recovered after that crazy push that they try to put together. So Liquid, despite having an MP9, a 5.7, and a scout, they win.
Yeah. Burned out the wrong corner. And that one, I mean, false confidence. Just assume Nertz was gone. Great way for Liquid to kickstart a second wave of CT round wins. Quad A defense here for Liquid.
It's amazing, really. The reads have been splendid for Liquid. They've leaned A the right times on Mirage. They leaned B the right times on Mirage. Here, just showing more of that, but somehow, man.
Legion on the corner, trying to hold them back with the flashes still. They may not anticipate so many bodies here. Critical kill for Ultimate. Gets down off of the balcony. He's going to find a shooting gallery over towards short. Confirmed by Nafu, brings one down with him. Ooh, sick adjustment there for Ultimate. And Elige is going to find those last two kills. He let the player wrap around Arch to get behind him.
It's another big moment for Ultimate.
Yes, sir.
It's three guys that weren't there on Mirage. It was Elige, Ultimate, and Nafly. So we're looking to see a little different here on Inferno.
Kind of letting Legacy walk into the traps these last couple of rounds, whether that was attempting to get past Nertz bottom B.
I mean, if you handed out points for all different things, Liquid won last map in terms of quality. I think the only thing that is just like the key rounds at the end, which is again the evergreen problem for Team Liquid, no matter how long or how many different roster moves they make, is losing bad situations when it matters the most. That still hadn't changed. But they still found more 5v4s. They still found more right reads on CT side. They still had really, strong rounds in there, but this is a much better look.
Legacy's economy still flailing as that one AK hits the ground. Can they even recover it with the smoke up? Nertz has other ideas.
Beautiful.
And he's going to gun down a trio of players just trying to get into the banana control. Frank finding Lotto for half of his health. Tons of damage being done here by Nertz alone. More utility for Lotto. There is no respite, no chance to catch your breath if you are Legacy. Straight up aggression from Liquid and Nertz to certainly take away the momentum. Any momentum they were hoping to find with the bodies they'd throw at B. Utter denial here in round 8. Team Liquid looking flawless on the CT side at the moment, keeping themselves comfortably in the lead with a 6-round gap.
I mean, now it feels like they can't even. Last game, it was very close all the way through, but this is just so one-sided. It's clutch from Liquid. It's really good versus all these different spots. I mean, even as soon as they lose money, they get back into the game. They don't let Legacy build something off the back of one win. Ultimate's playing way better, too. I think that's a significant factor. This one might be unlosable, Connor.
It's never unlosable with Liquid. You should know better. Legacy going to try to crank that dial towards the A site. They've nearly caught Liquid with timing like this before, but Naf is able to get into the engagement, and Sadzin's got the trade. Now Elige at bat, lines up two. Won't be able to finish off Lotto. Got him down to very low health, even lower now. As he sits on 7, frag with Shuhei's name on it. Shuhei was happy to announce his approach. And also his reposition, jumping out of that corner, lets him know that Arch is now occupied by Shuhei. And this is an invite. Lux tries to take that fight knowing where Shuhei goes. And instead, Shuhei hits a critical headshot and serves up a perfect distraction for Nerds to come out from that apartment's balcony. Lotto in front of him, denied. Shuhei with low health, just kind of throwing his life at risk, but coming up with impact each and every step of it. That lead grows now to 7 rounds.
Map 3's guaranteed at this point.
It's never guaranteed.
I've seen everything that we need to see so far.
Nope.
Back against the wall.
Nope.
Unlucky round lost. They come back. They lose on they win on a low buy. Legacy haven't even gotten into the B site once this game.
Nope. Dust has got
half.
Nope.
This half is already over.
Dust has got you all
Mentally.
excited, Launders. Don't buy his snake oil. There's still a T side on the other half of this.
I don't think Ultimate's missed a shot.
It's only when you truly start believing that Team Liquid can let you down. They're destined to make one of those round-losing mistakes right about now, in fact. One of those 5v3 type situations that just reminds you where you are.
2 Galils. There's only smokes left here for Legacy. They can't even put together a real full exec. How are they going to deal with Nafly and Big Pit?
Because Shuhei's going to push a smoke. That's the 5v4. Now Liquid will get 2 kills back for man advantage. And
but
then...
Let's be real for a second. If Legacy don't use this as an opportunity to explore the B side, you're going to pull that rotation one more time. They know they're going to run into the more heavily stacked site.
Are they happy to go for it, though? Feels like right about now they have to. 20 seconds.
They're taking a long time for this, man.
Liquid have rocked Nerds back over towards B just to, at the very least, drop a smoke. But he throws that smoke, and now he starts sprinting back over. Naf with a chance to duel. Multiple bodies in front of him, supported here by Elige. Nobody inside of the site. Elige gets his 2.
Oh my god.
Sadzin's going to put that bomb down. Man advantage taken over. Legacy burned down the clock with a 4 versus 5 ahead of them. And it's not the most egregious round loss, but it is another chance for Legacy to still make something of this half. 4 rounds is the best case scenario for their T side, and it is 2 rounds guaranteed.
Coming out with 3 is actually kind of wild. Like, there was, again, no utility to clear out Big Pit. The only thing they did was pause to get that rotation to leave the A site. That was a good move, obviously, for Team Liquid, who were probably scared about B and weren't pushing anything. But still, this was a pretty good spot for Team Liquid. Definitely goes awry. And again, I mean, Ultimate not missing.
Okay, a triple kill for the road there. And again, economy was important.
Yeah.
You've got everybody barring Sadzin under $4,000 here.
2 rounds to go. They're going to have the exact same buy as last round.
And if they lose the 11th, that is their hopes of getting a third up in smoke.
Because of Ultimate, they have 0 AKs this round.
Ouch. All right.
Game's over.
Well, the half almost is. These drop by half. It looks like Nerds wants to keep the pressure on. Looking to fight for Banana. Sadzin down to 1 health. Oh boy. Nothing like a team nade to really kill your momentum. 1 health. Blown to smithereens by your ally. And a 5 versus 3 for Liquid off the back of that one. So maybe it's Legacy on the receiving end of the beatdown here for map 2. Feels like a far less fluid Legacy throughout this T side, a little more stifled than they were on Mirage.
I agree. Not so dynamic. I thought really committing to kind of the first place they look. One interesting mid-round, but again, Ultimate just
you're right.
blue sticks.
Has not missed and won't miss under pressure towards the B site. Lux 3 kills to his name in 11 rounds of play. And I don't think he's destined to hang on to this Galil. Nert's already bottom mid control. Just don't die after time. Economically, you're already in such a world of hurt in the next round. Brother, you're going to need to die.
Yeah, he probably should have just fought.
Should have been dead already. Now you're going to die after time, bucko. Or are you? 3 more players coming. Yeah, sure enough, there's no escape, and there never was going to be. So he'll have $600 for this much-needed 3rd round win.
Yeah, the only thing worse than dying is dying broke. Oh man, that's the nade.
It's a hell of a bounce on that one.
Oof, I thought that just hit someone in their back. Oh, that couldn't have gone worse.
Really, Legacy in a tailspin here for the T side. Woof, and Ultimate gonna keep that pressure up.
What a half from Ultimate.
Fantastic, 16 kills to his name. We're gonna get this attempt to the B site. You said it earlier, Legacy haven't even put a foot on B. For the first time in 12 rounds, they are on the B bomb site. The pistol had them on the cusp of it. And now Elige instantly melts the 2 players in sight without the plant. Low health here for Sadzin as well. And it is going to be a quick ejection from Elige over towards the site to make sure that they keep majority alive. Double digits, Team Liquid. What a rock-solid CT side.
It's beautiful. No, and the game is 2 halves because mentally it is, but otherwise they're just leagues ahead of what we've seen from Legacy so far. Mirage was so competitive. This was just not an awesome game and half from the individuals, definitely, but both from the individuals and as a team in terms of preparation. They stacked the right sides. I think Legacy definitely could have tried harder to squeeze more in the way of rotations out of the rounds. The one round that they did win that was convincing was one where they tried something a little bit more tactical or strategic. But outside of that, they were pretty one note about their attacks. They only went B after 5 or 6 rounds of trying A, and that eventually showing them no results. And yeah, I think this is where the rubber has met the road for Liquid. It's what we saw in Mirage, but now not losing the unlosable situations. There's still time, but Dust said they're back, so.
He did say they're back. Well, actually, the funny part is he said they were back before map 1, and then he wouldn't say it for map 2.
Oh, okay.
And now look what's happened. Keep trying, Dust.
That's the average Liquid fan.
Exactly, you can't blame him.
Waving in the wind like a palm tree.
He is the embodiment of the NA experience. You never know when to have faith and when to give up hope. But a 10-2 half, well, what more could you ask for as a Liquid fan? Flashes into brackets, and Lux is alone here. He's got to try to think about falling back. He's got 2 defenders inside sight. They hear that drop down from the balcony. Nissim activates with the Berettas. They know about Sadzin. They're going to try to double swing to clear out this pit, but he holds the line with the 1-kill. Shuhei double back. And with the bomb scooped up and no more challenges in through brackets, it is a bloodbath inside of the A site, but a 2v2, and Shuhei on for the ace and the pistol. Eats the flashbang, needs all 5. And as he spots Lotto over towards Moto, Lotto's gonna chuck that nade out, misses him, but still hits the headshot to deny the ace and to give Legacy a split pistol on map 2, just like back on map 1.
Damn, it's not just that, it's 4 kills, but he was top on the board here for Liquid. Without that, he's playing extremely well here on Inferno, and I think Dust called him out for sometimes doing a bit too much as an IGL, especially surrounded by the talent that he's in. And that kind of strikes me as a player like Alexi B who can pop off, and so he does take more on his shoulders individually than some other IGLs. I agree sometimes it can be too much. I think the same thing for Alexi B, but I also I've always appreciated when an IGL does put their individual level up a little bit. They don't treat themselves as just an expendable 5th player on the team. I don't know. That's just my personal view, is that sometimes I think if you're in IGL, you're just playing terribly all the time, you're also going to call terribly. It's going to affect you in more ways than just fragging. So
yeah, I wouldn't want to join the server every day thinking of myself as just a meat bag.
Yeah, exactly.
And this is one of those examples of what Shuhei can do on a good day, on a good map.
But I think one thing that does make sense is, if Shuhei makes a push really aggressive through a smoke and gives up important situations. And again, it's maybe when the team's not on the same page, that's when it just gets real ugly for Liquid. We'll keep an eye on that, though.
No confirmation of just how close.
Yeah, they're
Liquid
very
are.
close, and they're coming. That nade does a lot, though.
And an incendiary down in front of it. Flashbang is good enough to deal with Dumao's support for a moment.
Such a good job on the fallback utility, never
Yes,
exposing themselves, using their angles to bank their nades.
And always credit when you don't expose yourself to throw the nades unnecessarily. Even in the top levels of Counter-Strike, we still get it. Every once in a while, you think you'll get away with it, only to cost yourself a bomb site. So for the sake of keeping that momentum going, making sure the gun round is enough, Legacy melting Team Liquid in their approach. And Naf's going to just have to go ahead and run for the save here. FAMAS in hand. Time expires. His money's not going anywhere. $300. Better hope you're able to hold this, FAMAS, because Dumao's actually on the prowl. But he goes the wrong way. Had he come up into the apartments, then maybe there's a test here for Naf. Instead, it's a FAMAS in the next one for the Canadian.
Yeah, it's like, is that even much of a prize? T-side FAMAS and $300.
Woo!
It's like, enjoy your golden cage.
Yeah. It's nice to see every pistol round being converted so far in this series. We're not that sloppy. Critical Tech 9 round that should have never been won by Legacy to close Mirage, sure. But in terms of starting halves, no glaring errors. Looks at the crossfire, eats the flash, but not going to be a problem. Sadzin had full vision, and it's just enough between the two of them to set up Lux. Ooh, but he peeks into Ultimate, who again has not missed a single shot. Doesn't matter. Don't care what you say. The Op, the Deegs, they've found their home. Doesn't look like he's going to be getting away with a bomb plant, but still Legacy with a long game of catch-up ahead. However, CT side of Inferno, Mohan, and Legacy on the other, and Liquid on the other end.
There's no reason for me to say this, but if Furia are Brazilian, then Liquid are Polish.
Okay. Okay, yeah. Yeah, we're getting there. I mean, Elige, yeah, okay. No, you're right. I mean, Elige and Naf are both from Polish families. Markovic and
Naf, I'm talking about Shuhei, Ultimate,
Shuhei
and Elige.
Yeah, but I'm giving you that extra half point.
Half point.
Extra half point. Your point is even more valid than you realized.
Dude, if you combine them, that's one Polish guy.
They
Elige
are
and
actually,
Nafly.
they might be more Polish than Furia are Brazilian. Think about it. Take a second.
They're lucky
Consider
they
it.
have Sid.
Ah, that's true. Sid makes the
They're lucky
difference.
they have Sid, yeah.
Sid makes the difference. But you're not wrong. It's a deceivingly Polish team, Team Liquid. Up into the apartments goes Nissim, trying to play the Radiator. And And now instantly transitioning into the A take. Elige sees that as an open door, but Lotto's got the instant headshot back, and you've got a player behind you, Naf. Ooh, but a player that misses his chance will recover it and clear out the balcony. Still, the pressure remains here for Liquid. They see this as an attempt to take over the A site. Shuhei loses the duel.
That's big.
And Lux with his second frag loses his rotation, but he has slowed down the round by killing that bomb carrier. And Nerds has got to take his time, wrapping back around it. Sadzin doesn't want to fully activate on the flank just yet. He'll take his time, and Ultimate's going to walk right into this op crosshair. Doesn't consider the closer corner. And Sadzin going to give up information to Nerds. He knows he's climbing up into that window. Nerds knows this is an isolated 1v1 on site for now.
Got it. And he knows that this is a wrap around. This is kind of beautiful from Nerds. And going Arch is crazy because it can actually cut off their next rotation and get to B if he wants to. Let's see if he hangs out for a second.
They will. Legacy wait this out. Oh, Sadzin with that gap.
That's crazy that he waited. And it still gives Nerds a way out, though. He knows that they've gone here.
They're also going to be timid on clearing up spawn until that bomb plant comes through. So he has bought himself enough time to reposition post the plant.
So where does Nerds play from? He knows he has a little bit of time to get somewhere. They'll pick up a kid along the way. They have really good utility to flush him out. Well, no Molly, but
if they don't clear Church on this retake, if they don't clear Church, they are going to be fixated on coffins, I think.
I love this way of playing Emo. It's a little bit more aggressive, but if they get sloppy with their clears, he gets away with one kill.
Ooh, they're thinking back Church still. One player turned. Sadzin going to drop smoke. They're turned around, and the trait still comes through.
Messy.
They played it a little sloppy. They played it a little wild, but that is Legacy in their essence. And so able to get the trade frag back. Definitely gave Nerds a chance to close the clutch, but instead it is Legacy's round to take away. 4 rounds the gap.
Yep, not such a big gap anymore. These key clutches might make the difference for Liquid to close out this game. Not that there's any doubt.
None at all?
If Dust still believes, I believe.
Unfortunately, Dust didn't believe. But he's a man of logic, that's why. Man, that was a wild retake.
Yeah.
A passionate retake.
Mm-hmm. I understand.
Eats the flash, hits the shot. Shuhei lucky to still be standing.
Right in his toenail.
Sadzin takes another look at it with the jump spot too. Sees the approach coming out for Liquid.
Legacy getting more active, more energetic.
Oh, he missed
Shot's not good.
No, Elige able to jump on that one. Sure, Shuhei is wounded, but this is still 4v2, and Lux is going to get blindsided. Ultimate here with the support, and Shuhei is going to try to take a deep one into spawn. Legacy are onto a save already, so Elige sensing blood in the water on top of that A site, able to just kick the door off the hinges, and it is Liquid to finally break through on this T side. Their first round win comes 5 rounds into the offense.
The utility was sparse, but it was so well placed. I mean, the one flash got the op back. That shot couldn't be hit. They weren't ready for how quickly Liquid were ready to move after that one piece of utility came out. And then before you know it, I mean, you've got someone getting shot in the back in Moto. That's not often happening to Legacy. So that's a pace that Liquid brought that I feel like Legacy just, I think we're thinking about, but definitely we're not adequately prepared.
I think that's a great round where we can just kind of throw out that this is a different Team Liquid. This is one that has one of those key killers on the front line.
Yeah,
Elige,
this is a difference around here.
Jackknife of an opener.
Yeah, that said, hard guy to replace. Consistent entry fragger, right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, don't let Donk fool you. It's the hardest role to be consistent in.
And a new tool for Shuhei. And entry for him to work alongside. We know Shuhei will take those moves if need be. Kerrigan-esque in that essence. Nissim again with the balcony play, this time more successful and tethered off of Lux, who now has the job of going back into the brackets hold as well. So Lux pivotal between these two teammates, and this round win pivotal for Legacy's CT side to not get reset. Team Liquid, that was the ask, and Ultimate may be playing lights out, but denied by aggression. 5 strong here by Legacy, taking the fight to Team Liquid on both fronts.
I love it. They won't make it easy, that's for sure.
1 round all Liquid get. Key play here by Lux between his 2 teammates. Helping out first with the frag on Naf, shaving off Shuhei. And Dumao seeing that as a chance to take over B because there was 0 presence there for Liquid. So 4-round lead still, all Liquid have, not the immediate 12th to the board. And we're gonna get a challenge here from Dumao, player close while blind. No, it's not. It's Nerds from the background to give him that critical cover. Shuhei over top with more damage. It's a world of pressure here for Lux. A flash to try to hold them back, but he eats it himself as he just tucks into the new box. And is there stray utility to get him out of here? Doesn't look like it.
There's even a lurker on A.
Naf, that frag grenade not a part of it. Blind spray commitment here for Nerds, and it is Liquid to just try to pounce on the moments. And it works. You're gonna find Sadzin over towards apartments. Liquid take their 12th by storm.
And you love that. They kept the options open. They had a really strong B attack. Obviously, so much comes down to Nertz's timing. He has to hit a shot with his eyes closed as well. Dumao's going to be really frustrated about that. It was about to look good for Legacy. It would have been 8-10. That 1 kill on Nertz. If they stopped it, like surely the round comes with that banana control and everything. But Liquid pull up clutch. Sadzin full kit of utility. Lots to hold on to with this AK and everything else. So can't do it. However, that gets knocked down here for Elige. And now it's a 5-round game.
Legacy going to be beating themselves up that their T side was as flat as it was because this CT side has legs to stand on. But Liquid meet the quota of overtime. Legacy's 20th round comes through with guns in hand. Light on nades, but not light on B defenders, where Liquid look to take an early attack. Already through the smokes. Already with Banana bomb in tow. Sadzin missed chance. Insta entry here for Elige. Lotto dropping his utility, gets bested by Elige's frag grenade. That is a perfect bit of spray through the smoke for Dumao. It's just enough of a Hail Mary to keep them competitive in this one. Or Liquid already with a 3rd terrorist round win, close out Inferno.
Oh, they're so slow to this. Lux has to go all the way in through underpass around to B.
It's gonna take time. And Naf holds off on that flank for now. Lux stomping his way upwards, gives a win to Nafly. Man advantage here for Liquid in the post plant, and Legacy CT side not going to be as dominant of that of Team Liquid. You can try to chase him down, but this is a double entry from Elige, and a huge moment for Liquid to put distance between them and Legacy on a map that last time they just barely won. Now we're going to Nuke as the decider. An unknown entity between these two teams as this head-to-head is still so fresh and recent.
I know you want to say it, Dust, but
Whatever do you mean, Sam?
you completely threw them under the bus at the start of this map and said that you didn't believe in Liquid, and now I know you want to say Liquid is so back. You were saying it in the green room.
You know what, Sam? They are so back.
They've really.
Saw it right there on Inferno. They brought it back, baby. Huge CT side. Everything you could ever possibly want. All the stars shining. Everyone fragging out. Dominating the entire half. Liquid's so back.
So that's what it's going to be like, just depending on every map.
Welcome.
You know, the twisting and turning, right? The back pedaling, it's always going to be there. You said Ultimate is the best hopper in the world after this round.
I mean, he did have a world performance on this particular round.
Best player in the world, something like that. I don't remember.
Yeah. You know. Yeah, I mean, look, here's the thing. Here's the thing about Ultimate. Ultimate's a very feast or famine player, man. Like, when he's on, he is on. And he does flashy plays, looks incredible, and, like, really makes you believe. But he'll have those games where he's just completely missing as well. Fortunately for Liquid this time around, we got one of those feast games where he just absolutely popped off. And really, you can't really poke too many holes in Liquid CT side, and they played a phenomenal defense and up against a Legacy team that's very versatile on Inferno. Like, they have a pretty deep playbook tactically. They have a lot of different ways they like to hit the A bomb site, but Liquid had a solution for virtually every thing that Legacy had to show for it.
We had a lot of question marks around Liquid's Inferno when we were coming into this map, especially after we saw them lose their map pick. Yanko, were you surprised by what they delivered here?
I was surprised by what both teams were doing on the T side because there wasn't a lot of, if any, emphasis on banana.
Yeah.
I can't remember the last time I saw an Inferno game like this where teams are just not even trying to take banana control. They're just going A all the time quickly. And I mean, I get it, right? Like a lot of openings for the CTs are 3B, right? Maybe even a fourth player to drop his nade. So in theory, if you hit a good timing on that fast A hit, there's 2 players tops there for the defense, right? But I mean, once it gets shut down a couple of times, you just have to play some default, try to establish that banana control, make it uncomfortable for the CTs, make them play with less information or no information on the map. But that wasn't the case, it was just a lot of pacey A hits and pressure towards the A side, where on Inferno, you're kind of okay with that. It's like the struggle is once you lose top mid and banana is like, oh, what can they do now? But we didn't really get to that point in the round very often.
Yeah, I agree with Yanko. I mean, I was a little bit surprised. I mean, Legacy has always been kind of an A-heavy team for me on Inferno, but eventually you do have to adjust if those plays are not working. And, I did think that Dumal would have a head-to-head advantage against Nerds on Banana just based on their form on this map throughout the course of this year, but they never really leveraged that. Meanwhile, you kind of flip the scripts and, Liquid, a little bit touch and go, but did well enough on T-side to close pretty quickly.
We're taking a look now at some rounds that you had pulled together as well, Yanko, specifically trying to showcase Liquid and what they were doing right. Those will come up in a little bit. I mean, what was it that you were liking about what you were seeing?
Yeah, I think, well, first of all, the first example is going to be the reset round early on in the first half, right? So you can see 4-1 for Liquid. Their money is shot. Like, they don't have a good buy here. They go for an aggressive play. Doesn't necessarily work out. So this is a 4v3 for Legacy, but Nerds in the forward position. He picked up the AK, just gets 2 huge kills. Now Sadzin sort of drops the ball, not really realizing he threw the short molly or whatever, gives another free kill, and Lotto in the 1v3 isn't going to be able to win the clutch, right? But this is, a huge round early on. If Legacy is able to convert the 4v3, right, Liquid has to equal. All of a sudden the scoreline is 4-3. You're starting to breathe a little bit if you're Legacy, but instead, you just lose the round in a very poor way, right? And you're back to having no money, and Liquid's confidence keeps building. So that was just like a really poor round from Legacy at a crucial point in the game.
It's one of those things where Liquid has the individual talent to punish you when you make little errors like that. I mean, that's one of the things that we've always praised Liquid for since they picked up Nerds. It's like, yeah, now you do have a lot of star riflers in key positions. It's just about delivering in those moments. Nerds certainly did there, but you have to kind of give it to them, right? I mean, and certainly Legacy just did not look nearly as sharp on Inferno as I'm used to seeing, that's for certain.
Do you think it helps that Liquid showing a little bit of confidence, more so than what I thought we saw in map 1?
I mean, I think so. You obviously, after you lose a map, you go out, you talk about, hey guys, let's try to, play our game some more, like stay active, stay energetic, brush off the couple of half buy and some of the bad round losses, and you're trying to bounce back, and they were able to do that.
From the side of Legacy, when you're looking at that, I mean, Dust, what could you take from this that you think that they maybe need to have a conversation about, if you like, during the break and figure out what they potentially, I don't want to say fix, but maybe need to work on as they move into the next map?
Maybe just take a second to slow down a little bit and kind of readjust. I mean, again, I think that at a certain point, even though they are usually pretty confident in a lot of their A set pieces on Inferno, at a certain point you have to realize that, hey, things aren't working out. Either we need to be able to flex another portion of the map as another option to execute, or even just to pull rotators away and at least make it a little bit easier on ourselves when we try to go for these mid to late A rounds. And with Nuke coming up next, again, it's all about that push and pull outside. It's about kind of understanding openings. And I don't think they need to completely revolutionize what they're doing. doing. I just think it's maybe take a little bit more thoughtfulness, maybe slow things down just a touch. I know they like to play fast and like to just be confident and just keep going for it, but at a certain point you have to realize your limitations and maybe just kind of take note of what's happening around you and maybe, just focus on those adjustments a little bit better.
Do you have anything to add to that, Janko?
I don't know. I think the Legacy got a bit flustered towards the end on Inferno too. I mean, there were a few situations where they had a good post plant, but then people are going for solo plays. They're not playing together, right? And that's a problem because those situations repeat on every map, regardless of the map. But, them being willing to veto Dust 2 and let Nuke through, I think is also a sign of feeling comfortable on that map. So now it's their job to sort of bounce back and brush off the loss and be able to close out the series.
Before we talk a little bit more about Nuke, I want to focus in on one more round that we got to see on Inferno that you mentioned, where we're kind of showcasing Liquid do the retake. What did you want to point out here?
Yeah, I think it's just some of the mistakes from Legacy, right? When it comes to these like post-plan situations, they were very adamant about these fast A plays, and it worked out. Like they got the trades early on. They have a 3v3 post plant here in the A bomb site, right? Trade out with Naf and Elish, get the bomb down. But now Lux is sort of, let's see what's on long. Shu is there, I'm dead now. And now it's a 2v3 for my teammates. So one guy has 7 HP actually, and there's not much he can do, right? Because once the first domino falls, then you saw Nissan is like, well, now we're in a 2v3 and my teammate is 7 HP in the bomb site. I have to peek something, try to even out the odds and whatever, right? And just a very cheaply given away, 3v3 post plant. Yeah, Nerds was on a good flank. He had good timing. But still, if you play together, maybe you double swing long at some point. Maybe you just, have a crossfire with your pit player from the bomb site. Those are the types of plays that you don't like to see. It starts reeking of desperation in a game.
How does that affect their Nuke, though, if they stop playing like that on this map?
I think it affects any map the same. You have to be able to play together and stay patient and keep your poise in those post-plan situations because games are decided in those rounds, really.
So obviously we mentioned that they didn't let Dust 2 through. They are playing on Nuke. I mean, Dust, for you, what do you see Legacy doing on this map?
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised about that. I thought they would have maybe the bigger edge on Dust 2, but maybe they sensed their weakness in Liquid on Nuke. This is one of the maps where Liquid have had to make some changes. Now Elish is the main guy in Outer Yard that they're going to have to deal with on both sides of the map. Nerds has kind of been put like more secondary active role positions, which I think is for the best, honestly. It means he doesn't have to be the guy. He can kind of pick and choose his battles a little bit more and just kind of be in the mix. And then, as far as Legacy is concerned, again, I think it's just about calming down, kind of settling back into the game. They have a very diverse Nuke in their own right. A lot of guys who can make plays all across the map, between Dumal and Lotto in particular. The other big thing I'm looking at for, though, is Sadzin, because this is a map where defensive opping is oh so important, and really throughout the course of CAC and even flashes here throughout this series, I'm just not seeing him hit the textbook shots that you need to be able to have impact for your team, whereas Ultimate has been, pretty solid, particularly on Inferno, and can have massive impact, and that's a potential huge mismatch that could take place here.
Do we like Liquid on this map? I feel like some of the individual parts, we've seen them do great things on Nuke. Maybe together it could work?
Yeah, I think it's just about getting on the same page, right? On a map like Nuke, when it comes to the outside smokes and all the different plays you can go for, just being on the same page about the pace, right? Not having Elish already wanting to go through a smoke and get flashed in, and Nurse is in a position where he's close to him to be able to get that trade, and they're able to converge together. So I'm expecting there, to be some gaps in their game at this point in time, but in the long term could definitely be a staple for them.
We'll see how this goes. It's coming down to the decider. Nuke will determine who takes the victory here. We're having a quick break, and then when we return, we'll get into that final map.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Astana, are you ready?
We are locked in the building with Nerds from Team Liquid. Excited to talk to you, man. It's good to have you here. How you feeling, bro?
I'm feeling good. How are you?
Yeah, looking forward to it. It's always nice to get a chance to chat to you. What I wanted to ask as well then, more so from sort of the other teams we've got here, the 15 other squads, is there anyone personally you'd enjoy playing against and want to go up against in the Swiss?
I think 3D Max in this tournament, yeah. I feel like the last tournament we played, they beat us. I don't think it was about pressure in a way. I feel like it was in-game things that we know that we should not do. We took, now I'm saying about some of the players, but as a team we took responsibility, what cost to it, and we will not let it happen again. And this is something that is important. And if you said about something that I want to face, again, there is Legacy just won a tournament and we're gonna play against them. So for me, it's also like enjoyable to play against this kind of team that they have good form right now.
Yeah, get the best practice from it as well, especially.
From the start.
Yeah, no, it's a great way to do it, like you say, round one game, so it's a nice way to get a benchmark for the event. Let's talk a little bit here about if sort of things are starting to go wrong, either mid-round or at an event, right, in a hypothetical. How does Team Liquid approach that to be able to sort of reset mentally and not let it bleed over, affect other rounds or the event? So
this thing is what you're saying right now. Since I joined and that moment, we change a lot. We are trying to figure it out our identity as a team. And now we know when to talk about it, because sometimes it's just useless to talk about the things. And I feel like we address the things that it's not working for us. If it's the first map, second map, third map, after the game, between the maps, and something that help for us. And I feel like the players we have knows how to take responsibility, give the space to each other, they take the space from others also. So this is something that help for us during that rough spots that we end up being.
So it sounds like then literally it is that matter of communication now. It's far more open. Everyone's willing to kind of admit mistakes or be able to adapt things. Come to the table.
Exactly.
It's easier to fix.
Exactly.
Okay.
No, not everything it's easy to fix, but there are some things that you have to address. If you're playing super fast, you're not feeling the game, etc. It's like, for me, is something that we should talk about it, because okay, the first map we end up in the scenario that we don't have a chance. We need to talk about it, and we end up in when we talked about it, we figured out a lot of things during the second and third map that helped for us. So this is something that for every team needs to have these dynamics, in my opinion.
Be able to sort of reset even throughout that series.
Yeah, because think about it, when you have best of three, you're losing first map, for example, it's, you know, all the feelings, it's like all the pressure. For example, I can tell you something that if you are in practice, it will annoy you a little bit. If after the official, you will take it in another way. So it's something that you need to be very professional to take it as a man and face it and say, yeah, my bad, let's move on.
Yeah. Thank you so much, bro. Good luck with the run. Excited to see you dealing some damage.
Thank you.
Into uncharted territories we go. Nuke between Legacy and Liquid to decide this opening game of the PGL Bucharest Masters, Mohan. Do you believe? That is the question. Do you believe in a Team Liquid's ability to close out? I will say this. It is nice to see Nertz having a series as strong as he is. Across both these maps now, loss be damned back on Mirage. He is showing himself to be the star of the day for Team Liquid. Obviously up against the Legacy that seemingly kind of disappeared in that first half of Inferno. Unfortunately, their first half betrayed them, and so they've now got to close out on Nuke if they want to take this win over Liquid. A little bit of revenge in a group stage game. A group stage where Liquid still have that victory over top of them. Trophy, sure. Legacy, you've got it. But Liquid did take you down a notch. Nissim, speaking about being down in the depths of this B site, hiding behind it, and it's Lotto and Lux to come out with the kills. But we're going to stay even here. We have stayed so even across these pistols in the series. Down to the final two. And Liege back sight, under pressure, low health, can only manage the frag on Lotto. We've got an ultimate clutch attempt to kick off map 3. He saw that player towards ramp. Both players confirmed. Just got to hit the shots. Finishes off Dumao. Low health Sads.
Oh, come on.
Can't manage that close, folks. But it's a Legacy CT pistol win instead.
That's a stellar try from Ultimate. You know, couldn't have played it better, to be honest. Just didn't hit that extra shot. Bullet in the head in that 1v1. Nice try. Another back and forth close situation. High action. That's what we got all series here from these two rosters. One thing I like about Liege on this Liquid is not every single conversation is just about him like it was on FaZe. He's just there contributing, doing well or not, but it's not just everything Liege.
Or complexity, you know?
Yeah.
It's been all Liege whenever he's on a team.
It's true.
Shouldn't have to be with this one, and hasn't been. Shuhei's pressure in through main.
Oh, what?
They thought they could just push him over the line. They thought that with him being so low, this was an easy kill.
No!
Both times.
One health.
Shuhei, both sides
That's crazy.
of that pressure. What a perfect distraction as well. Nissim needs to know that ramp could be compromised.
That's a game winner. That's crazy. Not a game winner, a round winner, I should say.
It's over.
I believe. No.
Team Liquid, they may still find a way to throw this over. Shuhei doing his absolute best to get him into this post plant. Sadsin already slipping out from the bottom of that ramp. Liege sees it as an invitation to go wide and to pepper the ramp approach. Nerds catching wind of the other player inside of vents, but not doing enough to keep him off of Decon. Liege is compromised. Nerds couldn't do it, couldn't save him.
That was bad comms.
Wow, again.
That's trying to think if there was just a way to... Obviously, he ran all the way through Decon and Liege was exposed back sight, but like that retake was going to have to happen. That nade was, you know, meant to zone Nertz into a fight that he was going to take damage in, and Nertz ran from it, but that... Yeah, I mean, he's thinking about himself in that spot. This is just so ridiculous. He's even getting pre-fire spammed. One bullet through the wall down to 1 HP and gets those 2 kills. Okay, well, started with game winner, went to round winner. It looks like it was neither.
Great round from Nissim in the end.
True.
2 critical kills and a bomb site that looked absolutely taken over by Team Liquid. Gets recovered by Legacy. They convert pistol. Shuhei's going to keep them on their toes, and obviously the buy-in here for Liquid is meant to just try to pounce on top of this early pressure. Lux has got support, and the CTs come up with a couple kills, but Ultimate ends up trying to find that reopening towards this exit. Fast lobby flank. They know there's bodies over towards this vent, but they don't know about Nissim. Another chance to shine in a critical mid-round moment. Nertz on the recovery, down to 30 health. And Nissim could have wrapped back around that lobby, but instead he takes position inside sight.
Oh, Nertz is going to wait for it.
His head on a silver platter.
Wow.
Nertz is able to close out, and Liquid will break through early.
That's a smart man right there. Perfect read. Exactly how Legacy were going to play it. Aggressive in the 1v1. They saved by Nertz. Another nice kill from Shuhei. He's kind of popping off right now. Yeah, that's pretty huge. The first time a 3-0 start hasn't been converted.
Writing was on the wall with how close the second round was.
Oh, this is perfect that the smoke pops exactly to assist Elise to run the entire way through. No vision given.
Rotation made.
And now there's just this subversive pressure over on ramp with this early secret control taken. CTs are really crumpled up, having to watch Mini, having to watch outside. And it looks like they'll just release that pressure entirely on ramp and say, screw it. If you want to take it, go for it. We're going to hope it's a fake.
This op into the equation. Scouring outer for that contact, but none made. Utility's going to let him know that he maybe just missed the timing, but he is fully committed to that A site now, jumping down into the back of it, and they would love to have a Heaven player in this moment. The trade-off is they've got to get aggressive. If you're going to commit Sads into the site like this, the potential for this Heaven wrap has to be thought of.
Yeah, well, they got the secret, but they're kind of using it more as a fake. They're just not using ramp at all, and instead are going to wrap to Heaven. There is no lobby lurk to sit back and watch for this information. CTs don't know what's happening, which is always going to benefit Liquid, but still, lots of people here. Oh, dude,
what an entry. Shuhei just deletes the one potential savior of Legacy on that A site.
He's going crazy right now.
And they still kind of felt like 1 foot in each setup with nobody fully going through the lobby play just yet. Maybe thinking they had a bit more timing, but desperate to get out through that vent. 5 strong for Liquid. And you said the word perfect because of that smoke to cover Elige to get him down into secret. And the perfection continued because that rock back towards Heaven was the perfect call.
Yeah, I mean, they don't lose a single player because Shuhei just hits this too. I mean, he's putting in work with these first kills.
You know, numerically, Shuhei wasn't quite there back on Mirage, but there was a couple of critical, you know, the double FAMAS spray down that could have won them that A site once. The makings of a good series were there for Shuhei.
Yeah, everyone's got the chance with Nuke to play good on 2 out of 3 maps now, so.
It's Nertz looking to be MVP of this series.
Elige forced to put in reps on Nuke after joining FaZe. Now it's just a mainstay back on Liquid.
Yeah, the one man that could take Rain's position of outer away from him.
That must be an interesting opportunity for him. You know, it doesn't have the standards of Rain to sort of fill. Back on a team that knows him well.
Doing a lot outside on his own. Trying to confirm where Legacy are at in numbers. And it is indeed here in front of Elige. 3 players to try to swing out on him, but he's happy to just lean back and clean up. Triple kill for Elige. 4th player is going to topple him. It's an AK for Sadzin, but it's too far removed from the commitment here of Liquid, and Elige did exactly what he had to do to serve up Liquid's early lead. 3-round T side, 5 rounds into play.
You gotta be careful with those dollars on Nuke too, man. CT side on a lot of maps has significant advantages, but it mostly starts with having a lot of money. If you have all the money, you have the op and the full nades and the kits, then you can really streak, but Liquid have already put that in jeopardy here for Legacy.
No way. Poor Shuhei. But can't be too upset with it. Liquid 3-2 on the T side. He just belongs in that Liquid jersey, doesn't he?
Yeah. Flashy?
No.
Yeah.
Elige.
Yeah, definitely. It just looks right. I think at the very least, they're on to something.
Yeah, sure. All the roster moves in the world, and it was just bringing Elige back that should have been prioritizing.
That's right.
Don't get me wrong, it was cool to see Elige in a stint with a North American org like complexity.
Or FaZe.
It would have been wrong. Nah, you know, in hindsight.
North American org.
Oh. Liege, what are you up to? What are you up to? Oh, the player top silo is going to distract Lux. Oh, yeah, he was cautious about it. You could see him checking garage in the off chance.
Very
but Alicia's
nice.
pathing here is clean.
Yeah, it is.
Ooh, but not as clean as Nissim sprayed down.
1 health on Naf.
Yes, sir. Nerds just got slammed, and it was almost all Nissim. But Naf's response...
But Naf's going to walk back. This is just very awkward now. Elige would love to be able to do more, but he can't just give up his cover. He's got to lurk around. No full vision on everyone else, and Ultimate's got an op. This is a very strained Liquid.
He's got time here, Elige.
This one duel right here. This could be it.
Ultimate's clearing it, and he's cautious on the approach, keeps his full health up, and Elige is then able to activate off of the back of that one. Naf surviving with 1 health makes this round so different.
Yeah, seriously. He has to keep an eye on that ramp, rotate.
But they could still squander this. Sadzin gonna find Naf jumping around with Molotovs in the back of the A site.
Time to get creative. I mean, Sadzin's got a little time.
He was thinking they'd go B.
Or go HUD or whatever.
Ultimate instead plants front sight, and it is Sadzin right back into the heaven play. Gonna try to get himself out on the Elige duel, but Elige with a 3rd kill on the round went silent inside of Garage just long enough because of Ultimate's caution versus Duma's aggression out in Hut, because Naf is able to survive that fight with 1 HP, add it to the pile. Another round that's close, but another one that comes up Liquid.
Love the way Elige, played this whole situation. I mean, it's just... And I feel like the conversations have just quieted down about him a little bit more, and it's just like more about the whole team, because he isn't just being overtly aggressive, but here he still gets to be aggressive. He still gets to take first fights, but also still play well within the structure of the round. And here he is, top of the board. He's got Liquid on this 2-round lead. Legacy on the back foot on this low buy. He's looking very solid outside.
Flux's disruption with that 1 single M4, not enough to stop Liquid from taking Outer, from crawling close to hell already. They're coming at it from so many different angles that Elige isn't going to slow down on the tempo of all this. Sure, you spot a player like Nerds that far back. You may not anticipate Elige to be here so quickly. Flash comes through. Sadzin steps forth. Oof, and it is getting dismantled swiftly.
Dude, he's like Donk right now.
Yeah,
so
Elige
good.
triple locked in. 12-4 is Elige's start. Only 7 rounds into this T-side.
I mean, it's the methodical guy we know and love, but so well supported and still aggressive. It's just looking perfect, really. I mean, when Alicia's playing well like this, it's the kind of demo that anyone can learn from. Some guys are so go with the flow. There's just so many exceptions they look for, but Elige, you can just see how sort of perfect every movement is with the support that he's getting.
It's a scary spot for Legacy to be in early on here in the decider. Elige trying to force you into a tailspin, and the supportive staff around him right now. Naf going to sprinkle in the 1-tap. Nerds' pressure will never be too far away, and Shuhei's got an impact as well in this first start of the T-side.
Liquid might have the lowest floor and highest ceiling in this game, right? And
sure,
Legacy have a much better floor overall, but this is where the ceiling could actually make the difference. Liquid already solid on Inferno, much more consistent than Mirage. Now really taking off on a T side, and Elige looking so integrated already to this nuke T side. It's kind of just making me wonder if Legacy should have just tried to go back to Dust 2, even though they lost it last time.
Yeah, Analyst brought that up, right? In the veto, Dust was surprised that round 2 ban was that Dust 2 plate. Legacy, they've got the reps, they've got the wins. And they still have the runway here on Nuke to shut it down, but we're going to need an answer right about now. But who can answer a 12-5 Elige? That's the question. because that's the ceiling. Team Liquid using their newest piece to great success so far. Again, faster tempo, outer, wall of smokes, miss nade. And it's just that unknowingness.
Oh, here he is again.
Not to mention the invitation. Elige hears that util being thrown out by the garage, knows there's a duel to be had.
You're just getting variety too. Every single round is a new attempt, a new take.
Team Liquid flipping through the pages of the playbook, and all this while Nerds is up inside of heaven. I mean, they are ripping them apart at the moment. It feels like Liquid can do no wrong. Other than losing that B bomb site, when the near force buy worked out.
Yep, and the pistol, which was also really close. Legacy getting outclassed. Yeah, the awareness right now is crazy for Liquid. The amount of map control and how fast they're taking it is also crazy. You're not getting 20-second execs with slow outside crawls. You're getting fast outside takes.
There's already so much evidence that clearly just shows Liquid are on the same page coming into this map. If they continue in this fashion, this is going to be a real reference game for Team Liquid moving forward throughout this event. It's only the opening day, and it is a strong nuke performance, at least so far on the T side. No mistakes to be pointed at so far.
173 ADR already.
Yes, sir. And no signs of slowing down. If anything, he's only been speeding up. No timeouts yet either for Legacy to try to slow this down.
I think they just stay present.
Okay.
That's their key.
That's the Brazilian
they live
mantra.
In the moment, yeah.
Ride or die. Careful, Nissim. Always dangerous to spray that full magazine as the solo ramp player, especially when your closest rotate wasn't even in hell yet.
With the silence done for.
Yeah, dog. You are asking for trouble. Or are Liquid trying to take it to Nissim again? He'll find his one. Shuhei able to catch a kill, but Shuhei shows us that this form is not going anywhere. Sad flips the third player down. They throw caution to the wind, not expecting Doom out, and we get a little flash of brilliance here from the Legacy players. We know they have it in them, and they put it on full display here to, at the very least, secure a third CT round win.
I like the exact, they look very well drilled on the dry run, but Nissim just picked the perfect time to peek out after he got his reload in at first kill. Every step of the way, it looked scary, and then one pickoff came, and the rotations were in very quickly. So nice counter here for Legacy, and it's not too late for them to recover the half, that's for sure. It's too late to have an impressive half, but they don't need that to win the game.
Ultimate trying to find opening op shots, but that is Sadzin's job. Ramp held with no Nissim in play on the actual ramp room. It's going to cause a bit of a desperate scramble downstairs from those A defenders.
Interesting.
Put Nissim garage. This really opened a door for Liquid. They find they hit the nail on the head in terms of the setups. Elige getting past Doom
that's
out.
info too.
Stuck inside of the fire. He'll plant on the side of Decon. And with those two players that scrambled down the vents, nobody took up position in decontamination. And so Team Liquid find the perfect answer.
3v5.
And they find it fast. They make that swift move down into B. You've got Nerds locked in on the double door. Flash coming at him. A challenge here from Nissim. No immediate trade. The last two CTs trying to get in. Elige has got the wider angle, but it's going to be Legacy with a chance and man advantage. Nap spraying into it. Down to 46. Lotto survives. And so will Legacy. Keeping Liquid away from that 7th. They were flushed down the ramp room with no anchor in position. Still, Legacy come out on top with the retake.
I do love it. That's so good from Legacy. I mean, even though it's a 3v5, they almost lose. getting back into that after Nerth got his first kill on Con was in control room, excuse me, was very difficult. So very good at keeping their nerves calm. Timeout comes through for Liquid. They want to make this one hurt as much as possible. And there's the only sort of starting flub. Every other time that they've kicked off a default, it's either been successful or they get lots of space without losing any players. And here they almost bring back a finished situation where Legacy get the first 2 kills.
Wow.
Oh,
last bullet.
Last bullet.
Ooh, that makes it all the sweeter.
Especially if they put this one up too.
Seizing what's left of this CT side. Got a Battle of the Operas queued up. Sadson walking it back.
Oh, the timing is... He's caught almost a couple, but now he's been spotted.
Luckily for them, they do have a player towards Secret. Will Dumao take the chance to try to get into some kind of outer hold? Feels like Legacy could try to throw a wrench in the works of this approach. Dumao starts to get active, loses the duel to Elige.
He's gonna get one, you know. Right now.
His last round was his best, but...
Yeah, Elige's presence in this half so far has been titanic.
First casualty of round 11 is Legacy. And now this triple A defense kind of kerneling up, but at 35 seconds, the fight could still come their way. Unfortunately, this setup has been peeled apart by Heaven Wraps usually, but no Heaven position here for Liquid. And so maybe the setup works. Lotto, top hut, holds off with Lux in vent, and as he drops down, that's going to draw attention. Lux holds his. He gets cleared out, and Sadson's op has found its mark. 3v3 with health advantage for Legacy. They go for that lobby wrap, but Team Liquid down to the B bomb site are going to find it open for the taking. However, Vent reopened, and now it's a desperate act for Ultimate to try to put this bomb down. Pressure's not on him enough to stop the plant, and Elige has got the cover. Just enough for Ultimate to land that op shot. And Sadson knows that he's stuck up close. Flash to try to keep Elige out. Ultimate no-scope close. And Liquid win another.
They organized that under the most dire circumstances, sneaking down the vent, going into B. That's the kind of mid-round you want to see. That's beautiful out of Liquid. And again, on openers, there's just no one better than Elige at the moment. He can only play from behind so many times.
Ooh, nice. There we go. It's a bit late in the half, but it is still Elige sat down in the 12th. Nap ahead of the utilities, gonna catch you off. Dumao barely alive, but luckily still Lotto in from hut. Nertz has got his answer outer. Keeping
what?
His
Why would you come back down in the lobby?
It's a Shuhei play. That's what they say.
That is kind of ridiculous, actually. There's so much info.
It was like fuming.
The lobby push and the ramp players.
You know, sometimes.
And Naf just died, and they had the hot push. I mean, they kind of knew that was not theirs.
Getting a little excited in the moment, you know? Inspired by the individual heroics of the round prior. But Shuhei ain't that guy. Ooh, Dumao knows what you're doing.
Yeah, because his big dumper just made noise on top of that metal. If Nertz is smiling about it.
Yeah, but it's going to cost him.
Yeah.
He's like, ah, shit. My bad. He knows he messed that one up. And Ultimate getting tagged by that Molotov means they know exactly where he is. 30 seconds, bomb on his back. Legacy with a recovery within this CT side. Still, never a good feeling when you're trailing at the end of a CT side on Nuke. But with how much momentum Liquid had, with how great of a half Elige has played, You can't be too upset if you are Legacy. There is time to still steal this away. Majority alive inside of the lobby. Legacy can keep their heads held high knowing that they found the answer, at least throughout the defense.
Yeah, they did. And maybe there was a room for a couple more small decisions that could have won. That one from Shuhei definitely sticks out. Don't know how that actually happens, to be honest, but with the half overall, it's still very successful. I don't think this is what Legacy expected. Doing the change up in this veto, I think they're going to be pretty disappointed with how this has started. And it's not even the numbers. T-Side could be fine. It's just I think they looked way more lost than Liquid did. Liquid looked like they were in full control. Their protocols look super sound.
Bad shot. Woo. You had 2 players ready for that.
No, 2 players they knew about as well.
Yeah, that was crazy. Crazy play.
Damn. Didn't just die in game.
I was going to say, a little dramatic.
Yeah, still gone.
But he knows. Oh, he knows. Thing is, though, you know, even if not the failed jump, he knew what was up.
Yeah, he made it clap, dude. He knew what was going on.
Oh. Ooh, okay, Elige back in with it. Gets Gush, though, and Ultimate's long-range USP connect, so man advantage here for Liquid. These teams have split both maps in terms of the pistols. Are we gonna do it again? Okay, Dumao, dangerous game, swooping in through main like that. Ultimate 3 kills deep. Trying to challenge Elige for the top spot on Liquid's scoreboard. Locks into the back of the garage and taps out another huge pistol here for Ultimate. Setting up Liquid for some CT momentum and a chance to close this series early.
My goodness, that's 4 for Ultimate on this pistol. Almost had the clutch in pistol number 1 a nuke as well. What a guy. Legacy got to do this the hard way.
We usually praise them with rounds like these, but it is Nerds on a ladder. Dropped. Yeah. Snap draws attention over towards the big box. It is easy for him and Ultimate versus this attempt for Legacy. No ramp control afforded to them. Bomb on the ground. And it is just a matter of time before Nissim comes to an end.
It's funny because I don't think there's another gun you could use that and it would make sense, but he's blocking the entrance to the vent and has an SMG, so it doesn't matter where his bullets go.
No, sir. Good to go.
I've heard of nerd ropes, but not ladder nerds.
Okay, that is a Willy Wonka candy joke, isn't it? Yeah, all right. Nerd ropes. Didn't think those were coming up today. Wasn't ready for that one. That is a thing.
I did that for you, man. I know you love those. I haven't even tried it yet.
Appreciate you. You little sweet tart. Here comes the attack into the A play. You got little to lose if you are Legacy. Shuhei pressing a FAMAS into the door is a dangerous game, but he's got the Tech 9 to rely on as the FAMAS goes dry, and it is a clean sweep here for Liquid. Again, you know, we've only had one pistol not get converted for the full 3-0 start. That was Legacy in this first half of Nuke. Now Team Liquid making up for it, doubling the rounds of Legacy as their first gun round's about to come in. But it just feels like there's a huge gap between Liquid and Legacy in this map.
There is, yeah.
And when you think back to the first half of Inferno, same thing. You know, the Mirage back and forth, that round 24 loss to a 3v5, that could have been a backbreaker for Liquid, could have set a tone for the rest of the day, but instead they just used it to fire themselves up and have not looked in the rearview mirror since, leaving Legacy in the dust without Dust 2 needed.
It's crazy because Liquid are, we saw map 1, got a little scared. Liege had problems with or without Liquid, joining another team that had a choke-in issue on Complexity. Then Liquid without him, obviously had that problem as well with Twist. Now they joined forces, and maybe, again, that is the solution. It's the thing on both parties' minds. This is the one thing they have to solve to make their potential zoom out coming up. Wow. Oh, very nice kill, but shot in the side. Lots of CTs down here, only one spotted. The Ts will go slowly, but if they walk out ramp, that might be the best solution. I don't know if they're going to go lower, but wow, they're getting spread out.
They're doubling back towards Hut. The thing is, Ultimate dropped off of Heaven. He committed himself into this A site.
They might have overcooked.
They're trying to rock it back, but he could straight up cut off the bomb. Molotov goes past him, and it didn't even land. So he's able to catch bomb. Here's the utility usage of the other player, but this is a 2v1 split for the CTs if they push that squeaky door. Ultimate's gonna try, but doesn't fully clear these corners, and it is Team Liquid that overstep into the crosshairs of Legacy, who come up 3 players strong and take a 6th round with it.
Yeah, Legacy always had an extra player to work with in that spot. It was just like, it was hard to read, though, if they should have gone lower or not. I don't think they knew about the guy on control steps, as well as Nerds, as well as the 3rd player they killed first here in Shuhei, so that's just not an easy round to figure out at all. So well done here for Legacy. Money's still fine for Liquid. Looks like one tough one to go to get an eco. Flashy getting involved. And Alish still pushing 123 ADR, moving well into the second half.
Certainly going to keep the pressure on. But Legacy's year was born under pressure. Ultimate eats flashes on the crossover to Red.
Full vision.
Oof, but Alish has got the opening. And a bit of damage onto Lux, who gets himself 2 kills so far. Nissim ready to already take over A site, emerging into Nerds. There's a second defender here. And with the smoke in front of main, they're going to lose that vision. So B feels compromised. Sadzin gets blasted by Naf up in Heaven. And Shuhei takes the response back from Lotto. So this ball remains rolling. Down towards the B site goes Legacy. And Naf a bit late to the party. There is already footing for Lotto inside of the site. Naf emerging from the doorway as Lotto just picked up that bomb. They had to chuck it over towards him.
They got a lot of retake utility. No smoke, but Nerds is also coming in on the flank. Is that bomb getting planted or not?
No, sir. They're going to try to take the fight towards ramp instead, but Naf is happy to just let them fall back towards him.
Called out.
Frag on Lux, 30 health for him to work, and it is a Nafly triple kill in round 17 to take Alish and co. one step closer to the victory today.
Would have been pricey for Liquid, but I think it's way too expensive for Legacy to sustain. We've got to see about their money with no bomb plant right there. Gotta wonder if their hopes of the game go with that. Oh man, it's grim. It's still serviceable. They got lots of utility. They favor these Galils, but we're at that point where they were on Inferno, where they're scrambling. A lot of ranged fights on this map too, so where Galils can definitely be harmful, but at least 2 AKs to work with. Uh-oh.
Yeah, Ultimate confident on this one. He's going to collect first blood in round 18. Pressure's on, though. And that pressure alleviated by Shuhei slipping down in with the double kill.
Beautiful.
So many bodies for Team Liquid, ready almost for that A execute. Everybody had a job and they played it well, and Naf is not going to give you any chance to catch your breath. The only thing that goes Legacy's way is a single kill in the 1v5. That is totally Team Liquid.
Yeah, that's the most crushing round ever. Complete collapse now for Legacy. Slick would look good. Both sides of this game appear to only be getting stronger, in fact. And it might be the repeat victory. Yes, Liquid would have traded the loss, a loss to Legacy to win CAC, but to be able to beat the champions twice, that'll say something for them here in this event.
There's questions around Legacy and the ability to win an event and to follow through with success, and we saw reasons to believe in it back on Mirage, pulling rounds out when they had no business winning. But that's dried up, and now that's the only kind of edge we can give them in this series. Congrats, you won more disadvantageous positions. But a lot of these halves now kind of way too one-sided for Legacy's liking. Who's going to break them out of this drought? It is 6 rounds consecutive needed.
I mean, the last round they won, Lux got 2 entries, and he was the only guy with like 40 ADR before the round started, so not many outs on T side.
Meanwhile, everything coming together perfectly for this third map. You get Elige dominating the server, you get Nertz and Ultimate in the great form of support, and Shuhei and Naf with a couple of their own, and it is just Liquid aggressive into the lobby, ready to take this map away, ready to take this series and to start Bucharest Masters in the 1-0 pool. But no escape here for Nertz, and a chance to pick up some better rifles for Sadzin. He's here for a gun. Team Liquid sensed blood in the water, round 19. Gonna be a tough grab. But at least there's no further pressure here for Liquid. Instead, it's gonna be Shuhei outside, and Nissim falling off of the rooftops remains on high alert.
And Shuhei loves just giving back these positions, I can't lie.
It's gonna queue up Naf to get the kill instead. Smoke for main, pushes Naf into the duel. Oh, never mind.
It's all about your intention.
Is it?
No.
I mean, it did get Naf to fight.
Yeah.
Just no kill capitalized on, and now Elige will wait. Ready to spring his trap. Oof, Nissim, nicely done. Gets that instant entry, fire on Naf's feet, but still, he'll blindside the bomb carrier. 10 seconds on this clock, they have no clue where Ultimate's at. And he's gonna try to get into this, but you're not gonna stop Doomout from the plant.
You can see over top of this or not?
Ah, the smoke just cycles over, and he's gonna have to take that wrap around the bomb site instead. Now he's got a smoke and he's got a kit. Does he try to cover bomb or block off Nissim? What's the call? For now, he'll remain with the element of surprise, but Doomout is tucked in on the other side of that door. It's gonna be a nasty turnaround if Ultimate gets both, but neither with his name on it. Nissim will find the solution here. Walks back out of hut, gets the kill on Shuhei, capitalizes on then the kill towards Elige, and closes out 2v1.
Yeah, and it's Shuhei who gave back to position.
Yes, sir.
In the 4v3, the lower kill in this previous round made it possible as well. It kind of feels like when Elige played on FaZe, that was the one thing, was like, you know, you could play well, but it's almost like he was trying to be too FaZe and push too hard and things like that. And there's definitely been situations you could count on 2 hands here for Shuhei where it's kind of not needed. It's definitely not needed. And maybe it's not a problem, but maybe it is.
Nissim keeps him in it. And Sadzin will be right there to capitalize. Ultimate dead. Shuhei with nothing but a 5-7. Stuck on top of the hut. Still, though, between Elige and Nertz, there are potential for heroics.
Man, that's everybody outside for the CT side. All chasing Ghost. Sumo just multiplying his presence. Oh, and dying to the Elige op.
Gives Shuhei the M4, switches over to the sniper. They hear the rumblings of the ramp play. Shuhei yet to get into it, but he knows there's multiple bodies here, and Elige wants into the action first. Ahead of the flash, hits the follow-up shot. Shuhei still looking to support, but this is all Elige.
With the hop.
3 kills to his name, 23 frags on the board.
Hey, now he's done it all this game.
Oh my god, dude. Just to keep Legacy scrambling here with low health on Sadzin. Elige is going to get caught by the awkward approach of Lotto, not an angle he anticipates. Lotto trying to come down towards Shuhei, who also falters. Now, there is damage done at the very least. 37 health combined for what's left of Legacy. 20 seconds to that clock, and they're going to go for that heaven into A play where nobody is. Nobody can be found to stop them.
Oh, he just missed it because he has to go plant. The bomb is on the op.
Cleared out from the top of the rafters. Pressure here for Lotto, and the op is empty. Those few seconds, and a spam that connects. That's going to take Lotto down even further. Now only 5 health, but 5 health's enough with the op. Nerds up front, the double from Lotto. Just barely. Legacy, hang on.
Oh my goodness. 5 health, baby. After that Elige round?
Not to mention that wallbang, dude. Survives that wallbang on 5 HP. So close to just getting it over the line. Team Liquid still 4 chances to do so, but the money has dried up. Elige has not slowed down. But the economy has for Liquid, and it is Elige the first casualty of this one. Ooh, don't give Legacy a reason to believe. A chance to recover. Time to get loud. The timing. That's fine. That's all they need. A reason to commit to this A site. Everybody's in, prepared and ready. Bomb drop, sure. The Zeus gets it, but a gimmick's not going to save you here, Liquid. 3 rounds the gap for Legacy.
Back in the game. We can point to the moments. 1 kill here and there.
So buyback on the table. So Liquid, chance to close again. Sadzin, chance to open. But nobody home inside of main. It's Nerds climbing up towards Hut instead. They're gonna know he's up there. Trajectory of the smoke. Nerds happy to try to sign up for an early duel. Elige, we've talked about the varied playbook of Team Liquid on that T side. A challenge out from Secret could damn well catch Dumao off guard. But he's playing it cautiously for the time being, and Elige is too. Yet to take a look over top of that staircase. Knows he's got a chance to collect himself here, but fire burns out at a minute. Legacy, 4 players on this outer approach. Naf locking horns with Nissum, wins the lobby duel. Another man disadvantage to try to fight back from, and then they're crossing after the smokes have faded. So it's an easy pickup here for Ultimate. A chance for Liquid to close out right now, 5v3. But it was a 3v5 with Tech9's back on Mirage that cost Liquid a chance at winning map 1. We haven't seen those kinds of wild antics come from Legacy yet on Nuke, but now would be the time to pull it off. In front of Elige, who's working with 13 bullets in the magazine. His teammate Molotov'd off. Elige gets the one clean, and the crossover from the Tech9 B site under wraps. They're going to take this challenge down. They've got to offer up some of their health. Nertz is burning, and that's fine. Because you've got ultimate, at least clearing one. Lotto's 1v3, plant attempt, 6 seconds, and they're going to just toy with him. Time has expired, and Liquid have done it in a group stage again. They have taken a victory over top of Legacy with some lopsided halves in this series. Sure, Mirage eludes them, but Legacy dropped to Liquid in the 0-0 game to start Bucharest Masters.
Okay, so here's the thing. We need to talk about the Liquid victory, but before we do that, I've been working with Dust now for most of 2025, and you've taken some L's. I've seen that happen.
Poor soul.
I know he's had a rough year, so I'm going to let you have this. They're back.
I meant you for having to work with him throughout 2025.
I had to work with you as well. I always get the short end
Not
of
as
the
much
stick.
though, luckily.
Dust, they're back.
They're so back. Liquid are so back. NA fans rejoice. You can now get excited again. They are on the path to being so back.
It's probably the only time you get to be an NA fan now in the group stages is where they take that victory and be happy. So I'll let you have it. What did they do right on Nuke, though, that allowed them to clinch out this series?
They brought Elige over.
Yeah, they signed Elige to a new contract. That would definitely be kind of the key to victory. But no, seriously, the guy was just an absolute terror. Like, what didn't he do this game? I mean, on T side, he was leading all their outside charges, being very sneaky, finding key entries. You know, had some late round moments as well. Had a round where he had a triple kill with an op that they ultimately wound up losing, but still, you know, just kind of showing you a lot of flair. And I think that they just played like more tight Counter-Strike. Like, they didn't really allow rounds to unravel. They played a lot cleaner, in my opinion, in this game.
Yeah, we were questioning how good their team play is going to be in a short amount of time, you know, with Elige on the roster, and it looked pretty good. I mean, the timings, also a lot of Elige's plays just worked, and he was able to find openings. But even from that point on, you know, being able to finish rounds and playing with these advantages, they did a great job. But doing that, not to be forgotten, that they lost the pistol, and they were 2-0 down to start the half. So from that point on to rack up a great T side was pretty impressive from Team Liquid.
Do you think that Legacy is going to be kicking themselves when they look back at the veto?
It's a tough one for me because, I mean, Legacy's been picking Dust 2 the majority of the matches that they have played the last few months, and so they clearly have a comfort there. But I think that they saw that Liquid were on a little bit of a hot streak on Dust 2, and they have a composition with this new lineup that's very dangerous on Dust 2, and I think that they felt like Liquid would be a little bit weaker on Nuke, which, to be fair, Liquid's been like a 50-50 team on Nuke for some time, but Legacy in their own right's been kind of in the same boat. So I don't necessarily blame them, especially, you know, you want to change things up from the last series you just played them on, maybe give them a different look that they're not going to be able to get from film from their last time playing you. So I don't necessarily think that's the reason why they lost or anything like that.
Yeah, I guess they wanted to surprise Liquid a bit, and I think Liquid would have been counting on Dust 2 being in the pool, right? So hoping that that would be enough to throw them off balance and secure the series in the end. But honestly, when you look at that scoreboard and you look where Elige is and where Lux is, I mean, those are the two outside players, right? And it just creates such a stark contrast. And we talk about, you know, Yard on Nuke, like Inferno, Banana, Long on Dust 2 is just these crucial parts of these maps where if you outright just lose that fight throughout the game, your chances of winning the game are slim to none.
Elige definitely woke up, though, on Nuke. I mean, this was kind of what I think Liquid has been hoping for with this player, and it's something that we want to see again and again if you're a fan of him as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think everybody kind of already knew that Elige was going to bring like a nice T-side entry force to this team that they haven't had in a long time, but one of the big concerns about Elige when he was on FaZe was that his CT sides did suffer a bit on that team due to some juggling of positions and maybe just not being on the same page philosophy-wise with his teammates, but he's shown it all so far on Liquid. Like, he's been good defensively and he's been the entry that they have needed. So, you know, so far so good. Obviously a cold start on the first map of the series, but didn't take long to, you know, make his presence known on the server.
I believe you have some examples as well where you want to kind of showcase the difference that Elige makes when he comes to this Liquid lineup.
Yeah, so back-to-back gun rounds here. It'll be round 6 and round 8. And so the first example will just be kind of Elige by himself. And he's just very comfortable in these situations. He's kind of got ultimate Overwatch on top with the AWP and just allows himself to kind of find a timing, get a kill, stay alive. And even though the split pressure fails at ramp, Elige was able to kind of hold his ground outer, ultimately gets the kill at hut, and then eventually he finds a second kill to get the round. Now, what this also has done is it allows Nerds to kind of play the hand a little bit slowly. Elige can kind of take point outside, and then they can kind of use that with Shuhei to kind of take the initial, but then it allows Nerds to kind of sneak into positions like this, which I think was always the role that Nerds was meant to be. I feel like when he was a star on Heroic, to me, he was more of an aggressive lurker than a pure entry. He's a very aggressive guy, but not the guy you always want taking point. And so I think in a round like that, you saw that Elige and Shuhei could kind of take the main entry positions and allow Nerds to kind of call his own shot, find a timing, and have impact the way that we know Nerds can.
In that point, they're just tiling on Legacy too. Elige's at that point, finding the fight while Nerds is pushing Heaven and Shui pushing Secret. I mean, you're not going to try to take control of all of that at the same time unless you're just feeling it and you're owning them and you're running around the map. So just shows you how much in control Liquid felt at that point in the game.
Obviously, Legacy, the trophy hangover, we spoke about this in the pre-show. It's possibly there as well. What do they need to take away from this? They're still there. They've still got to fight it out. They've got other games coming up. But what can they take away from this series and potentially work on?
Well, not take anything for granted, really, in a way, right? They got absolutely outplayed, it feels like, on the final two maps. Nuke especially, right? They couldn't get anything done on the CT side, right? And despite lifting a trophy last week, there's still a lot of work to do in their game, and that should be the focus moving forward.
They'll be moving forward. They're still in the competition, of course, but they now drop down with that loss. Liquid's going to be very happy starting their day and starting their tournament with a victory. We still have more action coming up here. Of course, that was only game number 1 at PGL Masters. FlyQuest is facing off against GamerLegion right after this.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
PGL Masters here in Bucharest, well underway. Our first game has been completed on day number 1, and we're now moving into the matchup between GamerLegion and FlyQuest. And gents, I've spent some time trying to figure out how to frame this, but I'm also trying to not be negative. And I've struggled with both of these teams to find the positive. So I thought, instead of struggling, I'll just toss it to both of you. What do you think about this particular matchup?
I'll embrace the darkness, Sam.
I think the positive is someone will win. You know, there'll be a winner.
We'll get a victory.
After this one is over, there'll be a winner. Yeah, but I think for FlyQuest on one side of things, right, they bringing over JKS from Liquid right after his benching. Australian Sun comes back into the fold, right? Everyone's extremely excited, but doesn't change much for the FlyQuest camp, right? Because the the things they needed to work on and improve. You know, JKS coming in can't necessarily fix all that all on his own. And you saw just recently they added Azar as their new head coach. I think he's been there for a little while. And it's been a month since we last saw them, and that was at Dracoland. So they definitely had time in the lab to work on things, maybe figure some things out, how they want to approach moving forward.
And on the side of GamerLegion, I mean, this is obviously the team that everyone hyped Ash up at the beginning of the year as this like coaching genius, but it's not showing in the results at all.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of fanfare around GamerLegion because of the whole idea of them being an underdog and kind of feeder team, and you know, Ash being very, crafty and finding new talents, and he's very public-facing, very well-spoken, does content. So there's a lot of things that make them look good to people. And I mean, they had some good results in the first season. You know, top 8 at Katowice, some other 5th, 6th place finishes kind of go around. They had some talent come in that developed pretty nicely. I think PR was a pretty solid rifle to pick up. I think Rez has kind of found a second win to his career after a tumultuous time at NIP the last few years that he was there. So there's been positives, but let's be honest, this second season has been awful. I mean, they have not put any results on the board. Musical chairs with the out situation, individual form struggling, map pool shrinking. Like, it has been just all walls caving in, it felt like.
Just get a CIS hopper, man. Like, stop trying. Stop trying to you're getting a French player, Hungarian player, Polish player. Like, stop. Just go into Kazakhstan, go to Russia, Ukraine, wherever you want. Pluck one of those young boys out of their academy team, and I think you're going to do better than what's been going on now, right? But for GamerLegion, that has been the issue, finding a stable player in the op position. And you also have to understand, whenever you change a player, you have to go through these things from just going over how you call spots on the maps. Constantly, like, having a new player in just makes everyone a little bit more, a little bit less motivated to some extent. Yes, you're excited you get a new player, but you can just get tired of having to start new again, right? Like, start everything from the beginning, get him adjusted to things that you've been doing now for, a year and a half, especially for ZTR as well in that IGL role. So obviously it's all going to be worth it if Hypex turns out to be the guy that they were, looking for, but early showings is a bit, shaky.
I was about to say, I mean, do you think he is the guy?
It's tough to say. I mean, I think GamerLegion missed the timing on Grix was kind of a big one because they wanted Grix, but then Grix winds up going to Heroic, doesn't last very long, gets benched. And then they're already kind of moving on to like Kersey and other people by that time. Now Grix is on Big. So they just missed a window in one situation, but they have some talented players. So I think Rez is still very serviceable in his role. I've seen Towson develop a little bit on this team to get into a bit better position. So they still have some rifling talent, but it's just about, getting everyone on the same page and actually playing like the GamerLegion we're knowing love from the first season, I guess.
And they should just get Hades to play the groups for them. And then if they ever make playoffs, they can try someone else.
Yeah.
Yanko's just fixing all the GamerLegion problems. There you go. Let's talk about the veto coming up. I mean, how much do you think this is going to play into how the series pans out?
I don't know that it matters too much. It's not like either team is knocking your socks off with crazy, map performances or a really deep map pool or anything of that nature. It's going to be more of both these teams just kind of trying to prove to themselves and to us that they actually still have some value and can still actually, contend and make some noise happen in the tournament.
And I think for GamerLegion, if you look at some of the recent results, CAC obviously a disappointment, right? Not being able to win a game, losing to Liquid and then to LinVision. At the Pro League, I mean, they made it into stage 2, but then they, to be fair, had to play Mouse, then Vitality, then the Mongols, right? And they were out 0-3. But considering who they had to go up against, it was a tough task at that tournament. So we'll see how they're able to bounce back. Two very different teams, like we talked at the top of the day, where GamerLegion played a week ago at CAC, and we haven't seen FlyQuest for a month. So interested to see, what they have in store for us and whether we'll be able to see some improvement, because it's going to be absolutely crucial for them. They've fallen a lot in the rankings. They're lucky that, there's a lot of spots. You should thank the Mongols and the rest of the Asian teams for there being so many spots for the region that they're able to be at the major. But it's like this tournament, next couple of tournaments and the major, that's it. Otherwise, they're out of the invite circle for next season.
Yeah, no surprises there from the pick ban. I mean, Dust 2 has been kind of the go-to for FlyQuest. GamerLegion's been kind of pivoting their map pool across the year. Overpass has been their latest project to try to make a home map, and it's been pretty well for them recently, so nothing too shocking there. I think also coming into this one, I just need to see someone else besides Regali on FlyQuest show me something. Like, he has been basically their lone star hero. Like, he has been a very solid opera for them. They plucked him from Europe. He's come in. He's done his job. But I just feel like they haven't had anyone else show any level of consistency on this team. And then what's really tough is it's like this guy's giving you everything you could possibly want in the opping role, which we know the market on oppers is tough right now. But this team has no opening power. Like, no guy on this team shows me any real consistent entry success. And you need that. Like, you need to be able to establish openings to allow the rest of the game to flow, and someone has to step up and do that.
Funnily enough, if FlyQuest fails by the end of the year, you know, GamerLegion should consider picking him up.
I was about to be like,
a bunch of teams should give it Regali.
GamerLegion's looking, Regali's here.
Yeah.
It's not, I mean, it works, right?
I think also the important thing with the addition of JKS is not a player that you just bring in and he starts winning you games, right? JKS thrives when the team is playing well. I don't want to say necessarily playing well, but when everyone knows what they're doing and he knows what his teammates are doing, right? And then there's space for him to make plays, usually in the late round, right? That's why he does his best work. But if he's constantly in like 1v3s and not 1v3s with the bomb planted and him having a chance, but like 1v3s we're just sort of in a really bad position, you know, you can't expect him to have too much impact.
Here's the tough question. Do you think that JKS is too good for this lineup?
I think at this point in his career, returning home makes a lot of sense. And again, I think he is going to be a great player within the role that he is meant to fulfill. The issue is you're going up against a GamerLegion team that has a lot of different guys who can create space. Rez, solid entry, PR, good extremity playmaker. What does FlyQuest have to answer that? Because Vexite and Fnatic were meant to be like the young, upcoming new wave of Australian players to be that for FlyQuest. And so far, they have not lived up to that. They need to now.
A wave of positivity here on the desk. That's sarcasm, by the way, if you didn't pick it up. But it is going to be a tough matchup for both of these teams. This tournament is going to be tough because we're demanding certain results. Let's get into it now and see how it pans out.
Positivity, baby. That is Yanko and Dust for sure. No, Sam. It's our job to bring the positivity. And Mohan, I'm positive that GamerLegion are going to find a bit more success today because it's been damn near a month since this team has won an event.
Won an event? Yeah, man, that's high standards.
Sorry, won a match.
Not even phase win every month.
Excuse me, won a match. It's been a tough go of it for GamerLegion lately, but again, we know there's like, you know, this roster influx. It's just, this is one of those teams. At the start of the day, we were discussing how in the start of 2026, there is an open door for certain new organizations to potentially start stealing invites away from other orgs that have held them for now a year, 2 years. And GamerLegion are on that cusp. They're still maintaining, don't get me wrong. They're not going anywhere anytime soon. But if they can't get a project to start succeeding, then they are getting into that danger zone. FlyQuest, obviously, as the desk so aptly put it, same thing, but for the Asian region. If not for the Mongols' success in getting new invites, we could have already cut them out of things like the Major. For now, it's a B hit with plenty of bodies for Towson to shoot at, but he doesn't make contact, and so it's 5 players strong inside of B here for the FlyQuest bomb plant.
Yeah, this is not the best situation. They worked hard to try to get Towson to get a kill, but without it, 45 retake doesn't happen very often.
Gonna try to use the gap at the doorway and a boost outside of the window, so doing what you can while the door remains smoked, and then once it fades, we're gonna go barreling in for the retake, but no kid on the play, so a bit desperate. PR, Rez, kill a piece, and Vexite's gonna tap it back with that P250 quad kill Vexite. You wanted some entries, you wanted some potential, well there it is. Early days, and a strong multi-kill to kick off the FlyQuest run.
It's an interesting conversation about JKS. I really like Dust's point about no consistent openers, and I also 100% agree with Yanko that like you didn't want to say that JKS needs to be carried to succeed because that isn't true. It's just that he's a star anchor, so he needs like it's a ROPS, right? He can't just and not the quality of ROPS per se, but definitely can add to a team in a similar way. But he needs a stronger core around him for that to matter, really. It's just not a takeover. It's like Serato or ROPS or whatever. I mean, they can be stars in their positions, which is hard, but they can't just suddenly be superstars across the board. So it's just not going to happen. But I think he picked an interesting time to come back to FlyQuest. You know, lots of fresh blood. Potentially the strongest lineup they could have ever had with him. But they are missing this one thing in their composition that is on the openers. They've got to solve that. There's just no way to supplant that. As for GamerLegion, I mean, you know, the story with them. They're just looking to win something.
Looking to win something, and nowadays just looking to win a match. Give me a match win. Give me something to be positive about. I mean,
gotta win a match.
2025 was a year where PR has actually put himself in the conversation for, you know, opener of the year. Like he has had some dominant individual levels, and then it's the system around him that's kind of been shaky as of late. Rez was a real pillar of stability for them, and it felt like him and PR could at times pull off victories themselves. But while in flux lately, GamerLegion have really shown a poor side of themselves. It's time to find out if Hypex can fix that. Or really, if Ash can fix it.
Yeah.
Because Ash kind of made it, you know? GamerLegion is always a tale of Ash. They go hand in hand.
Yeah, I mean, he's also chosen to stick around. And so, I mean, it's sticking around in a place that's just constantly developing and selling players. So maybe they don't want to be in that position forever, but that's their reputation right now. But, you know, you get someone like Rez and you have Ash right there. At some point, you want to switch over to winning, right? I mean, it's like Mao's NXT or older Mao's in general, or, yeah, just some of the other teams that have farmed and traded players of the past. One thing they definitely need to do is learn how to activate their operas better.
Insta-gush for PR, so that Scout's not going to be getting into the play. That is an A-site prime for the taking. FlyQuest just stomping their way to the full 3-0 start. It's a sea of utility, and they're going to find nobody home to stop them.
Beautiful smoke pairing right there. Covers everything for this exact. It'll be low friction. No casualties before the bomb gets planted. And now a feeding frenzy for the big guns. Maybe. Maybe not.
A little bit of damage. Tidbits of it. Oh, okay. Towson with a crazy team kill. That had to have been an accuracy. All's good if majority survive.
I'm sorry, Judge. I was just inaccurate.
It wasn't my fault, sir.
It was jumping an ack. So what do you think about FlyQuest and then GamerLegion?
I think that FlyQuest, between the two of them, FlyQuest need this more. Or else we're watching an entire region in Australia just disappear from the circuit in a lot of ways. They're on the brink of not getting invited to events. Yeah, like the dodo bird.
The dodo bird. That sounds Australian too.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it is, but
I don't think it is.
It must be.
But it does sound like it, yeah. Well, they're nothing now.
There's a region on the line with FlyQuest, you know. And especially because we're talking about Asia on the rise. That's the tale of 2025.
Yeah.
It earns you more opportunity if you're FlyQuest to actually make those cutoffs.
And for a while, the best thing out of Asia was the Australian teams.
The best thing out of Asia is still Sponge.
Yeah, and FlyQuest somehow have got JKS back. They put together this lineup with these new talents, and they've got these great jerseys. I mean, come on.
You finally convinced JKS to join the Australian team. And that's when suddenly Australian Counter-Strike is going to hit like an all-time low. Can't be. So I'm on the FlyQuest hype train. I think that they're setting themselves up to really succeed for the Budapest Major as well, with this string of European events and boot camp that they're going to be accomplishing. They're here from now until the Major. And with a lack of top 10 teams at this event specifically in Bucharest, this is a great chance for FlyQuest to put things together. And so far, I like the utility usage, I like the executes. But now they're up against Guns, so let's see if that entry issue is going to rear its ugly head early on in this map. Rez repositioned just as they're starting to get that execute going. Oh, Towson.
Beast.
Double kill, way too easy. Triple as he guns down Regali. The fourth player in JKS is going to catch him off, but JKS with a 1v5 ahead of him in 7 seconds to do it. This is done. 4 players strong for GamerLegion. Guns make a world of difference.
They do. The money solves all problems. I think that's how that saying goes.
Clean as need be, Towson. I think it is cool in this head-to-head that we do have like 2 different identifiable issues for each of the teams. Yeah. Activating an AWPer for GamerLegion, finding entry success for FlyQuest. You know what you need to do better? If we can see it, they can see it.
And you got like equivalent levels of desperation.
Nothing like 2 hungry dogs.
Yeah, exactly. Just dog fights. But like ethical.
Because they're humans.
They're human. Human fights. Just sounds awful.
PR sitting pretty. Chucks a nade back out. Does a bit of chip damage on Vexite. He'll be sitting on 57. As they look to get this ball rolling towards Cap, bomb in tow. And being afforded to make their moves at the moment, GamerLegion aren't too disruptive at the time being. Incendiary here for PR, thrown down when needed, but at 30 seconds, he decides to keep it. Smoke lands on the boxes. Hypex gonna take contact. Miss shot, huge entry for Vexite. That is a beautiful AK headshot, but even better is PR. Triple mow down as they try to get out from the catwalk. Bomb still to be planted, but that is lights out shooting from PR off of the ramp. Is it enough to set them up for the retake? Rez and Towson inbound from CT spawn, and ZTR leans back from long. FlyQuest trying to get off this bomb site. Low health is Ints. You've got a frag grenade on Nedic, so damage could be key in terms of getting this bomb to pop.
They got to knock one down, and Nedic's looking for a time to push. Might cost him. Oh, comes in a little too late for that.
And Nedic trying to play ahead of the smoke, just gets cleaned up from it, so GamerLegion's retake is good. That is all made possible by PR's mowdown.
That's why you keep hearing about PR. I mean, they got Towson over on BPR, mere spitting image over on the A site. They got threats.
Oh, and inches off from that 4th kill as well. Yep. That's what PR does, folks. Economic woes for FlyQuest now already challenged towards top middle. Rez feeling freed up. Covered by Hypex, who gets on the board. The victim of that Vexite entry 1 round ago. Flexing the better guns here. Looking to tie game up 3-3.
I'm a Hypex fan. Are you?
Hypex?
Yeah.
Not particularly.
Okay.
Not blowing my mind. But the last person I said that about was Mattis in London.
Oh, wow.
And then he went on to
win London.
Yes. So I think I'm gonna shut the hell up.
Who do you want to curse next?
Hugo Byron.
He's just going to cast poorly now after you said that.
Actually, I don't want to kick Hugo while he's down. He lost his lover for this event. We got Harry and Henry G on the B stream later today. Oh! Drive-by Desert Eagle will give FlyQuest something to try to roll with, but unfortunately it's a kill on both sides of the attack. Bomb just stuck along the wall, and clean conversions coming forth from GamerLegion.
Every round like this.
Every
round like this. That's a quote.
Guys, I wanna do Broky.
Wow, he's getting involved big time.
Hypex.
Hypex. New guy. Listen up.
He said, guys, I want to do Brokey. Brother, you and everybody else. if only we could all play like Brokey. If only.
What's going to be Brokey? Is that going to be a playoff cat?
It's probably going to be like a, you know, last second jump into a bomb site, no scope type situation.
Oh, Collat.
We'll find out. Right now, it's GamerLegion with the fast answer.
Oh, he's got the op of the... Oh, soon peak lowers, or... Let's see. No one in suicide right now.
Oh, it's top mid.
Okay.
Feeling like he's earned the angle. He's got support behind him. But things starting to get... Oh my god. Okay, Brokey just means whatever the hell you want. Just do whatever the hell you want, Hypex. Goes for the top mid peak. Doesn't quite get to establish on the angle comfortably. Still sticking around.
Psycho.
Finally starts to peel back. Meanwhile, long contact. ZTR stepping up to the plate with a double kill.
Beautiful.
Dropping the bomb in the middle of all of that, and that is what you love to see. While Hypex is taking all this attention in middle, just trying to carve a path for FlyQuest. Instead, it is ZTR, triple kill, bomb dropped again. One-man army over on long doors to secure a GamerLegion lead.
You ever seen rifle work like that from ZTR?
No, sir.
Canceled a spray transfer into the second guy, came back for the first.
And Towson hot on your heels. It is over soon enough. FlyQuest banking on a Vexite 1v5 now. PR is going to find his headshot. And we've got success across the board for GamerLegion, which always bodes well.
Yeah, I'd like if Hypex is going to be active, that active on comms and take that even if he doesn't get a kill, if he's not dying and they start squeezing for other parts of the map and players like ZTR are ready, then he's had an impact. I'll tell you right now, there is nothing better than having an opper that has ideas. You know, if you want an inspired opper because you can tell them to do whatever you want throughout a game, but they know best. And if they're willing to take control and set up a play, you can call around that. Makes it so much easier and makes the round way more dynamic too. You know you've got everyone playing a confident position. It was a small glimpse into the comms.
Nice shot here for Hypex though.
Oh, that's not good.
Not good at all.
That op is pretty far back.
Yeah, that's the silver lining here for GamerLegion. Irretrievable AWP.
Careful.
PR taking a bit of damage. Look at them come. This is going to be a burst onto the A site. But PR kind of ropes them into the trap, and ZTR continues to tap away with his rifle. Now stuck on elbow are the remaining 3 FlyQuest members.
What?
And PR down to 2 bullets. Getting a little sketchy here. Regali managed to pick up a kill in the middle of all that, but it's okay. It's okay. Close your eyes and it's okay. Netic has grabbed a gun. Unfortunately, it's empty. Fake plant, and res there to clean up. So GamerLegion go 5 rounds consecutive. And of course, Hypex dies there.
He can't miss that shot, though. Yeah, he can't.
If you're going to miss it in this round.
In this, yeah, that's a good point. Get the miss out now. But if you're going to be in a spot like that, definitely, those is 100%. Those have to be those are the 3-foot putts, Connor.
The 3-foot putts.
You're not getting on tour with
Well, it took us 4 maps, but we've made our first golf reference of the day. 4 maps. Let's see if they can just get it up and down. Pretty comfortable cat control, all things considered. FlyQuest not having to exert too much effort for it. But every time they've rounded that first corner, PR has been kind of floating an elbow, trying to deter them. This time, it's a changeup. PR locked in behind the mid doors instead, with Rez alongside him. That's a lot of the GamerLegion firepower right here on mid. And FlyQuest stomping around in the bottom of the tunnel as Fnatic making his position known. Banking on ZTR not being able to get another one of these multi-kills, but they eat their flashes on the exit, and Inns is now a second low player here for FlyQuest. No trade. JKS swings and gets it before any other CT can get into the action. Hypex not gonna miss. Beautiful shot as PR climbs up through middle, sensing blood in the water as GamerLegion content to attack from the back line, and all that FlyQuest end up with is this long control, so they'll try to slam themselves against the A site. Losing Regali in the backdrop leads JKS to another clutch attempt. 2 players up from this CT spawn. We say he can't do it all, but he's done enough. 3 kills, 4 for JKS. But time expires. He literally can't do it all.
Yeah, he had to run after that, get both kills. Couldn't happen. They had the Ares in the hole and Rez on that flank with the bomb at long, and the deed was already done. It's good kills in the end, but that's it. It's all cosmetic. Some impact, knocking all that economy value down. But what I'm focused on right now is how good GamerLegion look across their whole team individually. We're getting some standout moments right now, frag-wise.
Excited for the long entry. Trying to play the spawn, eating the flashes.
Gonna run into that.
Ooh.
Molly missed.
They give him a little bit of space to work, and that one gun FlyQuest have to work with gets thrown over towards Regali where it belongs. 4 players go charging down through middle, and we'll see Rez along this back wall of middle.
Kind of love this play from ZTR. I think he's almost too scared to take it a step further, but that would be the absolute right idea to bring back this 5v4 advantage. But for now, FlyQuest, they're moving quickly up on Cat. It's a great opportunity for them.
It's a good play to make. Going for the...
Oh, this is a good fake, too.
Yep. Flash out through the tunnels, gets another player allocated towards B.
They're not going to double it, right?
Just end A, boys. You've got this, FlyQuest. You've got this. You're going to find commitments here. You're not going to find PR.
Oh, I love it. I think they've done just right.
Hypex, nice wall bang there on Ints, but still a bit timid with ZTR not too far away, and pistols on 2 of the 3. Regali, the guy with the op, is also the guy with the bomb. And ZTR is able to get back into cover. You want this op on the line, so it'll be Fnatic to plant, and sure enough, they go up catwalk in with it. FlyQuest finding a solution because of a missed incendiary on Vexite. He was afforded that opening kill, and they instantly rock the boat back up the Cat, finding 0 resistance on the way into A.
I actually love the one nade set from Inns as they just take Cat on a delayed timing. I feel like that was the perfect amount to make it somewhat believable, or just influence the CTs into not moving when they had already a B lean going on. Yeah, again, ZTR, maybe the only way to save that round, but I think in his head, he's thinking, we lost one on a mixed buy. Maybe this 5v4, we shouldn't look into it too much and just hold our positions.
Terrorists win.
So it's a good answer here for FlyQuest. Azza behind him.
Trying to go for it again. Hit, though, is Fnatic. Fine by him. Still able to come through with the entry frag. And the long control that comes with it. 2 more players also out through those doors.
I'm loving the tempo, to be honest.
Fast tunnel play.
A lot more aggression. Take some time off the clock. I've got everything cleared out, looking for this, long hit that's coming. FlyQuest have left 2 back to catch any lingering flanks. This also keeps the option open to go B if they want to, but not watching from Playground. And they have numbers, so they don't really need to overcook this.
We'll pause for a second. We'll see if
this is a very hard transition. You know, like lots of teams know the timing to do this at, but it gets so messy communication-wise when that smoke goes up and then CT start blowing it open. They start peeking over with the op. Like, transposing needs to be done flawlessly. They've already got 1 pick off.
Oh,
yeah.
no.
Oh, my goodness.
PR and Rez both with a kill on the corner. JKS, almost caught jumping up. Hypex not able to hit it.
Okay.
Triple. JKS, you know, that's what he needs. That's what the desk is talking about. You can't always call on him to do everything, but once the entries have kind of happened and there's positioning and JKS knows all the pieces and where they're at, you get those moments of masterful play. 3 kills for JKS. Round-winning moment, you'd assume, but with low health on 2, you've got to give towson the benefit of the doubt that there's still something to be done here. 11 rounds into this half. Low money on a couple teammates, so maybe he just wants to deal damage on the exit. And yeah, 3 sets of eyes all trained in on him. So JKS with a round-winning play.
They're still coming towards him. Oh.
Finish off JKS, the little health that remained. But that is a moment for Justin Savage.
Super solid stuff. The third player that came up on Cat, was he reloading or did he?
It was Hypex. I think he missed
the
op shot.
op shot. Yeah. Hypex.
Say it.
He can miss. He can miss.
Can't we all?
Those are some crazy noises.
The new grenade sounds?
Yeah.
It makes sense, though. It's a bottle. It's a bottle filled with liquid.
Yeah.
Boost on Cat. Looking for the vision. Oh, from beyond the grave.
He went high. See the loft on that guy?
I did. Hypex also taken down from above. Trying to go for that boost. Instead, just puts his head on a silver platter. Good swing here from towson. Felt like Fnatic saw it, but the commitment. As Bomb sits in T-spawn, FlyQuest have reached out across the map, but somebody's going to have to give up their positioning. And that's going to create uncertainty in the middle of this round at some point. Not knowing where and if GamerLegion get aggressive. Oh, Int's actually catching PR as he doubles back towards that same angle. Rez has taken damage close on the mid doors, and they're going to keep pressure on him. All while Regali takes control of Long. Nades on top of Rez. And I guess Bomb be damned, you're just going to find this one with all the kills. So in a 3v3 situation, it comes up FlyQuest, all 3 players strong, and a nice answer to tie up this first half.
Yes, it was, and it was a very close half. The thing is that it felt like GamerLegion could have dominated. They had some rounds that just looked unbelievable across all their individuals, and maybe because it's Dust 2, it still just came down to who got aggressive, fast map control early. You know, maybe Hypex could have hemorrhaged some bleeding with a couple of more op shots. That's for sure. And that's the moment where, that's also a moment where, you know, GamerLegion don't have a great track record with oppers, but like, how can you blame them for that?
Sure. That one's not on the system.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Hit your shots. So a 3-round start from FlyQuest off the pistol and a 3-round finish to the half. It was dominant for GamerLegion in the middle. PR, a tale that's becoming all too often for GamerLegion, is this young prospect doing his role well. Big entry energy, and if he's playing well, expect for him to continue and opening up that space.
See you later. Not on the shoulder spot with the smoke out.
Ooh. Rez hit him with it. The slide by P250. Fnatic trying to find the connection in through that smoke. An act of desperation here for FlyQuest to hang on to the B site. Not gonna happen, not on Rez's watch. He got his, he opened up this door. GamerLegion bomb down, Flash comes over top, FlyQuest retake, inbound damage being done, and it is all GamerLegion. 4 kills on the post plant. Ash is hyped about that one.
That was filthy from Rez, man. That's just, it's a safe way to get information. He's shoulder spotting, he has a smoke out, ready for the fast release and everything. Ah, it's just absolutely filthy. I think after that moment where he took that first bullet, Vexite would have tucked and then thrown the smoke. It was, you know, it's not even as if he was going too wide. Just precision out of Rez.
Crazy.
He's still jumping.
That was an open invitation to deal damage.
Sounded like Ben Stiller right there for some reason. Nobody makes me bleed my own blood.
Here's your open invitation. No challenge for FlyQuest beyond that scout. Ramp to mid-smoke here for FlyQuest. But GamerLegion not all too concerned about what's on the other side of these doors. The double goose stack. Smoke in hand for Vexite. You let this get too dangerously close. He's going to drop that in front of him, but Towson ends up finding the aggression from Fnatic. Took a ton of damage, so Regali, there is a world. Unfortunately surrounded and all on his own. Bomb is able to break through from middle. So yes, they were throwing down util from that A setup, trying to make it seem as if there was something in mid, but GamerLegion take the chance to go scout it out and find no resistance.
I mean, look at their health bars.
Yeah.
Holy moly.
Yeah, I say no resistance. The health tells a different tale.
One knockdown at least. But yeah, didn't get much else.
But you know what they say, the follow-through is important. And so getting through that mid-control, even though they did the damage, GamerLegion take an 8-6 lead.
Mm-hmm.
Terrorists win.
PR and Towson numerically highest performing players for GamerLegion, but it's really been Rez with a couple of key moments, key shots. That P250 one tap gets this T side rolling. Momentum to come with it, as it is still just a Galil for JKS. Regali moves the Galil back, but it's the utility that follows him. Not affording FlyQuest any element of comfort here as they fade away. Stacking up on the A boxes and looking to make a move. They're going to try to take it on their terms, but the Galil hits the ground and the pistols have been spotted. You see the instant transition here for GamerLegion, and it all boils down to Fnatic on a 5-7. 3 players to try to best, and he'll find none of those 3. Now, there's another rifle in the mix because of that kill towards mid, but it hits the ground in Regali's hands as PR finds another headshot.
Just keep getting better and better now. It's getting a little scary here for FlyQuest. And I just keep thinking these two teams, man, both enter this tournament. Wonder what kind of team they're going to be this event. You know, like they both know the slump will end. But the question for them is just like, are they actually confident or just treading water? And I'm seeing moments here for GamerLegion that are like, okay, they could be a threat for sure. And then they're kind of puttering along at the same time. They're not like super confident, or sorry, they're not super comprehensive with all of their ideas. They're not crushing FlyQuest by any means, and I also do think there's more to see here from FlyQuest, but I don't think any questions have been answered quite yet. I think in terms of likelihood, for some reason, it feels like GamerLegion, you know, might be more expected to go farther in this event. You know, like playoffs is definitely possible, even if they haven't been great recently.
Just the fact that the event is open. This is a pool of teams that GamerLegion should definitely be at the top of.
Yeah.
It's just most recent events has kind of chipped away at our confidence for GamerLegion. You know, FlyQuest, there was moments in certain matches throughout the year where we can maybe sing their praise, but when you show up to an event like Draculand, it really says how kind of a desperate space they're in, because there was many teams at Draculand, European teams, hungry for VRS points.
Yeah.
The fact that FlyQuest is making that journey to go play in an event like that, and then losing their opening game to the Basement Dwellers.
Oh.
The Basement Boys.
Wasn't it?
I think it's Dwellers. No, it's the Basement Boys. Okay. Well, you'd think you'd just call yourself the Basement Dwellers.
But then you'd be Machine's clothing brand.
Oh, that's true. Copyright. That one's taken. Ince walks this up. You're going to find a rude awakening on the other side of that corner. Ooh, but the recovery's looking good. JKS in there with 2. Regali on the fallback. Man advantage, FlyQuest. They sign up for that fight. Both teams with bodies on Cat. And Regali makes the difference for the time being. Hypex afforded a chance to escape, but with that bomb, he can't go too far. PR versus an AWP. Down long A. You know, you'd usually give that to the AWPer, but PR is in form today. And he's going to try to keep that pressure up while Hypex takes a look at the corner, flashing himself back in. He's ahead of their nades, and he does a bunch of damage onto Vexite. Trying to bait out that op shot. PR getting beyond Regali, and Regali's going to recover with the second one. So Regali got it started on Cat, and Regali's going to end it on ramp.
Lovely. That was very close, actually. Like the attempt from PR, even just waiting there for a second might have got that peek out. It was the op in a very dangerous position. This whole spot on Cat very messy because CTs are kind of floating the entire time. They don't take the corner control. They have to keep fighting for it over and over again, but they have numbers, so they had every right to. Okay, how do you
returns to the
grab
kill
that?
feed.
Yeah, I just walked into that.
Looks like Regali is just looking for duels. Trying to do it on his own over towards the doors, has instead given GamerLegion a chance at double digits and a chance to avoid getting reset economically. It was everything they had right here, right now. Everything they've earned by starting this T-side on the right foot. Ince and JKS, with plenty of players ahead of them, are trying to get this boost in before the smoke fades. But we've got 4 members of GamerLegion right here. The lineup is good. It's a kill apiece for FlyQuest, but no multi-frag, which was much needed with a man disadvantage already against them.
It's such a better spot here, obviously, for GamerLegion when they win those trades. There's no one back on the A site.
And Fnatic gives his position away Gets burned ever so slightly, but just enough to keep GamerLegion on high alert. The fallback's there for the taking. Towson's going to try to lock them in towards mid, and sure enough, looking to sweep away all of FlyQuest. He gets both headshots on his own, as it is GamerLegion to 10.
I can't help but feel like repeating the same cat situation is just too high risk, even with the players that they have. It's just too easy to eat grenades. There's too many spots the T's can stand in and unpeak from. And obviously, with this first kill, sure, that makes it a lot harder to win anyways. But like, you see how the T's just have such a big advantage. When that smoke comes up, they were all in safe spots. I guess it would have been fine if they just weren't planning an entire exec behind it, and there was one guy who got picked off, and FlyQuest could fall back, but that wasn't the case. So GamerLegion hit 10.
Oh, does it again, huh? I love that Rez is happy to just kind of take a back seat and then deliver when he needs to. Exactly what he's going to do here in the 18th round. Beautiful headshot on an ill-equipped FlyQuest.
They're so good finding this open line and committing through to it quickly.
Collateral lands, but neither player dies. Just sets up PR to easily sweep away. The Hypex damage done. And GamerLegion's lead grows. Not even any real runway to stand on that pistol. The conversions, and now really in the washing machine. Getting rolled over our FlyQuest.
Yeah.
4 rounds behind, 2 rounds for the victory. Our GamerLegion, the money's flowing. The individual level is looking strong across the board. You get enough of what you need. You know, if there's been any criticism, it's like Hypex has missed a few shots, but that was the talking point coming into this game, was to get the Operas online. He's got to hold up his end of the bargain. He's still shown us some potential. You clean up the easy ones, and this would have been even more dominant of a map.
Yeah, it's been the main takeaway, I think, with him for sure.
But early on in the series, shake off the jitters. It's all the easier when the rest of your team is playing as well as they are.
This timing, scaling up through CT. This kill is huge.
It's so confident, dude. GamerLegion now realizing they are just 2 steps ahead of the game.
That's just such a nasty frag to take away. All their middle vision is gone. Man advantage is gone. CTs have no way to push right after. There's no B setup to get into tunnels. There's no long play. They've just got to now sit and wait for the 5v4 to come to them.
Rounds like these, Rez feels like such a closer. That entry in the last round, this one again. When he knows the game is there to be won, he is ready to try to take those moments. JKS and Regali only a kill each. And Inns having gone down empty-handed means 3v2 GamerLegion, but they are rotating, FlyQuest that is, to the right site. There's going to be a follow-through here soon enough for GamerLegion.
They do just want to wait because they could just threaten that they've walked back and have the CTs either spread out
There's no other
or
options.
rotate together. Yeah.
Vexite's just got to keep his head down and hope Fnatic can serve up some sort of an assist. There's still so many grenades as well for GamerLegion. But they're silently crossing behind that smoke, and Vexite, you've got a chance as they're going to walk up through this ramp.
Crazy way to play it here. No smoke on the site. Let's see if they walk into it.
Cat distraction's good, but Vexite, again, it's only the one. Nobody's been able to multi-frag yet. Rez is not going to have time for this bomb plant, but Fnatic is still in a position where he could still somehow die if Rez takes that Hail Mary wallbang.
He has to, like,
go
right.
for it. Oh, takes his chance, but it is still locked in by Fnatic.
I'm sorry, if he hit that, that would have been an iconic moment.
I know, so Rez,
NIP
but
days.
Instead it is FlyQuest with an 8th. Had to hit the wall bang. Instead, we've got a FlyQuest lifeline.
And that was a spot actually where they, well, going up to A, the 2 CTs there, I don't think they felt there was enough time to really wait long enough to threaten that they could have went B, but That was still a way harder situation for FlyQuest to overcome. Oh, credit to them, but it's still expensive.
Is it enough, though, for FlyQuest to kind of open up on the CT side? Is it enough for them to continue to throw tests GamerLegion's way? Feels like the attack is going to remain active. ZTR already with a comfortable bit of positioning. Usually you round that corner, you've got bodies to hold you back.
Oh, they keep doing this aggressive cat play. Yep. I don't know if this is going to work.
ZTR's already ahead. Oh, never mind.
Nice kill. Okay.
I was going to say, they've already got a player ahead of it, but Inns is able to clear that. There's no fallback for free. PR's Desert Eagle besting Regali. Still an additional player on that A site in JKS towards ramp. Head tucked and allowing for them to walk out if they so choose, but they don't just yet.
Oh, it's just so messy though, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Best case, they get two walking backwards. The T's coming up the stairs.
It was always going to be messy, Mohan.
Yeah, that's true.
And that has remained true. He's able to get a bit of sanctuary while Towson comes through with another headshot. Him and PR just trying to race towards the top of that leaderboard.
JKS has a move to muscle.
Gets off of ramp. Here's the approach. Oh, dude, 75 damage.
Oh, you hit him twice.
That's what you love to see.
Come on.
Hypex into the action. Double wallbang with
crazy.
the op to deny JKS his chance to be the hero. Doesn't even get a moment to fire off in response.
I haven't seen that in years, maybe even decades.
That's what we love to see. Into the action goes Hypex. Kind of firing up as this game goes on. GamerLegion take their 12th with 4 map points to close out Dust 2.
Twice through defaults.
I think he showed though.
Yeah?
JKS, when he
His left side?
repositioned, when he went from ramp behind the boxes,
let's see.
There's a chance that barrel showed.
That was the second one. Yeah. Wow.
I also think I heard Hypex say it. I wasn't sure, but I think he just said it. Either way, unfortunate JKS doesn't get a chance to shine. Now it's MP9s for FlyQuest. Dwindling utility. And so consistent to just trying to make this cat approach work. But right now, there's no threat coming from Catwalk. All in on long, our GamerLegion. Early days in this round as well.
Two HEs here to break the smokes on the cross. That's going to be everything for FlyQuest. They're not in a spot to go for a retake. They need to get kills as the exec comes down, as the cross takes place. Going to try to interrupt right here. There's the first.
Regali up next. But now those nades aren't going to be utilized. JKS only got one out. You've got to pick it back up if you're Regali. They'll find it. All right, recovered. And the idea works. It interrupts GamerLegion, catches them off guard, but ZTR's recovery's good. And it's a low health Ints standing where JKS had fallen on low HP with Netic coming in from Cat. And no further frag grenades.
See if ZTR plants single or if he just waits.
Towson concerned about the possibility of a flank. ZTR trying to take a look,
Wow,
but
very dangerous game.
Yeah, what are you up
why
to?
Even do that?
Giving your head over to Inns makes this one all the easier. 10 seconds left. Bomb gets picked up. Inns going for the jumping MP9 as he's always going to try, and so Inns given a chance to extend play here.
Yeah, that was a very sketchy decision out of ZTR. The fact that someone's in CT is, well, very likely.
It's about exactly what you'd expect.
Yeah, and with the player on the ramp, you have someone to cover you. If someone starts shooting through the smoke or what have you, as long as they clear the back at default, then there's no other position they have to be really worried about. But either way, it's a lifeline for FlyQuest. A 5v5 situation again. They haven't been guaranteed just taking long in this game.
Fnatic into the tunnels has been having a rough go. But he's supported by Regali. Or really vice versa. Regali first contact. But they seem cautious about this setup. So Fnatic now is going to have to hold them back. Will do so with the headshot onto Rez. Towson takes the damage from the Opper. And so tunnels has gone well for FlyQuest. Ooh, but it's the fallback that gets denied instead. Last couple of bullets in that magazine. Hypex ends up finding the retreat. And Regali trying to get him from behind this jump up. It's not there, though. He goes hunting for PR in the backdrop instead, and JKS's patience pays off. It's a nade with Towson's name on it, but it doesn't get placed where it needs to finish this one up with majority alive. JKS slides right back in, comes through with the execution, and it's FlyQuest double digits.
Nice one there for JKS fighting for space on Cat. They weren't scared of anything going down in middle. Took really good control of the map right there. Make this a 2-round game. GamerLegion without money. Finally, this looks possible for FlyQuest, even if it's not convincing quite yet. Uh-oh, missed that.
It's all good. Just a pack of pistols. Easy farm for Fnatic. Quad kill from back plat.
That's what it all comes down to now.
And we go 24. GamerLegion have had the bigger individual moments, but FlyQuest have fought tooth and nail to push us the distance in regulation. Final timeout used from Ash. Gonna let Azur back on the mic as well. I'm just waiting for that PR final blow.
Yeah, I wonder what the call is going to be. This game has sort of had like a lot of very isolated tactical moments. I haven't really seen like an overarching sort of idea that they've wanted, besides FlyQuest really going for cat control aggressively a lot of times with 2 or 3 people. It's not something you see very often. They've kept that up, but from GamerLegion's perspective, I feel like priority number 1 is just stopping all of those pushes because they're the easiest to push back safely. I just don't know where they would want to finish in this spot. We haven't seen a lot of tunnels plays, not ones that have worked anyway.
Regali gonna keep testing this with these frag grenades. 3rd time's the charm.
Feels like they're gonna look for their cat opening again if they can find it. If they wait long enough, again, they know the CTs, they get really antsy about cat.
They actually find the opening in through middle, right? And you've already thrown out 3 grenades, so there's no nades to open up that smoke.
They're too late to this.
They threw so many smokes that, it's going to be the double rebuttal here for GamerLegion. 3v5, traded instantly, flank out from JKS.
The bomb's outside of the doors.
Oh god, they've got to go somehow back and get it. Luckily, still having smokes to do so. And remember, frag grenades all thrown by FlyQuest early is why these smokes for GamerLegion have afforded them so much sanctuary. Into the post plant goes ZTR and Towson. Chance to close out right now.
Lots of utility here for the CT side. 2 smokes, 1 molly to respond for ZTR.
We'll see where it goes down, and we'll see when it goes down, because if it blocks off both of the tunnel players, that could kill their approach. But it's going to be a tough angle to be thrown out by ZTR. He's not going to throw Jack, and Towson actually lets him die. The walkout through tunnels from Inns and JKS. Gets across the board. All's good for FlyQuest. We go overtime.
Nice. Okay, they do it. That's a really solid. After that, B-take looked very clean. Like getting out of the doors, no one there to stop them. Really was in the back of GamerLegion's mind that they're going to try A, like it feels like 70% of the time. Or FlyQuest mind, I should say. One kill apiece from the B defenders. That's all that was needed.
Just enough. Boy. Damn, just crawling this one out long. PR going through this. Left side of smoke was open. But he wants to get flashed through. Oh, he would have spotted that, surely.
Oh, he actually didn't.
Now confirmed, Regali kind of floating back there. They're trying to open up that smoke, maybe to give Regali another chance. He completely forfeits any vision on the site. Fnatic's gonna go challenging out through middle, and Rez drops the ball, but he's got Towson to work with. Still trying to keep the pressure up with Util. They hear this stomp from Inns. They are so adamant about taking back middle, and it does now allow for everybody to just focus over towards long. Damage on PR is not gonna make his life any easier. JKS strikes while they're flashed.
Okay.
Uncomfortable moment for the ramp players. And JKS, not the first layer of aggression FlyQuest end up throwing out, challenging on their terms. Hypex down with nothing, FlyQuest with a lead.
A lead, that's actually kind of wild. I mean, it felt like we were kind of scoring this comeback as it took place, but it didn't feel possible like some of the other comebacks that we've seen. But they put their rounds together. They had to win versus all these different types of attacks that were coming their way. Quietly, they look confident. Here's FlyQuest now, 13-12 over GamerLegion. It looked like there were more than enough chances to close out.
That's what you love to see.
Yeah, but you know what? He misses a 3-foot putt, so I'm not going to get excited about some of those shots. This is sort of the Draca-Lele type energy you're getting out of Hypex right now.
Walk up catwalk opened up from it. Thing is, missed the sitters over in regulation, but then nailed the opening kills in overtime.
Yeah.
We'll see. We'll just see how much that ends up being worth, because all of a sudden you've got plenty of bodies inside A, and CTR's not letting you get away with it. So doors cross punished. Out of spawn, Hypex is going to find impact in overtime instantly.
It mattered. It was a big kill. Headshot on the cross. And that's kind of the whole story right there. I never like when a team they take the long control, they try to fight to the site, but they didn't get a kill yet. And it's like, you know, it's just going to be a grueling finish. Comes down to one or two players.
Sometimes Dust 2 really is that simple. Nail him on the cross.
It's all in the tack pause.
Yeah. Yo, Hypex. Hit
Turn
something.
your reaction up.
Yeah. You hit that shot, we win this round, and dead on. Surely you hit it once, you get to go for it again. No, instead he's got this, he's got the front tunnel spawn for B, so he'll try something at the B site, you'd think. Making his move. I mean, there has been a lot of action.
Oh.
That's it. That's it.
He's got to hit those, man.
Right there.
He put himself in the spot for it.
Just a little over flick by the looks of it.
Yeah, that's where you're not even supposed to. You're just supposed to have the crosshair placement so you can just click.
He tries to go for the adjustment. You see the bullet hole in the wall behind where Inns went for that jump up. The idea is great. Identified a strong opening move with how often FlyQuest have been taking this cat look, with how JKS has floated up here successfully in overtime even. Oh, what could have been. Instead, 5v5. And FlyQuest going to keep members strong on cat. Ince wants them to stay behind this smoke, keep them back at 40 seconds to deter them from trying to hit this A site. Right now, FlyQuest have no idea what long A looks like. But GamerLegion instead gonna go back for this mid to B play, leading with the bomb. You've got a challenge out from the doorway. Rez recovers while blind. JKS hits his. It's Rez and JKS locking horns over top of the smoke. The challenge out from Ince is good. That cat play works out. A dink against Rez. He is toppled. And Towson can't even get into the action. This mid to B falls flat yet again. Sure, there's a time for a kill or two, but Towson, it's an act of desperation. And it fizzles out with 3 players looking at each other. FlyQuest take 2 in overtime.
Okay, not bad, FlyQuest. Let's go. That's, yeah, well, so far, unbeatable on the mid B defenses. So even though GamerLegion put a lot of things in place, getting out, getting the space, really threatening the split, they don't seem to have a problem with that part of the game here on CT side.
Now the question becomes T-side entries for FlyQuest.
You know, we did get a couple of good entries from Fnatic.
Yep.
They did send him out, and I think when you go up and down this list, that is who you want to see taking those duels.
Quick move from Rez into the tunnels, doing it on his own as well. Backside's long challenge inbound. Uh-oh.
It's on purpose.
Rez starting to feel like this is entirely clear. He'd be correct. Along the wall dropped is Vexite. Low health here for JKS, gonna get things awkward, but that was a CT nade that exposes ZTR. He wasn't ready for that. PR maybe offering up something towards FlyQuest, but in the meantime, GamerLegion still come out on top, comfortably 4v2, and all that damage versus JKS is gonna keep the FlyQuest top performer at bay.
He's giving him a shot.
Oof. PR not only exposing ZTR, but then exposing himself to that op at a distance. Now, it's the bomb on Regali all the way back. They don't fully expose the crossover. That nade will not only get JKS in the open, but also pushed over the line. Regali, it is a much-needed 1v3 clutch, or GamerLegion tie this game again. An instant CT victory. Regali's got the bomb on site. 25 seconds to work. Could go for the first kill. And we'll see if Rez is able to react fast enough. There it is, that sliver he needs. Just a bit of contact to confirm. Regali, 3 bullets in the magazine.
I mean, you just got to plant.
Yeah, and hope to God that they don't all swarm instantly. He has no chance to miss a shot here. There's no time to go for a reload in the middle of all of this, and Rez is fast on the trade to give GamerLegion 14.
They could be a threat. I mean, look like with the two rounds in that first half, FlyQuest put himself in a good spot, but something tells me GamerLegion could definitely rally.
Scary moment there, PR opening the door for A-Site to be taken.
Yeah.
Just threw ZTR under the bus.
GamerLegion had some very, very dominant CT rounds. It was on purpose, that smoke.
Boy. Hypex finding impact in overtime. Better late than never, I suppose. It's 2 rounds out of the 5 in overtime where he gets the 5v4 for GamerLegion. Round-winning door pick in the first half, potentially the 15th right here and now.
This nade. Oh, that's
fire.
Molly coming.
Vexite confirming his position. PR sees that as a chance to hunt. Slides down.
No.
No way, PR.
No.
But who finds who? Oh,
doesn't matter.
Gets the better of it. Took a bunch of damage. Knew something was up. Had that inkling. Just the right amount of intuition. Vexite with a reposition, drawing a lot of the GamerLegion attention his way, and that cracks the door open for the cross on A, but Towson gets the kill from mid. Rez is able to help out with Towson, who ends up getting a second kill from middle, back towards CT, and there is nothing more here for FlyQuest.
Yeah, totally crushed right now. That's a big recovery at a GamerLegion. Again, their CT side. It's where their brightest moments have been.
Towson, 25 kills now. This is the opening here for Hypex, just sitting duck and Regali.
And Towson's not as consistent as PR, but when he's playing well, his aim looks just like PR's.
Yes, sir. Tap it away for the cross. Limitations here in the final round of overtime. Scout for Regali, Galil for Vexite, and Inns. And PR waiting to time this nade to perfection. But it goes a bit too far. Hypex has missed a couple of sitters. He will lose the duel to the scout he never even saw coming. And Vexite quick to slide forward.
Oh, here's a mid B. PR, he knows he has to do something about this. He can hear them running tunnels. He just doesn't want to blow it if they turn around. The CTs are starting to surround all the positions of this split. Towson.
Only the one, and ZTR picks up the kill towards mid. JKS, he's gonna best PR, and with PR empty-handed, it is all ZTR. A ticking time bomb in JKS's flank. We go OT2.
Let's go again, baby. Not enough to determine a winner here.
Felt like they had the idea in mind with that nade thrown down towards tunnels, but when the nade goes too far, it indicates FlyQuest just ahead of the timing. We see them slip Vexite through the mid doors, catching the kill in mid as well. And so it is GamerLegion 2 seconds off the timings. That's what lets FlyQuest in. And that's why we keep going on the map pick of FlyQuest to double OT.
Can't say anyone's been dominant enough to have a clear, better team at this moment, so that'll be determined now.
Hypex going back to Brokey. Do what you want when you want. But he doesn't find the kills he's hoping to catch. FlyQuest not looking to get caught off guard. Regali knows they know that he knows where they are.
I like FlyQuest doing a peel back this time because you get the best of both worlds. You get the long control as well as just general map control. And then you also have a better chance of avoiding the majority of players. The CTs haven't moved. Every single time this has happened for both teams, it's been a handshake agreement that it'll be the A site being hit. The rotation's starting to come back, but the T's will know there's probably a tunnels lurker, there's something. And there it is, the A site rotation, it's all wrong. FlyQuest may have done it. Let's see if they can get out of the tunnels.
Okay.
Oh, wait, what the, before the smoke?
Before the smoke, double kill for Towson, all for free.
Oh, what a waste.
Vexite taking damage, still able to hold the line up in through the mid doors. And we've got this late lurk coming through from Regali, but with an op, Hypex gets the better of him. FlyQuest were in a golden position. If only they waited for that smoke to go down. There's a world where Vexite can still clutch this, but huge ask of him. Great wallbang damage, and they swarm. Oh, what could have been?
That really blows for FlyQuest. After all of that,
you get the players off the site.
If they could have come out with a flash if they were going to go forward through that smoke anyways, or they could have just waited for their own smoke at the very minimum. But that timing wouldn't have killed them. You know, after taking 40 seconds to get back to B.
Vexite sees that op changing positions, and look how quick he just cranks the dial towards the cat challenge. Rez on the other end, dumping nades, has them split up for the moment. But this was a very quick establishing move to get Regali on the angle, so now they're just going to wait, take their sweet time, and see if somebody steps into that op scope.
Oh my goodness.
Still waiting. They stay beneath it, and Regali's going to eat damage for that. So that's just such a gut-wrenching feeling. You're waiting for this exact peak. They avoid the peak, and they hit you for 50 damage with the nade. I mean, pinpoint nade here for Rez.
Now they got a Goose player, too. They're really ready for a cat exec more than anything else. Very hard to molly this position properly.
Rez able to still hang on. Good call on the molly. He's found Sanctuary. Looks like they're letting their guard down as PR is going to draw attention down. Double headshot from him. Vexite half-ass clears it, and JKS now at bat to get the better of Rez, but ZTR tethered over towards long, goes for the commitment, Ins tapping away. 3 kills deep, 30 health to go.
Come on.
It's an ace if he ends this.
Oh, he doesn't know.
The slide up from the CT spawn. Towson pushes it over the line, and GamerLegion on the brink of a flawless CT side.
Yeah, that's filthy. They've been good for 2 all year on these CT sides, and in general, again, some of their better rounds in this spot. Would have been one of the clutches of his careers there for Ins. Beautiful try, but just not enough info. Too much working against him, and yeah, again, it's very hard to molly Goose out 100%. And when Vexite came in, it's honestly impressive he even thought to clear it at all, but his mind was not believing that there was someone there. So as soon as he did see him, turned around.
For the one and looking to do it with 2 pistols in the mix. There's a world where ZTR gets overwhelmed though if Hypex misses an op shot. But that if not going to come through the way FlyQuest had hoped for, not to mention that nade down in lower tunnels. Over 100 damage with that nade, and then even more when they finally get vision of a CT. The CT sweep looking very real at the moment. So they'll group up 4 players strong into tunnels and just hope somehow they break down the doors on B. But with what health, with what nades?
They need a Rez-like shot right here.
Towson able to smoke them off. Oh, insta headshot as well.
Damn.
And he's got the trade from Rez right behind him, so Towson does his job, and there's just nothing left on Vexite to get any fight going. 3 rounds in a row for GamerLegion. No T-side success this time, FlyQuest. It is overtime 3 or a GamerLegion robbery on FlyQuest's pick.
Only having to put 1 up is just not too tall of an ask at the moment. GamerLegion finally have just sort of shown us their full strength on CT side for once. 3 straight. This one's going to be tough. Look at Towson go, 31 kills.
Yeah, awesome map. Seeing him surpass PR, who started off so well. And Rez just making sure that the 2 stars stay at the top of the charts. Trading when needed. CT is going to try to get active. Rez, though, perfect spot.
Oh, that's it.
Activates with a double kill. If it's not Ince with a huge heroic moment, then this one's done, but he drops bomb at his feet. 12 bullets left. No support is coming. And so this one goes the way of GamerLegion. Takes a couple overtimes, but they get there. As we see Hypex start to piece together those easier shots and a star-studded Towson performance.
I mean, it was scruffy, but they got there in the end. I have to ask Dust, how did GamerLegion get this to 2 overtimes? Because they had match points so many times.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those games where they were utterly dominant up until the last 5 rounds of the second half, I guess you could say. Now, to their credit, a little bit, they have only recently started playing Dust 2, but at the same time, it is Dust 2. Like, you don't really have to know too crazy to close out there. So a little bit disappointing to see have to go to multiple overtimes, but dominant CT performances left, right to be able to get the job done in the end.
What is it that makes Dust 2 so simple? Like, to everyone. Everyone's saying, like, Dust 2 isn't a tactical map. Like, what does that mean?
I think it's because we all basically learned to play on Dust 2. So you kind of always imagine it as the first place you were playing, and you forget that over time your brain expands in CS, and there's a lot more to Dust 2 than what you imagine, but you always revert back to those initial rounds when you were still learning.
Why isn't everyone good on Dust 2 like then? Why do some people ban it like all the time? If it's a map that's so simple, doesn't require like any or much tactical knowledge, like a lot more teams should be good in it though.
That is something for everyone to ponder.
That's perhaps because the map is tactical, right? Just in a different way compared to your Inferno or something else. But yeah, for GamerLegion, it is that kind of trying to do 7-map pool, but Dust 2 hasn't really been that good for them. So I think taking the map off of FlyQuest here, despite having opportunities to close it out earlier, but they didn't. It's still important that you're able to win it in the end, especially considering their track record recently. So yeah, a good start to the series from them.
What did you like about what GamerLegion was doing? Let's start there.
I think it was more so at the start, FlyQuest making some mistakes, right, that gave GamerLegion an opening in some of these rounds. It was just their players were stepping up, first 3 gun rounds of the game. They're getting multi-kills, 3 different players, right? So they're just being able to lock it down. In the second half, they got trolling after winning the pistol and got the early reset, right? But it's then that they stalled out, I think it was 12-8 that they were up, 11-6, 12-8, and weren't able to win it in regulation, but persevered in overtime, didn't get flustered by the fact the game wasn't over in regulation, and still managed to win it in double OT.
Yeah, and I'm glad we're picking this guy as a standout player, because Towson's a guy who, when he first joined GamerLegion at the end of last year for the RMR for the Shanghai Major, didn't really hit the ground running, really kind of was struggling to settle into the team. Obviously a high pressure moment to be at a major as kind of your first event with the team. Early portion of this year, kind of a similar pattern, just wasn't really able to find a lot of impact. A lot of the other guys were kind of overshadowing him. But really over the last few months, and even throughout the season, while the team overall hasn't done the best results-wise, I feel like I have seen Towson develop his game quite a lot. He's starting to get a little bit more comfortable in playing some of these solo positions defensively, as well as, holding, angles and holding rotations on the T side by himself at times as well. Does have good mechanics. I think it was always just about getting reps in the decision-making process and, figuring out how to fit into the system. And, it was nice to see him be able to deliver a great individual performance because, again, it's been kind of a slow build over time, but now we're starting to see maybe some of the fruits of his labor time he's put in.
He's been their best rifler this season. I mean, he's played better than PR or Rez have, which are, considered the 1-2 punch for this GamerLegion squad. So he's definitely stepped up, but it's about the rest of the team doing so as well.
Let's move over to the Australian boys. I mean, this was their map pick. Why were they struggling to close it out?
I think they were sharp. I mean, first of all, they fell behind because they made some fundamental mistakes at the start, and it just, the basics weren't there, which allowed for some of the multi-kills to happen for the side of GamerLegion. This is the first gun round. JKS is in all the way in tunnels. He misses the flash. That flash is going to blind Tossin, or at least he's going to turn from it. You see he turns, but that's the second one. If that happened with the first one, well, he either dies or gets traded immediately. They might get into a post-plant on B. But that doesn't really happen. They just lose the first gun round. You go into the next round, which is just the reset round, right? You're going to try and go out Cat. Vexite is even going to find a sick entry here onto Hypex, but then it's just PR really mowing them down, right? And I can't fault them as much for this round. It was just a great play for PR, but the players really need to be sort of hip by hip when you're swinging there, just to really be able to trade. It happened to them in the next gun round as well on long, where ZTR gets, a triple kill too.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a combination of just struggling with some of the fundamentals in mid-rounding. I think it's, again, struggling to have consistent entry power to be able to find those openings. Like, yeah, you did occasionally see Vexite and Fnatic have an entry here or there, but nothing to the same level of consistency that most, teams are able to have with those guys in those roles. And I think it's also a situation where, again, you're just like falling prey to individual playmaking from the opposing side that do have a little bit more firepower than you have. And ultimately, yeah, I mean, I think outside of having the 3-0 start in the first half, really didn't see much out of them until the last, few rounds. And credit where credit's due. I think defensively, they were at least able to be a little bit proactive, like playing on catwalk aggressively, going for boost, like trying to do different things to give different looks to the opposition to keep them in the game, but ultimately forcing overtime. So there was definitely some moments there, but I think it's a little bit damning when this was your best foot forward. Like Dust 2 has been the one map in the pool that they've been able to have success on and feel comfortable with. And so to not come up with it in the end is still like, yeah, great work, I guess, but still doesn't get you the result that you need in a tight series.
So GamerLegion took the map from them, but I would kind of say it wasn't convincing on either side. Do you think that changes with Overpass, Yanko?
I mean, we'll have to see. This is where GamerLegion should look even better, right? They've been picking the map lately, trying to make it stable, but perhaps there's a factor in which this is FlyQuest's first officially in a month, so just getting some of the nerves out there and just getting back into the swing of, playing an official on LAN might lead to them having a better level on Overpass too.
Yeah, I mean, just taking a look here at Overpass, this will only be FlyQuest's third official on this map, and it may be the first since Azur's come on as the coach, so I'll be kind of curious to see. I think, obviously, for them, it's going to be about Regali with the op. This map provides the opportunities for oppers to be mobile, kind of call their own shots. I think it's really going to be up to him to put up a formidable defense, because in the games we've seen GamerLegion play on Overpass, they have solid fundamentals on the T side. And I think what they have that not a lot of other teams have is a big playmaker and PR on the B side of the map. A guy like JKS, for instance, is going to be more of a passive guy. He'll hold that ground, so you don't have to worry about it, but he's not going to be like a huge impact player there, whereas PR can just like push short. He can, cause a ruckus. He can cause rotations. He can just be a playmaker. So I think that they just have a lot of weapons on this GamerLegion.
And it's also a res staple, right? Especially when you switch over to the CT side too. I mean, the way he plays in that toilets area just has a very good sense of timing, when to push, when to go for information as well, right? So I think that's where you'll see him being able to provide impact for GamerLegion.
Let's just recap how important this event is for both of these teams, because I think for a lot of fans, their eyes are on the Auroras of the world, the 3D Maxes, but these two teams, there is a lot riding on PGL Masters for them.
Yeah, definitely. We talked about how coming into next year, right, in that January 1st invite and whatnot for a lot of these events, like now is the time to get points to be able to get those invites come next year, right? And especially for teams that don't have a plethora of opportunities, which is where FlyQuest is falling now outside of the major, like these couple of events, this is your best chance to go for a deep run, get some good LAN wins, get some prize money as well, and really move up in the VRS.
I think for GamerLegion, it's about like kind of showing that, hey, like we are still that same squad last season that could put together a good run, have a decent finish. It's been a struggle of a season. The op musical chair situation has probably plagued them a lot. They're trying to settle in on this new 5. Again, we're seeing Tossin develop. We're seeing like Res and PR continue to be staples, but it's just about fine-tuning everything and proving that you can be a contender, because, they missed the last major, right? And they're going to be at this one, but like he's already kind of alluded to, it's about making sure that you stay in this invite window for the long term and be an actual, true, consistent team that we can actually kind of rely upon to show us good games and deep runs.
That's the thing. I mean, the stress that these players must be facing, knowing that now your performance will directly link to whether or not you're playing in these events next year and whether or not your career continues.
Well, if you're GamerLegion, it's like it puts you at the crossroads of being a team that develops into something or being a feeder team for other teams, which they've already seen some talent go.
But they're not a feeder team if they're not playing in events because no one wants to go there anymore. Even if if Ash can find this incredible young talent, if they're not at the tournaments, no one's going to want to play with them.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about the stress of it. Like, that's what you're paid to do. You know, that's your job, basically. There's not, you know, if that's what you're worrying about, are we going to be able to win games, to not fall out of the invite ranking? I think you have the wrong mindset.
Yanko, I have a bleeding heart. I feel sorry for them. I worry about their mental health. Yanko is like, tough luck. You get paid to do this. Suck it up. But fair. That's actually a fair point. This is competitive Counter-Strike. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be moving on very soon. Don't go anywhere.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hello esports fans, we're live here at PGL Bucharest 2025 and I'm joined by the lovely and very talented HypeX from GamerLegion. It's nice to get to chat to you in person, bro. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing very well, thank you. It's nice to meet you as well and nice to chat to you. And yeah, I cannot wait for the tournament.
You've got the most UK scene accent. It's insane. You've been spending too much time with Ash.
Nah, maybe a little bit, but I mean, I've had it before. I've been living in the UK since I was 7 years old, so it's probably coming from there. But I think that maybe some people might have a stronger accent than me.
I want to start off with, in your opinion, in previous teams or players you look up to, what would you think makes a good player or a good teammate? Like skill, passion for the game, communication, work ethic? What stands out to you?
I think for sure a thing that I value the most, well maybe not the most, but it's high there, is the vibes that they bring into the team. It's very hard to play with someone that kind of brings the vibe down constantly. Yeah. I feel like that's one of the most important things to have is when you come to a team, like you want people to feel like you're the good person and you don't want arguments straight away or anything like that in the game. So I think like that's one of the most important things you should have as a teammate.
I wanted to ask as well, your POV, being inside the team, how would you describe the form of GamerLegion in your own words coming into this event?
Definitely much better than in Stockholm and in China because we basically doubled the amount of practice we've had with me. We've had another 4 days of practice before this event and I'll say we're looking much better, but we'll let it show on the server.
Yeah, let it speak for itself, but you seem confident. It feels like there's good vibes.
Yeah, the vibes are good and yeah, we're feeling good.
I want to talk a little bit as well, again, kind of hypothetically here. Say something's gone wrong mid-round or mid-event for GamerLegion. How's the team approach that? What's GamerLegion's strategy in terms of being able to unpack the bag, kind of reset? How do you guys deal with that?
I mean, of course, it depends what happens, and we'll speak every time after a game. We always speak about it, and yeah, I mean, if the game goes amazing, we still try and find something to focus on. But if something goes wrong, of course, there's more things that you should focus on. So yeah, we just kind of work after the games, focus on it for the next probably less than a day because then we have another game.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's how we're going to try and go about it.
Okay, that's reasonable, that's reasonable. Let's have a little bit of a chat then, more so in your mind, being in the team. If I'm just a viewer of Counter-Strike, I don't know the full intricacies of what's going on in the roster, right? I'm just watching the scoreboard, the rounds happen. You're there living it. Is there someone you feel like either on the roster or behind the scenes that plays a huge role that maybe is underappreciated or their work just isn't seen by the community?
I don't think people realise how much time and effort everyone puts in. The coaches, the staff behind, like the management, everything. The players, like there's actually much more than just showing up and playing the game. Like you basically just live the game constantly, and wherever you are, like whether you're even chilling, I feel like it's on my mind constantly. So I genuinely don't think anyone from behind the scenes like can't see how much time you put in and effort, to be honest. Yeah. It's kind of draining, but I mean, it's good.
I remember once there was an interview you gave, I think it was just with GamerLegion when you first joined the team, and you were saying personally for you, having that opportunity to sort of win like a Katowice or an event in Poland would even speak more volumes than perhaps a major, just for the nature of it. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm from Krakow in Poland, so winning an event there, whether it's IEM or whatever comes in the future, would be like, I think the highest, the best I can imagine, to be honest. Like even above a major, unless there's ever a major in Krakow, because it would be just amazing, like in front of not only the Polish fans, but in my home city, like in front of my family, just everyone, friends, family, fans. It would just be amazing. Yeah. I just can't imagine more support I would get anywhere else than Poland.
It'd be the dream come true, hometown. Yeah. You'd be the hero, man.
Yeah, exactly.
One day. Fingers crossed for you, bud. It'd be awesome to watch. What's one play that sticks out to you throughout your career, an individual play or a round that you were involved in that really sticks out as a memory that you could look back on very fondly, a highlight?
For myself?
Yeah.
I think it's a 1v4 against Mongols back in April here in Bucharest. Yeah, first tier 1 tournament. And I feel like that 1v4 will just always stick in my mind.
Yeah, bro. It's a hell of a play.
It was a nice play.
All right, awesome. Hypex, genuinely an absolute pleasure to talk to you,
Thank
mate.
you also.
Stand-up guy, talented AWPer. I hope to see you crushing it over the course of the event. Thanks for taking the time to chat to me, bud.
Thank you for speaking to me. See you.
Hypex looking for glory here in Budapest Bucharest yet again.
He's hoping.
That's going to happen for the next couple months, isn't it? Looking for glory in Bucharest one more time. No Mongols for him to clutch 1v4 against, but he could continue to win versus FlyQuest, Mo. We got some great impact from him later on as that overtime continued, and now GamerLegion just trying to close out on their map pick.
They should be able to close out on their map pick. This is FlyQuest coming in. I mean, I feel like I remember, like, historically, it being a map they enjoy, but it's such a different team now. Overpass, they don't have many reps. They haven't beaten any teams like GamerLegion are here in Europe playing against teams like Vitality on the map. Now they lose a couple of games, but not to any teams that are ranked as low as FlyQuest right now on Overpass. So, okay, totally understand why they picked it. So, should be a decent like punish or just like a lot of pressure on FlyQuest to have won the first map or to come up with something super sick in their game plan, because like Overpass is a map right now that like you can just totally punish someone on. It's the meta is very understood. I think that's one thing that's true, but it is still in that cache of harder maps, and it's like one where if you don't like it, you hate it. You know, you're just really uncomfortable. So and because of how difficult the rotations are, and by difficult to be specific, how long the rotations are, how punishing it could be to make one mistake. It's not necessarily about how difficult each spot is to play, but how important your reactions are and how things move to make sure you don't lose on time. That's what makes Overpass really grueling, I feel. So if you're good at it, the other team's not banning it versus you, you definitely should try to punish with the pick. It looks like Ash can't win a damn thing right now.
Story of his life. Regali's already tilted. It's mad in warm-up, folks.
Damn.
Yeah, sometimes it do be like that. Overpass is a map coming back into the pool. I don't think we've really seen like tons of growth on it as of yet, have we really? It's not
tons of growth.
You know, it's not different. It's still
People
just
are getting very, very good at the wall bangs.
Ah, that's true. That part's true. You right.
Yeah. No, definitely not.
This will be a great chance to see whether or not Hypex can give us something more to talk about, because obviously we talk about how we can have the Opera's Paradise with all the fallback angles of Overpass.
Yeah.
So it would be nice to see him kind of kick off in regulation with some clean opening kills. I mean, we got the wall bang late in regulation through the mid doors on their T side, but we also got some sitters that were whiffed. And I feel like on Overpass, you can just be that dominant op. You can win the game.
You can, but it's also like, you don't have to hit 6 shots on Overpass. You just have to hit easy shots, and you'll have lots of advantages. So it'll be a real test of like his fundamentals, because, yeah, right now it feels like he's just he's too caffeinated.
Too
You know what I mean?
caffeinated.
That's kind of the energy he's bringing, a little bit too caffeinated. And yeah, he can hit like some really fast shots or flicks or whatever. And then I also remember his highlight versus the Mongols. That's why I said I was a Hypex fan. We casted him playing his first LAN. It was very fun to watch. But, you know, as an opper, consistency first. Flash later.
Yeah, he's got those like he's got those wiggles. He's got the wiggles. Some ops, they've got wiggles.
Yeah, he's got the wiggles and the yips.
We saw it when it went into the lower tunnel push to hold Cat. Like that would have been, it was the right call. Played off the spawn, had the timing. Crosshair was placed. And then you see a flying target, and
that's the too caffeinated part.
Yep.
Why are you moving your
It's the wiggles.
mouse? You're already there.
Amen.
Yeah.
Because it feels better when you give the, you know, you hit it with the little flick. You gotta nail him. But
yes,
just a little off the mark. But he can afford to miss today because he has Towson and he has PR.
Don't like that attitude.
Don't you get a win today?
Like that attitude.
Come back in tomorrow nice and smooth.
Miss all you want today.
Miss all you want today. There's always tomorrow. That's what I say.
Just miss. No one expected you to hit anything.
Just keep missing. As long as you keep trying. You can miss because Towson wasn't.
He's kind of got the 2/3 of the op you're looking for. Like he can hit the explosive shots, and he also seems to communicate a lot and has a lot of ideas.
Sure.
It's genuinely, there's like 2 big thirds of it.
Yep.
And then the other third is just hit the sitters, and then boom, you got a complete opper.
Oh, Mohan.
We're not ready yet.
We're not ready yet. Game's not ready, so we're going to send to a break. You guys can all just sit there waiting, because I know you want to know what happens on Overpass, as do we. Thank you for your patience. You're watching PGL Bucharest Masters. time to find out whether GamerLegion are going to get Hypex online. We need that op impact for a CT side that's set to begin with FlyQuest on the defense. So GamerLegion, can they break through their map pick and a chance to close out?
It's the best chance for FlyQuest to answer back to start on this side of the map for sure, but it could also expose their weaknesses if they're not careful. Let's see if they can hold that economy together. Get off to the right start.
Bomb left towards spawn for now, so GamerLegion just going to keep themselves tucked in outside of Monster. Rez and ZT are operating on their own, Fountain and Connector accordingly. And it looks like they're just going to give room for Rez to work. That P250 tap was deadly back on Dust 2. Basically won a pistol on his own. But met by smoke over towards that B site. So that utility that FlyQuest came into the pistol with, starting to dwindle. However, Regali, it is the one tap onto Rez. Puts him down and goes 5v4 up for FlyQuest.
It's the only way to kill him. You just got to get him in one bullet, otherwise you're dead. He doesn't give you two. This one could be wide open.
Yes, sir. Heaven Smoke comes through, but there's nobody there. Flashbang into the site, gets Fnatic off his angle. He will just tuck in.
Oh, yeah.
And FlyQuest running down to try to save him. GamerLegion, yeah. I thought maybe they would try to dive that fight, but they are just taking up position inside of water. The site feels so claustrophobic suddenly. But PR, there it is.
Jesus.
Yeah, the moment they try to take a fight towards him, he double taps their heads off. 4v2 pistol so far, and he wants more. He is right back at it. Him and Towson were jostling for that top performing position back on Dust 2. PR kicks off overpass with a 4K in the pistol.
So clean, man. It's like no wasted space. Really good, confident play. And I mean, someone's got to trade him at the end of the day. Can't let PR do that to you. It looks like GamerLegion were going to stop the plant because they wanted to take CT control, make it a heaven play, and then plant for up there. When they didn't get this first fight on Fnatic, they decided to just change up, a little careful about their flank, but then just hold their position in the back of water and see if the fights came to them. Well, when you got PR playing like this, of course, it's no problem.
Squeaky blown open, 2 pistols in it. Regali's scout all the way over towards long A is not going to find any fight at the start of this round. It's a challenge out through Con. Nice kill from Ince. PR is going to find himself in danger here, swarmed by 5-7s. That's an AK over in the hands of Fnatic now. Oh, dude, you don't win pistol just to lose to that. But that is the course that they are on now. A recovery mission, 3v4, and already FlyQuest remaining quick to the play. We get this reposition from JKS out through Connector. If you can just play your sights now in a man advantage with a picked up AK, all could be good. Did they over-rotate?
Yeah, going long. It's interesting because they did not get info on anyone crossing up here. They're just deciding who to play where, and Regali says, leave it to me. So he'll get early info on this side, but he's also got to be kind of careful, to be honest. One bad peek, and he gets his head ripped off. Oh.
One bad timing. They're going to get dangerously close before he knows it.
They haven't scaled the wall, but the smoke's starting to come out. Regali, is he going to have an opportunity, or no?
There was the chance. That was the one. And Rez is going to topple him. It is still damage for Rez to have to deal with. Frag grenade, that is key. Going to keep those health bars low, but Rez hands busy as the 5-7 of Vexite rattles off on Dumpster. Hypex is given a chance to lock into the corner, and another smoke, but JKS's kill. That was the low health Rez.
They have great spots, just comes down to the fragging.
Can he hit both? JKS trying to set up that AK, and Fnatic is able to get it. Hypex caught his frag and didn't leave for Dumpster, locks it in towards the corner. Hypex 3 kills deep already, 2 in this round to get GamerLegion's conversion over the line, but just barely.
Yeah, that was really close. Nice clutch in the end from Hypex. Looked like he was going to go try to play the time. Oh, this flash. This kill is actually really beautiful out of Ins. Didn't see a thing that entire time. It's a good try from FlyQuest. They might have lost because of unlucky timings, to be honest.
Already taking a look at this B site. PR looking to make up for the last round. But this is still a deadly buy from FlyQuest. These pistols in these positions could have bode well if not for the insta-kills coming out from Rez.
Yo.
And of all the pistols to get a frag, it's Regali's USP.
That was nasty. 2 headshots back to back.
Mac 10's on the loose, get slammed. JKS is not taking prisoners at the moment. But nothing more he can really do about it. He will walk away from this one. GamerLegion's T side goes up 3-0 strong.
JKS has that deflation-proof loadout right there. Vanilla knife, no gloves.
Deflation-proof. You say no gloves?
Oh, are those Nox?
Those are Nox launders. Get with it, buddy.
True. I was just testing you.
Oh.
You don't know much about skins these days. Used to be that guy.
Disagree. I think I still know my stuff. But yeah, it was my personality for a little while. I've moved on to cooler things like board games, you know?
Battlefield lands.
That's true. Just hosting. Ooh, see a Regali.
Oh, what happened here?
Gun round, tries to take a peek down monster, gets absolutely blasted, and Vexite's on that same victim list.
That is like that spray control from that distance. That was every bullet. No, Vexite was full HP.
Okay, you guys really thought you were gonna take a fight to PR and get away with it? You really thought?
Wait a second.
You really thought? All too easy for Inns. Double kill out-thried of Bathrooms, and JKS is here to tether as he comes back from Connector.
Was that Mike Tyson?
Yeah, a little bit. I just really love pigeons.
That's a surprising turn of events, man. Now they had that crawl up across Bathrooms, and when JKS didn't spot it, feels like the guard was down outside of Bathrooms, but it definitely wasn't. Sweet 2K out of Inns. Is this recoverable?
PR's still alive.
Oh my god, it is.
Okay,
Wait a
Towson
second.
with his own double kill. Netick, they're low.
Here?
Netick, they're both stomping. You know exactly what's happening, Netick, but you still have given a chance over to Towson, who just decides to jump away from this fight, and now he's lost the plot, but he tries to run around, and as he doubles back, he's trying to get Netick to come into this swing. Towson's going to fall victim to it, and Netick gets the 1v2.
Towson almost did something so genius there.
Almost.
He smoked his way out, and he didn't use it.
Nah, man. You played yourself.
He could have run by. That would have been a very hard call to know to go through that smoke or not if you're on the other side of it.
Woo. Shoot.
Why do I move? He said.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't look like he was moving that much.
Move.
I don't get it.
It's a Doja
Soulja
Cat,
Boy? Oh.
Doja Cat reference.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Come on, bro.
She made a song called Nintendo.
Yeah.
Back in the days.
Hell yeah. Because I'm smooth.
Yeah, that was her first big internet hit. I thought you were doing like a Soulja Boy.
No, that's Freya's thing.
Yeah, that's true.
Freya
Don't
loves.
let Freya near a karaoke machine.
Or do, but it's your funeral. JKS on the prowl with the flash to set him up. Very nicely set up and executed, and I was going to say escaped, but ZTR with the chase of all chases gets back around that corner and puts us 4v4 as Rez takes a ton of space over towards Long. Regali, floating on the bomb site, opts to move forward.
It's that middle of the map control that really makes things complicated and draws out the pain for the CT side. Oh, that's such a good nade. Oh, Towson eats that.
They still try to pounce through it. Flashbang's good to deal with Fnatic, but he regains vision in time, supported by the SMG. And we've got FlyQuest keeping the pressure up on GamerLegion at the moment. Nice. They're just sat here like NPCs. Woo! Regali double kill out through connector, and FlyQuest standing on a couple rounds already in this CT side. Getting active, Mohan.
Yeah, goodness. That was actually beautiful. The nade set, like they weren't totally prepared for a B attack happening at that moment, but it was the one thing they didn't have vision on was that short ramp. Perfect timing.
Now the money's gone in GamerLegion. The reality of playing Overpass. Got to be ready for those grueling T-sides. Whole pack of players for Fnatic to feast on. And the pistols deal some damage, but ooh, Vexite and Fnatic, it's a full house real quick. That's the stanky
place.
We're all tied up.
This is where you tell yourself, we got our 3 rounds.
Yeah.
So.
And you still get to swing for a little more. Guns back in hand for GamerLegion. Again, JKS going to try to get frisky on Fountain, but Hypex already hit him. That smoke goes down. He anticipates the same challenge that JKS has already gone for. You know, earlier today, Desk was talking about Overpass in this matchup and saying how it's hard to get good Overpass practice because everybody will just go for these kinds of Fountain aggressions, but then in reality, when it comes to officials, the A setups just hide on site. I got to give FlyQuest the credit. They are challenging Fountain appropriately, at least out of the gate. Don't mind me, says Rez. Ooh, almost pops Regali, but won't anticipate Ints being up that close. And it's going to elicit the utility down towards B, so incendiary towards short. You got GamerLegion stacked up inside that short side, trying to artillery barrage Vexite out of his bomb site. He'll sit pretty on half health as they wait these smokes out, 45 seconds to the clock. Nowhere for Fnatic to go. No smoke to get him back. Tries to make his move off of the teammate's flash, but T's not blind, and both defenders down empty-handed.
They know there were some flashes thrown from back there too.
Right, they're on high alert, ready for more. Hypex gets his kill, and Regali's position's been found out, as it's a health advantage for the GamerLegion camp. Regali continuing with a double kill here. And Hypex giving himself a smoke to work around. 1 kill deep, JKS pressed it, missed it. And with Regali on low health already, Hypex opts to go back around, but now he's just stuck inside the smoke.
Oh, he faked it.
Yep, and Regali's looking to buy it. Not quite sure where the hell Hypex has gotten off to. Short occupied, Regali down, Hypex clutch.
I love the play.
It gets too easy at this point, guys. Come on.
Too slick with it. Finding that timing on short, obviously, just in time to take advantage of that. But even not pushing back out, which, you know, Regali tried to read that. That was a risk, and he knew Regali was going to take his time. Oh, that's kind of huge for GamerLegion, man. They got those 2 entries in B. Those are just raw fights as well from the choke points.
Probably trying to get something moving.
Ooh! Oh, come on now. No way.
Too easy, he said. And with a headshot like that, I'm starting to believe him. PR doubles down, and the headshots are just streaming forward for GamerLegion now. They are going to absolutely jump on this B site. Int's trying to chuck a nade out, but what kind of defense is that going to net you? Nothing. It's a team kill from Towson, just to try to help FlyQuest out a little.
Oh my goodness.
What was that entry from Hypex?
That's crazy. He crouched into that, and somehow it was a little It was a little too wide for Regali. I don't even think he was holding it that wide.
Yo, cue up that replay.
Yeah,
we got to
that was
see it.
Just filthy.
Regali slammed.
Probably had to be first bullet, too. Regali would have shot. Crazy.
Oh,
wow. Did he get seen?
Dude, JKS is the victim of timing.
Did he get seen? No.
Or is he the victim?
Oh, my God.
He
is!
Oh, again. He's the victim of timing.
Is he? He is.
Dude, I don't know.
I think
somebody die.
Hypex is just the king of timing. That's what we're seeing here. He's Kronos.
And he pulls the trigger. Man, can't help but feel like Regali was set up to succeed with that one.
That's something you would only see an opper get away with versus another opper, right?
Yeah, actually.
Picking that angle apart perfectly.
Cool to see him doing it with an AK. I wasn't really familiar with the Hypex rifle skills, but Towson, take a back seat, my friend. Hypex has got you covered. Rez is going to try to unravel this connector.
Jeez, this is
just versus pistols, but
yeah, it feels like signs to come, man. Kills are getting here. It's
GamerLegion
picked over pass.
Kind of letting themselves off the leash at the moment. And FlyQuest getting mauled like chew toys. 6-3 T-side lead. We got scared for a second. We said, ooh, we got our 3 guys. Because it felt like GamerLegion were going to get shut down by some solid CT rounds out of FlyQuest.
Yeah.
Little did we realize GamerLegion had plenty more to offer.
They're perfectly fine with those losses. Work is cut out for you today, FlyQuest. And there's no matchups here at Bucharest Masters that are so one-sided that it's just like you just got to take it on the chin. Almost every team can, on their best day, reasonably take a win. There's no like 10-1 odds games here, and I think that's also makes these opening matchups just I think a little more disheartening to lose because I think some people will tell themselves this is just our event or it's not. FlyQuest and GamerLegion come into this both with expectations on the floor, just wanted to, but they know someone's going to win, and they want to know sort of, are they the anointed ones this week?
What's scary for FlyQuest is that the Huns sit ahead of them in terms of VRS ranking for the Asian region, and the Huns are here.
The Huns are coming.
Ready to keep gaining. Nipping at the heels of FlyQuest is Rare Adam, in fact. 16 points. VRS is what separates them. So every win is actually important for FlyQuest, whether that's match or event. And sure, the Budapest invites are solidified, but there will be teams that use this event and the major to get a head start on 2026. Merely months away, we go again. Counter-Strike don't stop. But it will forget about you if you start to lose your footing. And FlyQuest have lost footing this year. ZTR is going to unravel the bathroom setup. This 3 versus 5 is already starting to come together. There's going to be a lot of pressure on Regali. Good flash. He gives himself that to work with at least, but Hypex hot on his heels. And as he turns back in, he gets traded out. We're going to get this quick connector flank back around through bathrooms. Fnatic pressing his luck through the smoke. He'll go unspotted. Hypex thinking about bathrooms more so than the smoke push. And so it comes down to a res 1v2.
Wow.
Goes deep around through the dumpster. Vexite gets wind of this, but he's not going to stop Rez. Takes him down to 25 health. Fnatic tapping the bomb a second time.
Oh, he calls it out.
Rez ain't making that move, dude. Fnatic goes for the swing, and he survives on 11 health. Diffuse is coming through all the way.
Very scary moment.
All the way? Yeah, we're good. A couple seconds to spare. FlyQuest on the hunt to tie up the CT side. 2 rounds to go.
If I was Rez and every time I won a clutch, Oakland 2017 MVP. I'll tell my team.
Rez should just make
especially on overpass.
He just needs to put that MVP medal on a gold chain.
He might be the first guy to have like a map name colloquially referenced to him, like Rezer Pass.
Who says that?
That was a thing back then.
No, it was Olaf Pass.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, yeah, that's much older.
And then there's like Vinferno.
That's newer, though.
I've never heard Rez Pass.
Rezer Pass.
Rezer Pass?
You weren't born yet.
That's possible.
2017, 18 years ago.
It's not fair because you can make claims like that, and I have no authority to question you, Launders. You could be feeding me so many lies.
Yeah, except you were there.
Yeah, but I just wasn't paying attention. I was around. I was doing something.
The Rezer Pass was real.
If you say so, Unc. That's what GamerLegion's players would say to you. PR trying to get out of danger. He's got Hypex on it. Ooh, see, there's that that's the wiggle, but this time it lands. Catching Fnatic on the approach. The fallback from Vexite's not fully fallen back. They're going to go for the monster push instead. It's coming through PR.
Side.
He wasn't entirely ready for that one, but a good reaction.
Oh, come on.
He gets Vexite as well.
Gotta feel bad for him for that, hey?
No. I'm just happy
Gotta
for
feel
PR.
bad, hey?
2 kills in, 13 frags on the half. Him and Hypex, 13 and 11 between the two of them.
You just can't lose focus with PR, man. He wasn't even totally ready.
JKS waiting for this kind of a move. We'll figure it out. PR steps forward into his death, and it's all good because GamerLegion about to sink their teeth deep into the A site. Regali, nothing but bank. Cuts off half the site at least, but he's going to be met by smoke. He tries to charge out, hoping the long player isn't here. And as he does get that kill honed in on Rez, Towson makes his move to trade. Guaranteed. JKS to the clutch.
This one might be necessary. 14 bullets in his AK and no utility, no kit.
Yeah, tough to get past this dumpster, but Towson on the dice box.
They're playing
ZTR
open.
separate 1v1s.
Oh.
Towson doesn't get the trade, and now he's going to know. JKS closing that gap. Time is of the essence, though. No kit for this clutch. And we're beyond that 10-second mark. Is there one nearby? Nah, he's just going to go for the op save instead. Nice shooting from JKS, but there's the key to the clutch he needed. And it is GamerLegion's 7th round secured.
Yeah, getting an op-ed, it helps, but the round would have been huge. Kit was so far away. It was on the push as well outside of Monster.
Ooh.
Damn. PR is just an animal, man.
Okay, that's why Towson was so ready to go. He saw Regali exiting bank. I don't know if he's mad or happy.
Yeah, I don't know.
He's just
caffeinated. This whole team is very caffeinated.
Oh! Okay.
Oh!
See ya.
What?
Ints double 5-7 from connector into the M4 upgrade. All right.
Excuse me?
Yep. Sometimes he's got it like that. He'll hide on the wheelbarrow. As they go into the short push. They're looking for PR, but PR is looking for them. And he's got the edge over Fnatic. Ints, 3rd kill on the round. Bit of damage done. Oh, PR.
You asked for it.
Yep, you did. You invited him. You did it. You let him in. And now Vexite's going to back up into ZTR, who's got a 1v1 queued up versus Regali and a lot of distance between the Opper and ZTR. But he's thinking more so Heaven. then the connector flank.
Okay.
Also, he's playing on a position where the bomb's not planted for him.
Yes.
But he planted it.
Yes, he did plant it.
Okay.
Now he's making it seem like he's falling back to Monster. It comes down to Regali can smoke defuse, which will be an option.
He drops the smoke on bomb. That's the move for ZTR to get back close. He's got to walk the first few seconds. He's going to expose him, go around the side, and win it. ZTR 1v2. GamerLegion just can't stop winning.
That's really nice out of ZTR. It was just sort of
really nice.
He didn't even raw dog it. He threw in the nade, jumped over to the left. Like it really did all the. He was doing tricks.
Calculated. How about that PR wall bang? Inside of 3K that round, and FlyQuest still lost.
Yeah.
PR 15-8 T side. Hypex 12-6. Didn't see Hypex miss an op shot.
PR is like remember we talked about a Liege playing Nuke, and you could watch that demo and learn from it. You watch PR play. Good luck replicating that.
Yeah,
you
got to be him.
Go spray on a wall for the next 8 hours.
That's such a good Counter-Strike insult, actually. It's like, go kick rocks. Go spray a wall, buddy.
No, that's what you need to do if you want to get like PR. Spray is just unreal.
Go spray walls. Ints shot 2 bullets through that wall. That's more like 6, but... Damn, how close was his defuse? Because he didn't get off it. Give it credit. Calculated down to the last second. Dominant T-side for GamerLegion. And FlyQuest's hope of starting day 1 well, going up in smoke. You now have to break the doors down on the GamerLegion CT side. I think GamerLegion are looking at this event like they've got a lot to prove. Can't be bombing out of more events. Speaking of bombing, just straight up throwing themselves towards Rez. He'll get his 1. ZTR trying to fall back into the site, but Hypex just took a headshot for 99. And so FlyQuest could damn well win this pistol. Give themselves the best chance at making the comeback happen. Emerging from long, finding more targets down low.
Okay.
And A site suddenly belongs to FlyQuest. Towson, 1v4, nothing to lose, but Regali's had enough, and FlyQuest will give themselves a fighting chance at a T side.
Live another day. It's nicely done here for FlyQuest. It's nothing too complicated about it. Going long on the pistol. It's a classic. So every shot gets hit. Upgrades come through. Looks like there will be counter bribe pressure here from GamerLegion. I mean, FlyQuest, no. This is they've got a mountain to climb here on T side. GamerLegion are going to try to win every single situation.
Not wasting much time here. FlyQuest taking over con control. But Rez is just going to lean back with the Deeg. And working on his own for A. No helping hands on the scene just yet, but ZTR starts to scramble upwards. That's ZTR, the kit carrier, the one and only here in round 14. Backside carrying the utility here for FlyQuest. Gonna send 3 players in front of him. Aids find a bit of damage. 5-7 finds a kill. And Hypex's Desert Eagle then gets his. Not to mention still 2 players in front of Hypex that could go unchecked. They're gonna swing. It's Rez with the Deagle headshot. Regali recovering. And he's going to get himself that second. Towson still yet to be seen on a late arrival up from the B site. They're worried about the connector flank.
I think it is the flank, but it's not.
Towson coming in from the other end. Pistols have done enough to try to set up this clutch. But the longer this goes on, the further FlyQuest get from the site.
He has a smoke, so he can draw him out if he wants to, but, I mean, winning this would be...
ZTR's kit's got to be down towards bathrooms.
Truck. It's actually going to be kind of awkward for long.
He's going to catch this. There's nowhere for Fnatic to hide. He's going to be locked into the duel, and he's taking a ton of damage. Towson down to 20 health. Puts a smoke on top of it.
Oh my goodness.
It was there for the taking, but Regali gets 3. Oof. And it's all in the eyebrows.
Yeah.
He knows how close they came to just losing the momentum of the pistol.
Yeah, that was very, very dangerous. Game would have been put in jeopardy. It was a good try on that force up though from GamerLegion. That's what I'm talking about with the pressure. They're going to have ideas on these very low buys. It's another one that absolutely could be a threat. FlyQuest have to hold their cards close for next round. Hopefully build up a bank here. Otherwise, they're going to be in troubled waters.
Gotta make up for the lost ground of the last round. JKS has already gotten locked in beneath Towson, so he should go unnoticed. Still feels like someone's about to take a deagle to the brain.
They're not poking this from Monster. There's no nades coming up here. And there's the player over top. Just, wow, Towson really spams that thing, eh?
Yeah, it's got a life of its own.
Yeah.
Mind of its own. 2 players out through Monster, looking to add a third. And Towson down, so 5-7 gonna get overwhelmed. 3 players coming at him all at the same time. And FlyQuest trying to make up for, as we said, the deaths in the last one. Majority alive here would bode real well for them, as this game's nearly tied, but it's the rifles of GamerLegion's CT half that come next.
Yeah, imagine if it was Olaf boosted up and he was just spamming a deagle.
That whole time.
It wouldn't have been as iconic, for sure.
15 rounds of French tears.
Where's it coming from?
Sinclair.
Oh!
Yeah?
2017, baby.
Oakland! Oakland! I'm telling you, take that MVP medal.
He loves this map.
Terrorists win.
Get it branded.
Did he reach it?
Yeah. Yes, sir. Look at that. The fruits of his labor.
Yeah, it's 10K down. That's such an it's just going to be continuously expensive here.
That was the silver lining we were trying to set up for FlyQuest, and that just got rocked. Look at the money left here, bottom right corner. $1,000 to spare on Vexite. You've won 3 rounds in a row. But they've given themselves the best chance possible to make this comeback happen, so we'll see if they can continue to tear it up. 4th consecutive round win on the line for FlyQuest. And unlike FlyQuest, GamerLegion actually will keep themselves looking more timid in terms of early A setups. They're going to walk through a smoke to their death. Singular res with only the 1. Fast scramble out of the majority of GamerLegion, all starting to stomp back up towards A, but they'll find that it has not been taken. FlyQuest still taking time.
Yeah, which is actually fine. Got Regali kind of in an outpost. It's hard to clear this spot once you've lost bathroom, so fine to leave a T here for some time. Bomb's rocking back around. If he gets 1 kill... Oh, that's nasty. And to be honest now, they can even pause a little bit more and still go B if they'd like to. The CT is going to get really scared, but they haven't moved yet.
Damn, and Hypex is just going to lock in on the angle. Bomb's inbound. Easy first kill. Second player spotted, and bomb confirmed at that 35-second mark. JKS to challenge short. He gets killed by Towson, and now Fnatic is cut off entirely on his own. Drop to 16 health. He'll find a chance to escape. Hypex, no wall bang, fast scramble. Up towards A, everybody's going. Regali trying to call that bomb in at 20 seconds. And PR worried that somebody's already pushed deep, but he's not this far.
HE.
Oh, throws it out a bit too early before Fnatic's arrival. Bomb planted front sight for bathrooms. And you've got Regali on the right side of bank, locked in on the long wall. Health advantage here for GamerLegion. Trade potential high with PR right behind the offer. Hypex missed shot. First player down. Regali standing in the open. Smoked off. Doesn't give a damn. Hits the headshot. Calls that bomb up and keeps FlyQuest's T-side rolling.
Just got to thank Regali if you're FlyQuest right now. Gets the kill. Jumping back dice. Headshot with the AK as a lurker. And that's the only reason they have an out this round. Oh.
Wow.
Real nasty spot for him. And puts together a clutch. It looks like another missed shot for Hypex.
Hell of a time for Regali to piece together a 4K.
So crazy. Like, look at both these teams. They're struggling economically. But it might be worse for GamerLegion. This is just another opportunity for FlyQuest to get involved again. And the triple boost to see in through Playground.
Resur Pass.
Yes, Resur Pass. Resurrected.
But nobody in the playgrounds to die to this.
I mean, stacked on top of pawns right now. Just two players pistoling. There's not much incentive to move, but obviously the T's aren't coming there. Every round is winnable on overpass. Be careful.
PR's MP9 on the fallback, only able to chew through 157 on Monster, dropped, and B-site belongs to FlyQuest suddenly. Hypex can't get it in position fast enough. Ladies and gentlemen, FlyQuest have a lead. 9-8 T-side lead. Now 5 rounds unanswered since GamerLegion have swapped over to the defense. Uh-oh.
Thing is, it's only been one rifle round, right?
Yep.
At least this time, FlyQuest actually makes some money. 4 still alive here. CT's not in a position to hunt them down. And 1 extra death, but still majority up. That'll spare the bank accounts a little bit. Finally, they want to see around with all Galils.
Unexpected turn of events. But guns once more for GamerLegion. Bomb left back. And it's a 3-player start met by nades. Good util damage as ZTR's struggles will continue as far as FlyQuest are concerned. Trying to Molotov a corner that they already had possession of. Looking to play tricky games. Nobody on FlyQuest falls for it as they sit outside Monster, 3 strong. Towson eats it, doesn't shoot. ZTR, they have to disassemble that boost. Oof, but their own flashes work well for Towson to get into a duel. Ints right there on the cusp of the corner, loses out. Man advantage GamerLegion in the second gun round of their CT side.
On Hypex, he's actually got a blind spot now on the left side. If they walk in from Divider, he could turn around and actually hard clear this, but no, he's just going to leave an enormous gap and timing.
No way.
They don't even think he's here, though.
He loses his player on...
What? Oh, that's just a really bad mistake by Hypex, to be honest. Like, sometimes you leave a gap, but not that big, not for that long.
And the moment they get that kill on Rez as well, you see the turnaround because they can see that Rez believes something's been covered.
Yeah.
They don't give Hypex even a half second extra to react to that. So, critical error. And just like that, FlyQuest double digits. 2 gun rounds played for GamerLegion's CT side, 2 gun rounds lost.
Terrorists win.
So we talked about Hypex on Overpass, and, well, this is the map where you farm stats if you're an opper, but only if you're good. It should be, again, not hard flicks or anything that you need. So it's really not about that. It's all the massive advantages you have sitting on angles and the amount of fallback positions that you have. It's kind of a real good test for Hypex, I think, because like he's playing well, but honestly, most of his kills that have been good so far this game have been rifles. We saw back on Dust 2, definitely some critical misses here. Definitely positionally not aware of everything. He'll have more chances to make up for it, but they're certainly going to need him, it looks like, to close this game out.
Is starting to be freed up for a bit more aggressive of an A start. Sits on party as they get that first kill. PR catching Vexite. Rez, though, burned forward by this utility of the tease and a missed shot from Hypex.
Those ones, man.
That's what could have kept them in man advantage. That's what could have slowed FlyQuest's attack down. But they keep this blistering pace moving forward as Hypex is going to try to drop his nades. Netix frag grenade finds him, banked off the backboard. Regali in from long. PR double kill. That is 3 frags to his name. It is him and him alone here in the 19th round.
It's an interesting spot. The utility, the bomb where it is. 1 minute left to go on the clock. They can't sit on it. So you have to make a decision. Do you pretend like you have it? Do you work on a big flank, or do you just double up and look for a timing to fight? It looks like to go for the latter option.
Tries to cross over.
Oh my goodness, I swear he was spotted. No,
You think they saw
him? I think he got spotted and didn't see them, I think.
Yeah, JKS seems really locked in suddenly.
Now they're going to start checking their flanks. He's going in to check the stairs timing if they want to try to fall back, right? They don't know that Towson's down here. Very confused are FlyQuest, actually.
But they saw something. I mean, if they consider the timing already, you'd think they could.
They don't
consider
believe he was
again.
rapping.
JKS starts to stomp, and now all of a sudden he's down. Bomb thrown out to the open. PR doing everything himself. That's the ace. From the boost outside of the B site to the rotation in with the double to the flank that felt like JKS considered, or they thought that he'd stay locked in long and never wrap the bathrooms.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great ace right there from PR. Saves the day, makes up for Hypex's missed shots from the A site, as he does. Just what he does. He puts up 2Ks in one spot constantly. Spray downs, whatever gun you want, either side, doesn't matter. I need to know if he was spotted going long, because they were so sure about it, it looked like. But it didn't seem to occur to them if someone pushed long, they could have flanked. Because even if that guy didn't see him, they'd go to check stairs and go down to B if they're going that way. But
also odd that there was clearly concern about the flank when he had just pushed long, but then they kind of wrote it off.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Well, doesn't matter to GamerLegion to finally break this streak of 6 rounds.
Yes, sir. 6 straight for FlyQuest, answered only by an ace. Can they replicate it? Share the burden of consecutive CT round wins. There's that ZTR wallbang.
It's going to be more, too. Oof.
JKS trying to get off the angle as the two connector players clear out control for FlyQuest, and no contest thrown at them from party. No challenge out here towards long A. They will certainly be afforded a chance to inch closer towards this A site, but in those moments, GamerLegion now get 3 players strong and Hypex op included.
Oh.
What is happening? We're feeling scrambled. They want to boost the M4 instead.
I feel like they might send him in the other direction now when they really wanted it to be the A site, but see if they take their time and come back.
We drop to 35 seconds.
They're going to go B now, so this boost will be null. They'll throw this one smoke to just help them stay there for a little longer, but
PR's Incendiary goes down at 30 seconds. It's going to give still time for FlyQuest to commit into this B site unscathed. Rez gets popped outside of the bathrooms. That's going to keep the A defenders committed, but you've got PR here. He eats the flash, tries to step into it. JKS doesn't want to let his guard down. Towson reveals himself. 2 kills and the third. Bomb dropped in the process. It's an ace around to go and a ZTR rotation to close. GamerLegion get consecutive round wins.
Yeah, they got threats everywhere. That spray down from Towson, just like he was back on Dust 2, putting in these multis.
Trying to thrive in PR's shadow isn't easy, but Towson attempts to do it.
He was casting the shadow on Dust 2 as well. Crazy.
And that bottoms out the economy. That one rocks FlyQuest. Gonna need to reset. They got time to spare. Lick your wounds and think about it.
PR and Towson on the same site. Can understand why they're trying to avoid that every time.
Smoke's gonna let the pistols through. Ooh. Rez controls it well enough. And Glocks get torn apart. Easy pickup for Hypex. Easy lead for GamerLegion now. 3 in a row. Ace, 3K, and just Glocks to deal with. GamerLegion back to where they spent the majority of this map in the lead. 2 away from a victory in their opening match. Ooh, run boost through the fire. Okay, PR. Bloodlust. No surprise there to FlyQuest that the aggression was coming their way. Would have heard it all the while. And the wallbangs of ZTR just slightly off the mark this time. Trying to flash for top connector, and
beautiful.
It works.
Absolutely beautiful. Really unfortunate for Fnatic, but
Rez looking to get out of here as ZTR tethers. Oh, back exposed. The lineup and the trades are good.
They're everywhere.
All the time. Where there's one, there's more when it comes to GamerLegion. Although Rez and this timing has offered connector back over to Regali. Bomb on his back. What's his move? He could blindside Rez if he catches good timing.
And narrowly avoided. I mean, my goodness. 1 second away, walked out of there like he never existed.
And he heard that drop back sight.
It's so late. It's interesting that I guess they feel they've cleared it, but
They're just going to play retake B. He heard the drop into the mud, so for sure he clears this part. He's going to think maybe somebody's still ramp. Jump spot, didn't see him. Oh, or did he? Towson feeling ready. Majority alive. And GamerLegion take to their 12th. Hypex looking ready to get out of here, but one more still to go.
Yeah.
There was a chance here for FlyQuest, but
it's crazy to talk about GamerLegion in the context of firepower, but it feels like that's actually what's got them through the CT side.
Sure.
Not so much the tactics or the strategy.
It was a 6-round run from FlyQuest's attack, met by 4 rounds in a row now without even a bomb plant. So how quickly things have changed. Took an ace from PR to get this momentum established. They haven't let go of it ever since. Int's trying to set up the flashbangs. Looking to just pelt this bomb site with nades, and Int's nothing really behind it. This is a bathrooms to A hit, bomb included. 2 players already in position for GamerLegion as Hypex spots bodies. Rez actually gets popped. And so he's just gonna lean back into the bank. Hits Regali on the fadeaway. Sees the second jump up onto Optimus. That's bomb confirmed. Int activates well. Down towards B. A double with just the Tech 9. And that's going to force CTR to go clear it. FlyQuest may have just found a little bit of life late here on Overpass.
1 HP ends. Crouch. Tech 9.
No way.
Shot to the head. And it draws the CTs away. I mean, they're looking for a way out anyways, but I mean, maybe Inns can get another.
Comes back at it now with a picked up AK, and it's a wallbang 5-7 headshot.
Okay.
All right.
Medicine.
That timing on the contact bathrooms clearly catching Rez off guard. We don't see exactly how exposed he is, but the jump spot of Hypex a second too late. There's no warning system in place for Rez.
Yeah, that's kind of been the problem a couple of times now. Rez has died because of Hypex, and that's, you know, he's new with Rez here. Getting synced up will take some time, but FlyQuest have to think it's 1 round before them. They can make this into overtime. Might be a little bit salty about the same result happening on Dust 2, not closing there. But this would be the more impressive map to win anyways. GamerLegion play way harder opponents.
And it's been an uphill battle for FlyQuest out of the gate. Guns in abundance for round 24. Couple rounds you've caught that A setup sleeping, and this time Rez extends. Nobody holding this just yet. Vexite looking to add himself to the playground players. Oh, this is a huge moment for Rez. He's in between the packs.
See if he pushes through further. Called out off the corner of the fading smoke, and it's just that sort of quiet clear here that FlyQuest try to implore.
Well, it's also when you come down those stairs, your legs come out exposed first. It's not a normal smoke push when you've got to go down those 3 steps. So for sure, from JKS's perspective, it's Rez's feet on arrival.
See how active the CTs can be from this point on. We've got 1 in top bathrooms. The thing that they try to avoid going into Towson and PR, essentially. And PR is up towards A. And very interesting setup. What even happens here for Towson?
Yeesh, I mean, you feel like at best gets 1 sprayed down in response, but ZTR behind him. Both looking at the wall, dodging flashes. They just mow down 3. Towson gets a double to the USP, more damage done. Dinks Vexite low. Missed op shot from Hypex. The nade could finish 1, but it bounces off of the back wall. 5-7 out. He pushes the smoke as they both go beyond. It's Fnatic to get wrecked. And Vexite, the one that's low, falls victim. Again, we go the distance. But this time, no OT needed. GamerLegion barely get that CT side going. It took the ace from PR to start it off. But Hypex, the one to end it.
I mean, I said this after Dust too. I feel like it stays the same, which was, it was a bit scruffy, but they got the job done in the end.
What a wild game. I mean, I don't even really know where to begin, to be honest. I mean, you figure this game is going to be pretty quickly done and dusted when on their map pick, GamerLegion are able to crank out 8 T rounds in the first half with little trouble in doing so, just kind of enacted their normal game plan, PR being a big playmaker, just all the things we expect from them. But then you switch sides, and it takes a PR ace to get their first defensive round. Just kind of a wild story, honestly, Yanko. I don't know.
Yeah, it wasn't pretty, but it was better than what FlyQuest had, which is good enough for a win today. Probably not good enough to make a super deep run here, right? But after a couple of tough games, you know, a tough tournament over in China for GamerLegion, they'll take it, right? You need to build some of that confidence back up, but yeah, it was a bit of a back and forth game. You know, both teams had good moments at times, but also some very poor moments, which I think, especially for GamerLegion, has been the case all year long. Like, they can play pretty good Counter-Strike, let's say 80% of the time, but the 20% of the time where it's bad, it happens at crucial moments and it causes them to lose games at times.
It's one of those things where it's like, you hate that they have to rely on heroic individual moments to close out a game, because that's practically what it took. Again, a PR ace, Tolson has a hat-trick monster hold, Perez had a big multi-frag round inside connector. I mean, it's just, that is like the sequence that it took to close this game. But at the same time, it's like, it's nice that you have that in your locker in case you need it. I
don't mind that everyone has that. Everyone needs to have that. You know, everyone needs to have their players step up to be able to win games, you know. So I don't mind that per se, but they also did a good job towards the end of that game. There were a couple of rounds where they were at a disadvantage, you know, man-down situation that they were able to turn around. It looked like for a moment there FlyQuest was going to be able to take this to Inferno, but props to GamerLegion for stepping up and not letting that happen.
I'll say this too, like, even when that run was happening from FlyQuest, I respect GamerLegion for making every round feel dangerous. Like, they had 2 almost decos go their way where they could have, you know, basically halted them in their tracks and quickly rinsed this game. So definitely just an intriguing second half is the best way I can sum it up.
Let's talk about FlyQuest and what they did right in the second half to get some rounds on the board. What was it that was working for them?
I think they won some key rounds just economy-wise, right? Like being able to put that pressure early on and make GamerLegion sweat a little bit. I think they also found a couple of gaps towards the A side, right? Outmaneuvering Hypex that one round. Rez also, we talked about him in the pregame, wasn't really able to get much done on that CT side. It was guys like PR rotating over for B that were able to mop up a few times.
Yeah, I mean, we saw some good moments out of different players. I think Regali had a lot of impact early on with like the AK-47. Actually had a couple of multi-frag rounds kind of in the beginning of the half to get them started. Vexite had a big round. Fnatic had one round that was pretty impressive as well. So they also, in their own right, had a couple individuals step up in big moments to kind of drag them through some tough times, because obviously bad first half. Second half, you're winning rounds, but you're losing all your guns in the process because you're getting, you know, degged. You know, you're having to rebuy every single player. Like, it's laborious, but they were able to, you know, hang in there for a while and at least show that they're capable of understanding the basics of how to approach overpass and, you know, had at least some protocols in place.
Oh, talk about setting the bar high for FlyQuest. But I mean, I think the problem is when they rewatch this game, they'll see it was like some very small details at key moments that cost them both maps, right? You know, the PR round, they're 4v2 there for a little bit, right? And 2 players pushing toilets, the long player isn't there. Like, you're a little bit lackadaisical because you killed the rotator too, and you're not expecting an extra guy there, but it's a 4v2. You don't need to, you shouldn't be lackadaisical about anything, right? You just need to group up and get the trades. The 5v4 late in the game that we talked about, the 1000 multi-kill from Monster, right? You have 4 people running up short. It's like these moments, and there were plenty of them on Dust 2 as well, like they can't be happening at this level, right? You need to be able to trade those kills, to be ready for some of those positions, to be just better position yourself to get those trades, get into the bomb site, and that's what cost FlyQuest today's game.
We obviously had a chance to see PR on our screens, but when we talk about individuals stepping up, he definitely did that for GamerLegion.
Yeah, I mean, PR has been such a huge tool for GamerLegion because he's like just that extremity playmaker. You know, and he plays a lot of spots where maybe sometimes more passive riflers would kind of thrive, just holding ground, but the guy just makes plays. Like, he's the guy that, you know, on this map, you can send him through short pipe and he's confident taking that peek at sandbags, or confident, you know, fighting a boosted player, or trying to poke and prod and you know, create a ruckus and kind of keep people present, maybe force rotations or for people to have to take notice of him. And then it kind of frees up everyone else on the server to kind of play, you know, their main game as well. So I just think he's kind of like a luxury guy to have in some of the roles that sometimes don't get as much shine, you know, on maybe, you know, other teams.
Is it fair to wrap this series up by saying GamerLegion wins it 2-0, but we have some question marks about them moving forward in this event?
I wouldn't say so. I would say like they win 2-0, but FlyQuest had their chances, right? I mean, you know, people like to criticize so much. You know, they won. Like, you know, was it the prettiest of wins? No, but the most important thing, obviously, when you're at the tournament is to win the games, right? And you go into WOD review and you talk about it. So they did their job today, right? We'll see tomorrow against who they square up and how they play, and we'll be able to analyze that. But I wouldn't, you know, look for criticism too much for a team in a game in which they won.
Yeah, I mean, when you're in GamerLegion spot and you've had such a tough season and you're coming into a tournament like this one where it is best of threes only, you're going through a full Swiss system, you're playing 7 days straight with no breaks, like, it is kind of a marathon at that point. You have to kind of be able to deal with the grind of adversity, dealing with long games that maybe go a little bit, you know, unplanned, you know, having to deal with things you didn't think you would have to. But at the end of the day, you got your 1-0, you're moving on to tomorrow, you'll find out your next opponent soon, and just focus up. I mean, at least they're getting a W on the board and starting the tournament off on the right foot in that regard.
They got the W on the board. Liquid got the W as well in that first game of the day, and we're only halfway through day number 1 at the PGL Masters here in Bucharest. From all of us here on the desk, we're going to head on out. Mr. Lewis will be taking the seat very soon, and coming up next...
Just Richard.
3D Max up against Saw. Don't go anywhere.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Hello everyone, Jackie Powers here, back at PGL Bucharest. This time around joined by Agil, of course, from Saw. Bro, lovely to have you here. How you doing, man?
I'm doing pretty good. Feels great to be here.
I wanted to ask you, when you are joining a team or looking at sort of other players that you like playing with, what is it that sticks out to you that makes a good teammate? Is it work ethic, raw talent on the server, or maybe communication?
Yeah, definitely a mix of those. I'd say also it kind of depends on how people handle situations. If you've got some background info on that, it also helps. And obviously, being a good guy, a guy that you're able to work with and talk with freely and easily. helps a lot.
In terms of your perspective of the team, obviously being with the boys every day, being there in practice, how would you describe the overall form coming into this event?
I think that we've been practicing for over 2 weeks since we came back from America after not making the major, and I think we've had some good improvements. I feel the team a bit better than we were, and I think our maps are getting a bit stronger. So I just hope we can show that as well.
Is there anyone you would love to go up against, sort of a match that you'd enjoy playing, or is it more you just take as it comes?
Yeah, I think it just take as it comes. I mean, the teams here, we've faced them all already at a certain point. So it's just kind of whatever comes.
Let's talk a little bit then about, say, hypothetically, if things were going wrong mid-round or at an event, how does the team approach that in terms of kind of unpacking the bag and dealing with the situation so that you can stay focused and not have it bleed over?
Well, if we are talking in-game, and let's say we are playing a match and things are not going accordingly or to plan, usually just take a pause, just breathe, and just remind ourselves, like, guys, play round by round, everything is possible.
I wanted to ask as well, it's kind of one of those, obviously, from a viewer or someone on the outside perspective, watching Saw play, they might not have the full story in terms of the work that's being put in behind the scenes from either someone else on the team or coaching staff, support staff. Who do you think would deserve sort of, more respect or more eyes on the work they do that maybe is underrated that you'd say on your team is important?
Well, I think obviously Mut is our brain of the team. The way we play usually comes within him and what he likes. Story as well, likes to get vocal in those situations. And in general, our two coaches, Mozasa is our new coach, and he comes from a different background in esports. But I think he is also good because I think he's asking like the right questions and finding some good solutions to things that maybe we were not really aware of. And also Sidox as well as an analyst coach, he usually helps us more with the playbook kind of stuff. And he's a great guy. A lot of, he just helps the mood of the team stay good all the time as well.
Thank you very much for taking the time to speak to me, bro. Best of luck in the event. Excited to see you doing some damage on the server.
Thank you.
Yes, welcome back to the PGL Masters. I'm your host, Richard Lewis, and joining me on the desk, we have one of the faces of the essential Counter-Strike website, HLTV. It is, of course, Striker, and joining me from the fens and bogs of Ireland, it is, of course, Blair, who we found out was Irish yesterday, which was a big surprise for all of us.
Exactly, laddie.
Scottish, but we're
close enough.
We're all Celtic together. Anyway, guys, we're obviously going to be talking about 3D Max versus Saw. That's going to be our first series of the day. We've seen a lot. I nearly said Saw there. I've got to watch my tenses. Yeah, we saw a lot of 3D Max in the CAC. They went all the way to the final and then kind of fell at the last hurdle. So I just wanted to get a temperature check from you, Striker, about them and why a lot of people are kind of saying they could still be a favorite for this tournament as well, even though they did disappoint at times in Asia.
I mean, look, they're still one of the two highest ranked teams at the tournament, right? With Aurora, who are also a team that has had its issues, So I think it's absolutely fair to look at them as a team that could have that potential, right? But obviously, looking at CAC and the results that they had there, that was the tournament that we thought they should win, to actually enter that conversation where they're going to be favorites for tournaments like this, where, that people could see as kind of like best of the rest. They've been like the perennial gatekeepers, of the top 10 effectively, like trying to punch up, but never really getting there. And so that missed opportunity, I think, cost them.
I will say they don't do a great job of gatekeepers because everyone seems to get through.
Well, on the bright side, if you're looking at this event here over here, you're talking about none of the top 8 teams being here, right? So they are literally at the top if you look at the rankings department. And also just a switch up in Gravity being the IGL right now, I think has really freed up Maka, because I feel like Maka easily the best player. He's feeling way more comfortable. You can also see a bit more variation, a few changes coming out from them. I feel the only factor for me, they're my favorites. I think Aurora are kind of struggling at the moment, right? I think mental issues over there. The only problem they might have is exhaustion, because this team has been traveling a lot, Rich.
I mean, they've been back and to China, I think, like
twice.
Yeah, in the last,
already. Might even be 3.
Yeah, so in the last 2 months, right? So I think in August they finished that Perfect World Tournament, which was kind of like effectively just Chinese teams and them. That was like the only relevant names in attendance. Then they went to Europe for Fisher and EPL. Then they went back to China for CAC. Now they're back to Romania, and after this they're going to China again, like in 3 times in 2 months.
And then they're going to come back after that for the major as well.
Yeah.
It's kind of mental.
They do have a bit of a break after that, so I hope that they haven't burned themselves out by that time.
I haven't seen a travel schedule like that since like 2019 Astralis, and overall as well, if you look at like maps played, which is something we always highlight, generally the more maps you play, the sharper you are as a team, but then you can get into this kind of territory where it's so much, exhaustion probably is a factor, right?
Yeah, I would say, I think they kind of overdid it with the tournaments they've said yes to, right? Because especially if you think about, some of the ones that they were supposed to win, right? Like the last one. Yeah, okay, you should have said yes to that, but then maybe you shouldn't have done the first Chinese event, so that you don't get this crazy amount of maps over everybody else at this tournament. It's a bit, they're setting themselves up a little bit to peak at the wrong time, effectively, as the year closes.
I mean, you saw 96 maps right there. I took a look at their the LAN maps played all year. It's 169.
Yeah.
That is truly ridiculous. Remember, even the online component thing. So yeah, they've been getting a lot of reps. They're just not able to quite crack and just get the win. I think that's the only place they're struggling right now.
Yeah, well, they've got an eminently beatable opponent, I would say, to be generous, in the form of Saw. Saw themselves have been tinkering away, changing lineups and trying to find a blend of, Portuguese talent that can, get back to where they were. I want to say probably it's a couple of years ago now. Saw did seem to be vaguely competitive, but they've kind of fallen off a little bit.
They have fallen off, and it's also kind of would be a little gutting for them, right? Because you look at their Iberian brothers and the former Gentlemates and how good they're doing right now. And I think it also comes down to the fact that they haven't really been able to find the proper replacements to Ujux and Arasdose. Last year, we saw Ujux kind of benching himself. We had Arasdose getting benched right there, and then they had a couple of players getting picked in, Agile and Sin coming in, SHR coming in, then Roman leaves, SHR leaves, they get Azu and Sejat, they didn't last much long in that lineup as well, and now they got Crazy and Aragon coming in, and I'll just tell you right now, Rich, I think they're going to need more than Rohan riding in for them to really up their level, because it's been a little rough watching how far they've fallen off, and even now, I don't really think they have a stable lineup yet.
Yeah, for sure. And I think they're in a weird spot, right? Like every time that you think that Saw is done, like when they've made one of those changes, like they lost Arasdose and they lost Ujurks, and then they suddenly pick up that top 8 finish in Cluj, where it just comes out of nowhere, you don't really expect it. Then they make the changes again, they come into this season with a new lineup, and they come to Fisher and they pick up the top 4 where they beat Furia twice, who's been on like the biggest run of highs, so it's kind of crazy, to be honest.
I'm looking at the videos here.
Right, let's go.
Okay, listen, 3D Max banning Mirage, I think that's the right play. You're the favorites here. You don't take any chances, even though it's a map neither of these two teams play. I thought Saw would actually ban out Overpass, but Inferno is the ban coming in. So with 3D Max, listen, they can go anywhere they want. Ancient is a pick I expected from Saw as well. Nuke, I feel, is going to be the middle ground, a decider map. And if I'm 3D Max, I don't know, they can go many ways here, honestly. They can go Dust 2 as well. I think it's just a favorite on any map.
Yeah.
Or Nuke.
Okay. That's kind of crazy to me, because Saw is, obviously Saw don't really play the top level, and so they haven't really played that many good teams on it, but they are on a 10-win nuke streak at the moment. So it is kind of like playing up to their own strengths, from 3D Max, who obviously didn't get to play Inferno, which is their best map. They've really picked it up as a home map now. So I think Nuke is the secondary one, but you're picking it into a team that's just come off of this last big streak.
3D Max in this studio played Nuke. it was a disaster. It was in the final against Legacy. It went really poorly. So it is interesting. They're still confident.
There are two ways to look at this, right? Obviously, if you're Saw, you're feeling really, really happy. Your map pick coming in Ancient, I think, is one of the stronger maps as well. A little bit rough off late for a side of 3D Max. Nuke is their best map, albeit it's also one of the better maps of 3D Max. But you can look at it from a confidence standpoint. 3D Max coming in, they are the highest seed, they are the better team on paper in almost every metric out here. So they ban on Mirage, right? You're the favorites. Why take any risks over there? And they're like, you know what? Screw it. You're good at Nuke. We're better. And I kind of like it from them.
Yeah, I think for me it was always a prerequisite for Saw to try to float Mirage. Right? Obviously, they were the first ones to ban, so they didn't know if 3D Max would float it or not. But removing Inferno was the prerequisite number one for them to even try to put 3D Max in a position where they have an awkward map pool, right? Because Ancient, I think they have something like 10% win rate on it in the last couple of months. So it's obviously an uncomfortable map for them. The Nuke is a very common ground, so for them to pick it, it's obviously a risky move. And then Dust 2, everybody knows how to play Dust 2. It's kind of the map that you don't really want to pick into too often, right? So it could, I could see a world where this gets interesting.
It's also a map for Nuke. There's so much at tape on 3D Max that, that Mutuals could be studying as well. So it could be a mind game coming in. But yeah, overall, if I'm Saw, I'm very happy with the first two maps.
Yeah, I think ultimately, they might not win the series, but they definitely have won the veto. For me, they've got as good a 3 maps as they probably could have got. And so let's start setting up the first map, which of course will be Ancient. I mean, you already highlighted the stat I was going to go to. 3D Max don't win a lot on this map.
Yeah, they haven't been doing so hot on them, and it's kind of on the other side for Saw though. Like they've started to pick it up a little bit more over time to try to improve their map pool, because they haven't really been tested on maps like Overpass or Train. They actually don't really play those two very much. So they've tried to ramp up a little bit on Ancient recently, and some of these they've played a lot of local lands and all these things. They're not very well tested on these maps, but I think it was always going to be the best playground for them other than Nuke.
Well, I can bring our commentators in and get their thoughts on it. It's my old friends. I feel like I just saw you yesterday, Dinko. Oh, I did.
Yes.
We were in the studio.
Jason, in the green room 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, well, listen, we don't exist outside of the broadcast. Yeah, he gets it. It's good to see you too, Jace. It's been a while. What do you make of this one?
I think this should be a quick 2-0. I was saying it just before coming out here. I'm going to be upset if 3D Max doesn't come in here and just handle business. I'm going to be a little bit upset because 3D Max has been on that rise again. They had like their initial start, they were cool. They kind of faltered and flatlined, and then they've been a little bit on a rise with some changes that they've made. And if they don't come in here and handle Saw, I don't know what we're doing.
The thing is, I've seen a lot of 3D Max, and they can play really well, and they can also play very badly. And more to your point, Richard, just earlier about the Nuke performance in the final, the more stand-up performance was the Ancient Closer. It was a terrible final map from 3D Max, and I think this is a big chance for Saw to start the series strong.
Yeah, I agree. I think 3D Max, even though they made it to the final, they didn't really impress me in Asia, honestly. We talked a lot about how good they were technically, but they dropped a ton of maps. And also in the final, I felt that should have been free. A best of 5.
Against Legacy as well.
Against Legacy, like
hey,
with
put some
new
respect
IGL.
on that Legacy name.
Listen.
Don't you dare.
I mean, they're the best Brazilian team right now.
Liquid beat them today.
They're the best Brazilian team right now.
They're kind of the only Brazilian team right now.
Exactly. Fierce on Brazil.
Don't forget about Fluxo. They got Art over there.
Come on, guys.
Fair enough. We have Imperial as well.
I loved him in Futurama.
But then again, yeah.
No, but I mean, I think honestly, I think 3D Max probably get a little bit too much respect, I want to say. I don't know if this is like...
Well, I think that's just the fact of the tournament they were playing in at CAC. There was no other really top teams there. You have FaZe coming in with Jacob just after Pro League. Liquid just added Elige. I think when you look at the field of teams at CAC, I think we started to blow 3D Max's expectations out of proportion. But at an event like this, it's another one where you're missing out on the elite squads and you expect them to actually perform it and actually get a trophy eventually, Jason.
Well, I think the thing for me is, like, with the major looming right around the corner, right, we have to contextualize everything of where we expect these teams to be. Like, for me, 3D Max going into the majors should be a quarterfinals team. And depending on who they get there, maybe they can cause an upset. But that should be a team that's at least fighting for a quarterfinal spot. And if they come in today and are flat on this opening day, they cannot start slow at this event. If they come in and drop the ball against Saw, it's like, man, like, that's my expectations now are just completely thrown off. I expect them to be able to come in and handle Saw, who hasn't been competing against top tier competition since like June.
That's true.
Yeah, it is true. They've had a bit of a timeout, but then again, how do you prepare for a team like that? You know, if a team's been not competing, you don't have footage to review and demos to review.
Well, you do. It's just
how do you create a plan?
It's just from local competition, you know. So it's like they're obviously going to play in a different fashion, you know. So you don't know what they're going to come up with when they do enter the top tier.
You also don't look at the details, right? You look at the team in a general sense, and you're like, okay, this is how they like to run their defaults. This is kind of where they like to go in the mid round. These are the sort of the things that if you go into the details on a team like this, that's going to be a recipe for disaster because those details are going to change against different competition and different teams they're playing against. So I mean, this is also part of the reason though why I have to feel so confident that 3D Max is going to be able to come in and blow them out of the water because like I don't think they should have been preparing for this team like in any kind of crazy depth.
No,
you look into it, but you focus on your own stuff. You are the better team.
Yeah, they don't have any time. Like, that's the problem. This 3D Max squad have no time to go home and fix anything or work on anything because, as you guys are mentioning, they've got to China all the time. They've got every tournament over the last couple of weeks. I think, though, if 3D Max is going to be in the back of their head that their Ancient was so bad that they lost the final in Ancient, they had no opportunity to get into that final map, and they missed out on a big trophy over there in China. I think that's going to be something that's playing in the back of their minds, and if they are going to be a team that challenge for a quarterfinal, Jason, you can't have such glaring weaknesses in your map pool. So if you aren't getting those practice and you aren't getting sort of the time at home, you got to use official games like this to start working on the Ancient.
Yeah, which is fun because they have, what, it was 90 games played on LAN, like the most at this event, right? So, I mean, yeah, you've gotten the reps in, and, you know, I think players are going to be good at forgetting some of the finals, the maps they've lost. The reset is going to be okay, but I think the point about exhaustion is probably the biggest thing because the first thing that gets frayed is the ability to keep your mentality in check, the ability to not get frustrated, the ability to not get stressed if you start out 0-4.
You guys got a player that we need to watch for in this series?
It's always, for me, Ecstasies for this 3D Max squad. I think he's the player I enjoy watching the most. I think he provides the most impact in sort of the roles that he plays, especially on T side. I really like his lurk. So I think he's also just such an X factor when the round gets into a crazy mid round around smokes. He's always able to find the way to a round victory for 3D Max. So he's always my standout player.
You agree with that, boys, on the desk?
Yeah, I mean, Ecstasies is fun to watch, but I personally do like watching Lucky, right? I think sometimes, a lot of the times, he can be... No, man, like I feel he's a difference maker a lot of times. When he has a stinker, the team just kind of dies.
Yeah, we do.
Listen, okay, I really agree with Americans, but I got to agree with Jason on this one, right? I feel like 3D Max coming in here, they have, for me, they're the favorites. Honestly, Aurora, they seem to hit a slump right now.
That is a bold statement.
Listen, you can call it a bold statement, whatever. I feel like they're coming in here as favorites for me personally. And, you know, with Gravity coming in as the IGL kind of recently, they want to get as many reps as they can. They have, of course, have to fly to China as well after this. So get all the reps. And I agree with Jason. You know, quarterfinals for the major, I think I can see that happen for them.
Yeah. Nah, I think that's crazy.
I mean, talk about hipster. I mean, I was going to pick out Agil because, like, when he came into this team, like, last year, when he came into this team, he was just it just seemed like so lukewarm for a guy like Arazdosa when he came out. And then for the first half of the year, he didn't really do anything. But somehow, like, at the turn of the season, there haven't really even been any positional changes or anything like that. He's been playing the same positions, same roles. But suddenly, he's just picked up this new form, and he's become their kind of star rifler because they have this weird setup where their in-game leader is the guy who has all the space taker positions, all the opener positions on the CT side. You know, their in-game leader is the guy who's in the star positions, but without the output. So you kind of have to find it somewhere else. And it's actually been Agil who's picked up that slack.
Well, tell me about him on Ancient then.
Well, I mean, Agil is the guy who's usually going to be more of an active lurk, trying to help in middle with Mutiris. So Mutiris is kind of entering for him, right? And so he's going to be the one who's going to have the most action on him, even though he's not necessarily the one creating the space a lot of the time. So I think that's why I kind of look to him, as well as, I mean, Story has always been the big star of this team. Mm-hmm. So I think those two are the ones that I would see as like the prerequisite to.
It's also going to be quite a big test for the two new additions coming in, right? Crazy with the K and of course Aragorn.
I want to say, by the way, their names are whack. I want that on record.
Listen,
like, you can't be called Crazy in 2025 in an FPS game, bro.
I mean, we had a team called Crazy, so I mean, it's fine. It's okay.
Like,
Crazy with a K, and then you have Aragorn.
What, number in the middle?
Goated name.
Aragorn.
All right. Listen, I feel like, you know, they've always had a few reps of this lineup, right? But they haven't really been in an environment like this being tested by, as we pointed out, the gatekeepers of S-tier Counter-Strike. So I think it's going to be, as the saying goes, a little learning experience for the two new kids.
What do you make of the name Azuwu, Richard? That was a player they had before. British player. Azuwu.
Any name that has uwu in it is all right in my book.
It's a personal favorite, isn't it?
Yeah, you're big fan. I mean, look, Aragon's kind of okay, I think.
With two ends?
Yeah.
Of course, you know.
So
trademark infringement. We had to do something.
Yeah, true.
course,
You know, they are very litigious over there at Middle Earth. I don't even know where I was going with that one. No, by the way, for everyone at home, in case you're thinking, why haven't they started the game yet? There has been a tech problem. We're doing this thing called filling right now.
I currently see the 5th player for 3D Max has joined the server.
Okay. Yeah, I think there was
a great
verification error or something.
Yeah, so that's good news.
So yeah, it is good news. We should have a game underway very short.
So I will leave you with a piece of lore, right? So Saul got this new guy for the coaching position, and it's this guy who's apparently done it all. I mean, 10 years ago he started out as
this crazy coach who's been in every game
with the K.
and succeeded in none of them.
Yes, exactly.
Well, let's see how he does. We can do it. The game is live. Take it away, Dinko and Moses.
Oh, finally, we get into it. Ancient to kick things off for this series. 3D Max versus Saw. Second half of the day here at PGL's Masters, Bucharest 2025.
I'm sad we didn't get to finish the lore from Striker.
Yeah, he was getting there.
Yeah, he was. Well, I mean, part of it is they alluded to it, had to cut him off. Coach of Saw was like a player in a different game, and then he went over to Overwatch, and then he went to Valorant, and then he transitioned to a Valorant coach, and now he's coaching a Counter-Strike team with no real Counter-Strike experience. So we're going to see how that goes.
Famously an easy game, Jason.
Yeah, famously. Here we go, B execute, Molotovs are out, smoke's up in place, shouldn't be any action on the entrance, just some spam through the smoke. So Saw is going to have the B bomb site and the post plant comfortably, and now they've got to clear out Jaguar.
We got Crazy with the K. He's going to be holding down Cave. It's Gravity with the double opener here, and Ecstasies to follow up. So we've got Story and Agile. Bomb is planted, so Saw at a minimum have a force buy going into the next round. And Mac are going to make sure it is only the force buy that they will be picking up in the next, as the pistol is won by 3D Max in quick succession. We've got 4 players staying up as well, and a very strong pistol from the French, Jason.
Yeah, very, very well done. And I mean, I don't think Saw got caught off guard. You get into that B bomb site, no defense. I think they make the right call. You get in towards Cave. You have to take over that position. You have to control it for the post plant. And Gravity just hit some bangers with the dualies. So really nice hold, really good job. Match is going to be paused at the 1-0 mark, but that's 3D Max handling business to open things up.
Well, maybe the tech issue was good for 1 round, you know?
Yeah, we got our one.
We got our 1 round.
That's all we really needed out of it.
Now we bring Striker back in.
Yeah, get Striker in here. Striker, come to the casting room. We can finish your lore, your stories. Yeah, so I guess just continuing of where that's at, that's sort of, I kind of outlined my expectations for 3D Max. Like, I think calling them the favorites, I don't know if I could, you know.
For what? The tournament?
Yeah, for the tournament. That was Blair, right? Called them the favorites to win the event. Like, I don't know. Favorite is hard to pick out of this crowd because there's not one, but they're certainly one of like the 4 teams you're going to point at and say they have a great shot at winning this trophy. It'd be like 3D Max, Aurora, and then, I mean, Legacy based off the fact they won their previous event.
I think it's because all the teams you say should win, we've never seen them win. Like, so
yeah,
it's
there's
just,
that too.
You know, eventually one of them has to do it, but none of them have shown they're capable of doing so. Everyone chokes every great opportunity they ever get. Aurora and 3D Max probably the greatest examples of that.
I'd even throw Liquid in that crowd of teams that's like they have the potential to lift this trophy.
Oh, they absolutely do. I mean, obviously at CAC they made it to the semifinals.
And lost to 3D Max, who actually I thought they were going to win that series with the way they were playing at the time.
So we give Elige a little bit more time in the squad. Who knows?
They look good this morning, though. I'll tell you that.
Could beat them. Yeah, just the 1-0 games at the moment. We've got Heroic and Liquid in there with Pain and GamerLegion winning their opening games. The losers from the first set of games, Gentlemates, FlyQuest, Legacy, NIP. Legacy off a win at CAC. Gentlemates off that crazy run at EPL. No one really expected that because they weren't meant to be at the tournament, Jason, but they came out swinging. And, well, for FlyQuest, a disappointing opening game, but close enough.
Well, and also I think a very important game for FlyQuest too at this point as well. I mean, in terms of maintaining some position even within the Australian scene of getting like chucked back and having to work your way back to these events. So that's got to be a heartbreaking loss for them that puts them on the back foot early.
Well, this will be the first time you've been on air since the Senzu move came through, Jason. What were you doing when you find out the news that Mongols got rid of Senzu?
We had just finished an episode of the podcast and I was editing it and I was buried in in Adobe Premiere, and then I look up to the news about an hour after we finish an episode. So I had to panic call Chad and Yanko back into action so we could record a little.
Guys, come back.
And it was weird because like obviously we have a little bit more information now. I think more people out of the Mongolian scene or that have knowledge of it are coming out and talking about. There's a recent podcast that was just done saying Senzu on the podcast kind of said it's nothing crazy. I'm just burnt out. I'm just exhausted, traveling, grind, away from home, away from friends, and wanted some time off. And that's kind of what I thought it was initially. Would be that sense of, especially with all the rumors and all the stories of Mongols not preparing for various events, not doing any boot camps, not practicing. Yeah, which is fine, right? Like we're just talking about, it's a weird conversation because we just talked about the 3D Max schedule and we're like, these guys are crazy. Look how much they're traveling. And then we go to the Mongol side of things and it's like, these guys are crazy. They're not practicing between all the insane events that they're doing.
It's so frustrating because the Mongols got themselves into a position where you're the major runner-up.
It's very poor timing, yeah.
Yeah, you could have won Cologne if you put some practice in. This is an event where Vitality lost, Spirit were coming in with a dead roster. You know, they could have won Cologne. They win EWC, but they don't practice for the next event. I mean, there's so many frustrating things about this Mongols team, and that one just takes the cherry.
I'm with you. Like, part of me is just like, this is insane. Like, suck it up for 2 months and get through the major.
Yeah.
And the other side is kind of like, you know what? Take care of your health first. If you're in the situation where you really feel the burnout to the extent that you don't think you can make it through the major with any kind of sanity, fair play. But obviously it puts the team in a very weird position.
Absolutely. Well, the tech issue seems to be resolved and we're ready to get back into the action. Reminder, 3D Max just won the pistol with 4 players staying up. Saw got the bomb plant in the B site, and so they have a solid force buy. You've got 2 Galils, 3 Tech 9s, and a heap of utility. So I'll try and figure out where they want to go into this one.
Yeah, limited utility as well. So mid-round is going to get a little weird. Gonna have to challenge. Yeah, it's missed, but at the moment, nobody really looking for anything. Utira's just gonna slide behind it now. It's gonna be Maka, the first line of defense back in Dona. Could have been punished if they were aggressive in middle, but want to play things passively with the advantage of utility and weaponry.
Maka waits, sees the shadow, goes to look up to see if the shadow was being cast from an elevated player, but is able to react quick enough to drop Meteorus. See an opening kill for 3D Max as Aragorn makes his way into mid.
That's a hard thing with like a low utility is deciding where you want to use it. It would have been great to have a Tech 9 paired up, another rifle paired up with Meteorus for that peak, but obviously the smoke fades in, or the smoke's not there in Red Room, so they don't feel safe to actually go do it. An easy opening frag. And this is a little bit of a fake. Meant to pull that 4th defender towards middle, towards the B bomb site. It's working. Maka's considering it now, but the hit is coming towards A.
Yeah, crazy. Going to be charging out of the donut. He's not alone. He's got his teammate with him, and lucky it was alone. He ends up getting cast out from the back of the bomb site. Bomb planted, secure, post-plant set up, and a 4v4 retake required if 3D Max want the win.
Really cool tactic from Saul there, and that's a lack of information from 3D Max, forcing Maka to cheat over to the other side of the map on that fake. It completely fools them. No utility for this either.
Oh, another shot. Certainly going to help out this post plant. With no one committed into the bomb site, it's all about this flank as well. With a Tech 9 coming around the back of Red. Eventually, we've got to get on that defuse. Time is ticking on here for 3D Max. A lack of utility. Now, defuse being stuck. Headshots coming in. And the defuse all the way secured for 3D Max. They do pull it off. That flank just takes a little bit too long through CT spawn. And in the end, everybody goes down for Saw.
Yeah, but that's actually a sick round from Saw. Like, no reason to be disappointed about that one. You felt like you're in a winning position. It slipped away, but you got plenty of kills, 4 kills, another bomb play. You're going to be buying right back up into this. So Saw have actually put 3D Max really early on in a tough scenario where the economy is already on the verge of being broken. So tough stretch for this CT side as they know more pressure is coming. And we'll get another pause in the action as a persistent, stubborn little tech issue keeps rearing its ugly little head.
Yeah, once around, and just like those bottle caps. Look how gravity's struggling through those, Jason. You don't have to deal with those in your LAN.
Nah, but it's for the turtles, man.
It is for the turtles.
You know, every time that cap hits you in the nose as you're taking a sip of water,
you gotta remember you just saved the baby turtle.
Yep.
Famously, the bottle caps do get him.
My side of the world, we don't have turtles, so not a big deal.
No.
Interesting disjointed start to the game. It's got these kind of situations always feel weird as a player as you're kind of trying to build up a momentum and a feel for the game and how the team's operating.
Every time you went around, you get a 5-minute pause.
And then these just disjointed rounds, there's like delays your ability to actually feel comfortable and kind of lose yourself into the game.
Well, there is another game going on as we speak over on the B stream.
Yep.
It's BetBoom versus MIBR. for some reason you don't want spoilers for that game, and you're going to go rewatch MIBR versus BetBoom, well,
if you're one of them,
pause for just a second, take those headset off. I don't know what you want to do, but it was a 13-1 win for BetBoom on MIBR's map pick of Overpass. I thought,
ain't nobody going back to watch that VOD.
Yeah.
No worries.
we could probably, that could be a TikTok, really, that one. And it's a 10-8 scoreline currently with MIBR in the lead of the second map of Nuke, which is BetBoom's map pick. It was a 9-3 first half, though, from MIBR. It's now 8-10 as BetBoom are on the comeback trail. Let's see if they can get that 2-0. That action is with Henry G and Harry.
Henry G and Harry. Lovely stuff.
I had Henry G in this room just a few days ago, Jason.
How was it? Was it good for you?
This little bit casting basement.
Yeah?
Yeah, it was good. What were you up to?
I was hanging out at home. I was actually watching the games, so so that was kind of cool.
You know, is it good to be here?
Yeah, it is. It is good to be.
See how
back.
the sausage is made, Jason.
They've got
behind the lines.
They've got a Taco Bell in Bucharest now, so I'm
Dude,
very
they
happy.
did. You
I'm very
did wait.
happy.
It just opened. You know,
had it for lunch
They have
today.
a Wendy's being assembled as well next door to it. It's not quite ready yet.
It's feeling good out here.
It's on its way. I had a Taco Bell, Jason, and then there was a very. I have to tell you, the next cast was not as comfortable as I would have liked it to be.
Sure.
Yeah. Also, you mentioned Adobe Premiere. I've realized I've been paying for that for the last few months
without using it.
So, Jason, if you would like it, if you would like some Photoshop or whatever.
No, man, I'm all good. You just keep paying your way.
Yeah. Tragic, really. Well, currently still waiting on one extra player for 3D Max to connect back into the server. That would be Maka.
Yeah, going to be a long week of Counter-Strike here at PGL Masters Bucharest.
Yes, one round every 5 minutes.
Yeah, this new format we're running here.
And we miss MR15.
We've got Fnatic Aurora coming up later on the mainstream here on this stream right here. On the alternate stream, the last game of the day will be Bait taking on Astralis. So those games you have to look forward to. Aurora Fnatic is obviously going to be interesting and exciting. Always fun to see what level Aurora is going to be bringing to the table. And with Fnatic, obviously all the news they've had coming out, the released YouTube video talking about the Cypher swap, Crim's back in, plenty of stuff going around to see how Fnatic's going to play. Fnatic.
Yeah, I got to see Fnatic at CAC. Actually, really impressive. They looked good up until kind of the playoffs. I think it was a good enough performance to get into the playoffs of that roster. Obviously, it's the Passion UA core.
Sure.
From the Shanghai Major. That was their first LAN event for a lot of those players, and they obviously went on to surprise, making it through the RMRs, making it through the second stage of the Major. So really impressive stuff from them. And obviously reuniting, but they've got some upgrades. I think Blame F obviously is a fantastic player to add into that mix.
He's going to get you some. He's going to get you some games. He's going to get you some rounds for sure. Yeah.
Not necessarily sure Crim's going to do the same, but he's still around.
Different player stylistically, right? It is interesting. It is weird. It feels like on some level, because I actually went and looked it up. I don't think I've casted Fnatic since the Shanghai Major RMRs. It's almost been like a complete year. So for me, I'm like, I actually haven't even really seen Crim's Black. In my mind, it's like he could have been retired and I would have never known the difference.
He was at ESL Pro League, right, in one of those seasons recently, where they had the M80 Fnatic game. It was like the record-breaking.
Yeah, that was 3 seasons ago, I want to say. Season 19.
It was September last year.
Maybe 20.
Well, there was an interview given by Naf. He said, "I don't know if I'll be on the team after this event." That's what he said.
Yeah, that was a silly interview, wasn't it? Yeah. He's looking great now. You're going to be on the team now. That's the thing. I think a lot of these players. I was talking with Striker in the green room earlier, and he was mentioning the Yakinder revival was he was surprised by it, and it was those were 2 players that I looked at, and I was I actually have no lack of confidence that both of you are going to make it back. Just the way they play, the way they talk about the game, the way they think about it, and having had conversations with them, it's everything you're dealing with is self-inflicted mental. As soon as you get that back, as soon as you flip that switch.
They think maybe too much about the game.
Yeah, but it's probably more than yes in a way. You're second guessing every decision you make. You're looking at everything hypercritically, and once you can kind of calm down away from that, every player goes through those rough stretches for sure. And both of them have had really nice recoveries. Obviously, Yakinder's coming along with Furia winning a trophy.
2 now.
Molodoy popping off and going nuts.
Yeah, 2 trophies for Furia in quick succession. It's great to see Kesserado finally getting that MVP.
Great to see round 3 going live. 10 seconds
here
left
we go.
in freeze time here on Ancient, just in case you forgot. Gravity's at 5-0 to start this map. Exercise 3-1. Saw in the previous round get a bomb plant at the A bomb site. They get 4 kills, lose the round, but buying right back up into things to keep the economic pressure on.
Quick boost here for Saw. Have a look over the top of that elbow smoke. You can peer up and combine with your teammates in the B lane as well. So Gravity, risky game if he is to push a little bit further forward, and he's not going to do so. He'll throw a grenade out, he'll drop back a little bit further.
Boost is a cool idea. I think it might be able to come into play later on, but I think right now 3D Max just don't have the utility to be motivated to be aggressive. That's a nasty headshot. Gravity clothesline Story. Drops the smoke and no access. Good start to the round for 3D Max.
Lucky, aggressive in towards A main as well, with Maka spotting middle.
Look at this push from Lucky, though. This was around that. This was like something that hurt them in the previous round. Was 3D Max playing without a whole lot of information, which is why the fake that saw through worked so well. Now you have Lucky in such an advanced position. He can gather you that information quickly, and as this timer goes down in the round, he's going to start pushing.
Yeah, well, look at the bomb. This is going to get spotted. Gravity walks down that B ramp. You can see that has freed up Lucky to start moving out of A main.
Yep, we see 2. A should be clear. Start making your play.
And he makes his play perfectly. As he comes around the backside, we've got a low HP player right in front of him, and a swift upgrade into the Galil here for Lucky. And actually, okay, he's got himself a double. Spun around to fight Lucky down in the elbow. Lucky will come out on top, and a 3-0 start for 3D Max.
Oh, damn, those are actually, I mean, those 2 kills are quite nice. I mean, just beautiful mechanically, but even just getting a couple kills to chip away at that economy. That was what was really disastrous about that round, was all 5 players of 3D Max. Still, they win that tug of war. They win the back and, or not the back and forth, but the early pressure that Saw applies to them.
Yeah, there's still going to be a little bit of pressure in the next round. There'll still be a couple of Tech 9s, a little bit of utility. Always pose a threat, but for 3D Max, steering clear of the Force by Wars. Let's see what kind of call Saw come to the table with here in round 4. Straight up into the B lane. Fire is going to make it very uncomfortable for Mutiris as he actually gets naded and then burned away by Maka. So solid utility here from 3D Max. Nets in the opener and actually slows down the response up the B ramp with some good flashes as well.
Is that a 3D? Or was that? I think it was like a team flash. It almost felt like. Yeah. So Gravity had a chance to fight for it, but now that one flashbang right after you praise the utility as well is going to force
Always
Gravity to concede the site and allow the plant to go down. Now it's a retake scenario. Tech 9 close range can do work, but it's all being handled very, very well by 3D Max, and 4-0 is going to be the score.
Yeah, bomb plant was coming up next anyway, and stages of loss bonus beginning to build as well here for Saw. So plenty of cash going into the next round. We're going to start seeing them knock down the door. We'll see what their kind of buy round looks like here for Saw. But for 3D Max, stabilizing their economy, and there was some earlier damage done a couple of rounds ago. So fantastic for 3D Max to limit casualties in this one. MVP's coming out for Story.
Sorry, I was just listening to the music.
You got zoned out there? You're like chilling?
I wanted to see what was coming next.
I think with Coach Yuno joining this 3D Max squad as well, you can almost see the immediate upward trajectory. Oh my goodness, that is not just missed. That is missed by a substantial margin, Jason.
A country mile, we call that back in the States. Way, way off the mark, but nobody there to challenge it. Mutiris just plays behind the smoke. Once again, an aggressive push in towards A main. That's going to be Gravity this time, tucked against the wall to the left, and it's all on Mutiris to clear this.
Yeah, Gravity going to be holding and easily taking it. So 3D Max now have to try and respond to what is going to be a B-pop from Saw. As they race up the ramp into the B-bomb site, it's going to be Exorcist getting taken down. Crazy with a great shot.
I don't think Exorcist expected that level of scaling. I don't think he realized they were that far up. And now this defender, Maka, has to got to drop all the way back to avoid the utility.
Yeah, Body and Lucky now arriving on the rotation. The retake needing to be set up here as Body gets in towards the cave. No one from Saw offering up their life. This retake will be hard fought for. And Aragorn is going to be the first obstacle. They can't get around too easily. He's got one, Story's got the other. We're now looking at Body left alone. He goes into the fight, tries to separate it, but Story's AWP arrives to the server and arrives in a big way with the final 2 kills there of the round.
There we go, big round. Very simple Counter-Strike from Saw so far, but this one actually very, very effective. Well done getting into the B bomb site, and this time 3D Max couldn't hold it back. That very fast scaling up towards Cube just wrecks the defense playing over in Cave. So no chance for a recovery. After this, everyone is stuck behind smokes, held way, way back. The retake comes from the flank, but not good enough. First round for Saw on the board. And due to that economic battle early on in this half, money for 3D Max isn't that great.
Yeah, I want to talk about Oh my, never mind. Maka goes aggressive. 3 rounds in a row they've had an aggressive A player.
Yeah, well, yeah.
And this time, their face is shredded off. Body's going to be waiting towards Donut, trying to make up for it. It takes a while to get the spray, but eventually does. And here's the steps, and Materis turns around, and just like that, it's over. The round is done. So you get the opening kill, and you really get nowhere else.
You know, you mentioned that the 3 pushes in towards A main in the last 3 rounds. It's been a different player every single time. It was Lucky the first, it was Gravity the second time, and now it was Maka in this round. So that's just, if you know, when you play those kind of spawn-based positions and those spawn-based roles, you don't always have the information from your teammates that, hey, I just pushed in the last round. We've actually just pushed this 3 times in a row. That information isn't always there, and I think obviously caught Maka off, but due to some great work from Body over in Donut, they're able to survive the situation. 4-round lead.
Lucky gets the 3K as well. And I want to bring it back to what the desk were saying just before this about how Ancient has been a really tough map for 3D Max, one of the worst in their pool. They're starting really strong out here. They only won 6 rounds against Legacy in that last map of the grand final out at CAC. It was a 13-6 loss, and now 5-1 up, a tactical timeout being forced out of Saw, and Gravity 10-2 start as well. It's got to feel good for your in-game leader.
Yeah, really good. Lovely start. 5-1. Yeah, I think for me, it's like, that's why, like I said, when we came into this, that like 3D Max better just kind of handle business relatively easily with Saw. Like, I also, like in this matchup, I'll be honest, I don't really care what the map pool is. I feel like 3D Max should be so much further established in their protocols and their teamwork and how they like to handle things. So many more reps together against better teams. It doesn't matter the map. To me, just the basic fundamentals that 3D Max have polished up over the past year should be able to handle the series against Saw. And if not, in my mind, there's something wrong. So far, so good, though. 4-round lead into round 7. Let's see how this Insta-Smoke goes. This one lands.
Well, Crazy receiving some heavy damage. She's down to 57. Here goes Body off the leash into the aggressive play. Looks a little weak there on the rifle. And will lose his life to Materis, but the response is swift again from Gravity as he goes down to the bottom of the ramp and peels away. A 4v4 with 3 players committed in mid for Saw, but the bomb is all the way at the back of those B doors.
Okay, nice smoke in towards Red Room. Lucky, can't see anything around it, has no idea. He's got to calm over to Maka. That Donut's open. He's pushing that with the AWP. So again, this time 3D Max not playing blind like they have previously. They want to go find the information now. They're waiting out the smoke in Red Room with 2 players, which means Gravity, you've had a great game, but you're on your own.
Well, it's real tough to land a shot there. They just swing right into his crosshair. He's got 2 targets to select, ends up going in the middle of both of them. And that'll be the Saw taking the site. And we've got a save call for 3D Max. As you mentioned, there has been consistent damage even in the round wins here for 3D Max. So not really in a position where they can just throw themselves at this retake attempt in a man deficit situation.
Well, that's around 2. Like, this is one thing I mentioned, like simple Counter-Strike. I think Saw is just kind of just chilling in that kind of zone, which is not a criticism in any way. This is a round where they hit that B bomb site on the 2nd timing, while 3D Max's defense is playing for the 3rd timing, right? They're waiting for that 2nd smoke to fade over in Red Room so they can get the information in middle, and they'll rotate based off that. But because Saw is playing faster at the 2nd timing, just completely beat and can't do anything about it, can't rotate and try and retake the site. Need to preserve these weapons for the next round because money is not good for 3D Max. So Saw have put themselves into a situation. This next round is a swing round for this half. A huge round of Saw can take it. You take the money away for 3D Max, and then you can try and tie up the scoreline. But you have to get this round win right now. 3D Max, I think, again, I've liked everything they've done. I even liked the call, just kind of caught off guard by the pacing of Saw's hit towards the B bomb site, but doing a really good job in these last 2 to 3 rounds of making sure they're not relinquishing information across the map when things slow down.
Well, Saw going to be a heavy B play again. All 5 players going to be trying to get up through ramp straight away. Lucky being disruptive, not able to sever off 2 players to the back of the pack, just 1 as Exorcis's turn. As he goes forward, it's damage but no kill, and a 2v2 off the back of those skirmishes on the B bomb site.
And they stopped the bomb, importantly. That was Lucky's 1 kill as he hustled up towards heaven. So now Saw have to recover and go backwards. What a shot from Utiris.
Yeah, Mackin out, forced into the clutch. Remember, the bomb, as you mentioned, at the bottom of that ramp at the moment, so Maka has seconds to work with, but he's lost track of them. He has an idea. Agile is likely to be behind that cube, but Maka's got away. He's managed to slip his way to the bottom of that B ramp. He'll start clearing out, limiting his positions with a Molotov towards Cubby.
That's really tough for him to know. This is all down to timing.
Yeah, well, let's see. Sees the shadow. Knows he's got a target. Nice flick here from Maka on the swing upwards. And now down to this 1v1. He's got the info. He knows where Materos is. And Maka just about misses out on it. Smoke goes up. Materos running him down. Trying to keep the pressure up on the French sniper. 30 seconds as the smoke goes down to the doors.
What do you do now, Maka?
Yeah, what do you do? Maka to make his move, and that is what you do. And no scope through the doors. Maka wins the clutch and does it in a highlight fashion right at the end.
Oh, that's unbelievable. That's such a crushing way to lose a clutch. Smoke in his face. Absolutely brilliant. Steps in, here's the pickup, and takes the shot. There's a cheeky little ghost of a smile on his face. He's just done him dirty there. 6-2, and that avoids the economic reset. That's a huge clutch.
That is massive. Yeah, Saw gonna hate that one. It ripped out their heart. Let's see what the response is straight away. Saw trying to get Story out through the elbow. Fights in A main. Sent 2 players there aggressively this time for 3D Max. They come out with 1 casualty and no kill to respond. So Saw, with the player advantage, now drift their way back over towards B.
And this is interesting. 3D Max's defense has had a lot of like mid-round timing pushes towards B ramp to gather information in towards A main. So what do you do now that you're a man down? Maka's going to help you bring it back into favor. Smoke will fade shortly, and the utility for 3D Max due to the money situation is terrible. It is just the AWPer at this B bomb site. He's going to be smoked off, and now you need to make a decision to move around the map if you're 3D Max. That decision comes towards Donut with Body and Lucky, so they'll go. Maka has to get 1 kill as his goal and disappear back into the smoke for the retake.
Well, he has done exactly what you said he should do. Gets that 1 kill, gets in behind the smokes. They can play the retake as that bomb goes down on default. Important fight here. It's going to be won by 3D Max. Looks like Body was likely to die. Materos can finish off at low HP. Can he get the follow-up? No. Exorcist to respond, and Aragorn left now alone with 13 HP will eventually be cleared out by Exorcist. And we are looking at a 7-2 CT side so far from 3D Max.
Yeah, lovely stuff there. Good job, Maka, just staying alive, waiting for the rotation to come in, playing safe with the AWP. That's all down to the cave control. With both teams struggling for money, just nades and utility, which is why these rounds feel so fast, because no one can play into the mid round, into the late round. And here again, you have a situation where the bomb goes down for for Saw, but they've got no smokes or mollies to buy themselves time to get a new position. Perfectly played from 3D Max. And even with the plant, I think Saw might decide to just kind of sit around out with a half buy. I feel like because they've been so close to breaking and resetting this economy a couple of times, the first 3-4 rounds, there's a good this little swing round that just went away from them. Now, like if you're Saw, you feel like you've gotten around 10 and like you haven't really had a full buy yet because you've been forcing so much, right? You've been trying, you've been chasing that goal that you haven't achieved. So now it feels like the half has really drifted away from Saw.
Yeah, always having to play with a compromise. Well, up next is Nuke. That'll be the map pick of 3D Max, and Richard was saying ahead of this game, 3D Max struggled on it in the grand final, but it seemed to me they just started very slow coming into the BO5. You know, we've seen much better Nuke performances. I think that'll just be a one-time thing for 3D Max. We'll find out if that truly is the reality. But handling business right now against Saw. Saw had a timeout ahead of this round. Let's see what they're able to concoct.
All right, well, they have forced up, but again, it's no nades. They've basically just shoved the chips all in.
Yeah, they haven't got the mid control. Really, it's once again just trying to get up through this B bomb site, and they will. Lucky thought the fire might hold them back, but there was a big gap, and they're going to use it very effectively. Saw into the bomb site, Plant coming in, and a 5v3 with 3D Max nowhere near getting into this retake right now, so it's starting to back away.
Yeah, you got to be careful you don't give anything up. You're not feeling any pressure at the moment, so you might feel really motivated to swing and look for a fight as they try and position for some exits, but you give a kill or two over to Maka, and that might change their minds real quick. So, well done from Aragorn, just playing passively, making sure nobody's pushing up, and Saw will get their 3rd round. And those are the things that have worked for them. I like the call. The really simple
hits.
Yeah. Because when they've been spreading out and playing default and trying to take map control, they've just been getting annihilated.
Yeah, and even if you get into a mid-round, 3D Max are just better in those mid-rounds than you are.
And a lot of the pressure from 3D Max on the B ramp itself has just come with the mid-round pushes, right? When they've actually tried to challenge it quick, it's usually been one player far back passive, which they got again this time. It's been doubled up over in Cave. A lot of Cave and Jaguar play from 3D Max in this half so far. So Saw find the weakness or the least strong point of the defense and able to get a third round.
2 rounds left up for grabs in this first half. If Saw are somehow able to find the remaining 2 rounds, they'll have made a very good half out of this, considering what it has felt like throughout. It's just felt like 3D Max have dominated them until this point.
Yeah, this is another one of those rounds, those swing rounds. Money is low. They've had to drop an MP9. Utility low on 3D Max. Oh, Body, you're in trouble. You don't realize it. Up above is Aragorn. He's coming in hot. Oh, the flashbang just ruins him. And what a trap set up by 3D Max.
God.
All 5 players down.
That is crushing. As you mentioned, the swing round, the chance there for Saw to get rid of the 3D Max money at the end of the half, to open up that reality in which you can live with a 7-5 scoreline. But they just get absolutely destroyed inside of middle.
Oh, man. It looked like that was actually going to go pretty well for him at first.
Yeah. That felt like, yeah, they were trying to get the first steps, the motions, the space. And then 3D Max come crashing down upon them. The French guillotine chops their heads off. And now we've got Saw left with 1 round left to see if they can grab 4. The B-lane util good once again here from 3D Max. And Gravity, he's been doing this all half long. This time going to be punished by Story.
Okay. Yeah, it's a nice early find for Story. But with the strategy called by 3D Max, there's nobody really around to kind of pick up the pace and take advantage of it. They slow things down. 2 players in Cave, 2 at B ramp. You still have Mutiris on the other side of the map looking for an A push.
There they go again. Down into the B play, and Lucky lines up 2. He's going to back away, try to get to safety around that corner, and he does so. So really good work from 3D Max. A lot of risk involved in it, sure, but they're able to pull back those advantages that Saw had picked up. It's been a great half here from Gravity and Lucky, who's now 11-4 off the back of those 2 kills.
Mutiris still hasn't done anything on this side of the map since the early start of the round. Hasn't shown any presence, hasn't made any noise. He's just looking for pushes. So 3D Max, I think, are feeling a little bit uncomfortable because they just don't know what's going on. All this action happened so quickly in the round that now in a 3-on-3, you're going to get caught off guard by whatever comes to you. Lucky playing it passively for the retake. Mutiris is lurking mid as his teammates step into the bomb site.
Yeah, Mutiris tries to get up onto the box, and as he does so, Body just drifts out of donut. It's going to be frustrating there in the timing from Mutiris. Couldn't join his teammates. Aragorn also losing further health on the spam down. Here come Body and Lucky. A retake attempt from CT spawn. Moving towards each other. We've got Maka still waiting in the back lines. Lucky going to be sent up forward. And sent in first. Aragorn waits here on default. Great shot from Body. Great reaction. Now Crazy inside of the bomb site. Couldn't get himself the double headshot. Ends up being a 9th round here for 3D Max, securing themselves a hefty lead going into the second.
Yeah, it seems like a blowout. I mean, this was not an easy half for 3D Max whatsoever. I think they tell you after the game. The early economic pressure applied by Saw in the first 3 rounds. Almost had him at a breaking point a couple rounds later. Had one towards the end as well. And a half of Counter-Strike where both teams had to play with really limited and really busted economy. So very hard fought for 3D Max to come out with such a strong lead at 9-3. Saw on the other side of things would have been much, if they just got any of those resets, if they got any of the breaking points to go their favor, it could be a very different half. But now they got to pick up the pieces as they switch over to CT side.
It's going to be very tough to see a world in which Saw are able to do anything in the second half. They had their chances throughout the first couple there. Back and forth, the force buys could have started. The 3D Max winning every one of those close rounds, even coming down to the 1v1s.
Great half from Gravity.
Yeah,
started things out really well.
Say that.
Yeah. We like to point it out when he gets it. He was dominant on the CT side. It's lovely stuff holding on to Cave from the pistol round on. He was just excellent. Gravity, 15 kills, 147 ADR. Lucky at 11, Body at 10. Other side of things, it's Agile with 10 kills, Aragorn with 7, and then 5 on Mutiris.
Oh, all the nades coming in for this pistol for 3D Max towards the B bomb site.
It's such a sad pistol round if you look at the minimap.
Yeah, everyone's stacked elsewhere for Saw. And that's the site taken, Jason.
All right, well, let's see if they decide to go for it. They should, obviously. Smoke and kit on Aragorn, so that's the play. Bounce the smoke off the back wall into the default plant spot. Use your teammates for cover, sprint the defuse, and try and get it going inside the smoke.
That's a good kill from Aragorn. To start. Kit still alive, still kicking. But Exorcist kicks him right in the face with a great shot in the Glock. Body to assist him. 3v3. As Matira is starting to race his way loudly back in from Cape, but all of his teammates are gone, so no world in which Mateus is going to win this one. He retreats around the corner, picks up the kit on the way out, but it is 10-3 for 3D Max.
Yeah, no chance in that retake. Just shut down immediately. No strength behind it whatsoever. They actually even just smoked off Cave instead of the bomb, so yeah, they were just trying to get to the bomb in the first place, and even that couldn't be done. Nice, easy pistol round for 3D Max, strolling into the B bomb site. Now a 7-round lead.
Yeah, it's frustrating because there have been a lot of rounds like that where Saw get it into, what, a 3v3, sometimes even advantage situations for them. They've watched there's so many of those rounds slip away from them.
Well, look how depressing this is, too. Like I just mentioned at the end of the first half, how Saw probably felt like they played that entire half on like the force buy being the best buy they have, and yet another one coming in. Just cannot find themselves a comfortable situation with everything they'd like to use.
In a way, it's like a poison chalice having so many close rounds at the start of the half because it kind of baits you into wanting to buy over and over again. And you don't get a break on any of those, you end up just struggling with the money for the entire half. Ding comes in straight away, body's down to 7 HP, and I don't think 3D Max have really got the look toward the B-bomb set that they were hoping for.
Well, no, not when a UMP taps you like that through a little gap. Like you don't want to mess with that any longer. It'll be interesting to see what they decide to do. Do they just wait here and kind of make the assumption that eventually an extra defender will shift away and just re-exec? They've got 1 smoke and 4 flashbangs. Okay, that's a 5-7 kill. That's Gravity at high HP. Another one.
Oh my God.
And Saw's back into this round.
Yeah, UMP going to be shredded though by Exorcist. Lucky to follow up. Space being taken into the B-bomb site. And remember, 3D Max have lost health, especially on body. Exorcist, risky play. Another one for the 5-7 as Exorcist is his next victim. But this round's still on the table for 3D Max. The bomb has been picked up. Body's looking for the evacuation plan, and he's got out through middle. The bomb looking to join. His body is already towards Donut, diving down in towards the A bomb site. Let's see what kind of position Body can get himself in here. He's only got 7 HP, so can't be super confident.
Yeah, he actually didn't. I mean, with only 7 HP, he's just seeing if he gets shot in the back, right? Clear the space so the plant can come in. But yeah, with 3 health, where do you go after this? Almost, you want to boost him up. He's staying pat inside the bomb site. Now Lucky exposed in the open, and Body goes down.
All right, they know exactly where Lucky is. Mateus and Agile. A dink comes in immediately. Lucky down to 9 HP and finished off the side of the box. So Saw not looking like that was going to be a round victory for them, but a dink early from the UMP, but it's the 5-7 that steps up from Aragorn.
I'm surprised Body didn't take a little bit more liberties once he gets into that B-bomb site of just trying to gain, maybe like a sneaky position over in Temple, maybe push towards CT if you can get like a cheeky off angle, something along those lines, but a good recovery, a nice 5-7 kills from Aragorn over in Cave. That's what started things out. So a little bit of life left in Saw, and the best buy they've had all game. They got to be rejoicing.
All right, here we go. The beginning of the comeback, Jason.
It's a celebration.
It is a celebration.
Well, only Glocks on 3D Max side of things, so shouldn't be a whole lot to talk about. A chance for Saw to close the gap and build some money themselves to get this CT side started.
Well, Mateus going to be under quite a bit of pressure as they run through mid with pistols, but his teammate coming to help out. Aragorn loving the fact he's got a nice quick 2K. And Mateus will get involved alongside Story and Agile to round out the following round. So, 10-5. They get that one over and done with as quickly as possible. They only lose Aragorn, who makes a crazy play.
Yeah, they're like, we're tired. We're exhausted. We've been to China like 6 times in the past 2 weeks, so we just want to kind of get through these Glock rounds.
We could speed these up for us,
we could just go a little bit quicker in the Glock
2x speed. Now 3D Max back to the AKs.
Yeah, let's see what the CT side looks like, because the T side, like, I never really got a chance to get started. Like, again, I'll mention the economy, just never got a chance, it felt like, to dig into their playbook. So CT side, now that they've got some money beneath them, let's see what it looks like.
Not a huge amount of utility. right now for the T side, but you don't need utility when you've got headshots. Body breaks them over towards A. Smoke goes down towards CT spawn, and that pretty much is the round.
Yeah, I mean, I think even Crazy and Story were just like, oh, there's the smoke we have to save.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, too easy. That's just Body hustling himself into a fight. But, you know, that's a mentality that I've enjoyed seeing 3D Max have through a lot of this game. It feels like none of them have really been scared about the fights that are coming their way. All of them like came into this and were just like, you know what? Let's just be confident. Let's be assertive. Let's take the fights and see if they can do anything about it. And obviously in this round, Body just... that double kill ends things immediately.
Feels like a formality to play out the next couple of rounds here, though.
Well, there's one more chance for Saw to stay in it, right? The next round bye is still going to be strong because they got the upgrade of so many AKs previously. So Story can have his AWP. Aragorn, Mutiris, they can have rifles. Crazy can drop one over. They've got cash for one more full buy. So this is where the defense either lives or dies, is this round right here. But every time we've said that in a situation, like this is the round, this is the swing round, this is the one that breaks the economy, they haven't gotten them.
In fact, if anything, they've been the most devastatingly one-sided rounds.
A couple of them for sure. See if they can change their fortunes here on the CT side. There's the op. Famas on Aragorn and Mutiris. Plenty of utility. Kit on one player. That's going to be on Crazy.
Here's Body out middle. He was the man to bruise them in the last round. Swift opener into the immediate close. He's out mid again. This time, not finding the success of headshots, but in the grenade doing half damage is huge. But as Exorcist, the first victim of round 17, taken away by Story's AWP. Comes towards the B ramp. He was trying to get up there for a peek. Ends up getting punished. Nice dink again. A lot of damage being done by Bodies. An absolute nuisance inside of mid here. Couldn't finish off Agil, who was trying to get away from the utility, but has made it back.
Yeah, but look at it, like a snake. They're just constricting on this bomb site from both A main and Donut. Agil gets one more, but gonna go down through the smoke, and that's Body's sign to open up and rush in. 3-on-3, bomb being planted. Kid is still on Crazy, but an unwieldy AWP in the retake and not a lot of smokes to block off choke points.
Yeah, and this is the round that you were talking about is so important. Look at Maka coming around the back through the elbow flank. This could be the moment, the devastating play that just ends it. If Gravity finds one, it should be guaranteed because Maka coming around the back has got such a strong position. He misses his window of opportunity, so Body takes it instead. And now Story left, unable to do anything as Body lifts him up with a triple kill. He's now at 17-9. He's joined Gravity at the top of the charts here. And this one is going to be a very quick finish. 3D Max have come into this game not messing around.
Body would have been a cool name for us to bring up and like kind of the players to watch. Everyone kind of had their own little thing, but Body's been since he rejoined this roster and had some time to get his game back to him. He's been so sharp on T sides, it feels, for 3D Max. Seen some incredible Body games in this jersey. Looking very precise today.
Look at this call, straight up, rush the A-bomb
the
site.
uppercut, baby.
Yeah, knock him out with this one. Story up on the boost, and that is Body flying through the sky. And flying through Ancient are 3D Max. A very quick game to kick off their affair here at the PGL Masters Bucharest. Off the plane from China right into Romania. Now we've got Aragorn waiting down inside of CT spawn. 3D Max just taking the time now. They know they've got this in the bag. Don't let it slip out, and Lucky's the man to close it. A 13-5 win for 3D Max on Ancient. It's a map many had worries about sort of the woes that they've had on it recently, Jason, but I think they put them to bed at least against a team at Saw's level.
Well, this is what I wanted to see out of 3D Max. Yeah, this is a statement game of just saying, we're better than you. Maps don't matter. Nothing matters. We're just going to run over you. Exactly what they did. We got Richard and the panel ready to rock and roll.
Turns out you were right, Jason. Unk does indeed know ball. Yeah, unfortunately for Saw, they just were so far apart in terms of class and levels from 3D Max. So even on a map pick that we thought could be a problem for 3D Max, it just wasn't.
But listen, that was as fun as watching, you know, the Hobbits getting beaten up by the Nazguls, right? Just completely lopsided. There was no fight coming in. And
there'll be more Lord of the Rings analogies coming in this segment.
At least for one more map, right? Listen, I agree with you. I agree with Jason as well. This was just 3D Max just flexing on the side of Saw. But for me, honestly, like apart from 3D Max being very solid, just being very mobile, the players being activated on the CT side, I barely saw anything from this T-side of Sauce, which is their map pick. It doesn't make any sense.
Well, there was a couple of moments that they finally kind of woke up to the play, because at the beginning you saw how they were struggling with some of these pack plays. You know, they were just getting picked apart by a 3D Max that was just pushing sides. And then finally you started seeing a little bit of life. But effectively, the only thing that ever worked for them was these pack plays into B, and that even then, the retakes didn't really go their way a couple of times.
It's a KISS formula. Keep it simple, stupid, as I like to say, or didn't work out.
Yeah, and look, I mean, obviously 3D Max, I think Jason really hit the nail on the head. You know, they were like, look, we're just going to freestyle this. It's fine.
Yeah.
You know, and one of the things that I love about this team, of course, is the evolution of Gravity. You know, like we talk about this quite a bit. We said this in the Asia Championships. There is an argument that he is, in terms of this level where 3D Max are, one of the better fragging IGLs now.
Yes. Yeah, but basically, you know, he is the French Apex, so to speak, right? He shit talks, he frags out as well. It was also really cool to see how, you know, sure, we had, you know, Lucky and Body have a bit of a quiet start to the game overall, but Gravity was one kind of leading the charge initially. But yeah, you know, just Maka didn't really have to do much. I don't think he was even seeing anyone to really shoot at with the AWP. So a captain's game coming up from Gravity, and all around, this CT side from them looked so much better than from what I've seen in the past, I think, 3 or 4 outings on this map.
Yeah, and I'll ask you, Striker, just about Gravity. Obviously, you followed 3D Max quite a bit.
Yeah.
So in your capacity, you know, as a reporter and someone that's kind of like watched the scene for a while, what do you think are Gravity's particular strengths as an IGL and a player?
You know, it's really funny because he used to be known as this Mr. Gimmick guy who was like always the spearhead of those gimmick plays that we used to know 3D Max for a lot. And then he takes over in game leadership, but somehow what it does to 3D Max is they actually calm down a little bit and they start to play a lot more of the standard CS that we see nowadays. You still see some of those gimmick plays come out. I mean, we saw it even on this map, you know, where they do some of these 3-man pushes out of B, you know, some of these like very out of timing sort of moves that they just really liked to do, but they just pick the right timings for them now. And it's very curious to see how, I don't know if it's Gravity himself or if it's, you know, the new coach who has kind of tried to calm them down a little bit to get them used to this more of a top-tier elite meta, right? But it is just the transition that I've followed for the past couple of months.
Yeah, and it is sort of interesting because, like you say, as an IGL, it seems to be very different to how he was playing when he was a player. And also, I think, just in general, whenever I see him in interviews and stuff, I think he says the right things. Like, he's very tempered, very measured in his approach. So I've been enjoying watching his development. It's always nice to see new IGLs flourish.
Yeah, sometimes, you know, you kind of grow into the shoes, so to speak, right? I feel like Gravity has been one of the cases. I agree. You know, he's always the one everyone's talking about, just, you know, shit talking and yelling. Everyone remembers or loves watching Vitality and them go at each other. But yeah, I feel like he's really matured overall as a player as well. And this 3D Max team, I like the fact that they haven't lost their flair, right? The style of CS they play, but it is more tempered, it's more fine-tuned, and that's what they need if they want to kind of shake off the moniker of just being, you know, the gatekeeper, so to speak. So I'm enjoying watching this evolution right now with Gravity at the helm.
Well, we can get into the nuts and bolts. I'll stay with you, Blair. You picked out a round you wanted to break down, round 3.
Yeah, quickly. This is a very short one. This is a buy round coming out from Saw, right? The flash for Cave is not going to blind Gravity at all, playing a bit of a very tight, narrow angle. Meanwhile, you don't see this in the highlight here, but Lucky's pushing towards A main. So they have full extremity control. 5v4, what do? They double ramp push out. Just, you know, just out-duels everyone else. In the meantime, Lucky catches the timing, pushing it towards A main. And even though, like, you're looking at this and you're like, yeah, they just got completely owned by the side of 3D Max. What I like from 3D Max, where they're pushing, poking, and prodding all extremities of the map. They're working the group, as you pointed out as well, Striker. Just being very mobile, working in this 2-man pack sort of approach. But for me, the big question mark was 3D Max. That round exemplified what was just a dismal, non-existent T-side. They're just static, just waiting for things to happen, and they're just getting caught off guard. The utility protocols weren't quite there as well. The post plants look rough. They just look like they weren't on the page at all for most of the times. And you could see a couple of the young guns, like Crazy, for example, having quite a miserable outing here in map 1. So for me, this Saw, I don't think they're quite ready to play yet here. They haven't really woken up here in Bucharest.
I'll throw a bit of a lifeline to them there. I'll just say, obviously, there were a couple of pauses. It can break up your momentum on a T side especially. But that said, I think you've got a round you wanted to highlight as well.
No, I didn't have that specific round, actually. But what I wanted to say was just that actually the first half, there was a lot of potential for Saw to finally break 3D Max. But like all the close clutches, all those things went the other way. The 3v3 retake on B, you know, where they finally could have made it a bit of a half and then have a chance in the second half. But they never really came to fruition, you know. So they got broken back the next round, you know. So a lot of the swing rounds that happened, I think Moses was also talking about it on the cast. They just never came to anything.
No, it was kind of sad. A bit insipid, I guess is the word. And now the problem for Sora is, even though we know they can play Nuke, they're playing against a team that is comfortable on Nuke, has a pretty good record. It's their pick. They've got to somehow beat 3D Max kind of on their home court, so to speak.
Yeah, but here's a problem, right? Like, you know, like we pointed out, for the side of 3D Max, like, it's a map they're supremely comfortable on. But I want to take the entire, you know, the strategic aspect of Nuke, destroy it out the window. Look at the individuals, right? You're looking at players like Crazy, looking at, you know, Story as well, just not having quite woken up, it feels like. You look at the side of 3D Max, everyone's activated. So this is just looking like a shut 2-0, a quick and easy 2-0 here for the side of 3D Max.
The only thing you have to know is that these guys haven't even played any top teams since that Furia game back at FPG in August or whatever it was, even late July. So these guys just don't really have the playtime, even though they have this big win streak. It is clearly a comfort map for them, but it's obviously, you know, from Ancient we saw how it was a discomfort.
That's the comfort map.
It was a discomfort map for 3D Max, and they still made it look easy, right? And so that's what I was going to look into, is the difference of experience and whether it's going to come out to the same level as we saw it on Ancient, because that was very clear there that just wasn't enough depth.
Can we talk a little bit about keys to victory for 3D Max? What should we keep an eye out for in terms of players?
They should be, obviously you want to see Crazy getting, you know, waking up a little bit, Story finding a little bit more impact as well. For me, they're going to be starting the T side here, right? And it's Nuke, it's a map that you like to play. I'm sure they have some, you know, pocket strats and some things they want to run. What 3D Max, in the past couple of years and iterations I've seen of this team, what they like doing is just being disruptive on that CT side. They're going to try to catch us timings. You know, it's going to be a bit of a lull in the action. It's all of a sudden, it's going to be a lobby crunch coming in. And that is something they need to kind of handle. They need to make sure that when 3D Max goes for these CT side excursions, these aggro plays, they need to be punished, and they can't just allow them to kind of dictate the pace of that half.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, the way that generally I saw approach this map is Muterius is actually the guy who will take a lot of agency on himself. I mean, we saw it on Ancient, didn't really work out. He was making a lot of solo plays, you know, out of mid, was getting constantly caught off guard. But it's actually something that they actually make work in the games that they do play on Nuke, where, you know, he doesn't take so much, like so many impact plays or anything like that. He just goes down secret, gets a little bit more space, and then the other guys maybe, you know, run a strat to upper. They actually are pretty good at running the timings on the map. So I think that's effectively where their comfort lies, even though, you know, in the star positions you wouldn't necessarily have the guy that has the most output.
Yeah, I agree. But like, in all honesty, it's just coming down to not losing the rounds you're supposed to be winning, right? Like Striker pointed out as well, in Ancient, there was so many opportunities for them to kind of break the money, make things a little bit closer as well. Like 4v3s, post plants and whatnot. You can't afford to lose this round. So that is something they need to work on. But I'll just say it, Rich, I think this one's done.
All right, well, yeah, it does look like we're staring into a 2-0. As always, guys, thanks for your thoughts. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to get into the action on Nuke. We'll see you soon.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
We will shake these walls! We will raise this roof!
Welcome back to PGL Bucharest. It's the Masters here. We're getting into what is the second map between 3D Max and Saw. It wasn't much of a first map, though, Jason. A 13-5 win for 3D Max. And now we're moving on to 3D Max's map pick of Nuke. It feels like we could be watching more of the same.
Yeah, it does. I think that first map felt such a high level of disparity between the two teams. It very well could, but I think if you want to make an argument for why it can be closer, why Saw might even be able to upset here, it's starting on the CT side, right? On Nuke, you can win this pistol round, you get off to a good start, convert the second, get into those gun runs. And for Saw, I think it's got to be avoid what happened on map 1, which is basically an entire map of force buys played by them. They
get
need
some
to
money.
Yeah, get some cash flow, get some money beneath your feet.
Get your money up.
money behind your sales.
All right, well, Crazy going to be waiting on the ramp. You heard Blair talking about how he wants to see a step up in Crazy's performances. Well, let's see if we're going to get that straight away here in the pistol round. Smoke going to come out, Lurk Smoke to allow those T's to keep the pressure up for Crazy, and he's not going to feel too comfortable about sticking around. So he drops down into the lower bomb site, and 3Max is going to chase after him.
Yeah, and there's 2 players down here now. So Crazy needs to try and live behind the silo. Going to be a tough player to flush out of his position, but now that they've shown presence and applied some of that pressure to the lower bomb site, back to upper we go, where maybe some of the rotations have come in. Crazy's going to get his first kill. That's the lower pressure taken away. So 3D Max starting to be a very difficult scenario to work themselves out of.
Yeah, they're just hoping that they've forced the Saw defense to readjust so much and get it out of position that you can capitalize on some of these awkward spots. But a pause as they get to the 4v4, and Saw have changed up the positions again, which is allowing 3D Max to go back into the lower attack.
Keep an eye on Body on your minimap as we see him right here, because all this chaos and quiet is setting him up to be like, pick and choose where you want to go, try and read these rotations, but you're the guy who's here to take advantage of Saw not knowing what the hell's happening on the map.
Well, 30 seconds on the clock, and Gravity descending down will now go for the bomb plant, but 3 players down lower here for Saw. That plant will not be denied. So now it's a tough situation to get them out of this. Saw are still in a 3v4. They're a player down now going into this retake. Body has just come through that squeaky door. He's going to be a lit piece to this puzzle.
You can't retake this. This is already too far gone.
Oh, now kills coming in from Maka. Should confirm that, no problem. But Matira's back into it. Body was the last remaining member of 3D Max, and he has come through, waited all round long for this final kill. And eventually, after a little bit of hard work, he eventually gets that kill.
Yeah, you got close at the end there, but I mean, that's such a tough retake to make work. Really well done from 3D Max. I mean, the initial lack of success towards the lower bomb site, pumping the brakes, and then you can work yourself out of the mid stage of the round. Good shot from Crazy to help out his esteem in Blez's eyes, but nothing really past that. And unfortunately for Saw, they have to start this on the back foot. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be, right? But, I mean, we'll see how the rest of this half goes. You have to imagine at some point they're going to be able to settle this down. Miss Smoke to start things out. That's not ideal in any way.
No, really is not. But it's going to be an upper hit here from 3D Max. Of all the utility coming in, Lucky. Oh, flying forward, burning. It goes down to 11 HP, does not lose his life. Agile doing what he can with a 5-7 at the back of the bomb site. It's one quick kill before being treaded out by Body. And they're going to fend off the Saw attempt.
Yeah, it took a little time to secure the bomb site, though, which means Crazy gets this nice timing on the flank. Body's ready for it. Realizes he can't make it in towards Hut. And now going to push in, and oh, that's a nice kill with the MP9.
He goes back to try and deal with Door, but Maka is immediately there with a response. And it's frustrating. It's another one of those frustrating rounds, much like Ancient, Jason, where Saw come close to this kind of breaking round. They do a lot of damage. They get through. But in the end, it will be 3D Max to prevail and go 2-0 up, forcing Saw into the safe call. Story will hang on to the M4, Meteorus on the Deagle. But a 2-0 start for the French on the T side of Nuke.
Yeah, actually, you know, Story is a name that we didn't have to... I mean, we really didn't say a whole lot of Saw players' names in the first map anyways, because they just got destroyed. But Story's a guy who we've seen with the AWP can carry him through stretches, so you'd like to see that come online, which makes it even more important they're able to establish some economy pretty quickly on this CT side Nuke. He can be a complete game changer once he gets going. So he'll have the lone rifle this time for Saw, and now is almost a perfect moment. You don't have to get hyper-aggressive, but find some kind of cheesy play, some kind of tricky player. Boost him up behind credit. Find a way to get him one early kill and see if you can create some opportunities past that.
Yeah, Story and Meteorus, there are many members of that fantastic Saw team that went on to get some of the greatest Portuguese results in Counter-Strike.
Sure.
Run in Cologne.
Shout out to Roman one time.
Yeah. You still think about him every day, Jason?
Every once in a while.
Oh, Body down secret. It's a good position to have this early into the round. Willing to play solo as Body. Actually, he's not too far away from him. But obviously all the utility that 3D Max have to work with is a massive advantage in their favor. Really isolate these fights, put pressure on the back garage player with flashes. Meteorus, though, not going to be checked. His Body goes into it, kind of checks the position, but Meteorus was tucked in the corner away from the gaze of the rifle. Now, Meteorus is still around. He's got his teammates distracting, trying to pull attention and allow this Deagle another kill. And in the meantime, they are doing quite a bit of damage here, Saw.
Yeah, but I mean, you wanted those kills out of Story at that moment. That was actually a really sick crossfire setup. The bomb is still trapped here, though, so it can get weird. There's the trade. Oh. Another one for Story, now a 1v2.
Yeah, fantastic work from that one rifle saved over. Let's see if Story can finish it now, and he can't. Gravity gets into the engagement. Story wanted to fight, loses his life. A valiant attempt from him, but in the end, a 3-0 start for 3D Max.
Yeah, the opportunities were there, though, for Saw to turn that round on its head. And now we're going to go into this next round, 4th round of the half. Story has his AWP, rifles picked up. Strong buy for the CT side. Let's see what they can do with it. Gravity has just a fantastic round. A very, very tough fight to take control and keep control of the big garage. Story just has too much to do at the end of the day. 3-0.
Well, Story's reward for his impact in the last round is to get his hands on the AWP. He's pulled it out straight away. Body going to be sprinting with those outside smokes. Just gets spotted. Mutiris nearly taking him down, but Body not slowing down whatsoever.
Oh, yeah, he's taking a lot of space. Continues that run for quite a distance till he turns the first corner down in secret. So he's got good information. Saw's plan to handle that situation is crazy from ramp room dropping down. No one's really rotated through vents to have any kind of presence. And if you're crazy right now, knowing that Body crossed over towards secret, as the ramp player, you're just on high alert at all times. So he's brought a couple friends over, which allows them to commit someone a little bit deeper towards the lower bomb site. Oh, he actually...
Body, oh, Story just moved off.
Yeah, but there's a player beneath him. Yeah, I was going to say, Mutiris is down there. He never actually saw that. They hit in the corners and passed each other, so a really tough round for Body. Couldn't find the timing, and now Gravity's held back as well.
Yeah, he's really humbled in the corner now. Shadow spotted of Mac as he tries to get forward. He's also low on 29 HP. So although it's only a one-player deficit in terms of numbers, it's the health. There's a massive problem here for 3D Max. Exorcy's coming out, the only player with health left. His teammate Gravity should have gone down, but Agile will not be able to finish him off. Suddenly, Crazy steps out from heaven, gets one quick kill here on Gravity, and this has got to be around the Saw win, but that shot, it lands, but it's through the side of the wall, so the damage is not enough to drop Exorcys, who removes the AWPer's head. There's now Mutiris all of a sudden.
No way!
Exorcys is going to turn a 4K into a 4th round win, and that is a round that Saw thought they had locked up, but it's Exorcys delivering in the big moment.
That's such a freaky performance from Exorcys. Those are brilliant shots. All of them had to be headshots. No HP to get into sustained fight. So damn good, and once again, a great opportunity just ripped out of the hands. Takes the leg shot here, but this is all beautiful. Good trade, and the immediate turnaround. Nasty stuff from Exorcys.
Even takes an AWP bullet on the way there. So massive performance there from Exorcys. And Saw, very similar to Ancient, Jason. They just can't catch a break, but they're coming close enough that it makes them want to keep going for these kind of buys. Keep getting the MP9s out, keep getting them for mass, but not having everything you want.
Yeah, gotta be careful. We'll see if they fall into that very same trap. AKs, not able to find a clean look over at Story, just popping FAMAS bullets into the smoke. 2 players drop down vents. Once again, you have Crazy playing on the ramp at an off angle. And this time we'll see what Body can do with pressure.
Oh, not much. He's going to be taken down from the Aragon Peak and an upgrade available for the MP9 into an AK-47.
I wonder if that's some kind of research. That's the second time we've seen him get down to secret pretty quick and so nonchalant about any potential presence being there. I would wonder.
It's obviously taking a lot of liberties getting into that spot. Crazy actually just got away from that trade kill that was almost guaranteed from Lucky.
I actually love this move from Crazy. He knows he's already got 2 teammates who rotated down to secret from vents, so he doesn't have to drop down lower whatsoever. So just give up ramp room. You know they're kind of lurking, trying to take it over. Just get away from the danger, play a clean round, and finally, if 3D Max don't drop the ball, if they can just close this out pretty standard in a 5-on-2 without losing a whole lot of players, you finally have that money that you've been looking for 2 maps now.
Ball plant. Just about secured. Zeros gets traded immediately by Lucky, but it's Lucky with a 1v5, and there's the second. 3 more victims required, getting peppered down from Squeaky Door, and eventually finished off with close to a 3rd kill there. Dropped Story down to 10 HP, but Saw finally getting their 1st round win.
Yeah, really well done. And now the money can start looking good. Some AK-47s in their hands. Let's see if they can get the AWP back in the hands of Story and get this CT side underway. Need to go on a bit of a run here to start feeling comfortable in this series against 3D Max. Still looking for Saw to come alive and show us what they've got. Big jump in the competition they're used to playing at most tournaments. I mean, this is kind of the streak we've seen them on since they were at Fisher Playground 1 way back in June. They played the Omen Roman Imperium Cup, CCT Europe Season 3, ESL Challenger League, Thunderpick Qualifier, Radio Popular Roman Imperial Cup, Exhort the Proving Grounds, and Frag Blocktober. So this is the highest level of competition they've played against. They've had a couple games against Ents mixed into there in some of those tournaments, but not used to this level of competition.
Roman Omen. I like that.
Omen Roman.
Omen Roman.
Get it right, Dinko.
Yeah, all right, fair enough. My captain, oh captain. Well, we've got the peek here from Bucharest. And it's going to be Story and Agile straight away shutting down this 3D Max attack. Thinning out the herd, and really it should be a second round, no problem here for Saw. I don't want to lose anybody at this point. Gravity down on 17 HP. The only player that can really make a difference here is Maka, and he's been caught trying to exit through Hut. So clean. All 5 players stay alive for Saw. Money can begin to build. And fist bump certainly, well, it was a slap to the fist bump there from Materials, but certainly earned at this point. Saw finally, for the first time, it feels like, in this series, have a stretch of gun rounds available.
Yeah, 3D Max in that round didn't have a whole lot of money. I think they came into it with like 1 smoke and a bunch of flashbangs when they got to a point. So had to dip into the trickier side of their playbook and couldn't make it work, trying to jump in towards Mini. 2-round lead, and once again, back to just Glocks. Last time when we saw this on Ancient, 3D Max just kind of bum rushed it, wanted to get the Glock round over with. They're going to come right at Crazy over in Ramp Room. They're going to use his own smoke as cover. Nice first kill, and he stands his ground for another.
Yeah, Story and Crazy making sure these pistols cause them no problems. It's going to be 2 rounds back-to-back. No one dies for Saw. Money is looking beautiful now on the CT side. 3D Max are going to get it back to the buy here. There's certainly going to be some weaknesses here for 3D Max. Most notably Maka, who has to go to a Galil. Everybody else will play in an AK-47.
I think the biggest thing to remember here for 3D Max at this point is he started out, with 4 rounds on the T side. Yeah. So, like, don't make this too big of a job. It's not like you have to go through and get 8 rounds on this T side. It would be nice, but 1 or 2 more and you're going to be a very, very happy place.
Just don't end the half 8-4 down.
Yeah, don't let it slip completely out of control. Keep things reined in.
There's a couple of sporadic round wins here and there, and you're already happy with what you've got for 3D Max. Story with some confidence, pushing up to red. It's going to be a start for Crazy onto Gravity. So an opening kill found by Saw, but Story actually lost that fight outside. He pushed a little bit too far, and Body's going to punish. You've lost your AWPer instantly.
Lost outside control very quickly as well. You have no one really who can hold down the fort. Mutiris, I believe, looking up from over heaven, just seeing if he can spot anyone crossing, but there was a window of opportunity. They could have slid over towards Secret. Nobody seems concerned about that yet, but there's the smokes that indicated might just be coming. As they get fleshed out, that gap gets reduced. Broken open, still no information picked up.
55 seconds as they try and cross outside. The nade's going to go over the top, and it looked like it was going to be a lot more impactful, but it's not. It's Lucky and Ecstasy finding headshots. Body drops in, and the swoop in to main is fantastic. It's now Crazy 1v2. They come running right back into him, and you think for a second maybe there's a world in which Crazy can win that. But 3D Max confident to just chase after the kills, and there's a 5th round immediately.
Yeah, that's so nicely done from 3D Max yet again. Once again, you get that op kill at the start of the round. You know you've got some real estate to work with outside. Smoke cross make them nervous. Some of the spam lets them know what they're playing against. Unfortunate timing for Saw as Body drops in towards Mini. They had like a double setup that might have caught them off guard. But 3D Max just on top of their game. Still plenty of money built up for Saw in the bank, so we got a couple more buys left in their pocket.
Body slipping his way towards main. Comes around the back into the open, extends a little bit too far, and so Story's given one easily from the AC unit. So given the advantage, Story is going to go again and try and get a second off of the main roof. The dive down has been spotted. Aragorn going to react in time. Gravity gone, and it's now 5v3 with 3max not really gaining a foothold anywhere on the map.
Yeah, none of this has worked out whatsoever. Body trying to show a little conditioning. Every time they've thrown that smoke hole, he's crossed towards Secret pretty quickly. This time tries to turn in towards Mini. Crazy has no idea that one's gotten past
this is wild.
But he's
dead. He's absolutely dead. So there's a 5v3 to a 4v3, and now the B bomb site, there's a pathway open. Meteoris' position is very strong, but let's see if they check it.
They should not check it in terms of they're not going to think there was time for anyone to get here. So Meteoris actually in a little bit of a trap position, especially now that he's got a teammate to take some attention away as well.
Let's see if they play this perfectly. Saw limited time, 30 seconds. They do check it. Exorcise once again. The impact player for 3D Max. That bomb plant coming through. It's denied as Exorcist finds the trade once again. Finally, his work is done as this Story with the AWP connecting the shot, putting it all on Maka to show us what he can do with a big green gun. And it's another one, this time for Maka. Into the clutch with 10 seconds on the clock. It'll be the commitment to the plant, and Aragorn runs him down. The no-scope attempt from Maka is absolutely mental, and that'll end up being a sole retake in the 1v1 to eventually secure the round.
He was thinking of his clutch on Ancient. He was thinking that no-scope he led. He's like, let me go for 2. Yeah, just got caught off guard by the pacing. Aragorn chooses to swing very, very late in that bomb plant.
I mean, Exorcist again. Like, that's a 3v5 that he makes winnable for 3D Max.
It's such a, I think part of it too is like, it's such a, I think if you're in Meteoris' shoes, it feels really weird because the clear comes like so late as to when you know you're getting challenged, right? As to when you know the presence is there. They actually like waited until a player got all the way up to the bomb site before they went to clear it. So timing-wise, I think Meteoris just kind of thrown off about when they would actually look down to his position.
Well, no full investment here for 3D Max. Happy to play with Tech9's armor, knowing that they've done significant damage, but knowing that Saw had those 2 rounds back-to-back where no one died, that they're still likely up against a very good purchase here. It's going to be crazy diving down into the ramp room, not wanting to get caught or overwhelmed by the pistols, but they could certainly overwhelm the AWPer as Story misses the shot, and that's why he brought some backup in the form of the rifle. Bomb has been spilled to the floor, and the guts of 3D Max will join them as Body is now left over towards main. He's down to 19 HP and eventually finished off by Agile. So 5-5 scoreline, high fives all round. Saw have made sure that this is a tied game.
Yeah, it's a very nice anti-eco round, very centralized around Heaven and Hell. 3 players essentially handling that Tech9 push, 2 outside as the AWPer, or excuse me, as Crazy fell back, and 1 up above in Heaven as well. I think 3D Max was surprised to encounter 3 players there. All tied up at 5.
Not a great buy here for 3D Max, is it? You've got a Scout for Maka, a Khalil here for Gravity, but 3 AK-47s at least, and buckets of utility on at least a few players. But as you mentioned, you know, having those 4 rounds that you got out to, it's a great start for 3D Max.
Huge on T-side nuke to get some of those early rounds. Alleviate a ton of pressure.
Can just get these sporadic round wins as the half continues, and that might be the case here for 3D Max. Another opener, this time from Lucky. It's going to be Aragorn going down through that smoke just in front of the door. Nowhere safe.
5 on 4 and a minute and a half to play with for 3D Max. They've been deadly in these scenarios against a Sol team that hasn't been able to outmaneuver them. Now you've lost outside control. You have no information on the crossover towards Secret. Do you even risk rotating someone down to the lower bomb site in a man disadvantaged situation? Or do you call the bluff?
Story. Gonna miss the shot, drop back into the bomb site with under a minute left. It is Maka and Lucky continuing to push 3D Max forward in the direction of a 6th round victory. There should be no world in which this round goes against them. A nice shot from Story to respond to Maka's scout shot, but there might be a world opened up now. Again, you needed that if you're Crazy. Lucky turned around into the lobby. It looked like Crazy could unravel it all. But should be Story dropping to Lucky's rifle, and it will be a 6th round win for 3D Max. This time, a 4K from Lucky.
Yeah, that's, I mean, this is, I think it's just a thing of inexperience. I think 3D Max, again, this matchup between the 2 teams, like, I think 3D Max is just happy to say, we'll apply some pressure and just wait. Like, you're going to react. You guys are going to peek something. Like, your protocols is to peek and grab the information. It's not to kind of fall back and remaneuver with your team. This spam is really fortunate, but the next ones that come up are just pushes, right? It's a pressure being applied in multiple different places, not knowing if that lower bomb site is going to be taken, not knowing if anyone's crossed a Secret, and punishing the information plays they're making.
little bit more tense to start the last round of the first half. Outside smokes are being thrown by 3D Max. There's a second wave of them, but no one's going behind them, not a single player. What's the likely move here then, Jason? A ramp play? It looks like it.
They haven't been afraid to go at Crazy, despite the fact he's having a much better map here on Nuke than he was on Ancient.
And they continue to throw the pressure at him.
It almost feels like a pump fake as like an upper exec and then hit towards ramp room. Hopefully he's moving, and he is, in fact, and it's worked exactly the way they designed it.
A shot from Story. Quick scope to get rid of body.
So they want to wrap around towards the upper bomb site.
Oh, gets caught.
That's such a weird fight for Crazy. I almost feel bad. Like, why would you expect that? The bomb is still even in lobby. Like, I think on some level, 3D Max wanted to wrap around Heaven and crunch that A bomb site. Now I think Saw has no clue what's happening.
Story burns a little audio cue as well. They're trapped in the vent right now. Saw, this has got to feel very uncomfortable. A 3v4 retake required of this B bomb site to try and secure a tight game going into the second half. Otherwise, this 3D Max was 7 rounds on the T side of Nuke. And that would be a fantastic scoreline for the French. And it is confirmed by Gravity's 3K. 7-5 lead, 1 map up in the series. This has got 3D Max winning 2-0 all over it.
Yeah, pistol round is going to be so critical, as we all know, but 3 out of 4 pistols so far in this series, or 3 out of 3 that have been played have been won by 3D Max. So just having that benefit, like if you're just giving yourself that breathing space, especially for a team we've been talking about, the economy limited so much what they could do on the first map. So going to be really, really important in the second half if Saw want to continue the comeback. But then you have the question of what does their T side look like? Do they have enough in them to actually break through 3D Max's defense? And from everything we've seen so far in the map and a half of play, the answer is no. So I'll have to see a different Saw on T-side Nuke if they want to extend this series to 3 maps. Third map would be Dust 2 if we could get there. Feels unlikely at the moment.
Well, this is Body so effectively creating chaos and panic within the ranks of Saw. You see Crazy trying to come back down, and already there's a player pushed all the way towards Hell. Just chaos at the end, blocking the double doors. Gravity securing 2 to close it. And now 3D Max switch to the CT side. You mentioned this all-important pistol for Saw. Let's see what kind of idea they bring to the table. We've got a smoke and a flash on Aragorn. Gonna start with 3 players outside, 2 inner.
Okay, so they just want to walk outside and just walk in towards Mini. Flashbang outside. No one from 3D Max watching this yet. Smoke wall is up. But they're going to have no information this hit is coming until it's executed.
Well, it's quite an advanced setup here for Gravity playing at the vent. He's about to have multiple players coming in, but Exorcist is taking that initial attention. And Exorcist is actually just fragging out. It's a double kill. He's still standing. Goosh to the face, though, on that crossover from Mutiras, but he's still up, still fighting forward. Mutiras taking matters into his own hands with a kill onto Gravity. But lucky, he's going to hear that vent drop. He's going to hear that rotation down. He's waiting for his time to swing open that door. Nice shot from Mutiras. Is looking clean on the Glock. He's done enough to allow his teammate into a position of power on that lower bomb site. Let's see if Mutiras and Story can round this one out. And now it has to be just Mutiras. He's looked so sharp on this Glock, and now he's got to do everything. Look at a close with a 4K. The low HP on Exorcist. The player he gooshed on that run across at main. Exorcist going for the gamble, going for the stick, and Mutiras will deny. Drags his team kicking and screaming over the finish line of this pistol. And with a 4K on the Glock, he's the man to lead it.
That's maybe the biggest round today that 3D Max is going to put an asterisk next to in review. Exercise gets the first 2 kills, clean headshots, 5-on-3 situation, falls apart. I think you can feel some of the confidence of 3D Max feeling like they were already there. They already had the round won. But beautiful shooting with the Glock from Mutiras. That's a nice clutch to keep them alive. First pistol round 1 in the series for Saw, and it's about to get them tied up. 4 spies here for 3D Max. You have the FAMAS on Exorcist, MP9 on Gravity.
I don't know about tied up just yet. We'll see how this 3D Max 4 spy goes.
Come on, Saw. Don't do this one. Don't do this one.
They haven't had a clean start to a half, a clean look at any of this game so far. Mutiras has given them that opportunity. You can't lose to a 4 spy like this. Mutiras is going to be already at secret. Strong position to get this early in the round.
Well, looks more like they're going to turn in towards Mini. Maka going to turn his gaze. Flashbangs and utility are out. Maka swings. Molotov forces him into the open. But now it denies access to Saw to actually make it into the upper bomb site, which gives Lucky a chance.
Oh, no. 5-7s always have a chance
No
as Lucky
way.
just runs and guns him down. It's now Story up against him in the 1v1 all of a sudden because Story just got a double kill that reopens this chaotic round again.
He's got to reposition, though, with 1 health. This all comes down to timing, and he knows if he sticks around. So, Story, I don't know. You going to risk it? He steps in. He would have been exposed if Lucky had been waiting, but instead the bomb gets planted. And Lucky's still nowhere to be seen. This is actually very, very cool from Story to get the bomb and get it planted this quickly, because now the reposition is negated.
Yeah, now he's got the read or the idea, but he's on the ladder and it's still going to be fine. Story just about winning that one out in the 1v3, Jason.
Bro, if he lost that clutch because he was on the ladder,
Oh
I would have just about cried. I would have just about cried.
Well, that's one that comes down to the wire there. I think 3D Max even might be frustrated about it. So you get Lucky, the 2 kill here in the 5-7.
Add a third.
Yeah, just the third here. It's a 2v1 in the end, and obviously Story making the most of his opportunity in the low HP players.
Well, I'll tell you this. It's another buy, so it's not going to get easy in the short term for Saw, but this is a nice recipe for an upset win on map 2, as they've now forced 3D Max into the same situation they were in on Ancient, which is just keep force buying because that economic break is right there within reach. If you can outlast this and come out on top, 3D Max's defense is going to have a tough time settling itself for the rest of the half.
Dink straight away. Aragorn finished off. And the flip side to that coin, Jason, is the fact that you could lose this round and be devastated yourself, giving 3D Max the money and the start they need on the CT side, and that is looking like it's the more likely outcome.
Yeah, if you're Story crazy and agile right now with your 2 teammates going down, you already kind of feel halfway like you've lost. Like this is going to be just a very, very tough obstacle.
You're all kind of separated. You don't have significant map control. You have to try and fight for that. And every fight involves a risk, and Exorcist is going to come out on top of his. Lucky to assist. Crazy's down, and so Agile's left 1v5. He's taking the first kill, but at this point, it's all about damage. He's not going to get in a position to win the round. He's not really going to do any damage either. So an 8th round for 3D Max. The consistent force buying has paid off for the CT side, and that has thrown the money into the bin here. Enough. It should actually just be another force buy for Saw because, yeah there are a double eco on a couple of the players here.
Yeah, losing bonus not built up, so it'll be another buy, but going to be weak. Mac 10, as we can see, Tech 9's picked up. Yeah, this is a rough one. So 3D Max with that round win probably gained control of this right back. AK-47 in Gravity's hands. They got money in the bank. This can be a relatively clean round for them against the weaker weapons and the light utility. So 3D Max might just springboard that win into a series victory as well. Saw looks huddled up towards ramp room, and that's coming directly at Body.
Yeah, Body opens up the bags, puts them in. There'll be a quick double on the Galil, and the descent down as the Galil is picked up by Agile. He'll actually...
Nobody's moved.
Dude, finally hits the window.
Nobody's rotated from the 3D Max side of things.
Yeah, just let him have the space, have a little bit of a dander down into B.
Was there, I didn't catch it with the ramp rush, if there was some outside presence, because it seemed like they were really nervous to drop down vents, but that's been available to him this entire time. 1 lurker left over in ramp room for Saw, 2 players at the bomb site itself.
And to be honest, this feels like a round that Saw could win if the time is rotted further, but Mac's patience has paid off. He's found out where Materis is, so unlikely now that Saw will find what is required to win a round like this. Smoke goes down, blocks out Story, takes him out of the fight. He's trying to make it awkward, and he is doing so, but his teammates died. Story eventually gets his kill.
Might just want to grab the M4
but yeah,
and dip.
just try and get out of there. Nice little save to be picked up here. That defuse will come through, and it'll end up being a 9th round win for 3D Max.
Yeah, good retake there, well managed. 3 players survive, so money continues to grow. This M4 is probably the only weapon that Saw's going to have to play with into the next round, so everything on Story's shoulders with armor and M4. Other than that, 3D Max looking comfortable still. So Muteris putting together some ideas to try and get his team back into Nuke. 9-7 and a pause taken. A tactical to talk things over.
Yeah, first tactical timeout here for Saw. Starting to get it to the end of the line, though, as you realize you're 1 map down in the series. If you let 3D Max establish full control of the money, and then you take a hit, have to go down to a weak buy again, you know, we're looking at 11 rounds just around the corner here for 3D Max and a very likely series victory.
Well, and the problem is if they can do it clean 3D Max, you have a great lead and you have strong economy as well. So no easy rounds for Saw to get back into things. Round 17, AK-47 on Story. They pass the M4 to Aragorn and pick up a Galil on Agile. This is a force buy. Like they go all in Saw. So yet again, everything riding on this round. The series, it feels, after this, it just feels like it would just be way too much of an advantage for 3D Max.
It's important for them to pick up the early fight here, and Maka committed towards Red. It's a dangerous game, and he is going to be finished off by Story. So an opening kill found by Saw. Let's see if they can extend upon that. They're going to be held behind Red for the time being. In fact, that grenade has discouraged them enough to force them away. And Lucky might just get... Oh my god, it's a huge risk, but it's going to get all the info he needs. There's no one else spotted.
Just a little information peek through the smoke with the flashbang. So yeah, a little bit of a risk, but try and minimize that with the utility. But now you see nobody's outside. So that gives 3D Max all the confidence in the world to back away. Gravity's going to be secret. He'll have the chance to go vents if he wants to pop back up in the midst of an execution. 2 defenders still parked at the upper bomb site. Not super concerned about Mini because the timing after the clear outside, you're just putting some faith.
Lucky waiting at the door. It's going to be Agile straight away with that headshot. Lucky taken down with 50 seconds left. Exorcise in the rafters. Unleashes one from the Galil. Comes Gravity flying up through the top of the vent. Good work done, but he backs up into Mutiris, and we've now got Body at Heaven. 3 targets. Too much. And an important round win there for Saw. They needed it. They got the advantage early, and they're able to close.
Yeah, once that first player goes down, peeking in towards Squeak Door, you've kind of lost the advantage of the teamwork and maybe the surprise factor of having a strong upper defense in that kind of a scenario. Good job from Saw repositioning back towards Squeak Door. An easy execute after that second kill of the round, and still fighting back in this. Off the force by victory, keeps them in the game, keeps things close. It's 9-8.
3D Max is going to come into this next round with 2 MP9s. An AWP for Maka. 2 M4s. Oh, much quicker here. Look at this. Crazy going out with the back tank. Gravity descending down from the top of the hut, and the quick call has a quick finish, and this time it's going to be in favor of 3D Max. The bomb has made it down the vent. Down to B is Story, but the problem is for him, that is even denied by Lucky. The last tick on the bomb plant. Mutiris is getting slashed up inside of the smoke. This round has not gone well, Jason. I'll put it that way.
Not at all. The upper rush falls completely flat. Gravity with a brilliant hold with the MP9. Good work. Swaps out for the AK-47.
Double high five.
Yeah, huge double high five.
You know.
You know what that means.
All right, well, they win the all-important round. They're like, guys, let's just rush.
I know, it's heartbreaking.
And then they get absolutely slapped in the face. Brutal.
Yeah, that change of pace goes the other direction. Another timeout coming in. It's 10-8 in the favor of 3D Max. They've got all the guns. They've got all the money. And I would say here, Saw's probably going to go for a half buy, but I don't know, like with the way things have been going, they've been more than happy to buy with Galils, more than happy to buy a couple Tech 9s into the mix, so that's what's going down. Force up again, right back into things, not ready to relinquish this 2-round gap. It's hard though. Nuke's got to be a difficult map for them on the T side. Like as we said, like Ancient was very simple Counter-Strike on their T side, right? Executing into bomb sites, staying grouped up. This feels relatively similar, but just Nuke as a map, if you're just calling the executes out of spawn, it can be very easy. But if you're not able to actually work the map the way 3D Max was, for instance, in the first half, it's going to be so tough against the top teams. And I think that's the learning experience that Saul's going through right now. One lurker outside. Execute out Squeak Door.
This is going to be Gravity's peek out through Secret. Important fight, and eventually Mutiris is going to come out on top of it, but it's just always a 3K for Lucky somehow. The descent down to the site from Maka is a deadly one, and we've got Body now 1v2. Actually has a chance to separate it immediately into a 1v1 fight. Mutiris was last spotted outside, 14 HP. Body's got the read, should have the kill, sees him eventually, and seizes his chance. It is Body to close it out. It'll be 11 rounds to 8 now off the back of that. And once again, it's just Lucky with a multi-kill. in the middle of main. Like, he's just so good in that spot right now.
Yeah, he handled it really well because the hit was coming like out squeak door. So I'm assuming the first kill is maybe a clean shot. Second one, he's able to trade off a teammate. And third one is just all him as well. But probably felt like he was getting split in that position. Great performance for the triple wall. That battle rages outside. I get the idea. I get the feeling like, I think when this clutch comes in for body at the end of the day, nicely done. Mutiris has got to be one of the easiest players to read in like this 1v1 clutch because his role on the T side is always away from the action. He's always the lurker, coming in way late as well.
Especially when you just got spotted in the fight.
Yeah, and Body knows you're outside. I think Body's just in his head. He's just like, I know he's going to take it slow. I know he's going to be coming from like, you know, from the flank. So an easy clear of outside to win the round. 11-8.
Yeah, decision now for Saw. As you look at your money, you see that you do not have enough for a buy. You do not have a good purchase in front of you at all.
Yeah, but it's been that way a lot, hasn't it?
Yeah, that's pretty much been the series, really.
That's where I'm like, you know, if you're in this situation, like, I don't know, it feels like one of those forced buys could have been just kind of a half buy instead, and then you're sitting at 8-11 with the full AKs going on. But we get a nitpick with hindsight. They're going all in anyways. 11-8.
They're going for the 13-11 win, and I love that, Jason. I respect that.
Gotta respect it.
Outside smokes deployed. Maka hasn't always found the most success here in his aggressive positioning outside. He's going to cross the secret the risky way this time. But it's Body on ramp. Here they come. First target. Tagged up.
They're probably like, what the hell?
How is he doing that?
That's perfect timing.
Okay. Body, no problem. 3K picked up, eventually dropped by Agile, but he's just carved out the entire middle portion of that Saw attack, and we've now got Agile left 1v4. He's going to dive down, but Gravity's already repositioned. He's not even required as Maka to make the most of the AWP, and it'll be another similar buy from Saw as to what they had in the previous, and probably a very similar result. We're going to see 3D Max come in and handle business. And that's exactly what you were saying at the start of the day, Jason, that you wanted to see from 3D Max.
Yeah, I mean, at some point, if we're holding 3D Max as like a, you know, kind of like a top 10 team that, you know, hasn't really figured out how to get over the hump of like the top 4 or 5 teams, like this is a team they should be able to smoke and just roll right through, which is exactly what they're doing today. So for me, like, I just have 3D Max in my head. Well, not the greatest team, and there's certainly some things I see that need to be improved. It's like this series should have never been a problem, and it hasn't been. It's been really good to see 3D Max come in with that level out of the gate.
Yeah, this is one of the teams they should absolutely be beating. And right now, just a couple of moments away from securing that victory. This time it is Lucky starting towards Secret with his spawn, and Aragorn is going to be dropped. A 5v4 for 3D Max almost instantly into the start of this round. Mentiras just looked away as that head from Secret popped on up. He'll get his second crack of the whip. He won't be able to connect it though. Body certainly will. Agile taken down, and Crazy looking for a way out of the hut. Might not matter much though, as all of his teammates are now gone. Crazy, the last remaining member, and 3D Max will stand tall. It's a 2-0 victory to kick off PGL Masters in Bucharest. 3D Max flight from China. They've touched down in Romania, and it's an easy 2-0 victory.
Yeah, all too easy if you are a Saw fan, or indeed the Saw team themselves. But 3D Max were able to hold their own on Nuke. Not really a surprise. I mean, I suppose we can say that felt more competitive than Ancient, at least. You know, if you're trying to draw positives for Saw.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, the City side, even though they ended up getting 5 rounds, I think the gun rounds, they were actually the better team. They had a lot of good setups around Heaven. They were really contesting outside a lot, and you know, battling the game plan from 3D Max, which was, you know, to try to get Body downstairs. That didn't really work, and they were actually pretty good at catching that out. It's just they lost a couple of rounds that they shouldn't have, and that just kind of decided it all.
Yeah, I mean, like, if you look at the latter stages of the first half, you can see 3D Max were going for some, shall we say, convoluted rounds, right? They were trying to go some fakes, some double fakes and whatnot. So they were, I wouldn't say had to sweat to get the win, but they had to really work for it. So yeah, all in all, it was also good to see a couple of the individuals from the side of Saw kind of wake up a little bit. So, you know, a little bit of life in the team. But all in all, man, this is just a clinic from 3D Max and exactly what we expected.
Yeah, and obviously with 3D Max, we have highlighted there are some teams absent from this event. Obviously, a very packed calendar. Some teams have decided to go to some events and not be here. And so realistically, you know, 3D Max, they should be in a purple patch, right? They just made the finals of the Asia Championships. They fly here. They've played just an unfathomable amount of maps. And they should be one of the favorites to win the tournament, particularly when you consider the other favorite, Aurora. They're just notorious chokers, right? So it's like, are you finally going to step up and get what would be a statement tournament win?
Yeah, this 100%. I think this is their tournament to lose, right? Usually you look at all these events. For example, you look at a Thunderpeak event recently over in Malta, but you had like a few favorites at Dark Horse and whatnot. For me here, clearly 3D Max should be with the current form they're in, the amount of games they've been playing, and how they it's kind of coalescing together the perfect timing right now. They are, for me, by far the favorites, with Aurora as a kind of close second.
Yeah, and I think it's also important that they got off to such a strong start in the tournament, because I think, you know, we could have probably excused them if they got off to a slow start considering their travel schedule. You know, we can talk about match fitness versus burnout effectively with this team, you know, because of how much they have played. So, you know, to put away a team that they should, you know, on every pretty much 90% of the days and in a pretty convincing fashion, I think great start for them.
Well, yeah, and when you've been on a travel schedule like that, day one is always the worst. So if your worst is this, and then you've got time to relax in the hotel, you know, get some breakfast, get some good sleep. Obviously, you can energize yourself over the course of the tournament. We saw here this chap, certainly no sign of jet lag in his game. You actually did say at the start that he's a player you like to watch, Blair. Obviously on the server, not just in general.
I like watching in general as well. Is it weird, though? You know, listen, Lucky is just this talismanic player, and as the name implies as well for this team, he plays well and 3D Max look good. But what's especially great for me, and this is, you know, alludes to the graphics Striker brought up early in the pregame, is how it's a team effort. Everyone's looking solid right now. There's rarely a game where you see one player having to really pop off for them to drag them over the finishing line. But Lucky, he plays so many important positions, especially on the CT side, and a lot of the maps are strong on, where he has the agency to kind of, you know, go for these sort of plays, you know, and he's got the intuition as well, he's got a firepower. So for me, it's good to see starting this tournament that, you know, whatever exhaustion could potentially have set in for the players, it's not being seen in any one of them, and especially on this guy.
One of the things I think is weird about 3D Max, and I'll pick your brains about this, Striker, because you might have your own opinion on it, is that they don't have a star, but they seem to take it in turns to be the player that steps up in the games, and, you know, they frag out and then they drop off for another map in a series, and then it's a really weird team like that, because usually I feel when you look at teams that are at that top end, in that top 20, you can point to one or two players and say, they're the game changers, they're the star player. But I don't really feel that way about 3D Max.
No, and it's kind of because they play so pack heavy a lot of the time on T side. You know, we were talking about some of the gimmick plays that they have. You know, those are effectively just pop flashes into areas where they just try to overwhelm a site instantly, right? And that's always, it can be spawn dependent. You know, they don't really have such a set role system where they are just relying on one player or another. They just all have the amount of space that they kind of want, and I think that could potentially be one of the results of the gravity in game leadership switch, where Maka was talking about how much he has helped unlock some of the players, and that, I think, could be a part of that, because it just seems like everybody has the space to make a difference, and we see that even in this game. You know, the first game was Gravity making those aggressive plays, making them work. This time, you know, Body was struggling outside in the first half, and Lucky had to make up for it. You know, we saw a couple of really good rounds from Exorcise as well. They just, as you said, they just take turns pretty much from map to map, side to side, and somehow they make it work, even though there's not one guy that they constantly rely on.
And I'm going to stay with you, because we're going to take a look at some of the rounds that might illustrate some of the points that we're making. I think we've got round 4 first, right?
Yeah, so round 4, I just wanted to point out how, you know, the first half, as I said before, the gun rounds actually were in Saw's favor most of the time, but, you know, they gave up a round that they really shouldn't have, and that's just something that you can't really get away with. Problem is, in this case, the headshot just came in from 3D Max. I mean, you will see it from this position. You know, they had such a struggle getting out of the main position, you know, and then they just came up with some big headshots just to turn the round around from kind of a 5v3 situation effectively. Even though Saw had all the information, you know, they knew that the hit was coming, they just turned it around. You know, Exorcise this last shot, you know, the 1v2 at the end, and this is exactly the rounds that, you know, if you want to beat 3D Max, you're gonna have to put to bed, and if you don't, then it will go the other way just by close.
And it also kind of highlights just the disparity in the caliber of the individuals at times as well. That was 200 HP versus 50 HP, right, combined. And you know where both the T's are as well, but yet not able to get the kill, not able to win the round. You can't afford that, especially when you are underdogs the way Saw were in this match.
And you picked a round out as well. You wanted...
Yeah, this is basically a really cool round coming from 3D Max, right? You know, they're all right, cool, you're testing us with a CD side, let's do this. Outside smokes early on. They calm things down, slow it down, right? They're going to slow things down, and then they're going to go to the second layer outside smokes, timed alongside upper execute, and they're going to be sending body in as kind of bit of a fake here. He even gets a kill over here, pushes in, dies. What this does, of course, is going to force out the rotation from the ramp player. It's going to be crazy, getting caught in no man's land. It pounced perfectly. It was just executed to a T, and that is what 3D Max had to do at the end over there to win them these rounds. So it wasn't necessarily easy. It wasn't them just running into the bomb sides, going for this pop executes and taking down Saw, but some pretty well executed T side coming up from Gravity and his men.
Yeah, and I think this is actually what 3D Max are really great at, you know, just kind of pulling rotations and being able to, you know, especially on Nuke, as I said before, you know, they really tried to get body down to Secret. He's more of a lurker player, even though he's the outside guy. Usually that guy is kind of a brawler. They try to fight outside. They usually get him to lurk more and then work off of him and, you know, try these like walkouts from ramp, pull the rotation, you know, play around with that. They did it really well here, even though it didn't really work a lot of the time, just because Saul was just doing something completely different than what they expected they were doing.
And it's also, you know, something we can allude to what we mentioned in pregame. It's like, you know, we give so much space for 3D Max to set up and do what they really want to do, it's going to get super uncomfortable. And what we saw there, they really had no radio control, no real ramp control, no ISO, it's outside. They're just kind of grouped up and looking to react. And that's something that 3D Max is going to abuse, because they've played this map against much higher opposition, right? They have the right protocols and everything. So I feel for Saw coming in as the underdogs, being a little bit more Hail Mary-ish, kind of throwing a few curveballs would have made things a little bit more interesting in that first half.
Yeah, I'll judge 3D Max on what they do tomorrow, not what they do against Saw. Anyway, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to have the tournament favorites Aurora taking on a resurgent Fnatic, and we're going to break it down on the desk for you. We'll see you soon.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Yes, welcome back. We are about to get into our last best of three of the day here on the main stream, and it is going to be Fnatic versus Aurora. And what's interesting, Fnatic, not for the first time in their lives, they have come into this tournament under the guise of being a villain. The community are very upset with them, and I'll summarize why. There was a UK player beloved by all of us in the UK, because we don't have many players left. There's Mezzi and this guy.
That's the best team in the world.
You can stop there. It's fine.
Anyway, he was in Fnatic. He was doing well. Fnatic got them, got themselves to the major, and then they said, you know what, we want to make a roster change. So sorry, thanks for your service and thanks for getting us to the major, but Cypher, you are out and Jacasmo is in. And for some reason, the internet have lost their ever-loving minds about it, right?
Yeah, I mean, people feel like, just because you qualified for a major, that means that you're owed to play at the tournament itself, or whatever you have coming up in the season. Obviously, it is a tough business. I mean, you have to play what you are told to play effectively, and then what the organization deems necessary to do. I mean, that's out of your hands, right? I mean, that's what you accept as a player if you enter the competitive space and try to make it to the top. And Fnatic are in this position where they have no they're not in a position that they can be nice to their players, because they're the ones trying to get back into Tier 1 after years of missing out on a lot of these tournaments, right? And this is their opportunity to do so. So they obviously felt like there was an improvement to be made. They said marginal, but an improvement to be made.
I'll stay with you. Do you think it's been an improvement? Because obviously they brought in Jacasmo, and I think they're probably trying to turn him into a different type of player to fit what the team needs a bit more.
Yeah, exactly. They've even said it themselves. The strategy lead at Fnatic, Ross, was talking about how they were a little bit worried about how the lack of Cypher might caused some, aggressive plays from them, especially scaling into bomb sites and all that stuff. And they've effectively tried to replace it by having Jacasmo take on a more aggressive role, right? And we see this in this T-side transformation between the Jacasmo that we used to know from Passion UA and even the position he played with Fnatic when he replaced Crims instead of Cypher. Yep. They're in this weird situation where he was way more passive. He was the guy who you would just see on the sides, not really go for a lot of opening plays. But then after the switch, we've seen him move more into the pack, take a lot more opening, agency, try to go for plays, and it's actually his T sides I think have been good. It's more the CT sides that I've had a problem with Jacasmo not necessarily fitting in some of the new positions that he's been in.
Okay, excellent. I mean, look, it is the passion core as well, essentially, sort of coming back together. So I think it was the right move. I watched Fnatic again at the Asia Championships. I thought they had improved quite a bit, Blair, and for such a big name, and they've been so far removed from tournament glory for so long. If you were around in 2015, you could never believe these guys would ever have fallen off as much as they have. So I want them to get back. It's a story.
Oh, absolutely. And I love the fact you said, coming in as one of the hated teams. The thing is, I don't mind them being the hated team if they're good, right? Yeah. If they're actually exciting to watch. In 2015, Fnatic was one of the most fun teams we've ever had in Counter-Strike.
Grim's is obviously still in that lineup.
He's still here.
Grim's the Undying.
The Undying, basically. And look, I'm going to echo Milan's sentiments over here, because when it comes to Fnatic, I have been very vocal about how they've just been struggling with some of the lineup changes, how they've just been consistently mid throughout, nothing exciting. And this coming in, them taking out Cypher and bringing Jacasmo and being like, sure, sorry, buddy, it's a business. We're just trying to get back to where we were once upon a long, long time ago. I'm all for it. I'm done with this. Everyone's, oh no, he has to play because no, he doesn't. This is how a business works. And if they're able to make this click, if the Jacasmo, replacement coming in and him adapting to this role works out, at the end of the day, they're the ones who's going to be laughing all the way to the bank, right? So yeah, I'm all for it.
I mean, look, if it doesn't work, then all fair play. People who are criticizing it, absolutely fair play. And again, Fnatic themselves said that it was a marginal change, that it wasn't necessarily entirely sure that it would be an improvement, but they thought that it might be.
Yeah, and look, by the way, I want to ask you about this team here, Aurora. Fnatic, this is going to be a tough test for them, no doubt, but is there something in the database, the HLTV database, that can tell me why Aurora can't win a tournament?
I mean, to be fair, it's kind of hard to win a tournament when you drop leads like, 11-5 or whatever it was against FaZe, and then the same thing against Navi back at TWC. They just have this tendency to effectively collapse at the worst of times, and that's cost them at the latest two tournaments at least.
They haven't even played a single round, and they look super depressed, Rich. I'm just saying, that is Aurora right now, right? Just coming back from Malta, they've been on the grind as well. They're a team who I feel, we all know where they are, at the bottom of S tier, but, always kind of gatekeeping everyone, the true gatekeepers, so to speak. But they've just plateaued. You're looking at season one, you're like, oh, they're finally at the gate. They just need to break through that ceiling. They're going to be in a finals contender. You look at this season, EWC Grand Finals, great job, very fitting position. Apart from that, it's just been misery, heaped upon misery. Their map pool, I don't think they even know what their map pool is right now. The individuals look so, as I pointed out, depressed.
Going out really hurt them.
Sure, but you got to figure out where you're going to be, where your strengths are going to be, because the major's just a month away right now. And at the moment, I can't really pin them. They should be the favorites of this event, Rich. But I'm going to be edging 3D Max
I will say
there.
this, taking a temperature check, just talking to the talent and all that, we're all on WhatsApp with each other. No one believes in Aurora winning this tournament. I don't think anyone... A few people might have said it, but... they're not all in.
They should be the team who are the favorites, right? I mean,
if you don't win this one, you're not winning one ever.
Absolutely. And especially you're looking at, someone like Wycadia who's single-handedly doing everything for this team, right? Seemingly he's also the cheerleader as well. And you have Xantares just being kind of so up and down, so hot and cold. Woxic, I will give this to Woxic right now. He seems to have finally kind of being like, what, screw it. I'm just going to start opping. I'm just going to run in and take a lot of fights. That's something really cool we saw in Malta, kind of being a little bit more unleashed. Maybe he hurt a desk, maybe not, I don't know. But for me, Aurora, a team who need to get into shape right here, right now, or else a major, it's a big question mark for them.
So, Striker, the veto, does this give Aurora a good chance, or is it Fnatic fighting?
I was a little bit surprised with Fnatic not going for the train. I know that Aurora are really good on it as well, so I kind of get it from that aspect. I think they missed out on maybe making the veto a little bit more favorable for them, because now they're kind of pushed into Dust 2, which, Aurora kind of have been picking all over the place, but they usually pick to the opponent's weaknesses effectively, and it's definitely one of weaknesses on Fnatic, who haven't really played it too much. I think this is actually a really good map pool for Aurora, because pretty much all the 3 maps that they have a pretty good playtime on.
And also got to remember, Mirage coming in is going to be Aurora starting on the T side over here, right? And their T sides have just been miserable. Yeah. It's so atrocious. I think, funnily enough, the Train T side's pretty decent. One of the notoriously the hardest map on the T side. And I feel like if Fnatic get off to a good start here, to get the momentum going, I think there's a real chance of an upset, at least on map 1 here.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely agreed. I mean, you were asking me about data earlier. I think they're one of the worst teams on T-side Mirage.
I don't want to pigeonhole you as the data guy, by the way. But
I do have it.
So it turns out you do have it.
Sure. Yeah. I think they have something like 30% T-side win rate on Mirage, so that's something to look out for.
Well, we're about to see if you're right. We can now get into the action with our commentators.
Thank you very much, Richard. Aurora versus Fnatic. But, right now, looking at Aurora, this has to be their competition. I think that's what everybody's saying, Jason. In that sort of respect, the context of this game, we'd like to see Aurora just come in and handle business against Fnatic.
I mean, I'll say this. Aurora's my favorite to win this whole event.
Yeah.
I mean, whether I actually believe they can do it, I don't know. But, again, it's the same thing as 3D Max, where this team has been, in the playoffs of so many events. They've been like a top 5 team, a top 10 team this whole year. If they're not favorites here, right? So what are we doing? What are we doing?
Those are the 2 teams, right? 3D Max and Aurora that you expect to win this event. But the problem is we've never seen them win, either of them, right? At least 3D Max have won smaller tournaments, but when you're looking at Aurora, this is absolutely their chance to win a title of this scale, and they have to take that opportunity. But I'd be really intrigued to see what level they're going to bring to the table here today against Fnatic, because I personally feel like Fnatic are going to cause them some problems in this series.
They should be able to. I don't know. It's an interesting one, because I kind of have a similar mindset to the first series, where it's like, if you can't show up here in this first game and blow Fnatic out of the water and just get through this 2-0 without any real issues, then what are we talking about in terms of the level you're at? But at the same time, Fnatic have some things that SAW don't have. For instance, they have Blame F, who as an individual can just give you the numbers you need to carry you through stretches of the game, to win you maps.
On Mirage, he's been that player. He's been that guy through all of his teams, whether it be Epsilon into Heroic into many other teams.
And I mean, look, you can have the conversation of whether you think he's, his gameplay involves a lot of baiting or not. That's a whole separate conversation, because no matter whether it does or it doesn't, he's going to win you some maps at this level, right?
True.
What more do you want from the guy?
Well, Fnatic are going to be going towards the B bomb site. The setup designed to deal with this is Jota and Major together. Jota's going to play under the window. Major has a flash ready for him. But the bomb is actually down in the underpass, so no full commitment going to be coming through for Fnatic just yet.
No, taking it really slow for now. Letting Aurora think about this one. They've got some deep lines of sight, though. Xantares is getting a little bit flirty over towards Khan. They hear nothing in middle. They hear nothing, no shuffling of nades or dropping of bombs outside of the A bomb site. So very happy, Fnatic, to keep this quiet for very, very long. Crims is going to be a little bit of a distraction. Smoke in mid, Molotov in towards the window. Here's the B exec.
Yeah, finally things get a little bit loud. It's going to be Fear jumping out of the window straight away. Jota going to make sure he can't go further into the bomb site, but Blame F taking one back here. Couldn't get the follow-up as Jota realizes no bullets were coming at him, so he's able to just stay composed. And he's going to walk away with a 4K. Jota looks up into the apartments and secures 4 on the dual Berettas. He never even had to leave that position.
No, it was an awkward pathing out of the window for Fnatic. That second player kind of gets stuck in the cubby right next to Jota and realizes he can't peek because he's going to step right into the shots being fired at his teammate. And when he does peek, that's Jacasmo. Gets his head ripped off for no good reason. So great round. I mean, this is just brilliant shooting from Jota. Not a whole lot of distractions or obstacles in his face, and he gets 4 clean kills.
And now Fnatic down to what is unfortunately an eco because they didn't get the bomb plant in the previous round. So it's going to be a 2-0 lead for Aurora out the gate. Jota, he was the player that came in at the start of the year for Aurora that really elevated their ceiling, it felt like, Jason. You know, they were getting into finals. They were running pretty much a guaranteed playoff team for the first half of the year. Obviously, coming into the second season, had unfortunate circumstances with, you know, Zantares wasn't able to attend Cologne. Had to bring an X-Flow for that one.
You know, it's kind of the fun around the conversation of Fnatic because we just got done casting 3D Max, or excuse me, not Fnatic, of Aurora, because we just got done casting 3D Max where it was like, look at the exhausting schedule they've been on. Well, if you go to Aurora, look at the exhausting year they've had in terms of the first half of the year, they went to everything and they got burnt out and they were very vocal about that. But the more exhaustion I'm getting at is the idea of they've been to so many playoffs, so many quarterfinals, so many semifinals, and haven't gotten over the hump. And when they've gotten into those grand finals, they've gotten beaten. So like as a team that's been like fighting to progress throughout this whole year, never able to turn the corner and actually get that capstone victory, that's exhausting. Of grinding and putting in these hours with your teams, going to all these events across the world, and not seeing any measurable improvement whatsoever.
Yeah, the one that really stings in my mind, because I was there watching it, was Aurora against Team Liquid at Fisher Playground in Belgrade. You're in the arena. They had all their family in the front row.
Yeah, dead Team Liquid as well.
And they just got absolutely bodied by Team Liquid, yeah. Where it was Twist just going on to FaZe after that tournament. You could see just the disappointment and the emotions from Madra in that post-game as well. And obviously their exit from Pro League has got a sting.
I mean, Blood touched on it. Part of the problem that Aurora has is they you know, you have a pretty deep team with Jota, with Ricadia, with Woxic, with Zantares in terms of the skill and production quality, but it really feels like once you get to like the top 6 competition, level of competition, this team wins and loses on Zantares. Like, he feels like once you get to like the best teams in the world, if you don't have Zantares, you just can't win. Against the other teams, the rest of the guys can pull you through some things and have some good performances, but you need Zantares at the end of the day, and he's been very up and down in those games.
Yeah, especially that last tournament they just played in Malta in the deciding game. Well, it's going to be a 2-0 lead here for Aurora. Finally, Fnatic getting to a bye. Going to be defaulting across the map. 2 players in the underpass. One out towards top middle, one in Palace, and the bomb on the back of Fear waits in T-spawn. So Fnatic just getting themselves some early positioning in through middle. And Aurora happy to let them have this mid control.
There's a little bit of utility out. Fnatic still just stand behind these smokes. Aurora setting up a trap. Nice kill from Blame F. And now Zantares has a lot of pressure placed on him. And from behind, it's Crims waiting for that retreat.
Yep, it's all come crumbling down here for Aurora. 40 seconds left. 1 kill from Woxic. But should never really go anywhere in this round for Aurora. They know exactly where Woxic is. They're going to bail that bomb out of harm's way. Get it back up through short with the final 30 seconds. Going for the B-bomb side finish. And Fnatic will take themselves their first round win here.
Yeah, and this is a nice message Fnatic sends early on in this half of, look, if you're going to give up all this space, if we're going to be able to utilize this and not have to feel any pressure, not feel any kind of retakes coming in, we're gonna punish you eventually. There's an opening kill from Blame F to start things off, and Fnatic have their first round on the board. Let's not forget too, I mentioned one of the strengths that Fnatic has being Blame F, but also the core from the Passion UA team that caused all those surprises. Fear, Jambo, Jacasmo, those guys showed a lot of good things back at Shanghai when we were casting in this very studio. So now all of a sudden you get that core over, and you got an interesting Fnatic team to see what exactly the ceiling is going to be. What path are they going to be on? Where do they get a start at?
Yeah, did it again in Shanghai just last week as well. Fnatic, one of the teams, just like 3D Max, who have just flown out from the playoffs of CAC. But we thought, okay, based on their run at that event and the upside there seemed to be when it comes to those kind of players, we thought maybe we'd see this team broken apart, all those pieces would go elsewhere, especially with there was sort of this fever of trying to pick up young players and new players.
Yep.
all the big organizations pulling people through. It didn't seem like that happened to the Passion UA guys. You know, going to Fnatic, true, in 2016, that would have been a massive move, but not these days, Jason. And it's kind of crazy. This is where they ended up.
I think if you can see, if we had seen them a little bit more outside of that one major, which was really their kind of only revelation to the world, you know, if we had seen some kind of a build-up, if you saw some events after that that kind of stuck with similar success, you would have seen more teams trying to poach the individuals, and just for whatever reason didn't happen after that event. Little pause, a break in the action. Round 4. Look at those stickers. Little
I'm looking.
Pin-up stickers. That's all I got. Here we go.
A lot of looking at that. Right. Yeah. Anyway, everybody, let's focus on the counter.
Sorry, I zoned out there for a moment. Here we go. Utility is out. Zantares is pushing middle. 2 players waiting for him. No utility to set anything up.
Oh, my fear. Just jumps into the open with a knife out. Thought he was going to get across. Zantares takes him away.
It's a weird miscommunication, though, because Jambo falls back to throw the flashbang, even throws it after Fear's already dead. So I don't know if that was an assumption or if nobody called out, hey, I'm throwing the flash, I'm setting it up. That just looks a little bit silly at the end of the day. 5-on-4 advantage for Aurora, but walks it, can't land the op shot. It's Blame F again.
Kadia gonna go for the push through ramp as well. He's off on a journey, but Blame F has taken his teammate down, and Khan is gonna flash the short play into this. Aurora, fortunately, their strongest setup is still at this B bomb site, and Zantara is gonna be using that rifle to devastating effect at short. Jambo's gone. That flank is all the way through T-spawn now for Kadia. If they try and backtrack, he's still there. He's still a threat. You can see Blame F aware of that.
Yeah, I don't know if he heard a footstep. I think he was still too far away, but very aware of the possibility. But now you have a weird decision to make if you're Fnatic, because if you did hear the footstep, you kind of know you're boxed in, and you know the defense is strong moving forward. So Jacasmo is going to try and work themselves out of this, go for a little bit of a peek, sees nothing, comes back, and Major's out in the open.
Yeah.
3-on-2 now.
Yeah, there's the tracking from Blame F, eventually taking the headshot at top middle. Took a little while. 15 seconds left. That bomb going for the finish, and Major nearly gets himself in position to stop it from happening, but won't. So it's Zantares again. 8 seconds. They cross right into him, and Zantares will cross them out. It's a 3rd round win for Aurora. Not much of a celebration for Zantares, just another day at the office on the cleanup.
Yeah, and you couldn't have too much. The spacing couldn't be perfect if you're Fnatic, if you're Crimson Blame F at the end of the day. 8 seconds on the clock when they swing to take that fight. So Blame F can't even really lag behind, because if Zantares gets away, it's all over. But man, just a couple, I mean, that first kill obviously is there. Even towards the end, Crim's kind of running with this knife out. Fnatic never really in these 3-on-3 got a comfortable position of where exactly Aurora was going to be positioned. Light on utility, light on weaponry with a Galil and a Tech 9 on Crimson Fear. Fnatic fighting back 2 rounds away. Both teams low on economy. This is a pretty important swing round early on in this half.
Casmo gonna go for a peek out towards stairs, but in the meantime, Jambo from peeking bottom connector has taken out the danger man of Zantares. The player who won the round off his own back in the previous is gone straight away. So it's on Jordan to try and pull it back, and he goes into the swing at the ramp, and it's only a single kill. So Fnatic look like they're going to win this all-important swing round to kick off the early stages of this first half.
Yeah, maybe if that first kill's cleaner for Joda, if he gets it in the first 10 bullets rather than the first 15, might be able to transfer over to the second. But after that first kill goes out towards Khan onto Zantares, that A defense was just going to get pinched. Nice and simple from Fnatic, but you have to say they're having a lot of success in middle with these kind of isolated plays between Blame F, I believe it was Jambo this round who got it over in middle. The opening kill onto Zantares, they're actually doing a really good job of finding success in the middle of the map, which does not bode well for Aurora's defense, which is about to be sent back to the Stone Age with no money in the bank.
So Zantares gets you around in the previous, he dies immediately in the follow-up round, and nowhere to be found for Aurora. Second round for Fnatic, as you mentioned, money now gone, and let's see what this can do for Fnatic's T-side. Fear going to be at the helm, calling his way forward.
I think when the money comes back for Aurora on the CT side, the conversation is going to be, the play calls are going to be a lot more presence of actually denying mid-control, right? Fighting for that space rather than just having a presence there but backing off.
Yeah, they were given a lot of space in every round so far, Fnatic towards mid. You see Jambo just gets away with one in this previous round, able to just peek up and take that fight straight away.
And unafraid, the Fnatic side of going back towards middle after we saw the Zantares push a couple rounds ago, right? He got that opening kill on Fear, but they're just like, whatever. That's a silly one.
And now Jambo's going to go to the AWP, so he gets that out nice and early. It's going to be the first timeout being called here from Aurora.
Yeah, they're talking over exactly what they want to buy and bring into this round. We've seen some investment and then some sellbacks from Zantares, but they're busted. They're just trying to fill up some danger around the M4, around the MP9 with utility.
Well, it was at PGL Bucharest to kick off the season that we found out that Aurora had made the switch from Eternal Fire to Aurora. That was That was the big shocking news at that event.
Does that make this an anniversary of sorts?
Kind of. You
Yeah,
know?
a little bit.
Half a year maybe, something like that.
Uh-huh.
Well, we've got, obviously we had Falcons win the previous edition, and they're not going to be here, so Aurora hoping they've got a chance to do so. And let's see what they're capable of in a round like this. You've got 5-7s, a Deagle, MP9, and an M4 here for Zantares. Obviously, Fnatic should be tying the scoreline up here, but it's all about the damage Aurora can dish out. And you can never really count out these players, and there's Deagles and 5-7s on the server.
Yeah, I was going to say, Lucky showed us what the 5-7 can do back on Nuke, just in the previous map of play, but Fnatic going to take this one cautiously, knowing the monetary situation. So they got Fear out towards the mid boxes. He'll park himself, stay safe, keep peeking on each side for information. Wrap back around towards the A-bomb site with a window smoke. Con smoke as well to make this look like Fnatic are heading for a mid-round mid-control, but that's not the case. Aurora gambles over towards the other side of the map. Not the worst thing in the world. Just save all 5 of these weapons and try it all over in the next round if it comes in that Fnatic commits here, which looks very, very likely, which is actually happening as we speak. So free bomb site for Fnatic, free 3rd round to tie things up, and Aurora will try again with this force buy in round 7.
Yeah, at least they're giving the Mercy to save the weapons. And you at least have a shot in the next round, otherwise it would be absolutely nothing. And a lead would be comfortably taken by Fnatic, but instead it's just a tie game for now. Another game going on as well. Over on the B stream, Astralis versus Bait. That series has just kicked off. And the action brought to you by Henry G and Harry. Feels weird to say that one. Feels weird to say Harry without Hugo, to be honest.
Yeah.
At least they sound the same.
Gotten into a flow, haven't we, with Harry and Hugo?
Yeah, H&H. Still H&H, though.
Still H&H. All tied up at 3. I don't know what Aurora decides to do in this next round. You can be a little bit crazier because you're going to have a buy in the next round no matter what. You'd obviously, if the situation arises, you'd love to save an M4 and AK-47, but you can get a little bit friskier if you want in this eco round, if you want to be aggressive, if you want to set up a trap somewhere because the buy is coming in regardless.
And there's that update in the top right of your screen as well. 5-1 lead for Astralis. Looking strong to kick things off versus Bait.
There's a lot of cool teams here at this PGL Masters Bucharest that are kind of like,
yeah, who's the coolest, Jason?
It's like, let's keep track. Like, cool in the sense of like 3D Max. I already told you, like, my feeling is they should get to quarters, but where are they at? Same with Astralis, who has had some struggles after initially looking good with Hooksy in the lineup. It's like, where are they at? What are they bringing to the table? Same with Aurora is one of those teams. Liquid is one of those teams. This is such a cool event for like a litmus test of what we're going to be getting.
It's like best of the rest.
Yeah, essentially.
Well, this is the force buy that Aurora had in the last round that they saved. So they're going to give it a good go here. This time, you know, didn't work out stacking the B bomb site, Jason. So why don't we just give it a go, stack the A bomb site?
Well, you want to see if Zantares can maybe give anything in con as well, knowing that mid has been kind of the focal starting point of Fnatic. Put Zantares there with the M4 and see if he can provide you an opening kill, and then you can kind of change things around, shift those pistols if you need it. Zantares playing the slow game. He's going to bait that contact.
Zantares trickles out and spots the op of Jambo. It's going to be Wikidia to drop Fear 5-7 close quarters. Going to be taken down by Blame F. Certainly had his opportunities there, Madger. Just couldn't connect them, and now that B-bomb site has fallen.
Oh, save the M4, Zantares. Okay.
Oh, he's a little too focused on that.
Yeah, I was really trying to come in and recover it, maybe hoping and praying he'd have a nice timing to turn that corner.
Away.
Oh, you're never saving it now.
You ain't getting your hands back on that whatsoever, but if you get an AK, that's not too bad. Maybe Jordan can grab another weapon as he's searching for it, but it's fallen down into the pit. There, he's got it. He's got an AK. So a second picked up here.
That's good money for the future.
Yeah. You lose an M4, you get 2 AKs.
This next round is where I kind of mentioned I think the Aurora philosophy is going to change. I think this is where we might see a little bit more pressure on mid in terms of actually fighting off Catwalk, in terms of actually being dedicated to fighting out Khan. Maybe break some smokes in window room if you want to get really crazy. But I think now if you're Aurora, you got to stop letting Fear, got to stop letting Blame F feel like they've got all the freedom in the world in middle, and actually put a stop to this kind of progression of this map control that Fnatic's having. Three in a row in 4 of the last 5 in the favor of Fnatic as they've caught themselves on a little bit of a streak.
Yeah, a streak, but it's been against Aurora with weak weapons. You know, they haven't had a full-fledged buy round yet, and we've got it out now. So you got Woxic on the AWP, Zantara's on an AK. That's always scary, and doesn't really matter what you say about the rest. It's already a pretty good buy here for Aurora to work with. And Match are going to go for the jump up. Grim's tried to take his head off, but unable to do so on the jump.
So you force an early smoke out. You're now going to call out 2 players at the B bomb site with the Rakadia spam and the utility coming from Major. So information put together for Fnatic and Fear as he starts to put a map together in his brain of how to work it. And over towards Underpass we go. So off that little contact, Crims is going to back all the way off back to the A bomb site. Mid control now being taken over by Fnatic at the minute and 15-second mark. Nobody home for Aurora. And a pretty standard defense coming in to hold this back.
Just going through the motions. That Molotov not going to be too effective with the smoke up in the window. Jambo, though, is going to catch Woxic. So the AWPer for Aurora. Unable to get going early on. Jambo's outmatched him.
That's what I'm saying, by so much freedom. Like, Woxic just gets to park there and wait, and eventually, you know, Woxic's around like, what's going on in middle? I need to peek the check and gets caught.
Well, there's Jambo. Another follow-up on the AWP. This time, Tara's down, and that's it. That round is over. Fnatic just come charging in. Jambo with some great shots on the AWP. And it is silence for Aurora as Fnatic just outplay them. That is going to be a frustrating round. Usually, you'd see a timeout follow around like that, Jason, but they've already called one early in this half.
Yeah, we'll see what they decide to do. I think a lot of it's going to depend on if Major can keep this M4. They're kind of sliding in this direction as if they're half interested in hunting, but not super committed to it. I think, yeah, if Major doesn't save this M4, I think you have to take a timeout and talk over the money. Joda will be able to buy next round. Zantaras will be able to buy a rifle next round. So as long as you can keep this, you can actually pull together a pretty solid buy. But Major now running out of space and running out of time and dead.
Yep. Rough old time here for Aurora.
What a disgustingly awesome round from Jambo.
Yeah, great shot straight away over the top of the smoking Khan to get rid of Woxic. Then he drops Zantaras up towards jungle and is also the man to hunt down that final rifle that throws question marks all over this Aurora defense. There's the first. This shot, fantastic against Zantaras and the AK. And then, yeah, this final kill from Jambo, ripping all mercy away.
Yeah, we do see that timeout called, and I don't even know if it's necessarily to talk over money. I think it might also be to kind of calm some frustrations now, because I think that's one of those rounds where if you're Woxic, you're feeling like you really just got sold out by your teammates, you know? If you're Zantaras, you're probably pissed that the AWPer just stepped through the smoke and shot you in the face.
There's 2 rounds now where Jambo has been able to just kill Zantaras for free with the space he's getting towards connector.
Yeah, again, it's all in middle. Like, Blame F got the opening kill earlier on. We saw Fear with some early pressure. I think Jambo got an opening kill with a rifle earlier on in this half. There's just so much production for Fnatic in the middle of the map, and Aurora haven't yet worked up the courage or the attitude to go fight for it and deny that access.
Well, they don't have the weapons to really fight for it in this round, so this is the decision out of the timeout. Jorda has a rifle, so does Zantaras, and Zantaras has gone down to $800. So it's really about trying to get these 2 rifles involved, and they're actually set up towards the A ramp early on. There's an A execution coming in with smokes, but they're spread out. It's an A split being created here by Fnatic, but the advanced positioning of the CTs might make things a little uncomfortable if they continue to push, because that bomb is on the runaway. Getting away from the A site, leaving one lurker up in Palace, not actually committing into what is going to be an A play and taking mid control instead.
So that's a cool fake thrown that's obviously worked to a certain extent, although the push is kind of negating that. So the question becomes the second half of this, of what you're supposed to be setting up with the fake, how long does that take to actually come to fruition? Because now Crims is getting flanked out over in Palace. He's got no idea. Your mid players are getting flanked out as well. That'll be Jambo who's exposed on Catwalk. So this needs to be successful right now.
Well, there's a quick kill from Xantares up towards Palace. Can he get into position in time to help out his teammates? Woxic, a P2000 to a kill on Jambo inside the middle. This is all starting to fall apart for Fnatic. It was looking so good for them, but all of a sudden a 3v5 and no bomb plan, and they've still got Xantares in Palace. You've now got Jota on default, and that's clean from Fear. Needs a follow-up, and that is exactly what they ordered. Fear with a double kill has just reopened the chances again for Fnatic. BlameF and Khan, with Cardia gone, and Woxic and Madra now in a 2v2. Aurora, this is going to be a very frustrating round to let slip. You've got to win this one now. Madra, the timing is perfect. Comes through and drops BlameF, and now they look towards CT spawn.
Woxic's got his AWP as well. They know the position also.
They're going to use some util. Tap on that defuse, try and pull Fear into the fight. But Fear is just going to bide his time and strike with a headshot. Woxic back to the defuse, but not enough time to win the round. Woxic is off to race to save this AWP, and Fnatic will pull it back in their favor, and it is Fear to step up with the clutch and the 2 kills that make the difference, that reopen the round again.
Yeah, his first 2 kills of the game also. He was 0-4 before this, so welcome to the game, and what a big round to do it in. 2 kills, but a round all due to your responsibility.
Look at
again,
this.
And we just mentioned as well, the frustrations that surely had to have been building on the Aurora side of things. Imagine the frustrations now.
Yeah, you just pile more on top.
That's a 2-on-5 victory for Fnatic.
And now it's time for the double op. Wokadia and Woxic bringing them out. Signs of desperation early, and a missed shot from Woxic. BlameF now confident. Fnatic just fighting them, and they're just running out of the ramp, running into A. Xantares cast off the top. It has to be a safe call, surely. A double op setup thrown into this. Lose this, your money's shot again. And they just need one on the cross. That's the bomb peeking in the fight.
There's smokes and Molotovs on Crims. I don't know why this line of sight is still available to Woxic, but it's causing issues. A lot of issues.
Oh my god, yeah, okay. Fnatic have kind of thrown this one right back to Aurora, and they've caught it. Fear and Crims looking to pull this one back. Missed shot from Wokadia on the stairs player. This has got very messy very quickly. That smoke up, it's perfect for Crims just to be patient and look around the side of. So Wokadia is going to give his kill away. And now a 2v2.
I'm just, they've had 2 smokes this whole time, and there's the easy kill. Okay, Crims 1v2. We'll come back to the smoke situation.
Well, used to be the king of the clutch. Been a while. He'll dust himself off, go back into the fight, and Woxic will deny that.
They had 2 smokes for jungle that whole round, and Crims used his to put a Molotov out in dark, and then Fear used his on connector, and it was just like, all right, we'll just give the op. Yeah, odd round.
Dude, it was such a great start to the round for Fnatic. Like,
honestly, it's such a cool tactic the way they kind of set it up, right? Because I mean, this works out perfectly for the double op setup, which is just blind luck. But they don't throw the smoke in window. They want the opper. They want Woxic to be like, great, no smoke. I'll take this fight. They showed presence. He was thirsty for that kill. Kept his eyes on middle, and then they just kind of walk up A ramp with one flashbang.
And the bomb carriers are standing through the one gap in jungle that isn't smoked.
Yeah, there was some weird fight selection after that, but the setup was cool. You know, let's not take away from the setup due to the weird mid round.
Maybe not anticipating a double op setup as well. That can definitely throw a bit of a curveball into the mix. But Fnatic with good money are right back to the opening, and it's Jambo just confidently hopping around and once again taking Xantares down at the start of a round.
Yeah, spotted him on the jump over the boxes. Easy kill for Jambo with the AWP. 9 kills now on him, 12 on BlameF to lead the way for Fnatic. And yet another 5-on-4 provided in mid.
And outside of that, what, third round in the game where Xantares had the hero rifle where he got a 4K. He's had 3 kills since then, so he's had a very frustrating half. Madra at least holding off that BlameF push through the window. Jacasmo also falling to Madra as they just continue to try and walk into him, and Madra's going to punish that. There's a free kill. And Aurora, they have been limping through this half, Jason. They have not looked good. But there is a world in which they exit this 6-6, which, all things considered, is actually massive.
Yeah, it wouldn't be bad at all. I mean, it'll be frustrating, but considering how a lot of this half went, let's see if they can actually pull it off, though. Nothing to me screams that they've kind of snapped back and come alive in this server quite yet.
A lot of it has been Fnatic just kind of giving away the advantages that they've picked up. I mean, at the start of this round, Jambo gets the opener, and they just walk into the window.
Very quiet. Fnatic's looking for a mistake, looking for any peek. But I think Aurora's had enough giving over mistakes. They just play very hunkered back, let the ops do the work. Work smart, not hard. 6-5 in the favor of Fnatic, but Aurora looking to tie things up here in the final round of the half.
Yeah, Woxic started to really come together now. He's 10-4. Yeah, the rapid calms out of Fnatic going into the last round of the half. No AWP for Jambo, which has been such a tool in terms of healing open these round wins.
They haven't always needed it though, right? A lot of the openings in the middle have come from the AK-47. Smoke pops up just as Jambo crosses. Fear's already got a really deep... Look how fearless they are taking this mid. They've just never encountered a whole lot of resistance. The most has been a solo Xantar's push towards top mid and a solo Xantar's push that was handled in lower mid.
Now Woxic trying to run away. It's going to be Jota, the first victim of the round though. Xantares waits inside of Sandwich. Will they check him? Will he go overlooked? Crims just chases him down. Xantares has a nightmare first half here outside of one stellar round. And Fnatic now 4v2, about to take a 7-5 lead. Unless there's something Wakadia and Major can do about this. Wakadia has done damage, but no kill. And Major held in behind this jungle smoke. There should be no world in which Fnatic give this one up. And they're giving a couple of looks, a couple of peeks, but Wakadia has taken none of them. Here comes Major walking right into Jacasmo. And Wakadia, they know exactly where he is. 3 players crosshairs, gaze towards CT, and it will be a 7-5 lead for Fnatic out of the T side of Mirage.
I'll tell you what, for someone who hasn't seen a lot of Fnatic during the stretch where they haven't come back to the Tier 1 events, that's an impressive first game in some time. I really liked that. That was cool. I think benefited a lot by Aurora playing a pretty passive defense in the middle, as I talked about a number of times, but just BlameF still have an impact, which is great. Jambo's AWP was on point. Fear had some very nice calls, a nice clutch win. That's a well put together half from Fnatic, especially considering they lost the pistol.
Well, you know, looking at Fnatic, something I've noticed as well is I'm a big fan of their coach, Independent, at the moment, at least how he's sort of presented himself. He's from Latvia, 27 years old. A lot of the interviews he was giving back at CAC last week were fantastic. I think a lot of the pragmatic approaches he's brought to the team are fantastic. So looking forward to seeing what he can do in the future.
Another Latvian.
Yeah.
They're taking over.
Yeah, they really are. He came from the Guild female team.
Okay. And doing good work.
Yeah, ended that in 2024 as well. February 2024. Came into Fnatic in 2025 in May.
Well, this Fnatic org has been looking for someone who can take the helm of this rebuild for quite some time. Looks like they might actually be onto something right now with this roster, with the way this is working out. Another team that we get to see exactly what they're able to do come the major, miraculously qualifying. The sequence of events that had to occur for them to get into the major is just wild. And now they get to play in these events, this lead up, improve what they can in such a short period of time, and see if yet again Fear, Jambo, Jacasmo, and I'll even throw Crimson there for good measure, have another surprise major run in them.
Well, surprise, here's the B-bomb shot attack. Jambo gonna wait in the corner. Not gonna check him. The Jewel Berettas go out with 1, but that is it. A single kill as Major finds 2. Success as he'll plant the bomb as well down in B. A 4v3 as Aurora look to try and shrink this gap quickly, but Jacasmo is so clean on that peak. Walks it with a mouthful of lead. The peak into the open, and now Xantares makes sure Jacasmo is no longer an issue. Now Bomb is going to take on BlameF with another headshot. Keeps Fnatic within this pistol round. It's Fear jiggling on a timing, comes out with a Jewel Berettas, and now Xantares up against BlameF. So much firepower in this 1v1, and it's Xantares to come out on top.
Really well done with the Glock. Nicely done, Xantares. And a good hit also. There's 1 kill from the dualies, and there's no one else to be found. 2 players had already jumped out, 2 players waiting far back. Hard for that defense to get a read of it. Good spacing from Fnatic. Just throw this all to hell. Jambo is just like, where's the rest of them? Where are they coming? Crims was flushed into the open due to the wrap around the bomb site. And then just good hold from Zontaras. Those open space mid-range fights are his bread and butter.
And now Fnatic not going for the force buy, which will allow Aurora to shrink this gap immediately.
This is a very recoverable map. I mean, Aurora didn't look anything close to great in that first half, but this T side, once they switch sides, they can bring it back here on Mirage. We'll get a new life in them. We'll see if Zontaras can have a better time now that he gets to pick and choose his fights a little bit more. Some reasons to be optimistic about the Aurora, I guess, comeback. Small comeback.
Yeah, they've come back already, Jason. It's now 7-7. We'll see if Fnatic can do any further damage here. This little setup towards Con. Get it by the flashbang. Fear has somehow come out with a double kill. Eventually dropped by Woxic. And now Jambo arrives to the party. A little bit too late, though. But Madger isn't going to spot him, so maybe Jambo can get an angle on him with a P250. And Madger comes back, realizes the gap, and secures a 7-7 scoreline.
Jambo is such a solid alias to have as well. We had the conversation earlier about the song names. Jambo just
Jambo.
Bangs. He's done very well for himself with that selection.
Jacasmo.
Jacasmo's doesn't have the same feel to it, does it? The Jambo is just simple.
Jambo.
It's there. It's in your face.
Yeah, it's good. Cypher.
Oh,
indeed.
Oh, it's so soon. Not too soon, but soon.
It is very soon. So is the Major. Now Wakadia. He's out towards the top mid boxes. Good space taking. Zatara is coming out through the underpass. And he's just going to hang out in middle. He might just jump up here, and yep, that's what a Zantara's peak feels like. Fear now dead. Well, that's team nade right on Zantara.
That was, in fact, a team nade. Yes.
Why have you done that?
Well, Zantara's down to 51 through no fault of his own. However, Aurora is going to use the open access runway they have up short. And into the B bomb site we go. Nobody from Fnatic is moving. They don't have utility, they don't have kits. They have no motivation or desire to go for this retake or to stop this bomb from being planted. So give it up, try again in the next round. 8th for Aurora, and they regain the lead.
Didn't take them long. But like you said, it's exciting thinking about a T-side where Zantaras can start to pick and choose some fights. If he can dodge his own teammates' nades, then should have a pretty easy time of things.
Well, and also I think it's always been the case, at least in my mind and from my experience, the CT side has always been the more difficult side for like the more inexperienced teams, right? Like that's the side that I think you have, because you don't get to dictate things, you don't always get to plan everything as exactly as you'd like in the server, in the game. You have to be able to react in the moment. I think sometimes CT side is a lot harder to manage.
Yeah, and if these better teams, you know, these S-tier teams can figure out maybe there's one player that's maybe not as comfortable in his spot.
It's also like, I mean, a team like Aurora is going to have like 4 different tactics they can do off the same 3 smokes, right? Probably even more than that. So if you're like the inexperienced team, like how do you prepare for all those eventualities? How do you create protocols when you haven't played together much? And some of these players haven't been in the top scene for too much to even have that experience. It's one of the things that's kind of gone, I guess, under talked about in this whole Cypher saga about the Major is on some level you're bringing in 3 inexperienced players in Jambo, Jacasmo, and Fear. It does make sense if you want to prioritize, you know, a slot, your 5th slot on the team, to have some experience with you as well. And there's not many people more experienced than Crims.
Definitely not. Been around for a very long time. It's crazy, you know, Fnatic, I think, in the tier 1 circuit, if that's all you're consuming or watching or working on, Fnatic could kind of disappear from your consciousness.
That's me.
But just remember,
that's my experience.
That entire time, Crims has still been there.
Crims is still there. You know, I've always known that. That has never left me. The Crims side of things has always been there. Eight to 7.
Crims has sat there and watched as so many other players in the scene have gone and got the bald buff Jason over the years. He was the pioneer.
He was the OG, the original.
Waiting down inside the middle is Crims. Nade will land towards him in the lower area of the connector. As Xantares, eating shrapnel down to 29 HP as that grenade lands on his head.
Crim's first major victory came Katowice 2015.
Wow. That's
10.5 years ago since he lifted his first major trophy.
That's absolutely crazy.
He's been around the block.
Still going.
Well, a huge advantage for Aurora just in terms of weaponry, but Jambo's going to even things up a little bit, taking down Wakadia through the smoke, so good start. Woxic's going to get it right back. Very slow, measured round, and Jambo's trying to find things clever. Shots over the smokes. They've got them in a crossfire. Crim's on short.
Oh my god, they haven't looked at it. So Crims then gets distracted, looks back into the bomb site, a little bit confused, and ends up going down after one. Jacasmo continues to fight on. It's going to be Fnatic. One player up is BlameF 5-7. Drops it just to Madger, who also takes a dink on board and then swings into the open.
Yeah, could have been an absolute disaster for Crims, because he's getting the comms from BlameF, who's like, I'm hiding, I have a 5-7, they can be out, I can't do anything, they can be peeking you. Crims has no clue where to look. He gets very, very lucky. His first kill as a back-turned player, and he could have even been taken down way, way earlier. So Fnatic right back at it, and Aurora cannot extend the lead any further than one. If you're like me and you were happy to see 3D Max come in their opening game of PGL Masters Bucharest in the way that they did, the fashion they did in the previous series, I think, maybe you're on the same note as me where I'm not getting that same sense out of Aurora. This has not been an Aurora playing at their peak, not been an Aurora that seems to have a whole lot of great energy. I still feel like this is a team they should be able to kind of maybe not steamroll and just have an easy victory, but it feels like they should be doing much, much better than this.
Here come the smokes towards the A site. The full execution is through. Aurora have not been able to break through the round just yet, though. There's Wakadia. Cutting through the first member of the Fnatic defense is Jacasmo. Pushed to the side, but BlameF's response is back from jungle. All the way through that stair smoke onto the top of Tetris, and then another kill, this time from Fear through Khan. Woxic getting put the bomb down in behind Triple. Not too far off landing those shots is Jambo. And then Woxic just takes damage on board with the utility instead, and this is still very uncomfortable here for Aurora. Xantara's trying to fight on, but he's the only player left. And it's a 1v2 as he waits inside a default, and it's a fantastic reposition. BlameF wasn't ready, and Xantara's looking for executions. It's Fear out towards stairs. He'll climb to the top. Xantara's has the cover, but Fear dropping down, trying to get close. Xantara's reels him in and collects the clutch for Aurora. They needed a hero, and Xantara's once again delivering for Aurora.
He just snapped back in on the side change. That's brilliant clutch. That reposition is a thing of beauty. Completely fools both Fnatic players in the 1 versus 2, and that's the kind of step up you need. Maybe that's going to get some energy and some belief back into this Aurora squad. Brilliant clutch from Xantara's in a round that felt like it was falling apart. They got everything they wanted. They got the openings, but they really struggled to get into the bomb site. Felt like Fnatic might steal that one away. Xantara's there to save the day.
Nice shot from Jambo, though, straight away. Opening things up onto Woxic, who walks into middle and dies. Oh, response was there, but it's enough damage to drop Jambo to 15, not remove him, though.
Good rotation for Jambo, though. Just call your boy, call up Crims and say, hey, I'm the B anchor now. Get that deep line with the AWP. Crims gets to be mobile with the MP9. You've got Jacasmo up on Catwalk with an M4. Smoke Molly to delay if anything comes in his direction. On the Aurora side of things, it's going to end at the B bomb site. They're going to try and coordinate this split with Xantara's. However, without a window smoke, he might not feel too motivated to move all the way up Cat.
There's the jump out. Jacasmo taking out Wakadia. It's going to be Jambo to follow up. In Fnatic, this is a very comfortable round that really never goes anywhere for Aurora. So you've got Xantara's having to save you in the last round. He can't do it this time. And then you walk into the follow-up round and you just have nothing. Nothing at all. It's Xantara's doing his best, and the bomb, unfortunately, not in his possession.
Yeah, maybe let Xantara's play Gladiator now to start the rounds. Just like everyone, all 4 of us just chill and spawn. Xantara's is going to go kill some things, and we'll see what we got when he eventually goes down.
But yeah, this is just not solid from Aurora whatsoever. And it comes back to the point you were just bringing up before the execution in the previous round. It's not what you want to see from Aurora. Like, this is not... 3D Max give you what you wanted to see, which is them coming into that opening game, getting business done. We knew Fnatic had the potential to cause Aurora some problems, but this is Aurora and just not looking good to even start out the rounds at the moment.
Yeah, I think that's the big problem at the moment. Is just it feels like we're not seeing Aurora, like their strengths aren't really giving them a whole lot of impact in this game so far, outside of a Xantara's, at least in this half. See if they can find that down the stretch. But again, remember what we always say about the top teams in the world is they can win series when they're not playing their A game, when they're playing their B game and their C game. I don't know what letter we'd classify this for Aurora, but it's definitely not their best. 9-9, still in it. Jambo's dropped in towards the underpass. Could have a quick flank, although it is the AWP. B-hit coming in. It's called right now, immediately, and Crims to defend.
Yeah, Crims waiting out towards the van. Oh, the heads were lining up, but he's unable to get much done. Here comes the short push. Fear turns and addresses that issue if they try and run him down. The MP9, just not the weapon for that kind of range and that kind of fight. So Aurora have fought their way into a 3v3 as that bomb gets planted.
And because Jambo went in towards underpass, you don't have that very quick rotation over towards market window to help alleviate some of it, and then you miss the shot on the flank, and this should be the round done. Over towards Catwalk, you've got so many different crossfires able to be set up, and Fnatic want nothing to do with the retake. They crack into the B bomb site, and Aurora have got double digits.
Yep, finally. It doesn't matter, you know, how pretty it looks, just effective round victory, at least getting down into that B site. Fear just got in a long-range fight. He wasn't hoping for it. He was hoping that he can maybe catch them coming through the window. He's able to get one, but just how far away the next victim was. It was a big issue for him. So now double figures for Aurora, limping through this first map.
Biggest issue now is on the Fnatic side of things in terms of their money. They're going to have fine cash in this next round to get out a strong buy. Blame F can drop one. He's got utility already saved up previously, so doesn't need to rebuy any of that. So you're going to have a good buy if you're Fnatic, but this is the last one. This is the round that dictates everything. Every single, the eco rounds you've won, the clutches you've won, it all falls squarely on the shoulders of this round 20, because if you lose this, you're out of money, and then all of a sudden Aurora is sitting there at 11 rounds licking their lips because the finish line is directly in sight. So everything for Fnatic goes into this buy, and a timeout is taken to allow them to talk things over. No op in Jambo, which, as you mentioned, was a great piece of the T side. It's been a solid piece of the CT side as well, not in play in this next round. And for Aurora, they've had a focus, it feels, towards the B-bomb site for 2 or 3 rounds in a row now, so I wonder if Major's ready to switch things up, if he feels he's lulled them into that sense that the B-bomb site is a weakness they're targeting.
Well, very heavy towards A. Look at this from Aurora, just sprinting out. Woxic dead immediately. Jacasmo now panicking, calling to his teammates to come and help. And you don't need the Jambo AWP when you've got the Jambo M4, but then you've got Jota, who does better than everyone on the Fnatic side. He's got himself a 3K. And Aurora looked like they were just about to be destroyed at the foot of the A bomb site, but all of a sudden that window reopens. And a pause because there's still 1 minute and 30 seconds left in the round.
Yeah, I think Fear's making the play. He's going to wrap all the way around through T-spawn. So he's telling Crims right now, hey, you gotta back off and play it slow. The question is for Fear, how quickly does he want to arrive? He obviously, and now that Crims has moved, they can't know if Aurora falls back or sticks around the A bomb site. So Fear was being very cautious about running till he sees T-spawn clear. Crims might be making a play that's 3 steps ahead of them. They were going to come in this direction. Now they might get funneled right back to the A bomb site, right into the flank.
Yeah, Fear coming out of the ramp. Let's go 32 HP.
Jota's going to plant for him as well.
Let's see if there's anything to him. Yep, there will. Fear goes out for the peak, denies that bomb plant, and now it's Madra having to recover this. Remember, this round started with Aurora just trying to bash down this A defense, running through the ramp. Ends up in a messy situation. Jota thrust them into a position that was still a possible win, but Madra's the man who has to close it.
Yeah, but he's got to go up.
Look at the time, Jason.
Yeah, he's got to go up short, which is the dangerous point, because Crims can hear these footsteps. If he grabs an angle, when does Major run? Just now. There's no one in position to stop this except Crims. Oh, he's got the tag. Fear can't drop in time to get the peak, so Major should be able to get the bomb planted, but what comes after that?
Yeah, you can see Crims just getting the utility ready, waiting on his teammate to come back in. Madra forced into the open.
Can MIBR do this? Can he step up with a multi? They're coming in towards his position. MIBR peeks out on the sound cue. Down to a 1v1. MIBR against Fiora. Battle of the in-game leaders, and MIBR out on top.
What a long, extended clutch from the 2-on-2 all the way to the finish from MIBR. That's a massive step up and so much impact. That's the swing round they needed to knock Fnatic on their ass. Money's gone. You got to feel terrible if you're Fnatic coming into this next round with very, very little to fight with. After how this started, a complete shutdown of the rush. A 5-on-2 until Joda gets involved in the action.
Sequence is crazy as well from Joda. And then MIBR plays it perfectly to separate them into 1v1 fights. The only way he wins it. It's very claustrophobic clutch as well. He had nowhere he could go. He was stuck in the site, stuck in that position. And MIBR is often criticized about his lack of ability to win those big clutches, those moments. Sometimes being the player that makes the mistake that loses them crucial rounds, but this time he wins one.
Well, you know, I think IGLs, when they get to be in the clutch, like, great, I only have to think for myself.
Exactly.
Finally, I get a focus on me.
Well, Aurora, one last goodbye here from Fnatic. If you break this one, it is map, point, and Mirage. Your best opportunity to win it will come in the follow-up.
It's a better buy than I thought Fnatic would have. They've managed to string some cash together. Wakadia with an opening kill provided in middle. That's a short death taken. Now Jacosmo has to be aggressive to find the equalizer, and he will.
Yeah, off the top of ticket, Wakadia punched through. BlameF going for the connector fight. A risk involved in this, but BlameF comes out on top, and a second as well. Zentara's removed. Deagle over the top. Way too easy here from Fnatic. Oh, important round one here by Fnatic. How much damage can Joda do here?
That'll knock your mental down quite a bit.
Literally gone.
All that excitement.
Dude, look at the money as well. That's actually huge from Fnatic.
That's the second force buy I think they've won. They won one in the first half as well.
Let's just talk about this money from Aurora because they're on double eco on a number of players. They're going to have to buy into this.
Oh, man.
Dude, this could be Fnatic. Winning that round might just snatch Mirage here for Fnatic.
What a reversal. I don't think Wakadia, I think he was in the same mindset as me. We're like, how the hell did they afford an AWP? I never would have expected Fnatic to be able to get an AWP out.
Well,
craziness.
Now it's not just in the hands of Jacosmo. Now it's back in the hands of the danger man of Jambo. And Aurora, at least you've got an AK for Zentara's. There's always a chance when you've got the AK for Zentara's. But Fnatic are the team that are absolutely favored to tie up this map. Aurora's money will still be back on in the next round. Well, Fnatic could just take Mirage here.
I wonder what the plan is if Aurora loses this round. Do you save that round and play 11-12, or do you force buy again at 11-11? It'll be interesting to see what kind of attitude they're working with down the stretch of Mirage, but being very cautious early. There's no utility. Like they have really all they have is Zentara's AK-47. That has to provide so much.
Well, look at this, a double setup inside a connector as well. Zentara's AK gets nothing. Not a thing for Aurora to play with here in round 22. It'll be 11-11. Fnatic grabbing control of Mirage right at the dying embers of the map. It is a cleanup coming through from BlameF on the double. 11-11. The wish for Aurora is that they had more money coming into this next round. They just don't. So now we get to see what decision they make. Do they go for the eco?
You have to save here.
Because yeah, you're not going to get a good force buy whatsoever.
Yeah, you have to save here. I can't see any other eventuality. It would just be insane. So 11-11, Fnatic on the other side have no issues with their economy, no concerns in terms of money. They're sitting pretty. Jambo's back on the AWP with 18 kills. BlameF gone all the way up to 22 frags on this map thus far. We're going to get all 24 rounds here on the opening map of this series.
And Aurora, the idea is to try and overwhelm the B bomb site defense. Maybe you can get a bomb plant. But looking at the setup, it just feels like that is incredibly unlikely. That shot did land on Crims. Just through the wall. So not a huge amount of damage being done to the Swede. Just biding the time here. It's going to be Map point in just a moment for Fnatic.
Well, Fnatic know everything that's happening on the map now too, right? With all these footsteps, all the attention towards B halls, they've peeked out mid-window, they peeked out mid-con, they see nobody home. That's a dangerous unload of the magazine if you're Crims. But now with Aurora, it's like really all you have left to do is go forward to your death. Maybe a conversation about the final rounds?
45 seconds. And here they come. Aurora to the final charge of round 23. Fear keeping it clean.
Passing back to Deagle.
All right,
try again.
Your turn. All right, Santaras, he goes ahead and gets himself one. And now Crim's running out of bullets. There's a kill as well, Jason. An AK picked up for Woxic. Surely there is no way. Surely there is absolutely no way this turns into a round win for Aurora. A nice missed shot from Jambo will certainly help, though, as we've now got blame at Finjacasmo. He's trying to come back in and win this. Now down to a 1v1. Bullets gone in the AWP. He's got to go for the reload. And Jordan, he's done it. He's got 5 bullets back in the chamber, but Jacasmo just about saving them through that smoke. That is a round that should never have come that close. Fnatic up to map point, but Aurora somehow, some way come close. Jason, I see you molding over there. What's going on?
I mean, like, yeah, that should have never happened. I'll say this: I'm as big of a Crims fan as you'll find in this world. But that whole round, watching his POV defending the B bomb site, I was like, he looks just uncomfortable. He looks really uncomfortable playing from Van. What angle he's supposed to have, falling back into the bomb site, getting wrapped around, just looked a little bit uncomfortable, like he wasn't prepared for anything coming in his direction. And then the other part is, I mentioned like way earlier that Fnatic had all the information on the map. I was just surprised they didn't shift anyone over to the other side. They didn't have anyone come bolster this B defense. A third player, and there's no issues in that round. Regardless, all the mistakes, all the hiccups, all the awkwardness, Fnatic have one single chance to take this map away. Their map pick in this series, 12-11.
Oh, I'm still recovering from that one, but let's get into this. Aurora, let's spread out across the map. Top mid smoke, window smoke. The bomb position just outside of A for the time being. It's going to be Wakadia over there, and up in the palace will be Jorda. Woxic and Zentara is heading out towards top middle, and Madrid, his job is to just be a presence up in the T apartments. Another window smoke coming up, replenishing control of middle here for Aurora. But it looks like they're going for an A finish, Jason.
Yeah, and at the moment, the defense is kind of lured towards middle with these smokes up, right? Jacasmo and Khan. Blame F is over in the murder hole watching for the window jump up. The only person at the A bomb site is Jambo playing retake. He needs one! Oh, missed the opera as Woxic slides into it, crouches into it, and there's the double peek. Caught out in the open, and Fnatic, don't let it slip away now.
Well, still 4v4, but Fear steps them in the right direction. It's Jacasmo cleared up by Wakadia. But again, Fnatic stay in these fights. They keep the numbers even. No bomb plant yet, but Madra now out of commission as he puts that bomb down in the middle of the site.
Both players have given away the location. Now Aurora knows both are in middle behind this smoke.
And that will allow them to get into strong post-plant positions here, doubling up in the jungle. Wakadia is so low on HP. Madra's gone, exposed to Crims, but perhaps him dying might just allow Wakadia to go unchecked. But they're still staying committed to this. Wakadia not moving. Utility goes in behind him. He doesn't peek. He doesn't give it away. And it's a perfect position to drop Fear. And perhaps a perfect position to secure overtime. Aurora not dead yet.
Not excited either.
Well, they just have to stay locked in, Jason, because this is a team that have had too many heartbreaking moments over recent months. They know the sting of losing maps they should win. They had the perfect opportunity in regulation, and they let it slip, and Wakadia has kept them in it. What a round.
Yeah, that's a disgusting round. I mean, he just had to cross his fingers, pray to God that Molotov was going to miss the mark. He was aware of it as well. So perfect. Crim's going to be able to win that. That's a disgusting one-tap. I'm just amazed at the lack of reaction at the moment. That's throwing me for loops. I don't know. I don't want to read into it too much. But that tilts me. As a former coach and player, that tilts me that we're not celebrating that bigger.
It's always been a big conversation around this Aurora Team 2 as the energy inside of the camp
Perhaps the celebration will be saved until they win this map. Here's Jambo, missed shots, and Tara is clean on that peak.
Oh, here's welcome back to reality. You couldn't close it out in regulation, now we're in overtime. This is where the big boys eat. Zantares puts one down, Jambo's up, not having nearly as much success these last 2 rounds in the opening as it's had previously.
That was the T side, where Jambo is really carving out the openers. He'll switch over to that soon, but let's see if there's going to be enough rounds to play with. Aurora going up through short, Crim's aggressive through the apartments. Fear actually got a double kill, and then Crim's up with one. Started well here for Aurora, but suddenly back in favor of Fnatic, very convincingly.
They're on the wrong side of the map, though.
Yeah, they are, and Zantares has just ripped open play map. Smoke goes down in con. They get back to safety. Oh my god, they switched because he was low HP.
Switch
Did
back.
they switch back?
Switch back, I dare you.
That's hilarious. Well, 25 seconds left. Both Aurora players extremely low. It's hard to see how they're going to win it, but it's the two best players with the most firepower here for Aurora.
But look at the retake coming in. One con, one CT, one's coming Palace. Like, what are you supposed to do with 11 combined HP against 3 different points of retake?
And Fear's just keeping attention on him as well. Zantare's actually using that AWP. Crim's now coming out of Palace, spots out, walks it, gets rid of him, and they know exactly where Zantares is, and it's not really the best weapon for this, so Fear over the top of the stairs will drop Zantares, and Fnatic head into the lead of the game again.
Good
remember
recovery.
That started with Zantares on the opener.
Yeah, really good recovery in a 4-on-5. Nicely done. Stop them cold up cat. Able to finish things off at the A bomb site. Zantares almost provides them the exit strategy. Almost gets that one kill that at least allows them to get the bomb plant and see what you can do with it, but still too far away. 13-12. Let's see what they're going to have in this round. Fnatic's defense holds strong in the first. We're looking for 16 as the magic number. Jambo takes that peek up in window, but smoked out, can see absolutely nothing. Nobody in mid. Aurora is just going to hit this A bomb site, rinse and repeat. Jambo struggled with his shot earlier in this similar kind of execute, but Jacasmo was brilliant in this position earlier to defend the bomb site as well.
Beautiful display of smokes pluming in the bomb site. Jacasmo taking grenades on board. His teammate jumping down into sandwich. We need something out of BlameF because his teammates are all dying, but they're blind, and BlameF got a second. Zantares with the essential trade. It's a 2v2, and that bomb will start to get planted now on default. Grenades rain in on Madrib. He's going to be forced away. Half his health removed.
You're going to know his position as well. There's only one place he really could have gone. His exit was being watched by both players, so they know he's going to be behind the boxes in the back of the site.
And Zantares in an off angle. Great headshot. Lost a lot of his health, but they can peek together, and Madrib realizes it's the perfect time to have a look. And that'll be a tie game again.
It really was the perfect time. Fear was looking for that exact peek. He knew the likely thing was the other player kind of peeking up after that kill comes in. Just as soon as he turns his gaze, it's Major to pop up. All tied at 13. Double up setup. Oh no, BlameF dropped it back, sold it back.
BlameF's having a good map here as well. 25 and 17 for him right now. The closest is Zantares, 25 and 16. I should do a little bit better. Jambo down in towards the underpass. Here comes Zantares. This is going to be a really tough fight for Zantares to win. There's two players here. One of them's an AWP and the other one is a rifle on the other angle. And if Zantares plays it well, not to put himself in harm's way. Gets info, gets out some shots, and then goes into it with some assistance of his teammate's utility. Just about spots Jambo in behind the flames.
Yeah, he actually didn't see him initially behind his own Molotov. It was thankfully his teammate threw a perfect flashbang. Bails him out, gives him the extra few seconds to catch sight. 4-on-4 as Wakadia went down on the other side as well. That's in middle. The defense shifts also. Fear at the B bomb site, joined by Jacasmo. Crim's playing in the window, and BlameF just tucking himself into dark underneath the balcony. 50 seconds left on the clock, and Aurora goes contact play. Silent until they see somebody.
It's BlameF waiting under the wood 40 seconds on the clock. BlameF going into the open now. Waiting, and eventually John has actually just slipped into the smoke at jungle, and that's going to work out perfectly. Hunts down Crims. BlameF is yet to give away his position, and that will pay off perfectly as Woxic walks right into him. Bomb's now loose on the floor at 24 seconds. BlameF again beats them back, and that'll be a 14th round secured by Fnatic. Looking like BlameF might not be in the best position now, ends up making the most of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's great patience as well. Yeah, he missed a player while he missed Joda going through the smoke, which gets Crims killed, which is probably a little bit frustrating for Crims, but forgets about that when BlameF wins you the round after that. At some point, he just realizes it's actually better that I sit here and wait and be a little bit of a baiter rather than trying to make up for that misplay.
Especially with the time on the clock.
Yep, plays it perfectly. BlameF doing a ton of great work for Fnatic at 27 kills. They switch back over. Now remember, in regulation in the first half, this was all about Fnatic finding openings in middle whenever they wanted them. A lot of space given over to them by Aurora.
And a big part of that was the Jambo op, which he doesn't have here. It's going to be 5 rifles for Fnatic, and those grenades are heavy onto Jacasmo. Oh my god.
Yeah, that's a terrifying start to the round.
He's walked into like an Indiana Jones temple right there. All the booby traps attacking him from every direction.
Yeah, no good. And he's probably going to sit out most of this round as well with only 22 HP. Glorified utility thrower. I don't know what Fnatic's going to do to get back into this. 4-on-5. No flashbangs. Couple players really tagged up and very, very low. So you're hoping this advanced position from Crims can net you a kill. If this smoke fades at top con, there's none left for Fnatic to replenish it, so then all lines of sight are open. So I think Fnatic realizing that is like, we can't go short, we actually have to come right up con.
Santaris, low HP right in front of him, drops that bomb, it'll spill to the floor, but BlameF once again on the cleanup. 35 seconds, will he check sandwich? No, he runs right over the top. A rude awakening as Jota just in between his legs. And now we've got Crims left alone, and Wakadia cleans up the final 2. And once again, a tie game. It's still anybody's map right now here on Mirage.
Yeah, 14-14. But I think both these teams have gotten to a point where there's not a whole lot of layers to some of these tactics, attacking directly into bomb sites and not a lot of time to like reconvene and pick something else. It's just kind of like, well, we're here, and this is our only option. Let's keep pushing forward.
Yeah, and using the timeout here as well. Fnatic getting another timeout in the overtime, deciding to use it now. Wanted to grab map point once again. That AWP will arrive for Jambo. We're talking about how good it was throughout that T side. Didn't use it in the last couple of rounds here.
Probably a tactical call, probably a strategy that didn't really require the op, or he felt like the AK would be more important if he had a spawn base or if he had to be speedy.
But those tactics didn't really work out.
Not that round.
No, not that one. So back to the AWP. Let's see if it pays off for Fnatic now.
Nice smoke break. This is Antares setting up Jota for an easy kill, setting up his team for an easy finish. Rakadia really picked things up towards the end as well, had that brilliant clutch to get them into overtime. Jambo with the AWP, burns a little bit, great flick down. Rex Antares getting aggressive on a ramp, but Rakadia can bring it right back and will.
Where's Jacasmo? Oh, behind those top mid boxes. Woxic, another follow-up, and it looks like Aurora are doing enough to put themselves at map point. But Wakadia walks a little bit too far, and Jambo makes sure that this round is still on for Fnatic.
And that bomb being spotted way at top mid has kind of broken up the defense. Woxic has shifted over with his op to reposition somewhere new back towards Ticket so they can play retake, but it leaves Jota alone for quite some time. Major's fine on his own. He's in his happy place. A lot of safety in that kitchen.
Just hitting the pause button. I think, you know, because this round was so rapid to get involved in all those fights, you almost forget how much time is still left in this round. There's 50 seconds on the clock.
And if you're Fnatic, you're loving if Aurora would just go for some information, just walk into your crosshair. That's what you're looking for at this point, is we've been quiet on the map for 30 seconds. Nobody's budged. Now we have to make our move while there's still time on the clock to get the bomb planted.
Oh, 35 seconds, and here's Woxic ready to go from CT. It's all about patience. Can Jambo win the fight? No. And they also see the Palace players, so not going to be happening here for Crims. It is map point secured by Aurora. It has been a very tough Mirage to kick off this series. They might have just done enough. Fnatic had one opportunity in regulation to close the map, couldn't do it. Now Aurora have that opportunity in overtime.
And you know Aurora's thinking, we better close this out.
Yeah,
let's get the hell out of this nightmare that we've been in here on Mirage. It's been a very sloppy game. It's been maybe their C tier worth of play, and they're just thinking, let us get out of here with a win.
Go on to
Please,
Dust
so
2.
we can reset.
Dust 2's up next. And that's a good start. Get wrecked. Zantara is just destroyed in the window. Cosmo running out towards the top mid boxes, and Fnatic giving him an advantage to try and prolong play.
All right, double overtime could be on the cards. We'll see how this round plays out.
Yeah, you've got to try and close the game now without Zantaras.
Still very centralized in mid is this defense, though. You have Woxic with the AWP. Because you've switched into double op, you kind of have that flexibility. So really the man disadvantage, the sting of that is lessened because you don't have to shuffle anybody over to the B bomb site to help Woxic. He's got that deep angle. Missed shot, Molotov dropped to buy himself some time. He felt more pressure than there was, so he dumps all of his utility. There's implications in that for later on in this round. Still 1 minute and 5 seconds. And Fnatic reconvene towards middle, towards the A bomb site, but this is where the stack is. Don't tell me you're going to go through your own con smoke.
Oh
Don't tell me you're going to go through your own con smoke.
Wild play. They're going to be broken open anyway. Well, that nade doesn't go far enough. They are going to come to their own con smoke into a crossfire. They might just close this map. Jota and Madger, devastating finish. Fnatic play them close. They certainly give them problems, but it doesn't matter if Aurora are limping. They will still get through Mirage. They will still take this first map. Anything but clean, anything but convincing, Jason. But Aurora find victory on map 1.
It's not how you start, Dinko, it's how you finish. And Aurora have somehow done it. Certainly wasn't pretty, but look, I don't want to focus on any negatives. I want to talk about the positives. I want to talk about, you know, how well Fnatic played and the fact that they pushed Aurora, tournament favorites, all the way on this map, which historically is one of their strongest. And I think, you know, listen, the roster move is justified on this type of performance alone.
Oh, absolutely. And also, by the way, they lost both pistol rounds, right?
Yeah.
In Fnatic, and also they weren't, you know, Aurora did convert those pistol round wins. So that's 5 rounds going the way of Aurora, despite that taking it to OT. And let's be real here. If it weren't for some of the heroics from Jota, from Wycadia, from Zantaras, like some huge pop-off moments from players we expect these moments from. If that didn't happen, Rich, we're talking about, oh, well, here we go. Fnatic 1 map up in his best of 3 series. So great outing from Fnatic, and it did come down to these tiny little clutches which went the way of the Turks.
Yeah, it turns out Zantaras didn't hear about Impact being shut down because he had a ton of it in this series.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't just him, as Blah was saying, right? I mean, towards the end of the first or second half, we had 4 1v2s go the way of... you're very pleased with yourself.
I thought it was a good one. I'm not saying you have to give me a pop-up.
Shut up, Rich.
I'm sorry for that. I'm sorry for not recognizing that.
Thank you.
Yeah, but I mean, we had 4 1v2s or one of that 1 2v5s happen in a span of 7 rounds for Aurora. So that's what effectively made the difference in the end. And they also came back from like 2 rounds down and in the overtime as well. So yeah, big props to them for coming up big in the big clutch moments.
Yeah, and look, you can see as well, like Zantaras was at the top of the scoreboard, but also over on the Fnatic side of things, I thought some very good performances. I mean, Blame F is just always going to be at the top of the scoreboard. That's his superpower. It's like all of his kills are invisible. You never see them, but they're there.
He'll find a way. He'll always find
a way.
It's Lovecraftian.
Listen, you might never remember a Blame F kill, right? But you can't deny that he does find impact in the server. But speaking of impact, look, listen, it was a very, very quiet start for the man who's seen his screen over here in this series, right? I think it was like 4 or 5 kills in the first 6, 7 rounds. You're looking rough. It's mainly Wycadia and Jota trying to do a bit of work. But then, man, when he woke up, that's when I started remembering his Zantaras peak, right? Just popping off massive rounds. And especially considering it was such a very slow start, ending this overtime map with over 90 ADR. That's classic Zantaras.
Yeah, and look, I think it was important for him as well to start the tournament well, because I don't think he had a particularly great time in Malta. You know, it was very hard working an event. And
it doesn't look like he's having a good time here as well. I just want to touch upon what Jason said earlier. Why are they so miserable? Like Wycadia wins a must-win 1v2 to take it to overtime, and Fnatic look more happy than Aurora. Like, what's going on, guys? Get a therapist for crying out loud.
It was the same thing. You remember remember Malta, where they were just coming back from a game and like they were pulling off play after play, and YKDA was the only one like trying to hype them up. Everybody else is just dead inside, like struggling. To be fair, it was against.
I mean, Rich, you know something about being dead inside. What should they do?
That happens once you turn 40. You've got it to look forward to.
They're not even 40 yet.
Yeah, he's got some ways to go. Both of them actually. Majors.
No, but I mean, I'll say, look, on a serious note, we highlighted it at the start. They've had a brutal schedule as well. We talked about 3D Max, a lot of travel. Zantares himself had like pretty serious health complications earlier in the year with a persistent back and shoulder problem, I think it was. So, I mean, look, I get it. Like, you might not be at your happiest, particularly on day one of a tournament. But I also agree with Jason. I think that is perhaps endemic. It's showing us that there could be something, a bit of malaise setting into the team.
Yeah, but there's no real, you don't have much time right now. You have like another event coming up after this, and you got to now start to peak and ramp up, right? But I'm seeing these issues. Look, 5 pounds not the problem over here, right? You're looking at the core four. It's ample enough to go toe-to-toe against some of the world's best right now. It's just the mental game just isn't there. And I don't see them trying to ameliorate it or make it better, because every time I see them, listen, if you're losing, fair enough, but you're winning. But it's just like, they're like, yeah, all right, cool, we won. It feels like every win is a Pyrrhic victory. And that's worrying for me, because we know how they're infamously so emotionally volatile and all of that. And you have the young kid in Wycadia, seemingly the only cheerleader, also the hard fragger, also the big clutcher of the team. I mean, man, the kids, speaking of back problems.
Like, I was looking at Major as well. Like, he's got something up with, he's got tape on his arm. Like, they're looking like an NFL team at the moment, man. It's like all bits and pieces and stuff. So I'm sure they've just got some stuff that they're going to go through. And like, I know Major personally. I've known him a long time, followed his career. He's good at marshalling the troops. He's one of the better IGLs at that. So we've got some rounds to look at. Again, I'll stay with you, Blair. I think we've got round 20.
Yes, I think this
is deep into the game.
I think this is a must-win round. I think this is the backbreaker, so to speak, of Fnatic. I think the money got broken here. This is a 2 versus 5, right? It's a fast play from Aurora, just running on out, barely in utility. And Fnatic are like, yeah, just come into the blender. 3 kills at Jota, man, out of nowhere. The spray into the transfer, the 3rd kill with barely any bullets remaining. And he gets taken down. Some good repositioning from Fnatic. And then, there we go, Fear gets a kill. And then Major has to calculate how he plays this. And I feel like he plays this perfection. I think Jason was pointing out as well, as an IGL, you left in the clutch, you're like, I didn't have to micromanage anybody. And I think he played this exceedingly well in a 1v2 right there. And that round, that is, I feel, what kind of, I wouldn't say turned it around, but when you look at it, you're like, yeah, this is where Fnatic should have closed it out. Yeah. Unfortunately, it didn't happen.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, they also had that 1v2 at the end that they could have closed out.
They seem to win all the clutches, right?
I mean, right the next round after this, you were talking about, they had the basically like the half by force type of victory that basically broke Aurora back, and so it looked like Fnatic were about to win, and then suddenly YKDA comes up big with the 1v2 to pull us through to overtime. Really crazy game.
It was a really entertaining game, and I want to just tip my hat to Jambo.
Oh yeah,
we've got to talk a little bit about him. Sure. I think, when I saw him emerge on Passion, I was like, okay, this guy, he's probably going to go somewhere big. Where's he going to end up? Obviously, it is Fnatic where he's now plying his trade, but he's got a play style that's just crazy. Like walking through smokes with an AWP and just like entering like that without a flash is like wild.
It is really cool. It is kind of cool how, obviously he's played with Fear in the past and Passion UA as well. So I like how they're still, carrying that forward, right? You saw him towards mid on Mirage, right? There's a working with the pack, and even if he's just entering with the AWP, even if he misses the shot, which he really wasn't, in all honesty, you had BlameF right behind him. Like, all right, you go, buddy. And if you got to get the kill, I'm right here.
Listen, BlameF's always behind you. Like, he's always behind you.
He is a backbreaker, right? So, yeah, I mean, look, credit to Jambo. I think it was really instrumental, at least for me, in them getting a streak of rounds in the first half, right? The T side fighting so much of impact. Unfortunately, CD side, I feel like he kind of tapered off a little bit. But, yeah, just an exciting player overall.
We got about 2.5 minutes. Let's set up Dust 2. Aurora, historically very good on this map. It could be a tall order for Fnatic, but I got to say, I don't think they're out of this series. I liked what I saw in terms of just pure firepower. I think Fnatic are looking good.
Yeah, and it's also Dust 2. It's I know it's kind of an old cliche, right? But it is a map that everybody knows how to play. You just always have moments where you can just have a good spawn towards long, you take long control, and then you can work from there. It's not a hard map to really work your way around. So I don't think it's a foregone conclusion, this series. And I mean, to be honest, I kind of have secondhand PTSD from Aurora for some of the last couple of Dust 2s that they've lost, to be honest.
Yeah, don't remind
It was
me,
the FaZe and Navi game that I talked about earlier in the pre-series analysis, right? Where they just threw some crazy T-side halves that they should never have, and they could have probably done a lot better at EPL and over at TWC if that didn't happen.
And look, here's the thing with Dust 2. I completely agree with you. You know, it's overall a simpler map, you know, from the macro level, but that's when the micros are important, right?
Yeah.
When you don't make those tiny little mistakes, talk to each other. And this team's been around for such a long time, where when you see these miscoms coming in some of the heated moments, that's not what you expect to see from Aurora. That's what you expect to see from a team like Fnatic or even a Furia for that matter, right? With the language barrier and all of that. One interesting fact here. This is, I think, the 5th different pick that Aurora have gone for in the past 5 matchups.
In the pre-show, you were like, we're not even sure what that
we don't know what the map will. This is literally Aurora, with the major, around the corner, just throwing everything they can against the wall and be like, all right, hopefully something sticks. But so far, nothing's been convincing. Nothing at all.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree with that. I mean, they've, even on Dust 2, as I said, the last 3 maps, they lost in very close fashion. Some of them, from positions that they should have been convincing, against some of the top teams in the world. So I still have them taking Dust 2 and closing out the series in 2, but wouldn't be surprised if Fnatic took it to 3, to be honest.
A final thought from you, Blair, before we go to break?
As much as I've been critical of Aurora, I think they're going to close this one out on Dust 2.
All right. Guys, it's great. We've set it up nicely. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll be into the action on Dust 2. We'll see you then.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
We're back in the building here at PGL. It's me, Jackie Powers, joined by the wonderful Jacasmo from Fnatic. How you doing, man?
Pretty good. Second tournament in Tier 1. Feeling great.
Yeah, it's been going well. It's good to see you here. I'm glad. I'm looking forward to seeing your plays on the server. Yeah. I want to pick your brains a little bit. Now, first question, in your mind, Jacasmo, when it comes to finding an ideal teammate, someone you'd want to play with, what sticks out to you as the best traits? Kind of work ethic, raw talent? What for you makes a good teammate?
I wasn't playing with a lot of teammates. Basically, I had only 2 teams. I'm pretty sure maybe 3 teams, 2.5. So I was playing with not a lot of players, but I can say that I really like when my teammate is hardworking, first of all, because I think I'm the same. And it's nice when you're understanding that your teammates are similar to you and working as hard as you are. And just friendly. I mean, I think for me, Rodion is the best teammate that I've ever had because we have very good relationship between each other overall, and I feel like he has everything that needs to be a good teammate. Yeah.
Okay, that's cool. No, that makes a lot of sense. I want to ask as well, from your perspective, being inside the team, how would you describe the form of Fnatic coming into this event?
I think it's pretty good. I don't want to say much because new positions, first of all, new teammates, and for me sometimes it's pretty rough because I was playing a completely different game before, and right now I am pretty sure that they can show some good CS.
Let's talk a little bit then about maybe some of the other teams we've got here, the 15 other squads. Is there anyone you'd love to play against, a team you'd love to get in the Swiss?
In the tournament?
Yeah?
I mean, against B8, I think would be a pretty fun matchup because all of them are my friends, basically. And for Rodion also, there's a lot of friends, like Hattrick, Nipple, for me also. And yeah, it would be pretty fun. The game styles are kind of similar, and I would say it would be very, how to say, I don't even know.
Like explosive CS, yeah.
Very big fight.
Bare knuckle brawl. Okay, okay.
Yes. Who will outrun each other.
That'd be fun, man. I'm excited. Let's talk a little bit then, maybe more of a hypothetical, right? Say if something goes wrong in the team. I know it's early days for you being in the roster, but what is the approach from Fnatic? If something goes wrong mid-round or at an event, how does the team deal with that so it doesn't sort of affect the other rounds or later on in the game?
Good question, because we were talking a lot about this, because sometimes each person can fall off the game, you know, the rhythm of the game, and we decided that Rodion should take a lead at this point and be like that, you know, and stop this, you know, like wake up, guys, we need to focus, and it helped a lot. Actually, it helped a lot. It helped a lot on Shanghai, in Shanghai, I mean, and in US also it helped a lot. So I like this approach, and we'll keep doing this.
Okay, that's cool. I appreciate you taking the time to talk to me, man. Excited to see you dealing some damage and how Fnatic play at the event. Thanks for talking to me.
Thank you, Jack. It was nice. It was very nice. Thank you.
Astana, are you ready?
And here we are, map number 3, map number 2, Aurora taking on Fnatic.
Oh, Jason, why have you leaked the script?
I know, I did it, didn't I? I ruined the future for you.
I told you not to tell them yet. But Dust 2, Fnatic, looking to come back into the series here, Jason.
Yep.
I definitely think they showed us enough on Mirage to keep this conversation open about going to a third map.
Yeah, this isn't like the first series where the first map was sort of like, yeah, this is kind of like over. We're just going to go through the motions. This feels like there is something that Fnatic can fight back and contend with, although, you know, Mirage was their map pick, so obviously the map they're going to be the most comfortable and most confident on. Dust 2 is going to be Aurora's pick. There's a lot to talk about here, but I think the fun thing is with BlameF playing the way he was, Jambo hitting the shots he was with the AWP, yeah, I think there's enough of an argument, and especially with the level we saw from Aurora, it's like, this is a very doable map for Fnatic. Like you could blame that feeling like the same kind of game he had on Mirage. Dust 2 is another one of those maps where individuals just can create the opportunity, slide into a gap, find a seam, and really punish the opposition.
What was really fun about that first map, it felt like it was BlameF versus Antares, just then the two titans of each squad, and eventually is Aurora able to pull it over the line. Fnatic going to start on the CT side. Aurora starting with what is going to be a long commitment, but there's 2 players committed for the CT side towards Pit, and you've also got that top mid push here from Crims. Look at this.
And, well, I think the crazy thing is with the slow T side, the CTs have been allowed to cross over, so BlameF could go unnoticed if Jambo can provide a little bit of a distraction. He's trying to survive and set up a crossfire. Doesn't look like Aurora's considering this in any way.
No, Wakadia walking right towards Fear, who is unable to get anything done for the defense. Jambo's got to go absolutely huge with his Crims flank coming in as well. Crims gets nothing, and Jambo a single frag. So not enough there from Fnatic. No stopping power whatsoever. And a pretty smooth pistol there for Aurora.
Yeah, I think Major comes in and checks it. I don't think BlameF gave anything away. I think Major just is that last guy as the IGL. He's like, I'll check the back of Pit. But I'll tell you this, Fnatic got everything you could have wanted. You got the mid push from Crims that wasn't spotted. You got the advanced position up towards green box. The delay in the T side means that Fnatic got to cross over to Pit. You know, you had a lot of things working for you if you're a Fnatic. You got the exact setup you wanted. Just doesn't pan out in any meaningful way.
Well, they're going to force buy straight away here. Get the scout out for Crims. 5-7s. There's 2 scouts, actually. 1 for Jambo as well. And Crim's going to be going aggressive up middle again. This time getting spotted, tagged, and finished off. So straight away an opening kill for Aurora, picked up by Woxic. Now, there is a world in which Aurora do come into this map and start super strong, which is what you would love to see if you're an Aurora fan, because Mirage never felt comfortable.
I mean, at some level, like, you know, ooh, that's
Okay, Zantara is keeping Madrid nice and safe. That's why they've got the big bodyguard there.
I think you're right. I mean, on some level, I'm like, you know, coming into this, Aurora, get out to your hot start. I mean, you know, close first map, but hopefully that woke them up. And this is, you go out and have the conversation. You're like, guys, we played like crap on that first map.
Yeah.
We won in overtime, but just barely. Let's everyone come in and just be fully focused and get off. And you see teams that are favorites that they kind of snap back into reality on map 2 frequently. So Fnatic's going to have to at least push back and provide resistance and make sure that Aurora knows you're not just going to be able to steamroll us on map 2 because you got that map 1 victory. We're still going to be here to compete and to stop you. But they've got to put that knowledge in Aurora's head early.
Jota with 2 burning away. Fear's actually got a second kill on the scout there, and we've ended up in a 2v3.
Bombs dropped out towards long as well, so that's going to have to be Jota, likely with the MAC-10, who would run and grab that with the cover of smoke. So this round will take a little bit of time to get towards the end. But it's always going to end in an Aurora 3rd round. The only gap being the lower B tunnels. Wakati has been watching that for quite some time. Nobody's pushed. So this will be 3-0. I guess this is a good time to talk about the whole Cypher situation, if you want, because I don't know. I've just been the way I think about it is like I got plenty of empathy. I think we've all been in a position in life where you feel like you earned something, feel like you deserve it, feel like you were there, like that was the opportunity that you busted your ass for and didn't get it. And so we can all empathize with that situation. But also I'm sitting there and I remember like when Fnatic qualified for the major when we were at EPL, like the craziest things were coming out in terms of like the unlikeliest qualification ever, right?
It was like
all
a miracle
the things that had to go right. It was like, you know, Liquid had to drop out of Fragadelphia, NIP dropped out of Fragadelphia, VP had visa issues, couldn't make it to Pro League, M80 lost early so they couldn't gain as many points, Saw lost their match specifically against 9, OG had an early exit from their tournament run. All these things had to happen for Fnatic to get this major qualification. So in my head, it's like the argument of like Cypher qualified them to the major doesn't really fly, you know?
He did all of that.
No,
bro, he was calling up the Swedish border and he was like, yo, check VP's travel insurance.
That's actually a legit play. Yeah, go for it. But yeah, I don't know. My opinion is like, well, I empathize and feel really bad for him. You know, at the same time, you know, the organization has to make the best decision for what they think is for the long term of Fnatic, who's been out of majors for how long? You know, they have a responsibility too.
Also, the Irish guy kicking the British player. You know, Ross came out.
That one's just a classic, isn't it? Yeah.
Given the explanation. Here we go. Here comes the peek straight into B. It's going to be Jota to drop Jacasmo.
Round's done.
And that pretty much is it. Yep, that's going to be a save call from Fnatic. More about the Cypher situation, I suppose. I like that interview that Jackie did with Jacasmo ahead of this, though. It kind of gives you a little bit more of a length and insight into the mind of Jacasmo, how he looks at the game, his level of maturity. I liked it. I thought he was a solid interview there. And you know, it's always interesting wondering, you know, what is his English going to be like, and it was solid. So, and I think just when a team is set up like this and you're an international squad, there is some level of culture that needs to be picked up. And I think, you know, the core of this past UA team is actually, you kind of bring the culture of that previous team over, a level of comfort and respect for the in-game leader. I'm sure for Fear, he's going to feel like Jacasmo's his boy, you know. The amount of times he was talking about, he's his yes man. He's he's going to step up for him. And
it changes the nature as a younger IGL without experience who otherwise could come into this team and be like, oh god, I'm playing with Crims, who's a legend. Oh god, I'm playing with BlameF, who's been really good for years.
And BlameF's going to be opinionated too, you would imagine, having been an in-game leader for a long time.
When you got your boys behind you, you're like, oh, okay, at least I got some support.
Yeah, you've always got the majority when it comes to vote kicking.
Democracy.
Yeah.
Well, quick start for Aurora. Hot start for Aurora. Let's see how long they can keep it up when Fnatic is going to be able to resist.
He wants to flash second mid this round.
Okay. What's second mid on Dust 2?
I think you meant flashing second.
Okay, I got you. Sure.
I realized when I said that.
I was thinking about it. I was like, wait.
What is he talking about?
This does too.
Yeah.
All right,
Taking the time.
Lurk smoke towards the B bomb site is going to be ultra effective considering the way you just got busted in the previous round. So that'll make Crims nervous with Jacasmo as those B defenders. Here's the catwalk take utility to force back any AWPers on the railing, any riflers grabbing an angle. Major's happy to just show that they've taken that part of the map. Fnatic's given a lot of real estate, very passive, just standard default setup. 3 towards A. You have the AWP over at Car on Jambo. Which means they're going to be very susceptible to this mid-split. And the majority of the forces coming into the B tunnels mean this double up outside of the site does not matter. But Aurora have to wait this smoke out, which is very awkward. At the moment, they're feeling like the game has been given away. Major's going to be flanked and taken down, and then it's all about getting into this B bomb site.
Yep, 20 seconds. Here they come. Jordan out of the tunnels into the fight. It's Crims who takes a lot of damage on board, but Casmo at least doing something about it. Crims also finding one of his own. And a 4v2. Looking good here for Fnatic. Even though that bomb is going to be planted, you've always got to give a chance to Woxic and Wakadia. This is Fnatic's best chance yet to get a round win on Dust 2.
But you never know. Trying to retake this B bomb site can be very difficult. Up at the back of platform just wants to give one haircut. There is a Molotov on Blame F.
Well, Wakadia's got a double kill, and Woxic is blinded, but he still waits at the back of the platform. Can Woxic win this? As they come towards him, too many targets, and none of them landed on. It will be Fnatic to retake the B bomb site, losing 2 players on the way through, but succeeding in their first round win.
Yeah, that round was not very well timed between the fake on short. Obviously, the extra defensive smoke in the B tunnels causes, you know, additional problems, but still, that first smoke and the one that Major threw for that distracting wall on Cat was going to fade very, very early. I think the mistake that Aurora makes is at some point, like, it's almost like it's hard to wait out those smokes for like 10 seconds off of a fake, right? Like, you almost have to break through it. If nothing's happening on the map when that fake is thrown and that smoke is up, it sells the game. It gives away what's happening. But equally difficult to work up the courage to nade that open and kind of go through not knowing what's on the other side. Timeout from Fnatic so they can talk things over. First round on the board and pretty clean as well.
Yeah, 2 players kept up. Can start to grow the money if they win this round, but the issue is you've got Aurora still with a really good buy and even some money left over for the next round. So it's going to be an uphill battle here for Fnatic. Not only do they have to win this round, but they've got to win it with limited casualties. Start getting closer and closer to an economic break. And look at Aurora again, heavy numbers towards B.
Well, the first time they did this, they caught only 1 defender here. Now that there's a successful defense, Crims, once again, the defense is very much the same. And I think, I don't know if they'll go through this, but I think the timing they're looking to hit is right after that smoke fades at the very least. So Zantares has got to position himself up on catwalk to show that they're taking this position to keep the defense honest, to keep them from rotating all the way over. And Aurora's kind of called that off based off the mistiming. Giving up upper dark, upper B tunnels, back towards Xbox for mid control and see if they want to set up a split.
Well, that smoke is going to go down for that CT cross. Just over a minute left on the clock, and Aurora, they do set up with the majority of their forces at short now. No one left in the tunnels. It's going to be an A execution for the finish here with smokes ready to go, Molotovs and flashes to rain in on Fnatic's defense. But this is what Fnatic want. They've got everyone ready to go here apart from Crims. They're still waiting at B, but their smokes arrived, the wall created, and that grenade comes in at the perfect time as well. Weakens Jordan, slows the attack, and Blamev tapping through the smoke, spraying down on Major. It is not going the way of Aurora until this point, as Jordan gets 1 back, and with Jacasmo's kill, silencing Jota in return. And it's going to be an almost impossible 2v4 with that bomb getting planted.
Yeah, Woxic needs to go nuclear in this round. Flashbang is out deep, wants to get a peek in, wants to take down 1 player, but they're being really smart, creeping up close to the wall, so Woxic has to get aggressive, and that's an ambitious shot. Flashbang made it even more awkward than it was, and this Plant goes nowhere. Retaken by Fnatic with ease. Second round on the board for the CT side.
Well, they do exactly what I said they needed to do, Jason, which is not only win the round, but limit the casualties. They only lose Blame F. They keep 4 players up. Their money's starting to swell. They have obviously enough money in the backup, but also a strong buy going into this one, going up against what is the last goodbye of Aurora. If Aurora lose this round, it will be the economic break they've been looking for to an extent.
And they've survived that early outburst from Aurora where it was very fast towards the B bomb side, contacty play, trying to take advantage of low utility, trying to take advantage of a lack of an AWP. Fnatic have survived that, so now Aurora is going to descend into a more typical T side. And now that Fnatic have the utility, they can manage that as well. So we get into the Counter-Strike now. The good stuff. Jambo not crossing over to the B bomb side. A lot of faith in Crims. He wants that mid pick. It was nearly there.
Santares going to climb up into Cat. Blimaf just dumping his belt of utility before diving down to the safety of CT spawn instead. Well, they wanted to get through that B bomb site in the previous round. There's only one defender there in the last round. This time there's going to be that setup between Crims and Jacasmo again, and here come Aurora. Jacasmo waits behind the cart. Gone. And once again, it's just Crims, and he's blasted away, and you can't go for this.
I think this is going to be a main focal point of the game plan for Aurora, is this B bomb site throughout this half, especially considering some of the successes they've now had on it 2 or 3 times. But that's the same exact round they just called in the or like maybe 1 or 2 rounds ago, except this time instead of just saying, oh, we got here at the start and the smoke is up, we're going to change our idea. They just delay things a little bit. They just like set up like a default, throw the utility, and then just hustle over and hit the perfect timing to walk in after the smoke fades.
Yeah, kind of learning from what went wrong in that last round and very effectively adapting it to find success in the follow-up. And this is such an important round win for Aurora as well, because this was the economic break around the corner. If they had lost this, Fnatic very likely to tie up the game. The Shadow, and he allow Fear that kill on Wakadia. He's going to back away. No further hunts will be had. We're now looking at 5-2 for the Turkish team.
Yeah, nice and simple to start things out. Grouped up. Good trading into the bomb site and taking advantage of Crims yet again at the B site. Jacasmo was there as well. Neither of them could really land anything all that impactful or influential. But as you said, the money was so good, the money has blown up for Fnatic, so they're fine. There's like 3 buys that Aurora has to burn through before they get a play at anti-eco. Double door smoke. Smoke for the cross as well. They don't want to mess with Walk 6 AWP.
There's a big spread out here from Blame F. Can be feared to finish off the damage that Blame F's started on Zantares. And Jona's also extremely low here. Luckily, he has the help of his teammates out the long doors. There's a heavy fight going on here. Fnatic still have a player committed down into the pit itself.
Aurora's had to burn so much utility to get into this position.
There's another piece.
Yeah, they still do not have control of long. They still have no idea, have not cleared pit. They're just bothered by the nuisance of Blame F.
He gets another one. Fear peeking up. Going to be working out again. Finally, the pit player's gone. This round looks very difficult to figure out even a way you can make it look competitive at this point. Well, Cardi is going to go back up to short. There is a double push through the lower tunnels. That climb up, oh my god, he didn't see him.
No, timing is unreal.
That timing is incredible for Crims.
It's just the top of that little bald head.
He didn't see it. The sun blinded him. The reflection too much.
Hey, I can make those jokes, you can't. Good shot from Jimbo.
I really took it so far, didn't I? That's fair enough. It doesn't work like that, Jess.
No, it doesn't work like that.
I can't say I've got a bald front.
You don't have the bald card.
Well, this is Blame F just being an absolute nuisance, as you mentioned. Just through the smokes, all the early damage being done. Timing's ridiculous.
All right, Fnatic coming back into it. I like it. I like what I'm seeing. Still continuing to enjoy this Fnatic show. Timeout taken from Aurora as they're on the back foot. A win and an immediate loss. So losing bonus reset, not a lot of cash in the bank, and they've got to figure things out. Woxic will have a scout. AK-4, it's not the worst buy in the world for kind of a busted economy. But outside of these plays, like towards the B bomb site, trying to find that timing in B halls, I don't think we found anything that really works all that well for Aurora. Long control hasn't really been effective the few rounds they've got it. They're able to get short control, but the executes into the A bomb site haven't won them around. So this is Fnatic's defense is starting to put a stop and make this a very difficult half for Major to call.
Yeah, when you're running out of the tools that you need, well, that certainly is a big problem. Here's Xantares leading the charge at Long. And same result. Xantara's dead within seconds. So I think Long just isn't the area right now for Aurora.
At least not fast, right? At least not immediately.
All right, shifting with a bomb in the pack of 3. They're going to be back over towards B. It's empty right now, Jason.
That's what I mean. That's why I'm saying I think this is going to be a focal point for their T side. Just the way they've kind of prioritized it so early on and have given it a variety of different looks. It feels like they've talked about the variety of ways in which they want to attack into it. Krim's taken a lot of time to shuffle utility between him and Jacasmo, so I feel like he missed the timing in which he thought it was safe to drop in, but now he's been spotted, and now he's caught out in the open.
Yeah, Crims is dead. He's going to be gone, no problem. His teammate trying to come in to save the day, but Wakardia is going to double up. Jacasmo, the next victim. And we're looking at a 4v2 here with that bomb getting planted down within the site.
Listen, I know we did our Cypher segment just a while ago, but we got to be careful in the sense. There was in the interview given was kind of like we think Jacasmo and Crims have a lot of synergy to work together well, and his B defense is not looking that way quite yet.
And Jambo, no retreating, no getting away. Blamap is as far away as he can possibly be here, waiting for the exits out of the tunnels, but he's not going to get those coming his way. So now, that's a really important round to win here for Aurora, because you were just mentioning how this half is going to get really difficult for Magic to start calling because they're running out of money.
I mean, difficult in the sense that it feels like they've had like some pretty big options not be successful and sort of taken away from them, but I mean, in the other sense, there's maybe an easy calling because every time you've gone B, you
go B, go win.
Yeah. Like that part of it's easy.
That definitely has been working out. I think the other side of things right now is that they've got them close to an economic break every time, Fnatic, but every time they're about to do it, Aurora just find that last little bit of life in them.
Yeah.
They keep going on this T side and continuously having buy after buy.
Still economic concerns for Fnatic despite how rich they are. Depending on which weapons are saved, they could be going into the last round with a pretty busted buy if they just lose everything from here on out.
All right, Aurora settling into the default. They've got cat control. Mid to B smoke being thrown out. And if you're the B players, you're just always on high alert at this point. Realizing that you guys have not had a great half of Counter-Strike here.
Still a lot of pressure from these B tunnels. The really deep defensive smoke. Aurora just waiting for the Molotov in mid to fade, but now that the smoke is up, they've got a little bit of cover. Awkward to work around, but with the mid to B smoke in place, although it missed its mark, and they're not going to know that until they turn the corner. I think that's got a huge gap. Not a huge one.
Xantares. All the way at the front, Crims. Oh, it's an awkward fight. He's not going to win it, but Jacasmo is going to trade. Important response here for Aurora as they try and get up through Catwalk into the A bomb site. Matcher separated off from the rest of his teammates, but John has found the perfect time to activate that lurk out long and just be the nuisance, the X factor. And the winning player of the round here for Aurora at 7-3 now as the T side continues to rack up.
Yeah, that's a lot of success over towards the B bomb side. The long player on defense kind of forgets that he's in charge of that late lurk. I think they're caught off guard, completely sensing that's going to be a mid to B split. With all the emphasis towards the B bomb site, they thought it would be a split. They thought it would be heading in the other direction. The catwalk play completely catches them off guard. Fear and Jambo both turn to address the situation, and Jota punishes them for it. Already that buy starting to look pretty scuffed on the Fnatic side of things.
Walksick gonna be smoked out, and we'll retreat away from long, all the way back into middle.
Yeah, but look at the ground that's been gained. Good shot.
Xantares first victim, and Jambo keeps his head down and is unable to be traded out.
Yeah, but this is, I think Aurora's fine with this eventuality. I think they gladly trade Xantar's life on short to get them this kind of access into the bomb site. Only one defender over at long. So now you can at least get the bomb planted, and the retake nades are going to have to be great from the Fnatic side of things.
Well, Kadia just dove right down into the fight. He only gets one out of it, but Jota again! Impact once more from Jota. And Jambo no longer feels like he has any sort of confidence to move through that smoke into Jota on the hot hand.
No, look at the buy. You have to save the AWP at the very least. Let the MP9 go forward if it wants to. I think Fear should back off as well. You're going to have BlameF able to buy a rifle. Jacasmo and Crims will have to fend for themselves. And Fear gets nothing at the end of the round, trying to play it sneaky to grab an AK-47 right at the close. Ooh, they might actually even find Jambo. Hold the phone. Major's coming in hot. Jambo's going to keep his head tucked down. Easy kill. Does he want to go for another? He does. And he goes down. That's the AWP. That's disastrous.
Yeah, that is huge because there's not enough money to get that back out again unless you just throw all of BlameF's money into getting it. And that's actually what's going to be happening here. BlameF is going to make the call to buy the AWP, get that into Jambo's hands, but it's going to cost him some essential pieces of utility on a few of these players here.
I think it's really the only way you can win the round if you get Jambo having an AWP. Pick you off one player early, pick off one guy, and just make it a 5-on-4. That's the good one. That's what you needed. And that's likely why he's dropped the AWP. Had the long spawn for that peek, and Crims adds on top.
Okay. Fair enough. Fnatic off to the races here. Looking to try and block B for what feels like the first time in the half. This time with 3 players.
I think this time Crims knew what was coming. He was like, just as that molly subsides, they're going to try and take their first step the way they've done time and time again. This time he's ready for it. 5-on-3 for Fnatic.
Let's see if Aurora can somehow still leave this half with 9 T rounds. They've got over a minute to play with. Xantara is still alive. And he hasn't really done too much on this T side. Has often been the first victim trying to create space for his teammates. And he won't get anything done here, so we'll end the half 4-8. But as long as Aurora end at 8-4, I don't think they're going to mind too much whatsoever. And that is going to be the scoreline. Fnatic keeping it clean here, rounding out the first half.
Sphere going to check beneath them. Easy kill for Wakadia. 1 versus 4 now. But really just a 1v1 at this bomb site, so it's kind of easy.
Oh, yeah, easy. And he goes back in the middle, takes the harder option, still comes out on top of that fight, and doesn't actually sustain too much damage, but it's the problem of time, Jason. 20 seconds left on the clock.
Make me believe. Yeah, this is too much.
Yeah, the time is the issue. It's another headshot. 18 seconds. Gotta get a move on if you want to go for it, but he just has to play for elimination at this point.
What is he playing for stats?
And yeah, well, he's got another one.
Can he go B? There's no time.
No, there's no time. There's not fighting. Do not fight him. Do not give him a chance of this. Wakadia was in a 1v5 racing down to try and catch Jambo, who wins the half out in the last second. Nice shots from Wakadia.
He did what we wanted. He made us feel like it was possible.
Yeah, he did. You were begging for it to give it to you, and it wasn't possible in the end.
Oof. What, 10 seconds when he swings out middle? Could he have made it to B?
Don't think so.
Don't think so? Doesn't feel that way, does it?
Jambo peeking him as well.
Well, that's the thing. I think that's what Jambo's thinking as well. Like, can he make it to the B bomb site?
Yeah,
so he wanted that peek to like get the tracking of what exactly is going on. Voiv, they gave him every opportunity to win that one. 8-4. Aurora looking to escape this series that has been so dangerous. Overtime win on the first map that didn't look like likely, didn't look like it was going to happen. You've come into Dust 2, had a great first half, have a good lead, but Fnatic have shown enough fight back to make it feel like, you know, you're not going to get away with this one for free. This is one you're going to have to work for to close out on Dust 2. If you keep this music playing as Woxic is head in hands, it feels...
The juxtaposition is fantastic.
It feels like he just, I don't know, broke up with a girlfriend. Silence.
It's a little bit of happiness mixed in there too, Jason. Like, that music's pretty chill.
It felt like a bad breakup to me. I don't know what kind of vibe you were getting from that music, but for me, it felt like a sad, like, you know, I had to, I didn't really want to,
like
but
apathetic, you know.
You know, I did it because it's going to be better for her.
Yeah, that's what we always say, isn't it, Jason? Then we hit the club. Here goes BlameF straight away. P250 out into the fight. Jota peeking up. Great headshot, and that's a shutdown and a half right there. That is Aurora coming out clean with it. No.
Look, I'm on Wakadia's side. That should have been a headshot.
Yeah, that should have been.
But don't lose this one, because then it just gets really weird.
No, that we remember that moment. But if we win it, yeah, it's all good. Aurora win it. We don't even think about it ever again.
Wakadia, clip that, send it to Valve. Volvo, please. Defuse comes in, pissed around 1 by Aurora, giving them a commanding lead here on Dust 2.
Well, we'll see what kind of decision comes up here for Fnatic. They're going to be getting into Mac 10s. So going to be buying up in the next round here. With that bomb plant coming in, no surprises with that force buy on the table. They'll take it, and an AK out for Blame F.
That's all 4 pistol rounds won by Aurora so far in this series. And I mean, just thinking about an overtime win on Mirage, those pistol rounds came in clutch. Came in big. Here on Dust 2, doesn't look like they're going to need that buffer that it's provided them. But we are getting a rush into the B bomb site. It's only Jota here to defend.
Well, Crimson Blame F with a Mac 10 and AK combo have broken through B and forced the safe call for Aurora. So the force buy has worked out for Fnatic.
Yeah, this was the first gun round I think Aurora had in the first half as well. They basically just hit the B bomb site and was just like, oh, it's over.
2 clean
entries,
2 kills and it's job's done.
Yeah.
Saving the other side of the map.
Yeah, we're going to save here.
Really important Fnatic get this one though.
Yeah, it's huge. As long as they can continue it. 3 M4 still on the board, so still going to be a very strong buy in the next round for Aurora. Fnatic have a lot of ground to recover, but only 4 rounds back after this.
Terrorists win.
And fist bumps in. Yeah, when you put it that way, Jason, it does feel a lot easier on paper, doesn't it? Seems like a possibility.
I mean, look,
4 rounds.
You can make it even simpler if you want. Like, give me 1 good Blame F round, and you're right back within striking distance.
You could probably make it even simpler and talk about how many gun rounds is involved.
No, that sounds complicated. Sounds like a lot. Math's involved. I don't want that.
Fair enough.
Round 15, there's this 3 M4 still in hand. MP9 on Wakadia, 5-7 on Jota. 16 and 5, that just previous round of unable to contain the B rush is maybe the biggest blight on Jota's record here on Dust 2 so far.
Well, Jota on this B bomb site can be such a threat. We've seen his impact on Dust 2 across the last couple of tournaments for Aurora. Had a great time so far on the map. Fnatic just making sure there's no pesky little pistols hiding around the other side of the doors. They're going to take their time as they come up short as a foursome. We've got Jacasmo now joining them at the back. There's no one actually in the A side, so Fnatic decided to go contact Jason. They're going to be on the A bomb site in no time, but now Woxic is just transitioned into the peak, and it's worked out very well as he takes Blame F down first.
That's first kill. Nice clip for Woxic. He's got to go tuck himself in towards pit with low HP and just play the headshot battle. And Jambo gave him a couple chances at it. Keeps coming back in. So Major's going to be at long with Woxic. 2 going to be retaking through Catwalk, and a 3rd and Jota joining up with them. It's all coming down to this fight on short.
Oh, great shot from Jacasmo out from the side of the stairway. Wakadia gone. Here comes Jordan's 5-7, but there's 3 players. A triangle of death just in front of him. Zantara's holding, then Crims comes through and he spins back, but he can't take Major, and it will be Aurora to win out the retake.
Yeah, really nice job from Aurora. I mean, they're basically just sending guys 1 by 1 at Catwalk, which would normally look a little bit silly, but the fact that the long portion of that retake is coming in so aggressively and so fast makes it perfect. Good information gathered that 3 players at the Catwalk stairs meant there's a lot of real estate to work with at long and up the ramp. 10-5 as Aurora get it right back. Just 3 rounds away from closing out this series and getting out of here with an opening series victory in PGL Masters Bucharest.
This is a big round for Fnatic. Lose this, money's gone. Half by territory, map point, series point about to be conceded. So this really is it for Fnatic. This is the round. They go in the middle quite early on here, through the mid doors as well. I like how early they've taken this space with that smoke going down on the cross.
This is going to be tough to break through. 2 defenders inside the B bomb site. Xantara's in CT spawn ready to party. The only thing he doesn't have with him is a nade to break open that smoke. But Fnatic not committed yet.
The 2 B bomb site players have had hot hands throughout Dust 2 as well. Arcadia and Jota inside of the site, and then Xantara's down and towards CT. Fnatic are still taking their time as they're still transitioning through short. They can re-smoke out that mid to B cross, but Xantara is anticipating a B bomb site finish. So instead of playing committed down and towards CT spawn, he's going to lean over towards B.
Yeah, putting a lot of trust in Woxic as well, and rightfully so. Your Opera positioned over at Car. He's just saying, look, if they go this, I know Woxic can grab his 1 or 2, and he doesn't necessarily need me at railing to keep anything going.
But we can see it's just going to be a catwalk execute, fake into the B bomb site split. So you end up having 3 players here for the defense. This is exactly what Aurora want.
Yeah, and the first time they're going to discover it's a stack is Xantara is fighting over at the boxes. And it'll be too late to do anything else.
Yes. Oh my God, BlameF just barrages his way right through him, and then Jota as well. Wakadia blinded inside of the site. That is what BlameF can do for you, but Wakadia unravels all of his hard work and finally dead to the hand of Crims.
Okay, Major on the flank is going to have everything to do. This is going to be interesting. I think BlameF feels like he has to stay out of the B bomb site. No one can support Crims. He's alone.
Yeah, but he doesn't go down. Now goes into the peak, but he loses his life, and now it is BlameF fighting on 2 fronts, but he can do it. He can absolutely do it for his team in this all-important round for Fnatic. It has all been BlameF, and he will close it out. A 4K with some ridiculous shots on the entries. He's the whole reason they get into B, and he's the definite reason as to why they win it.
Yeah, there's a miscue on that defense with Xantara's playing behind the boxes. One player, I think Jota, just peeking up towards the window. Gives that initial glimpse, which is great to keep attention there, but you have to kind of peek out enough to cover that left wall run up. That's the only position where Xantara's is susceptible. He stands up, getting ready to fight, not even realizing that BlameF is in some safety, able to just punish him. But what a round from BlameF.
Yeah, you said earlier.
That's what I said. Give me one BlameF round.
Some rounds.
Yeah.
Yep. He's giving you the round. Let's see what he can do now as he charges out long.
Major's defending with an MP9.
He's like, uh-oh.
He's like, this is actually the fight for me.
Here comes Mr. Bremer, and he's just battering them as he goes forward. It's Woxic with a no-scope through the smoke while blinded. A lot of icons in the kill feed for that one.
That'll happen.
But mostly it's BlameF in the kill feed at the moment.
Oh, but hold the phone from Moss. Can't connect on anything from Wakadia.
To BlameF for the 3K.
That's not a bad sequence in back-to-back rounds. 7 kills over the past 2 rounds. And Fnatic coming right back into this because the money is well and truly gone for Aurora. So 10-7 at an incredibly strong position to make it 10-8.
Well, BlameF has given you hope. Giving you a chance here, Fnatic. Now it's on the rest of the squad to step up and start delivering alongside of him. It's on Fear to start calling their way through this T side. Yes, looked down and out.
Yeah, so far so good though.
In the most important round of the second half, they're walking into a B bomb site with 3 players. One of them is Xantara's, and BlameF just insta-kills Xantara's before he gets a single frag. Like, that is one of the most impactful kills you're going to see in the series.
Yeah, and Xantara's having a kind of a rough day in the office. First half of Mirage started out very slow. He was getting exploited and punished a lot at the top con on the CT side, but he bounced back in the second half when they switched over to the T side. Here on Dust 2, just been quiet, just been getting schooled. So rough day in the office for Xantara's, and Aurora's desperately trying to survive without a whole lot of his impact today.
And he's happy to lead the charge again out long. Running forward. Here come the pistols right towards him. BlameF's going to handle the pressure first. Then gets tagged by Woxic. He does well on the scout again. Another kill found across the board. Eventually treaded out by Fear. Bomb site's taken. Plant is secured. And an 8th round about to be picked up here by Fnatic.
Yeah, really good streak for Fnatic. Joda is just going to look, I think, for an AK-47 at the end of the day. A cheeky kill as they cross back over to avoid the bomb blasts, but not a whole lot you can really do. So 10-8, BlameF on 15, leading the way for Fnatic yet again, much like he was on the opening map of this series on Mirage, where he netted himself from like 28 kills across the map. And how does Aurora change their defense to handle this? I think even in that, I mean, obviously it's like, even in that mid to B round that BlameF gets quad kill, I think they actually played it great. Like, I don't think there's any cause for panic.
They should have had a round victory. That's why it's so special that BlameF was able to deliver the round win.
Yeah, I don't think if you're Aurora, I don't think if you panic whatsoever in your setups or how you're shifting, how you're rotating, how you're reading the game, I think you feel like you're on point with all of that. Just the eventualities have gone against you a couple of times, despite having the right read. So second timeout for Aurora. They're going to talk things over and figure out exactly how they want to do this. Woxic has got plenty of words in response to Major.
Chill music back again, Jason. Getting you ready for what is going to be a tie game. Fnatic looking to win 2 rounds in a row here to bring it to 10-10.
Give me another overtime.
We could get more overtimes. Then we finish on Inferno as the third and final. As you leaked the script coming into the start of this map, Jason, you did.
It's a fair point.
Don't you forget about that.
Here we go. Smoke for long double doors. Fnatic's not coming at it from the T side, though. Standard utility, double doors smoke, and a cat molly for the T side to allow them to scale.
Oh, flash to allow the jump up from Mr. BlameF.
It almost feels like I wonder if Woxic's eventually going to get aggressive in towards upper with that AWP. He's kind of got an off angle at the moment.
Yeah, but I think with that presence now, that
probably not
that
anymore.
idea.
But we've seen Woxic do some crazy pushes like that in the past. Smoke attempted to be broken open, didn't fully clear.
Yeah, well, at this point, Fnatic haven't fully progressed around that corner at Catwalk just yet. Fear is going to start joining up here.
They've done a great job of milking utility, though, right? Like, there's 2 mollies, a smoke, and a flashbang left for Aurora's CT side. They don't have a whole lot of utility for any retake scenario they're going to get put in, for any kind of anything to disjoint, counter nades to break up and execute. They're going to have to take the full brunt of whatever Fnatic decide to bring to the table. And with this positioning, Ricadia's kind of got to play pretty aggressive behind the smoke and B tunnels.
"25 seconds. Ricadia going to try and block them as they come out of the tunnels. As Woxic from the site, Chakasmo gone. Flashes, Molotovs raining in. Can Aurora hold on for the final 10 seconds here? Ricadia still in behind the car. Fear with an essential kill. He's getting tiked up, but he makes his way to the bomb side, but they're going to run him down, making sure he cannot plant. He does not have the time for it. And it will be an 11th round for Aurora secured.
I respect the shit out of Joda just tanking all those bullets, like, whatever. Like, just taking them all straight to the chest.
Soaks him up. Doesn't even die.
Yeah, I mean, that's a crazy... I just mentioned the amount of utility they've been able to take away from the Aurora defense. The only Molotov remaining was the B defender. Shout out to Joda for holding onto it for just that exact moment. Double kill from Woxic inside the bomb site, and Fnatic had timed out. 11-8. This time they are coming at long with some pace.
Oh, but this time it's going to be an opener from Woxic. He goes back in for a double dip and make it 3. Woxic rips apart Fnatic. The long setup is not going to work out for the T side this time, as Jambo and Fear slink their way down bottom mid. It is 12 rounds for Aurora. Series point locked in by Woxic, unless Jambo and Fear have something special left on the table. And Woxic, he's got the read, and he's got his follow-up kill. Woxic is on for the ace. As Fear's now been spotted, Woxic backtracks, looking for all 5.
Uh-oh.
And he's got a little bit of a blind side, but he's going to adjust, and he's going to miss the shot. Woxic eventually taken down by Fear, who then goes for the clutch alone. Natron in his position and jumps up on top to his death by Jota. Woxic surely has done enough now to leap Aurora into the lead.
That's just picture perfect as an AWPer. That's exactly the scenario you want. Your peaks are all timed at the perfect moment with them coming out right in that narrow choke point out of the smoke. Every time you come back ready to fire off another shot, they're there waiting for you. Had to have felt so good for Woxic. 19 kills for the AWPer of Aurora. And they got 4 opportunities to close out Dust 2 and this series. Take a deep breath, go home, and work on whatever issues are plaguing them today.
A timeout taken for Fnatic. It's got to be perfect to pull it back just to get overtime again. And that does not look like it's even close to being reality. Galil for Chikasmo and AK for Fear. And Blamef may have opened up an opportunity for Fnatic to extend play, but Woxic has just shut it down. He'll go back to Long again. Woxic into the peak. Long is closed. Protected by the gaze of Woxic, and Fnatic now going to move into middle.
I was going to say, there's no way Fnatic go back at Long after that previous round. Instead, they'll gain some quick pacing up catwalk and gain them control there. Smoke down at the corner. Very grouped up is Fnatic with the weaker weapons and not a lot of utility to work the map. They feel like they have to make a call and just kind of hit it with all 5 players.
Well, back to Long they go.
Yeah, but Woxic's not here, so fair play.
It's Madger.
What's interesting is actually because of the fast catwalk pressure, Aurora has control of neither Long nor Cat. They're all playing at the railing in that straight line, right? So they're not going to be able to push forward into the site to find safety.
Well, Madger in the pit. He's going to spot them. Utility being deployed. Needs to be careful. Needs to get his gun out in time, and he just won't handle the pressure of Fear. Woxic has no fear whatsoever. Stays in the open, and Zantares alongside of him shut this one down. Aurora will come to day 1 of PGL Masters Bucharest as the favorites for the competition, and they will take a 2-0 win over Fnatic. Mirage was a bit of a struggle, but Dust 2 was a one-way street.
It was. I'm going to say, though, I mean, you know, it kind of is a bit of vintage Aurora in there, right, Striker? You were getting worried because you've seen them throw these kind of Dust 2 situations before. Fortunately, though, they were on the CT side, so I guess it's all going to be okay.
Yeah, the moment that I saw, I think it was Wicaria who missed that kill from behind in the pistol.
Oh,
I was
yeah,
like,
we'll get into
that's going to allow one plant, and that's going to allow a force by second round. And of course that happened, you know, and there was like the fake comeback sort of happening. But I mean, well played to Aurora. I think the first half they did half of the job, and it was very clear from the game plan that they had a good idea.
Not a shadow of a doubt in my head, Rich. I knew Aurora was going to take this convincingly.
You weren't
but
saying that in the green room.
I wasn't saying that. All right, listen. The first half, T-side clearly looked a much better Aurora than we've seen here on Dust 2, right? We said as well, they don't seem to really have a home map. They've just been picking of like 5 different maps in the 5 different series they've played thus far. And this time, Dust 2 looking much better. Also, the B bomb set for Fnatic, they looked super uncomfortable as well. And once they have like an 8-4 lead, I felt like it was a done deal. And I feel that final round there where you lose Magia towards Pit and Woxic and YKD are like, F you, we're going to fight. We're going to close it out. Yeah. That is a statement right there. And that's a good sign to see for a team who has looked kind of rough of late.
Yeah, it's been hit and miss. I mean, but ultimately, I would say this. To your point about their map veto, I always thought they had Dust 2 in the locker, you know? I think this is a map they can definitely play, and beat a lot of teams comfortably on when they're on their game. The question is, what's the next map for them? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to get into Fnatic as well a little bit because as much as Jambo was doing a good job on Mirage, where he has so much agency, he's the guy who was always taking the fights. Here, we didn't really see that, even on the CT side, where you would expect an AWPer to have a little bit more agency, you know, work around middle, wait for the smokes to fade out to get some picks going. He wasn't really getting aggressive when he did have the AWP, and obviously he didn't have it so much, so it's also really hard to do that when you have like 2 or 3 rounds to actually do anything with your ops, right? He kind of disappeared on the second map.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Woxic, the Lanimal, you're talking about aggressive AWPers. This is a very Woxic style performance in his approach to the game. He was everywhere. He was getting kills, you know. high impact levels. Very impressive, and it's easy to forget how good he is.
Yeah, absolutely. And also love how, I mean, we saw this in Malta as well. I think the final game against the Mongols, where he was just going for some of the re-peaks and just being aggressive, trying to go for a few, well, highlight moments, so to speak. And we saw that here as well. And here, obviously you have the luxury of a massive lead, you have map point and whatnot, but just the fact that he's willing to take this fight instead of playing too correct, because I feel like we've reached this era. And I think I remember the Des talking about this earlier today, when he talked about how everyone's looking at Molodoi and how he's re-peaking and being aggressive and intimidating. And it feels like a lot of the operas playing in the system have of late become predictable, so to speak. No one's really re-peaking dry. No one's going for the super aggro plays. So the fact that Woxy was able to kind of lay his stamp, we saw that in Mirage as well. On Dust 2, he's a 3K towards long doors, re-peaking again and again. The final round right there, no man's land is like, I'm just going to hit every shot I hit. So it's a really cool confidence boost for the team. But that being said, just the body language for his team, because I've seen them in the past, like even this season as well, when they win a game, they're like super high-fiving, yeah, good job guys. They just won that game. They destroyed Fnatic on map number 2, and yet it just felt like everyone's just kind of tired, and that's worrying for me.
I mean, I think, look, without trying to read too much into the body language side of things, I just think ultimately as well, you've got to think about stakes and kind of what are the stakes ultimately here. I think they're probably saving their energy a little bit, because obviously they're the favourites to win this competition, and as a result of that, they're expecting to be in those later stages. You don't want to burn yourself out on a day one game against Fnatic.
I'm not asking about a Cadian level celebration, Richard,
Yeah,
but a few smiles would be nice. But look, all in all, a day in the office, and I think that's the best we can ask of them right now.
Yeah, exactly. You punched the clock, you did it.
Yep.
GG, get some sleep, and come back stronger tomorrow.
Yeah, it's also the type of a team that you would think Aurora would have in the bag for most of the time. They actually aren't a team that loses these games a lot. They are really good at playing against the lower tier opponents. I mean, the teams that they lose to are the Navis, the Furias, the Mongols constantly.
I think they're a much better gatekeeper in that sense.
Yes,
3D
actually,
Max,
yeah.
3D Max leave the gate open all the time. But anyway, let's take a look at some of the rounds. We've got round 10, I believe. You wanted to highlight this one, right?
Yeah, so it was very clear from Aurora's game plan early that they were going to focus B a lot and kind of target Jacosmo and Crims on that site, and they were just holding a lot of the rounds passively. But the cool switch up from Aurora was where they were sending out Xantares in mid, and they found out that there was a heavy setup on mid. We saw it from Crims and Jacosmo, and then there was also somebody on CT side kind of effectively holding like a triple crossfire. And what Major realized in that moment, like, okay, we can exploit that instant switch up to short. They had a Jota flanking, like, really well put together round, and, playing off of the game plan that they had early and trying to exploit that.
And also, like, for Jacosmo, that would be a very valuable learning experience as well, right? Like, you're coming this team, kind of brand new, even though you played off obviously with Fear and Jambo in the past, and now you're playing a very pivotal position as well towards Dust 2 mid right there. You need to be the guy who's going to ensure your B anchor, which is Crims, is not going to be isolated or left on an island. So it's so important to make these very critical decisions, right? Oh, it's going to be mid to be played. Do we go and try and push for tunnels control together? Do we go and fight outside mid? Do I play towards window?
We didn't see that at all.
Yeah. We never saw that at all. So, when they go back, I'm sure they're going to be going back. And I don't think Fnatic should be super disappointed with his performance, but Dust 2 going to be a map they will potentially be playing down the line. These are lessons you can take away from that, and it's going to be a good improvement. Nothing wrong in getting taken down by, a top 10 team in the world in that fashion. So a learning experience for young Jacosmo.
Yeah, and I guess some final thoughts about Fnatic. I really do think they are getting better, from previous iterations, and they are being competitive now in some of these tougher games.
Yeah, and it's also, you can't really blame them for having kind of a shallow map pool, right? Because they've had this situation where they had to play with Jacosmo instead of Crims, and now Jacosmo's coming for Cypher. A lot of these role swaps that they have been happening, they've barely had any time at home. They've been to America for Philadelphia, then had to come home since then. So practice days being limited makes it always hard for you to update your map pool, have everybody on the same page about all the new roles. Crims and Jacosmo over time will learn from this, as Blair was saying, and their Dust 2 will improve. So I think it's also something that will just come with a little bit more time.
Yeah, more twists and turns in this tournament.
And I feel also, just as a parting thought from me for Fnatic would be, I think they want to go pretty deep in this tournament. It's very important, even if they're not necessarily vying for the win or the trophy, so to speak, just having as many reps. It's a Swiss system. You can have a lot of reps going your way. Just trying to have as deep a run as possible, getting as much reps as possible. Because as you pointed out, it's, with new player coming in, switching his role as well. It's not just plug and play, right? Switching up the role and the team adapting to him. You can play as many scrims and prac games as you want, but nothing is as real as a LAN environment against teams like this. So for Fnatic, I think they need to really try and make a deep run here to kind of be in a good place. They made it to the major, at least, to be in fighting form, so to speak, come Budapest.
Like I say, plenty more twists and turns to come. It's only day one, and with that in mind, why don't we have a recap and see what's been going on with the scores? Obviously, we were just...
Oh, you love this one, don't you?
Yeah. It's the Richard's eyesight is terrible graphic. But look what we did. We've got the technology. Go gadget eyes. Zoom. The zoom isn't working, they're telling me. They literally had to put a zoom.
Get absolutely
I got wrecked. Anyway, but
I can read for you, Rich. My eyes are decent.
You would.
All right.
Be my seeing guy.
All right, I'm going to... Oh, there
it is.
A bit of a zoom. Look, no real surprises in all honesty. I think Legacy getting map 1 with Liquid had a bit of a slow start. I think that was a tiny bit of a surprise. Except, of course, you can look all the way down at the bottom. Astralis, they come in, they're prepped in. One of the bigger names here, going against Bait, who, by the way, have been they've been struggling of late. Astralis are up 8-1 on their opponent's map pick. They lose that in overtime, and then their map pick get absolutely crapped on.
Yeah, I mean, that was a crazy one. Obviously, our thoughts were preoccupied with this current series, but just looking at it from a scoreline perspective, very surprising. Especially given, like Astralis have kind of like doubled down on this idea that Stown needs a break. We're going to bring Magisk back, but we've got Hooksy, and we've got a solid coach behind us, so it's all going to be okay. And kind of letting those big leads slip is wild to think about.
It's not even just that. I think ever since they had to say goodbye to Stown for whatever reasons that is, that we don't actually really know, the firepower just isn't there. I mean, Magisk, as much as he's outside of the latest Falcon stint, I think he's a very capable anchor. He's just not going to be the guy who's going to carry you into games, and now they can only rely on Stair, who's very up and down, and then Device, who can be stable, but he also had a pretty bad game in that series. So it's just not enough for them to rely on.
Shout out to GamerLegion though. They're back. They beat FlyQuest.
Okay.
They're back.
It was hard.
It was painful to watch, as from both sides. But for FlyQuest, they seem to have signed off on Azza being the coach right there. It was a very close series. It was entertaining for sure, but it was a game.
FlyQuest have brought in.
It was a game.
It was a game of Counter-Strike.
Obviously, FlyQuest have brought in an experienced player that's had success overseas and played at a much higher level. I am, of course, talking about Regali.
All right.
Okay.
Listen, I think it was a good showing overall. But again, for the Aussie side, look, they're APAC, they're Asian cousins. I want them to do well. But with Azza coming in, I don't know. I just feel like I want something of more of a shake-up when it comes to the tactical side of things. I'm not sure Azza's going to deliver that. I think it's going to deliver the vibes for sure. It's going to be a fun old time. But maybe you need something to really kind of shake up things for this side. But let's see. It's his first official event coming in as a coach, and hopefully they make a deep run here.
Yeah, we'll see. Why don't we take a look at tomorrow's schedule? And remember, it's a PGL event, so there are 2 whole streams.
Crazy.
So you can pick what game you want. This is Schedule B. I'm going to work my way down. Right, so Legacy versus Gentlemates. Obviously, we saw Legacy triumphant in the Asia Championships, beating 3D Max in a best-of-5, so they're kind of feeling themselves. Have lost to Liquid, though, so where are they at? We saw Saw. They're going to be Saw after that loss. They were terrible, but obviously now you're playing NIP. Anything can happen. Also, going to be a bit of a reunion there. No doubt we'll talk about that tomorrow. Fnatic versus FlyQuest. I think with this version of Fnatic should be strong favorites for that matchup. And, of course, Astralis versus MIBR. All bets are off. We don't really know what's going to happen.
This is an MIBR who doesn't have their normal upper and now brought in their academy guys,
if you genuinely lose to MIBR like this as an org like Astralis and the players you have right now, I just don't have any more words to say.
We've given up.
I would be like, if you're 0-2, just like, I know you need to like lose 3 games to get out knocked out of the Swiss system. I just say, just take the bullet and just graciously bow out if you lose that game.
Okay, all right, fair enough. I don't know what to say to that. Just leave the tournament, I guess. Perfect. Why don't we take a look at the other stream? This is the main stream. This is what we'll be talking about on the desk here. And again, I'm going to work my way backwards this time, I think. 3D Max versus Bait Esports will be closing out the day. That's suddenly got very interesting after what Bait did to Astralis. Aurora versus Team
That's the big one.
That is the big one. And you have to feel a bit sorry for Team Liquid because, they're not looking at their best. if they could have maybe dodged a team like Aurora, who knows?
No, I feel if you look at right now, you want to play Aurora this early, right? You're already, you're 1-0 up right now. Just get tested by a real team. Even though Aurora look kind of a little sad right now, but still, I feel
I think they're getting enough tested. But
Aurora being tested, like, believe.
No, I mean like Liquid getting tested by Aurora. But anyway, I think that's a game of the day for me.
A BetBoom versus Heroic, and starting out the day, GamerLegion versus Pain. We're going to see if GamerLegion can, turn that corner and continue to be so back.
Two teams that have been struggling recently.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that's also an interesting game.
What did we call it before? It was like, what was it? El Asico?
El Asico.
We always have an El Asico.
But you can't say that, because an El Asico is when it happens multiple times. Like Nip Mcal. That is an El Asico.
That's fair point. Yeah, they're not quite bad at those levels. So any final thoughts about today?
Yeah, I mean, it was a quicker day than I expected. I actually thought that there was going to be a couple of three mappers in the last couple of games that we covered. Otherwise, yeah, I mean, very exciting CS, at least towards the end. I think the first game maybe left us wanting a little bit more.
You're new to desk work, so the good news is, no matter how short the day is, you get paid the same.
Yeah, that's actually true.
Shout out to PGL.
I didn't get cancelled. I didn't get cancelled. That's important.
Yeah, you didn't say anything crazy.
Yeah,
we made it.
I didn't see a single striker come here thread yet.
Yeah. Where is that? Striker, come here. Get it going. What about you, Blair? Final thought before we go.
Nothing. I think it was just all the usual suspects made it through very convincingly overall, and just a great day overall here in the PGL studio.
All right, guys. Great hanging out with you and talking about Counter-Strike. Great hanging out with you all at home as well. Hope you enjoyed the show. We're done for the day, but we'll be back tomorrow at the same time for more Counter-Strike action. We'll see you then. Bye-bye.